Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Dark clouds swirled over the field destroyed by the fire. The raven jumped down. The bird began to peck at something. Then it pulled out a human eye. The raven flew away, leaving the corpse of a soldier below. A black bird sat on the broken spear. It looked straight ahead. In the eyes of the creature, you could see the reflection of a person. A girl with pink hair was sitting against the wall with her head down. Suddenly she coughed up blood. The raven flew away, leaving its black feathers behind it. The stranger gritted her teeth and cursed. There were dead knights lying around, and she said she shouldn't have believed these scoundrels in the first place. Someone was walking on the bloody ground. The woman in the black cloak radiated a white aura. Her face was hidden by a hood. She walked over to the pile of warriors and said that she didn't have high hopes, but she didn't expect that anyone would be able to survive this bloody battle. The princess looked straight and saw an earthman in the distance. His face was downcast, and she remembered that his name was Guchan, nicknamed Ghost Spear. The soldier trembled, looking away. He bowed as the goddess stood in front of him. As he sat on his lap, she asked what he wanted, because he had kept his promise. The young man opened his mouth wide, shouting something loudly. Gullah raised her hand and asked what he wanted if he did not want to be resurrected. Guichan sighed and muttered something indistinctly. The goddess looked at him dumbfounded. Then she turned around and said that it would be possible if he performed a feat several times greater than today. The guy looked down as the woman said that neither his soul, nor a single piece of his flesh could be returned. Guichang raised his head, not stopping to tremble. He knitted his brows and looked straight ahead. Gullah looked down and asked if he wanted to bring back what he felt here, his memories and emotions. Blood was dripping from the young man's mouth. He was silent. The goddess waved her cloak and said that at the moment, feelings were just a projection of his emotions, but even that would be too difficult. The warrior looked at her in disappointment. Then, a tear rolled down from his only eye. He went limp and closed his eyes. Gullah touched him and said that he should have made a resurrection wish instead. Her hand stopped when someone said they understood the guy. The woman turned around and recognized the stranger as the heiress of the royal family. The princess closed her eyes. She also knew who was standing in front of her. The goddess turned around, and the heiress said that the kingdom had fallen. The gates had already been captured, so it was easier to die now. Everything would start with a clean slate, and the Guichang would even have a place to return. Gullah turned away from her and explained that the warrior did not want to return because there would be no place for him. The princess put her hand on her chest and asked why the deity didn't just grant this young man's wish. The woman walked away, saying that this child was born to lead others. The heiress's eyes widened in surprise when she heard this. While the knight's eyes were closed, Gullah said that he was like the brightest star. But he was the only one to blame for his death. She did not understand why people only began to regret when it was all over. The princess stared at her silently as the wind blew through her hair. Then she turned away. She grabbed the jewelry around her neck. The girl tore off the necklace with the bright stone. She unclenched her hand. Gullah looked at the purple crystal. The heiress turned around and said that she hoped that the deity had not yet forgotten about the royal oath, to which the woman replied that she could grant the wish of the princess herself. The girl smirked and asked what she could do for her. Suddenly she looked away. The princess looked down and said that this world had come to an end and she didn't want anything else. However, the earthling had retained his honor, so only the royal family and God could reward him. The woman stretched her hand to the side and reminded him that Guichang couldn't go back to the past. He would vaguely remember it as a fleeting dream. She asked if the girl agreed to such conditions. The princess imagined the image of the knight and thought that he had already received a gift. The goddess's eyes shone brightly, and she said that they would both definitely die here, and then asked again if the heiress wanted her to grant this wish. A smile appeared on the girl's lips. She put her hand on her chest and agreed. Suddenly, the goddess flapped her massive wings. She raised her hand and called the princess to her. A flash of light appeared above her. The body of the heiress flew into the air. The woman looked down. She saw the naked body of the young man, which was enclosed in an energy bubble. Suddenly, a crystal appeared near his chest. The goddess clenched her hand into a fist and said that she was very much looking forward to meeting them again. She smiled slightly and said goodbye to them. Then Gullah went into the sky with lightning speed. A blue crystal floated in the air. Suddenly, its edges were covered with cracks. In the next instant, it shattered into 1,000,000 small pieces. The playing board was spinning. A crowd of players gathered around the table. The young man was nervously biting his fingernail. Someone reached for a stack of chips. The main character with a smirk put everything he has. In the middle of the night, loud indignant screams were heard. 2 men with cigarettes turned around. The young man furiously kicked the garbage cans with his foot. The smoker stood aside, saying that this visitor was here often, so he must have lost his house a long time ago. The bearded man looked to the side and assumed that the protagonist was 25 years old and was once quite famous. As long as Guching held his jacket in his hand, strangers said that he had been good for about a year. The bespectacled man opened his mouth wide and asked what had happened to him then. His interlocutor closed his eyes and replied that he did not know, but at one point this guy began to say that he no longer saw something. The player put the garbage can back in place. He furrowed his brows, not understanding why it didn't work anymore. He closed his eyes and thought that he would only try one more time, and if he succeeded, he would start with a clean slate. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened. He bit his lower lip and decided that he needed some money. A lot of passers-by were walking along the street. A coffee shop was visible. The man straightened his hair when he went inside. He leaned on the checkout, smiling. Then he put his phone on the table. The visitor winked and asked the employee for the number. The girl smiled politely and refused him. The man closed his eyes and sighed in disappointment. Another worker adjusted her glasses and gave 5 points for the figure to that visitor. Another was wiping the tables, adding 5 points to her face. The third girl turned around and gave another 5 points for his clothes. The barista put her hand on her waist and said they shouldn't do that. Suddenly the door opened. The worker turned around with a smile. However, immediately, her expression turned angry. The main character confidently went inside the coffee shop. He walked past the girl and demanded an Americano. Then he sat down on a chair. The girl in glasses explained with an awkward smile that she had to pay first. Her colleague closed her eyes and said that she would make coffee. Grains were visible. The barista ground them. Hot drops were dripping from the device. Everyone was busy with business. The worker brought a drink on a tray. Then she turned away, looking at the guest with excitement. She froze with fear when he asked if he could talk to the manager. The girl turned around and asked if everything was all right. Gutchen showed her the beetle he had found in his coffee. The barista was covered in sweat, not believing that this could happen. The young man opened his mouth wide and angrily asked if she thought he was a liar. The girl raised her hands, not daring to say anything. Suddenly someone put a hand on her shoulder. The manager pushed her friend aside and said that she would take care of it. Then she sat down opposite the guest. She looked to the side and asked what he was doing. The protagonist replied with a sly grin that he had asked for compensation for moral damage. The manager opened her mouth wide in shock. Gutching picked up the cockroach and said that he had a bad heart, and he was quite shocked to see it in his drink. The girl looked at him indignantly. The visitor began to stir the coffee, saying that it was mean to simply tell him about the breakup. He furrowed his brows and asked what Xiangwa would say to that. The barista looked at him with fury. Then she turned away and sighed loudly. She took out her phone and said that the guy had sent her some money when she was studying abroad. The main character pointed his finger at himself and clarified that he sent her money, worrying about whether she was starving in a foreign country. The girl completed the transaction. The phone in Gutchen's pocket rang out. He immediately looked at the screen. His eyes suddenly rounded. His hand trembled, and he asked if she would only throw him 2,000,000 won. Xiangwa furrowed her brows and replied that that was it, and she had nothing to do with him anymore. The young man lowered his head down and called to her. The manager raised her eyebrows in surprise. She then looked at the guest with even more surprise, who asked if she was bullying him. The guy closed his eyes and asked if she was holding him for a bum. Sweat broke out on Sungwa's flushed cheeks. The visitor leaned forward and said that she couldn't behave like that with him, because when she had fallen on hard times, she had bothered him, but now a handful of money had changed her so much. The barista clenched her hands into fists, trembling. Tears fell on her apron, and she asked what had become of Gacheng. The main character opened his mouth in bewilderment. The girl lowered her eyes and said that he was the only person who helped her. The young man lowered his head down. Sungwa remembered her past and said that even if she wanted to give up, the only reason she was holding on was because of him. She remembered how they had kissed in the park. The protagonist was covered in sweat when the manager asked how he could part with her like this. He narrowed his eyes. Then, he gritted his teeth furiously and thought that it was all because of what he had lost. Little Gutching was walking down the street. He had an ability that he had had since birth. The child frowned. If he focused on his eyes, then the body and objects lit up in the same color. Everything in front of him turned green. A bus with a tiger print was visible. Predators lay in the middle of the wilderness. Nothing happened if the main character saw green. The lion stood on a stone. The beast stood on a dais. The boy looked up. If he was paying attention to things that didn't glow, then something was different. In his round eyes you could see the reflection of a lion that was approaching him. The predator crashed into the glass, frightening the children. In such cases very often something bad happened. The child fell to the ground and began to cry loudly. When he grew up, he chose a casino to check it out. The young man furrowed his brows and swallowed nervously. He looked at the table with the game. During the first year the goddess of luck was on his side. The ball spun in a circle. Then it stopped. It was the number 7. Gutchen happily clenched his hands into fists and shouted. Other players gathered around him. He started with 100,000 won and 2 days later he already had 5 million. The main character held chips in his hands. Days passed. He had an infinite amount of money. But then the guy was sweating, breathing heavily. He put his hand on his wet face. As he began to use the ability more often, he developed migraines and insomnia. He turned. There were dumbbells on the floor. The guy then furrowed his brows. The green light he saw effortlessly now required a few minutes of concentration to faintly manifest. A barely noticeable glow appeared around the dumbbells. The player was lying on the bed after a serious illness. He was stunned as his chips were taken away. It was all over. He raised his hands to his face. By that time he had already become addicted. Xiangwa turned. Then she walked away. As a result, the main character lost everything he had. The bridge shone brightly. Ships sailed along the river. The young man was sitting on the stairs with a bottle in his hand. He poured the drink into his mouth. Then he wiped his lips with his sleeve. Gutchen looked at the money in his pocket and thought that he could handle it, but he didn't know how. He fell down sharply. Lying on the floor, he came to the conclusion that he had no idea how to do it, so he continued to lie on the stairs. Suddenly, a white flash appeared, but the protagonist was asleep. The light flickered on his face. It was a crystal that emitted more and more light. There was a green aura around it. The stone hovered over the sleeping guy. Then the object began to enter inside his head. A crowd of monsters could be seen. The knight with the spear fiercely fought off the enemies. In the middle of the battlefield stood a goddess. A warrior was kneeling in front of her. Tears flowed from his eyes. He froze as the life left his body, and his last wish was to start over. The protagonist's eyes widened. He sat up abruptly. Sweat ran down his face. He breathed loudly through his mouth. Then he gritted his teeth in pain and grabbed his forehead. Gushing widened his eyes, saying that it was a bad dream. With trembling hands, he took out a pack of cigarettes. Then he brought the cigarette to his mouth. Looking up, the guy exhaled smoke. He didn't understand why his heart felt so heavy. He clutched his head, remembering Sungwa's tear-stained face and mentally calling himself an idiot. The player lowered his head down. Then he stood up abruptly. He furrowed his brows and decided that he would return everything to the way it was. He should at least restore order. Then the young man reached into the pocket of his jacket. He looked there in horror. Gutchin turned out all his pockets, which were empty. The guy furrowed his brows in shock. He looked around, realizing that his money was gone. The player gritted his teeth and assumed that someone had stolen them while he was sleeping. He shuddered, remembering the cameras. He turned around abruptly, and decided that they must have written everything down. There was a lantern in the distance. They shone brightly. Gutchin covered his face with his hand and thought with a smile that he was an idiot. His hand trembled. The protagonist then opened his mouth wide and shouted that there was a lot of money in there. Then he went down. After that, the young man went down the stairs. He entered the water, deciding that he just had to die. His pants were wet, and he thought that it was better to die than to live like this. His silhouette was reflected in the river. He mentally asked for forgiveness from his parents and Sungwa. A drop fell down. When it collided with the smooth surface of the river, a green light appeared. The light gradually smoothed out. The guy opened his mouth in shock as he looked down. Tears flowed down his cheeks. They fell down. Emerald light spread around. The bridge and tall houses became brighter. The young man looked to the side, thinking that his ability had returned. Gutchin's eyes widened in amazement. Someone approached the fence. The player heard the clatter of heels and tensed. The woman went forward and said that the water was very cold these days. She was wearing rectangular glasses. She bowed her head and said that she was here to consult a gambling addict. The guy looked at her in surprise. He slapped his forehead and gritted his teeth. Then he looked at his fingers and thought that he had already seen it in his dream. His eyes widened as he assumed it was a vision. While he was standing in the river, the stranger asked him to get out of there, despite the fact that she prefers to look down from above. She added with a smile that today is a somewhat special day. Gutchin climbed the stairs. Hannah held out a business card and introduced herself as a manager at Shin Young's company. The guy took the object. He read the name of the company and thought of cannon fodder. The girl looked at her watch and said that it was better for them to get straight to the point, since they did not have time. Then she took a leather bag from her shoulder. Hannah showed the player a lot of money. She tilted her head to the side and asked if he wanted to play with her. The guy frowned and looked at the bills with displeasure. The manager smiled, patiently waiting for his answer. The main character stared at her. Then he crossed his arms and said that he was done with games. Then he asked how she knew him. The girl showed him a wad of money and said that he could win it all in one round, because he had quite a lot of debt. The protagonist turned away and said that it was none of her business, and also demanded to answer his question. Hannah winked and said that she had only studied him a little before doing it. Then she apologized for not warning him. Gutchin looked straight and asked what business she was talking about. The manager put her hand on her chest and asked the main character to listen to her, and he assumed that there was at least 1,000,000 in her bag. He touched his face, trying to understand why Shin Young was interested in him. Suddenly he was covered with sweat and thought again of cannon fodder. Hannah just smiled at him. The player opened his mouth wide and said that he refused. The woman turned pale with horror. The young man raised his hand and turned away when she asked if he just wanted to listen to her. Then the manager hung the bag over her shoulder and admitted that this guy was decisive. She took out her phone. Adjusting her glasses, Hannah reported that one seat was already taken. Holding the bag in her hand, she apologized for the inconvenience and said goodbye to Gacheng. Then she walked away. A sly smile appeared on her face as the protagonist asked her to stop. The girl turned, touching her lips with 2 fingers. Standing motionless, the player said that he agreed only if it was not a contract. He raised his hand and made it clear that only then would he be willing to listen to her. The girl sweated in bewilderment. The player closed his eyes. He then put his hand on his chest and stated that he wanted an invitation instead of a contract. The knight was fighting a huge monster. The enemy stretched out his hand to him. A bright flash flashed. The guy cut a huge hole on the back of the monster. He gritted his teeth in rage. Then the knight stretched out his hand to the side, and the enemy fell to the ground. He looked to the side, his brows furrowed. A huge crowd of monsters was approaching him. It was the protagonist's dream in which he continued to fight endlessly. There were blood stains on his face, but he didn't give up until the very end. Then the knight fell down. A goddess stood under the moon. In the last moments of his life he turned to the god with a prayer. Gutching lowered his head down. He wanted to start from the beginning. He felt it for the first time. He imagined a blue crystal. Hannah pursed her lips furiously. A dream that had all started with a clash with this lady. She furrowed her brows as she thought about his words. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked loudly if the young man had been on the other side before. The protagonist sighed and replied that he wasn't. The manager raised one eyebrow and thought that if this gambling addict had already been to the other side, he would still have the aura of the mark. But this guy is clean. She adjusted her glasses and concluded that there was only one option left. Hannah looked to the side and asked who spoke to the player first. Gutchin arched his eyebrows in bewilderment. Then, with a calm face, he replied that it didn't matter. The manager opened her mouth wide in surprise. With an indignant expression on her face, she asked if the protagonist knew how to distinguish between a contract and an invitation. The gambling addict held up one finger and said that the important thing was that he wanted an invitation instead of a contract. The woman crossed her arms and demanded that he explain why he wanted an invitation. The guy looked down and replied that it was an obvious choice. The manager crossed her arms and asked why she should waste her precious invitation on such a useless gambler, to which Gutching replied that she would be in trouble if she didn't use it. The girl looked at him in surprise. The player introduced the scientists from Shin Young's company and said that their drugs have been in the news quite often since the revolutionary drug was invented a few years ago, and it could be related to another world. The woman clenched her hand into a fist and shouted that it was a good joke, and the protagonist replied that her superiors were unlikely to be of the same opinion, and she couldn't even make a contract or keep her mouth shut, and they would love it. Hannah held up one finger and shouted angrily that he was a scoundrel. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he wouldn't go that far and asked her for an invitation. The manager turned away and said that a contract and an invitation are completely different things, and she can conclude contracts, but invitations are beyond her capabilities. The young man smiled and asked what about the phrase, "My precious invitation," that she had said earlier. Hannah bit her lip and thought that his good memory was not at all appropriate. She put her hand on her forehead and replied that she had not lied and would need to get permission to issue an invitation. Then she reached into her bag. She pulled out her phone. The manager looked at the screen. A bright light appeared before her eyes. She sat on her knees in front of a statue of the goddess, who said that this thing would still be useful to her. The girl looked at Gull and asked if it would be soon. The stone statue said that Hannah would find herself in a situation in which this thing would be useful to her. In the hands of the manager lay something small. It was a seal. She gave the middle finger to the god and thought that she was referring to this situation. Gutching picked his nose as Hannah thought that he was a real talent and not a slave, and he really was like a veteran who had spent several years on the other side. She then took a step forward and said that there were several conditions. The main character looked at her and told her to speak. She held up one finger and said that the protagonist must swear that they had never been to that world before. He looked at her seriously and swore. The manager then held up two fingers and added that if she gave him an invitation, he would have to reveal to her all his secrets about who had met and heard from them. The player closed his eyes and replied that he couldn't do it, and he had nothing more to say about it. The manager adjusted her glasses and asked if he would stay in that position if she gave him a special invitation. The player turned around upon hearing this. He was covered with sweat, and the girl smiled. The guy raised his hand and answered in the negative. He looked to the side and thought that it was better for him to keep his dreams a secret because it was his only trump card. Hannah closed her eyes and sighed loudly. She had a handkerchief in her hand, and she said that if the young man passed, he should make a deal with her first. Gutchin furrowed his brows and thought that she was not talking about smuggling a slave. The manager wiped her glasses and said that since the protagonist is not an idiot, he should have no problem passing, and she would make it happen no matter what. The player closed his eyes and said that he accepted her terms. Hannah put on her glasses and closed her eyes. She put her hand in her bag. Something bright shone. It was the seal. The young man raised his hands and asked what it was. The girl suddenly grabbed his wrist. She picked up the seal and shouted that this was her whole life. Then she put a seal on the palm of the gambling addict. Gutching opened his mouth in surprise as he looked at the light on his skin. His hand radiated a golden light. It was getting brighter. Then it disappeared. The player touched his hand, opening his mouth in stunning. Then the woman thrust something into his hand. She turned to the side and said that it was up to him to choose whether to read it or not, and the gate would open at 10:30. The envelope was brown. Hannah said that by this time the main character should finish all his business. She clenched her hands into fists and said that he had to stay alive no matter what he did. Then the manager turned around and walked away. Gutchin was covered with sweat, looking after her. The girl stopped and said that she had to return something. She threw something in the air. Holding the envelope in his teeth, the protagonist caught it. It was a wad of money. The woman closed her eyes and told him not to sleep outside next time because he could freeze to death. The player stood motionless, looking at her. In his hand were bills. He looked at his phone and remembered Hannah's request to finish all his business before the gate opened. Then he turned to the side and thought of Seonghwa. The lights in the coffee shop were shining. The workers were preparing to close. The manager was sitting next to the flower. Suddenly she turned around at the sound, stunned. The protagonist went inside. He was looking out from behind the door. The girl stood up and shouted that he was simply unbearable, and he took the money again. She ran up to him, shouting loudly for him to leave. Seonghwa pushed her ex-boyfriend in the chest, yelling for him to leave until she called the police and said he was troublemaker. Gutchin grabbed her wrist and asked her to calm down and listen to him. The barista jerked her hand away abruptly, replying that she had nothing to talk about with him. Then she went to the door and added that the guest had better leave before she came out. The player opened his eyes wide and asked her to stop. The door to the staff room closed loudly. The other workers turned around. They immediately barricaded the door with themselves. The young man was covered with sweat and thought that this was expected. He looked at the clock on the wall. Then he sighed. The cafe was lit by lanterns, and the boy asked the other female employees to tell Manhwa this when she came out. The main character went outside and lit a cigarette. He took a sharp look to the side and thought that he expected the gate to open at 10:30. He saw a light in the distance. The player immediately went there. Manhwa peeked out from behind the door and asked if her ex had left. Her colleagues turned around. They handed her a bundle of money and said that Gutchen had asked to pass it on. The gambling addict was smoking, looking at the phone. It was 10:29, and he thought about writing Manhwa. The manager abruptly opened the doors. She looked around. Behind the building, she saw gray smoke. The protagonist stood in the corner. Suddenly, a blue light appeared above his head. The guy was imprisoned in a top hat. Then there was a flash of light. The phone and the cigarette fell down. Manhwa ran into an alley. She approached her ex's belongings. Sitting down, she took it. A chat with her was opened on the screen. The young man did not have time to finish typing a message with apologies. The manager looked ahead dumbfounded. There was no one in front of her. A lamp was visible on the ceiling. Through the darkness I heard a quiet mooing. Then the darkness dissipated. Now the ceiling was clearly visible. Gutching sat up on the bed, his body trembling. There was garbage on the floor. To the side was a stack of noodle packages. The young man opened his mouth in surprise, recognizing his room. He opened the window. There were cars on the street, but there were no people. Suddenly, something lit up on the bedside table. A message from the guide came to the phone. The player was covered in sweat. Looking down, he approached the gadget. It was lying on the bedside table. The gambling addict stretched out his hand and said that it was not his phone. Then he took the thing. An inscription appeared on the screen that the identity was verified, and the registration was completed. Then a new message came again. The protagonist clicked on this. There was an assignment to arrive at the auditorium of Paradise High School within 10 minutes. Standing in the middle of the room, the guy thought about this place. There was a yellow sky over the stadium. Gutchen walked along the fence. He looked at the writing on the wall. As he came closer, he thought that in his dream, this place was more like an imaginary one. Then he looked to the side and noticed that there was not a soul on the street. The main character resolutely went forward. The auditorium of Paradise High School. Someone was waiting for him ahead. The young man looked at the man in front of him. The blonde woman waved at him with a gentle smile. The player noticed the color of her hair and assumed that she was a foreigner. The girl opened her mouth in surprise as he walked past her. Suddenly she stretched out her hand to the side. Then she stretched out both hands forward. The gambling addict looked away in bewilderment. The stranger puffed out her cheeks, silently looking at him. He looked at her and assumed that she wanted to test his invitation. A woman standing behind shouted that she needed his contract. There were many people sitting on chairs in the room. One of them said with a smirk that the scum were here again for their tactlessness. The main character looked away. He held out the envelope in his hand. The girl discovered it. Surprise immediately appeared on her face. Her hands trembled. Gutching narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. The blonde bowed to him. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Everyone turned when they saw the guard bowing to him. Then the girl showed him the way. The young man was covered with sweat. The girl led him inside the room. Then she pointed to a chair. The gambling addict sat down. The blonde bowed to him again. She then walked away while everyone was looking at her. The fat man crossed his arms and asked what was the reason for this behavior, and the other guy added that she hadn't treated him like that. Everyone present looked at Gutchang. He looked away, not understanding who these people were. Everyone looked at him with smirks. Suddenly, the guy gritted his teeth in pain and pressed his hand to his head. There was a crowd of people in the room. The protagonist turned. Then he touched his head and realized that he had been standing there in the dream. But now the situation had changed. A loud sound was heard from behind the door. Everyone turned when they heard someone's voice. A man in uniform stood at the microphone, greeting everyone. Khan introduced himself with a smile as a guide. Some spectators sat, and some stood while the man said that they would go to all the questions in order. He raised his hand and asked players to think about a status window that no one would see without their permission. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Suddenly a screen appeared in front of him. Exactly the same appeared in front of everyone else. The man raised his finger and asked what this innate ability gives. Han stood on the stage, asking if he had an innate ability. The player was covered in sweat and answered in the negative. The guide smiled and explained that people usually don't have them, so there's no need to worry about that. Gutching looked away. He then looked at his status window, where 2 innate abilities were indicated. The auditorium of Paradise High School. The main character opened his mouth in shock. He looked at the text, thinking that it was most likely related to his dreams. Khan brought the microphone to his mouth and said that they would immediately proceed to the next procedure. He smiled broadly and asked the people to activate the mark level, and just like last time, they could do it with their thoughts. The fat man turned around and asked what he was talking about. The others were also perplexed. The girl touched her face. She held up one finger, trying to activate the mark. Then, an orange badge appeared above her head. The guy standing next to her repeated after her. A similar sign appeared above his head. 5 players activated their markers. The Khan took a stack of papers. Then he threw them into the crowd. The sheets shone. Large bags immediately appeared on the floor. As the blonde picked them up, the guide said that as a normal bonus, those with the bronze mark would be given 1 random box. There could also be an invitation bonus, but none of them had one. The manager carried the bags forward. She gave it to Sora. the guys immediately began to open them. The man looked to the side and noticed that someone had a silver mark. He smiled broadly and added that he was looking forward to their training this time. Kansuk smiled contentedly. Ciara was silent. 2 more contracts flew into the air. The same number of bags appeared on the floor. They were gray, and Han said that these players would be provided with 2 random boxes as a regular bonus. The blonde man licked his lips. The girl looked indifferent, even when the host announced that she had received 1 invitation bonus. The main character turned around. He flinched as the guide yelled for him to activate his mark. The man closed his eyes and recalled the mechanism of this action. Then he opened one eye. After that, the guide's eyes bulged with shock. Above Gutchin's head was a golden mark. Han opened his mouth wide and thought that he had only heard of such a mark, and now for the first time he was seeing it with his own eyes, and there was only one person with such a mark in the entire history. The man turned around and sighed. His assistant laughed softly, and he quickly cleaned himself up. With trembling hands, the guide announced that there was an important person here. The main character looked down, ignoring the whispers around him. A yellow bag appeared on the floor. The girl handed it to the player. Then she winked and gave him a thumbs up. After that, she walked away, and Han asked the young man to open his bonuses immediately. The gambling addict discovered this, and the system reported receiving 5,000 points, a survivor's badge, and updating the diary of a certain student. Gutching looked at the screen dumbfounded. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Inside the bag were several brightly shining boxes. The guide raised his hand and said that the guy could just open them. It should be easy. The main character opened the box. There was a white light inside. The system reported the awakening of an innate ability. He froze, looking at this text. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly as the system notified of the awakening of an innate ability called 9 Eyes. The protagonist looked up. Suddenly he looked away. A green screen could be seen in front of Sayer. There was information about this girl. Then the gambling addict looked in the other direction. A similar window appeared next to Sungjin. Next to Sora, it was the same. The guy was covered in sweat and thought that only the players themselves should see information about themselves. He opened 2 more boxes and received a scroll. Gutchwing opened his mouth in amazement when the system reported the development of the ability and the awakening of the left branch. The yellow color of the eyes meant that attention was required. Orange meant that you should not approach. And finally, red meant that an immediate retreat was required. The main character covered his face from the blinding light and sighed loudly. He saw the silhouette of a woman who said that he had beautiful eyes. The protagonist's mother sat in front of him, saying that they were as beautiful as the 7 colors of the rainbow. The gambling addict pressed his palm to his face, and the guide asked loudly if he had opened all the boxes. An assistant was standing next to him, and Gutching replied that he had done it. The man froze in shock and thought that the necessary boxes would give them incredible benefits. However, there was no concern for balance. The young man looked up and said that a message had appeared telling him to open the status window. Han opened his eyes wide and thought that this guy's abilities had improved, and if that was all, then he could continue. Then he leaned over to the microphone and said loudly that it was time to start. Someone was smiling, someone looked scared, and someone did not express emotions at all. Suddenly, a loud rick rang out in the stadium. The girl, raising her palm, asked to wait. Her expression was serious. Khan opened his mouth wide and asked what had happened and explained that they would be starting soon. Stretching out her hand to the side, the lady clarified that he wouldn't give them anything. Opening his jaw, the guide replied that they would not receive anything, and bonuses were only for those with invitations. The lady, looking ahead, wondered if they had not been invited, and what was the difference between them. Closing his eyes, the man said that everything was simple. Pointing with his palm at the people, the gentleman said that these guests had been invited after a strict assessment. Pointing his finger at the players, Khan added that they had been dragged here under contract. Lowering his gaze, the guide asked if Sana hadn't received abundant compensation in reality. The lady then clenched her fist in displeasure. The guide, reaching for his pocket, thought that there would be enough explanations, and suggested that we start. Suddenly, someone tapped his foot on the floor, and the question was heard, "What do you mean, enough explanations?" The man, frowning angrily, exclaimed that they had to explain everything more precisely, and then clarified why he had gathered them all. Holding the phone in his hand, the guidebook said that soon they would find out for themselves, and it was too late. Sweat flowed sharply down the gentleman's face. The Khan lifted the corners of his lips. Users took out their gadgets. A notification was visible on the screen, which said that the first training mission escape from the auditorium was about to begin, and the diary of the unknown student was updated. Leaning forward, the guide wished everyone an entertaining school year and good luck. The guys opened their jaws in bewilderment. Gui-chan, looking at his phone, read that he had to escape from the auditorium and get to the waiting area of the 2nd floor, the main building of the school, and the remaining time was 4 hours. It seemed as if the main character was sitting on a chair. The guys looked sharply to the side and asked what was happening. Then the protagonist stood up. The player frowned seriously. There was a view of the red door, and then the young man wondered if he should approach the red door. Suddenly, someone knocked the entrance. The hinge of the door fell to the floor. Users raised eyebrows in fear. A second later, there was another shot on goal. The ceiling of the room was visible, and one of the players exclaimed that they should block it. The girl abruptly grabbed a chair. Sora frowned seriously, and at the same moment her brother turned to her. The lady put the seat against the door. Sweat was dripping down her cheek. The guys tried to hold back the onslaught of the enemy. Opening his mouth wide, Sandman shouted that they should block the door. The enemy inflicted powerful blows on the iron. Then one of the players fell to his knees. Some users rushed to help their comrades. The young man clenched his jaw sharply. Gui-chan was holding a phone in his hand. Looking at the screen, the main character muttered that this was the diary of an unknown student. The protagonist's eyes widened as he read that the door they were so desperately blocking had become useless. Because during the commotion, he had somehow found a hole. The bodies of the guys were covered with sweat. The man, parting his lips, asked if it was gone, to which he received a positive answer. A moment later, Sora sat down on the floor. Kansuk crossed his arms and said that there had been tension here from the very beginning, and goosebumps went down his hands. The blonde, raising his hand, said that he needed to go and start looking for this place. Suddenly the gentleman, opening his mouth wide, turned to him. Then the guy turned around. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man asked if he was being addressed. The man in the suit, looking ahead, clarified what his plan was. The player replied that he wanted to look around, after which the man, standing behind him, asked him again. Stretching out his index finger, the user noticed that she was like her. A girl was standing on the stage. Siora looked away in surprise. The lady drew back the curtains. The master spread his hands in different directions and asked what he was looking for, and then Kansuk said that he had no idea, and added that the door was locked, which meant they had to find everything they could. Smiling slightly, the man in the suit said that he was right, and they should help too. Frowning in displeasure, the guy said that he should do what he wanted, but he was not here to give orders. Through the sweat on his face, the man asked if it would be better if they helped. The back of the player's head appeared, and he replied that he did not know, and perhaps not. The gentleman rounded his eyes in bewilderment. Raising his hand, the young man said that he should do what he wanted, and they would go about their business, and at the same moment the man in the suit called him a bastard. Suddenly, he heard that Kansuk was a minor loser, which made his legs shake. The user looked up. Clenching her fists, Sana exclaimed that he was selfish, and also clarified whether in such a situation he thinks only about himself. Turning around, the guy asked what she had said. Opening her mouth wide, the girl shouted that he couldn't see all these people, and added that there were women and children here. The young man bit his lips thoughtfully. The lady's expression was displeased. The guys looked forward attentively. Then the player smiled slightly. Kansuk narrowed his eyes and explained that there were already many of them, and then asked what she wanted from him. Lowering her eyebrows, Sana replied that that was why they offered to help. Closing his eyes, the user asked for help. The girls frowned angrily. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked why she was throwing all the ballast on him, which made the lady very angry. Looking ahead, the young man said that they were useless ballast, and he saw that they wanted to use it, so let them get out of his sight. The lady clenched her fist sharply. Suddenly, Sora, approaching the guys, asked them to stop, and at the same moment said that they needed any help, and they should work together, not fight with each other. Pointing his finger at her, the blonde man offered her to unite, and added that he would take her brother again. Parting his lips, the player clarified why he was taking them. Kansuk lowered his eyebrows and remarked that unlike them, the two of them would be useful to them. Sana's fingers clenched angrily and asked how he could know who was helpful and who wasn't. Smiling slightly, the guy said that everything was simple. Brother and sister were visible, and the user explained that these two were invited. Standing in front of the crowd, the young man said that they had been dragged here by contracts. The lady closed her eyes abruptly. Turning his head, the blonde turned to the guy. The back of the main character appeared. Gui-chan turned his gaze to the side. Holding out his palm, Kansuk asked if he didn't want to finish his training, and then said that it would be easy if he joined them. The protagonist bit his lips thoughtfully. Everyone was looking in his direction. Sora, crossing her fingers, muttered that she should help and not leave these people here. The warrior lowered his eyebrows sharply. The clairvoyant then frowned seriously. People were in a green aura. Looking at the door, the main character thought of the color green. The guy was surrounded by orange. The girl carefully directed her gaze forward. Gui-chan pursed his lips thoughtfully. After a moment, the protagonist lowered his head. A red flash appeared below him, and he was also advised to retreat immediately. The guys raised their heads sharply. Suddenly, everything shook, and people did not understand what was happening. Sandman, through the sweat on his face, wondered if it was an earthquake. The warrior, his mouth wide open, shouted that everyone should run. A second later, the players rushed in different directions. Users quickly moved their arms and legs. Suddenly someone stumbled. The guy hit the floor. Sora turned to her brother. Taking him by the shoulder, the girl exclaimed that she had to hurry. A round shadow appeared. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. Suddenly, a lot of hooks appeared. The man, raising his eyebrows, asked what it was. The lady turned her head and said that she had to go. A sharp chain was visible. She headed towards the guys. The gun quickly cut through the air. Then the lady pushed the young man away. Suddenly, Sungjin fell to the floor. The player opened his jaw sharply. His sister spread her arms in different directions. The girl rounded her eyes in surprise. A powerful blow rang out. The chains could be seen pulling the lady along. The user, stretching out his palm, called his close relative, and at the same time, Sandman said that she needed to be caught. The gentleman, turning around, asked to hold the child and not move. The lady's legs appeared. The guys tried to pull her out. Gui-chan bit his lips thoughtfully. Opening his mouth wide, the guy said that they should not stand still, but help them. Suddenly, a girl in a red dress rushed from her seat. The main character, through the sweat on his face, wondered if it was too late. The young man was holding his sister by the leg. The protagonist stared ahead in surprise. Turning around, Sungjin asked for help. There was a crowd of people behind the warrior, and they clarified that shouldn't he do something, and if this was the person who had the golden mark. The clairvoyant closed his eyes abruptly. Suddenly, Gui-chang took off. An unusual cry was heard, causing the players to raise their eyebrows in bewilderment. Suddenly, a splash of blood appeared. Sora's body began to spin rapidly. The guys could not stand on their feet. Users clenched their jaws in surprise. The girl was covered with red spots. Then her feet hit the floor. Sungjin rushed towards his sister and addressed her. The guy grabbed the lady by the shoes. An unusual cry was heard again, causing the young man's eyes to bulge. Suddenly the player opened his mouth wide. The players raised their eyebrows in shock. The main character looked forward attentively. Sora's bloody limbs were visible. Suddenly the girl's head appeared. The man turned his gaze to the side. A terrible monster appeared. People trembled at the sight of the huge monster. A moment later, the evil spirits opened their jaws furiously. The unusual creature kicked the floor. Users abruptly rushed from their seats. The lady could be seen hiding behind a small closet. The crowd ran towards the door. The lady in the red dress tried to unlock it. The guy pushed her and shouted that she should stand aside. Then the big man lifted a chair above him. The young man moved his legs quickly. Suddenly, the player threw a stool at the opponent. The piece of furniture rushed forward abruptly. A powerful blow rang out. The monster broke the leg of the chair. In a second, the stool fell to the floor. The guys were pushing the door, and one of them shouted that they should open it. Suddenly, the monster flew above the people. The evil spirits crushed one of the players with their foot. Users, running away from the enemy, called for help. Suddenly, a terrible creature tore off the guy's head. The monster continued to swing its chains. Then the monster stuck out its tongue. Suddenly, the guys opened the door. Gui-chang sighed heavily. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered why he was so calm. Moving his legs, the protagonist wondered if it was because everything was unreal. Then the warrior stopped in place. The clairvoyant lowered his gaze. The guy threw a stick with his foot. The young man abruptly grabbed the iron pipe. Twisting it in his hand, the teenager realized that the answer was already there. Gui-chang gripped his new weapon tightly. The main character got into a fighting stance. Frowning seriously, the protagonist muttered that it was an unusual beast. One of the players looked back. People could be seen running down the street. Kan-suk gave a thumbs up and said they were going there. At the same time, San-min sighed heavily. Suddenly, users ran in different directions. The guy turned his head towards the open doors. Then the young man looked at the guys. Drool was flowing from the monster's mouth. The warrior placed the iron pipe on his shoulder. Suddenly, the monster swung his hand. The clairvoyant was surrounded by a powerful aura. Gui-chang threw a stick at his opponent. The evil spirits abruptly fell to their knees. The pupils of the terrible creature quickly narrowed. The monster turned its head in bewilderment. An iron pipe appeared. The weapon hit the floor. The main character rounded his eyes in puzzlement. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist wondered what he had just done. At the same time, the players tried to unlock the door. Manhwa gripped the handle tightly. Kan-suk parted his lips and noticed that he would not open it by brute force. Then the guy turned his gaze to the side. San-min walked towards the flower. The young man grabbed the pot abruptly. Smiling slightly, the player said that this was expected from the person with the invitation, because his head is in the right place, and most likely that's why he has an invitation. Suddenly, the user broke the window. San-min beat his palms off the dust. The guy put his hand through the broken glass. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. A formidable monster appeared. Opening his mouth wide, the young man shouted that it had come out. The monster was behind the guys. Opening his jaw, Kan-suk exclaimed that let them open it already. The player looked carefully ahead. San-min could be seen moving his legs quickly. The hole in the floor was surrounded by red spots. Gui-chan looked at her and realized that she was from a diary. The main character noticed traces of blood. The protagonist imagined the girl's body. Biting his lips, the warrior thought that if he hadn't been so indecisive, maybe she would have survived. There was a pulpit on the stage. The lady's legs were shaking with fear. Holding her head, the player muttered that she needed to open her eyes because she had come here knowing what was going to happen here. Her expression was confused. Then Seora opened one eye. The user looked sideways. The lady was looking around the corner. At the same moment, Gui-chan was illuminating the dark corridor with a lantern. The main character frowned seriously. Yellow light fell along the aisle. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist wondered if he needed to come here, and at the same time, the system reported that Kan-suk, Hyun-sik, and Manhwa had arrived at the second floor of the waiting area. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the warrior asked if they were already there. A map of the second floor of the main building was visible. Suddenly, one of the doors turned red. Parting his lips, the clairvoyant could not understand what it was. The back of the main character appeared. Gui-chan turned sharply. A light appeared in the distance of the corridor. Sweat was dripping down the protagonist's cheek, and at the same moment a notification came to the phone. The warrior swallowed in fear. The player's legs were visible. The guy, illuminating the space in front of him, asked if it was here. A guy in a bandana walked down a dark corridor with a phone in his hand. Gui-chan quietly hid behind the wall. Suddenly, his eyes noticeably increased in size. A green glow surrounded the silhouette of the stranger. In the shadows, the outline of a man's face could be seen, and the main character noticed that the color had not changed. Lowering the corners of his lips, the warrior did not understand what he was doing. Bulging his pupils, the protagonist decided to open the status window. At the same moment, a hologram of the screen appeared in front of his face, on which the name was written. In the distance of the dark corridor, a bright flash of light appeared. Sandman tried to cover his face with his hand and asked who it was. Closing one eye, the guy clarified whether the stranger was the bearer of the gold mark. The clairvoyant confidently took step by step forward. Gui Chang illuminated the silhouette of his interlocutor with the flashlight of his phone. Smiling, the young man with the bronze mark noticed that his search had taken quite a long time. Tilting his head to the side, the main character asked why he needed it. Raising his palm, Saming suggested that he do it together, after which he added that as he had already noticed, it would be difficult to do it alone, even if there was a gold mark. Lowering his chin, the warrior clarified why it was him, and whether he would have a better chance if he joined the team of the guy with the silver mark. Putting his finger forward, the young man asked if it was true that he was being tested. The protagonist closed his lips in confusion. The stranger had sunglasses on his head, and he confessed that he was a man who endured injustice better than disadvantage, and then added that they had already said that they were on their own, so they would not care whether he was with them or not. Suddenly, the clairvoyant's eyes lit up brightly. Near the silhouette of the interlocutor, Gui Chang noticed his status window, which said that this person is self-centered and only looking for profit, as well as being extraordinary and has a penetrating gaze, to which the main character said in his mind that he was not very sure about this. The warrior's pupils reflected the glare of light. The protagonist stood in front of a guy in a green bandana and stated that he would ask him one question. There was a memory of the girl falling backwards. The bearer of the bronze mark bent his arm at the elbow. Turning his head back, the young man shouted that he could not stand still, and that they should help them, when suddenly the clairvoyant remembered that when that lady was dragged away by the monster, he was the first to rush to save her. Raising his palm, the protagonist revealed that he thought he was someone who could not tolerate injustice better than disadvantage, and then inquired about how he benefited from saving her. Sanming lowered the corners of his lips in sadness when the warrior remarked that if something had not gone according to plan, he could have died. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that everything was simple, because he just wanted to ingratiate himself with them, namely with her and other participants too. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked him again. Putting his fingers to her chin, the bearer of the bronze mark explained that if he had saved her, they would have been indebted to him for the rest of his life, and would have done anything he wanted to repay him, and then added that the same applied to the others, and if he had been in trouble, he would have been helped. Lowering his eyelids slightly, the young man muttered that in the end everything had failed. Closing his lips, Gicheng assumed in his mind that he had thought everything through carefully, and was sure that he was speaking so openly that he would be trusted. Holding out his palms in front of him, Sandman asked to listen to him, because if he took him, he would follow his orders, after which he said that he was ready to risk for him. Lowering his chin, the main character clarified whether it would be a hierarchy instead of an equal relationship, and what he would get from it. Putting his fingers to his chest, the young man said that he would be trained alive, and that he saw it in such a way that he had a better chance of surviving with him than with any other team. With his eyes widened, Guchan thought about the fact that his interlocutor was telling all the secrets, although he could be seen through, but he was not afraid to show it. An image of a guy with a silver mark appeared, and the main character decided that it was much easier to negotiate with the bearer of the bronze mark than with another. Stretching out his palm forward, the warrior asked to be called by the name of Sora. Gritting his teeth in alarm, Sanming remarked that it sounded like a woman's name, and then introduced himself, and said that he would make sure to repay him. The protagonist abruptly turned his back on him, and said that there was nothing to pay for yet, because they had not done anything yet. Turning his head back, the bearer of the bronze mark asked what he was going to do, and added that he would listen to his plan. Illuminating the path ahead with the flashlight of his phone, the clairvoyant said that they must find her. Shifting his gaze behind his back, Gui-chan explained that they needed to understand the reason why they were given 4 hours. The room was covered with a magic net. Blood stains spread on the walls of the room. There was a view of a large building under the night sky. The glass panel in front of the entrance was broken. Frightened people were hiding behind bushes in the street. The man raised his eyebrows in confusion and said that the main entrance was blocked by an invisible wall, and there was a monster in the auditorium. The woman stroked the child's head and asked what they should do now, to which she was told that the only way out was to go up to the 2nd floor, and judging by the way the others did it, they just needed to climb the stairs. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the man in the suit shouted that if he had known that this would happen, he would have followed them. Gritting his teeth, the citizen exclaimed that it was all because they had turned the other way, while the lady muttered that she only wanted to get out. Sana stood behind, lowering the corners of her lips. Suddenly, the girl drew attention to the guy behind her. The woman with jewelry on her arms turned her head to the side and asked what they were going to do and if they had any ideas. Putting his fingers to his face, the man sighed thoughtfully. Suddenly, his gaze swept forward. A silhouette of a man appeared outside one of the windows of the building. Smiling maliciously, the gentleman replied that he had an idea. Holding his head with both hands, Saming asked if his partner was saying that the mission was easy, but they had been given a lot of time, to which Saming replied that it was true, since the auditorium was quite close to the main building, and even with the monster as an anomaly, 4 hours was too long. Looking down, the guy in the green bandana thought that this was true, because the Kansuk he had met before had long since finished. Walking ahead of his ally, Gui-chan noticed that this wasn't the only mission. After all, there would be at least a few more, when he was suddenly asked why they had so much time in this case. The back of the main character appeared, who explained that this was done so that they could find what they needed. With frightened pupils, the young man asked if it was some kind of weapon to kill the monster, to which the monster replied that he could not say that it did not exist, but that was not what he was looking for. Suddenly, the warrior placed both feet next to each other. Abruptly opening the doors, the protagonist said that this is where they will find out. Sanming's eyes noticeably shrank in size from anxiety, and he wondered what kind of place it was. Holding the door with his palm, the clairvoyant replied that it was the main building. Lowering his chin, the man asked if the interlocutor understood what was being said. Frightened people sat on the ground next to each other. Rounding her eyes, the girl asked if they really had to do it. The man in the suit looked at her and asked if she had a better plan, after which he added that if there was, then it should be told. Folding her hands in displeasure, the woman was indignant that he wanted to say that they would die here. Suddenly, Sana turned her head towards the lady. A drop of sweat ran down her mother's cheek. Tightly clenching his hands into fists, the player said that if no one had any objections, then they would proceed, and then offered to look for a suitable one. At the same second, the heroes began to look at all the bushes next to them. A guy with glasses crawled on the ground. Inflating a bubble of gum, the user clarified how long he would sit like this. It was as if Sungjin pressed his head to his knees. Sana patted him on the back and said that she understood his feelings, but he couldn't give up now, and then added that he had reasons to be here. Squinting his eyes in fear, the player was silent. Raising her eyebrows in confusion, the girl asked if he wanted his sister to die in vain. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in alarm. Sitting on the ground, the teenager remembered Sora's appearance, when suddenly someone exclaimed that he had found it. Raising his hand up, the guy with glasses shouted that it was here. Grabbing the collar of his shirt with his fingers, the man told everyone to get ready. It seemed as if the girl was leaning over one of the desks in the office. Lowering her chin, Siora went out with relief. Holding the paper in her hands, the player said that she had found it. Suddenly, a tall black shadow appeared behind her. The lady trembled with fear at what she saw. A monster with a gear in its back was moving along the corridor. At the same second, the user hid under the table. Lowering its head, the monster began to sniff. A moment later, a sinister smile of the undead appeared behind the glass. Siora tried to cover her mouth with both hands. The ferocious creature walked past the window. Suddenly, small shards flew off the glass. The stone fell right next to the girl's feet. The monster with sharp fangs abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. A guy in glasses was approaching the entrance to the building. Snapping his fingers, the man exclaimed happily. The lady wrapped both hands around the young man's muscles and declared that he was simply the best. When he cried out that he said he was a pitcher on the baseball team. Folding her arms in displeasure, the woman offered to go, to which the man in the suit asked her to wait, because they had to make sure that he entered before going. Putting his palm to his forehead, the player said that he still did not see it. There was a view of a huge building, in the windows of which the light was not on. Suddenly, the wooden door began to open. Bloody hooks appeared in the cracks. Sayer's eyes greatly increased in size from fear. A huge monster stuck its long tongue out of its mouth. The lady closed her eyes sharply. At the same moment, the sinister monster noticed shards of glass on the floor. The undead stared straight ahead. The team of players tried to run quickly between the bushes. A moment later, the terrifying creature jumped out of the building. Turning his head back, the man told the others to run. Drops of sweat dripped down the faces of frightened users. Grabbing the girl's hand, the guy in glasses exclaimed that they needed to go back. Sticking its long tongue out of its mouth, the monster began to scream loudly. Suddenly, the player tripped his foot over a small rock on the road. The pupils of the sinister monster sharply decreased in size. At the same moment, the undead rushed to attack the guy who fell to the ground. The young man opened his mouth in alarm when he saw the huge creature. A stone abruptly flew into the head of the evil spirits. Behind him stood a guy in glasses. Turning back, the terrifying monster began to roar loudly. The heroes ran away. A house stood in their way. The man immediately grabbed the door handle. The guys ran into the building. Sana trembled and looked around. Her friends distracted the monster. Placing his hand on the doorframe, the stranger asked what she was doing and asked her to go inside at once. The girl obeyed and entered the building. The door immediately slammed shut. The handle locked. The girl threw up her hand and asked what was going on. The survivor pointed to the monster and asked if it was not clear that they could not be saved. The player wondered why they closed the door. The man turned away and replied that they needed to buy time. Sana raised her eyebrows and tried to protest, but her ally interrupted her and asked if she thought it was possible to survive without getting her hands dirty. Looking back, he stated that it was too selfish and asked her not to let her sense of justice kill them all. The stranger walked away. The woman scratched her cheek awkwardly. She took the child's hand and told them to go. The girl stretched out her hand and sighed heavily. Sungjin lowered his gaze. The girl looked at him and asked if her friend thought so too. The boy raised his eyebrows and replied that they couldn't have saved them themselves. The guy looked away. Sandman lit the way with the flashlight of his phone. In front was the sign of the Zoe store. The main character looked up and remembered that the guide did not mention it, but no one asked. Gui-chan frowned and added that he was referring to the time frame and conditions for training. The young man looked at his friend in surprise. Standing behind him, The survivor decided that this man had a gold mark for a reason. The trainee frowned and realized that he had to stay with him because Kan-suk was no match for him. The boy reached out to open the door. She flinched when the student stopped him. The high school student put his hands on his friend's shoulders and asked him to leave it to him, because they both know what is there. Sanming swung his fist and offered to use it for such situations. The light of the lantern illuminated the cash register. There were various goods in the windows. The young man walked between the rows. The survivor slowly moved forward. The guy was waiting for him outside the door. The warrior looked up. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The sign exuded powerful energy. The door of the store opened. The participant of the training waved his hand and said that everything was clean. The player closed his eyes and suggested that we first look for food and something for emergencies. The guys entered the store. The student closed the bag and stated that they could beat the monster to death with it. The psychic threw his bag over his shoulder. The high school student looked at her in surprise and remembered that they had divided everything equally. The main character lowered his gaze and thought about the power of the golden mark. Walking between the display cases, Sanming asked if they should look for weapons. Gui-chang suggested that they first go upstairs to check something. There was a staircase in the hallway. The boy explained that they would be on the second floor of the waiting room if they went upstairs. The young man raised his hand to his forehead and asked how he knew this. The guy handed him his phone. The survivor opened his mouth in surprise and stated that he did not have such a card. The warrior replied that it was a privilege. The training participant scratched his chin and suggested that now they did not need to get up. The player pointed his finger at the screen. It depicted the plan of the building. The psychic pointed out the red dots, which were originally blue but changed their color. As soon as Kan-suk entered the house, the student asked if it bothered him. The main character raised his eyebrows and asked if this could be a coincidence. The high school student covered his mouth with his hand and agreed with him. Suddenly, Sanmin's eyes widened and decided that this was their goal. Gui-chan denied it because it wasn't in the conditions. The youth clenched his fist and concluded that they could only check it out for themselves. The boy walked up to the stairs and looked up. The survivor hid around the corner. He beckoned to his friend with his hand. They slowly began to climb the stairs. Pointing to the door, the participant assumed that it led to the corridor of the first floor, and asked if they should go there. The guy looked at the aisle and replied that they already had everything they needed, so they didn't have to take any chances. The heroes went further. Suddenly, the student opened his mouth in surprise. The warrior's eyes widened in amazement. They shone. The path was blocked by a bar. The high school student scratched his chin and realized that this was the end. The player suggested exploring the first floor. Sanming looked at him intensely. The psychic explained that it would be the end if the monster came now. The young man trembled with fear and felt goosebumps run down his spine. There was an exit sign above the door. The guys put their ears to her. The main character nodded when his friend suggested going inside, because it was quite quiet there. The doors opened. The heroes covered their noses when they smelled a terrible smell. The entire corridor was covered in blood. The survivor looked around and decided that it looked unfriendly. Gui-chan shuddered. His eyes lit up. The corridor turned golden. The boy frowned and realized that it was better for them not to approach. The participant of the training turned around and offered to get up again and check if the grate was rubber. The guy looked down and thought about being able to distinguish things with his skill. The warrior went back to the stairs and decided to try it. The guys approached the blocked passage. The student reached for the bars and decided that they were unlikely to be energized. The player raised his eyebrows and asked him to wait. His green eyes lit up. The psychic stared at the grate in surprise when he found out that it was colorless. The high school student looked at him and asked what that meant. The main character frowned sternly and realized that this is not normal, that the bars do not glow green. Gui-chang stretched out his hand forward. The monster looked around. The young man knitted his eyebrows in fright. The girl took him by the sleeve and they trembled. The monster took a step forward. The guys joined hands. The beast pounced on them. The survivor grabbed his girlfriend by the wrist. They ran away. The participant's face was covered with sweat. The player looked around and noticed that the enemy was no longer there. The woman covered her mouth with her hand in horror and called out to him. The monster was standing right in front of them. The monster swung the line. It threw its hook forward. The heroes rounded their eyes in fright. The stranger looked at her lover dumbfounded. The weapon sliced his head in half. The beast spread its arms to the sides. Blood sprinkled his face. A terrible scream was heard over the building. The guys turned around. The man gritted his teeth tensely. He ran to the stairs. Unexpectedly, the survivor stepped into a pool of blood. The monster flinched when he heard this. The monster looked around and looked at the building. The window was broken. The sound came from the doorway. There was a ladder there. The heroes ran up it. The beast opened its mouth wide and roared. The children looked back in fright. Sungjin nodded when his friend suggested that he leave here. Sana looked away. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and began the countdown. Then she grabbed her friend by the arm and ran forward. The monster was directly above them. The monster landed on all fours. The girl raised her hand in horror. The beast flashed its burning eyes and screamed. The student bit her lower lip and called out to her friend. The boy frowned resolutely. He put his hand in his bag. The guy took out a bomb from there. The schoolboy took it with both hands. The player turned the two halves of the grenade in different directions. The survivor waved his hand and wished the enemy death. A participant in the training threw a bomb directly into the face of the enemy. It spun in the air. The monster opened its mouth in fright. The two halves of the grenade began to move. The division showed that there was a second left before the explosion. The projectile activated above the monster's head. A bright light illuminated the room, and the guys ran on. The glow was visible even on the street. The woman opened her mouth in surprise. The beast narrowed his eyes. The demon looked ahead, puzzled. However, his victims were no longer in the corridor. The monster came around the corner. Someone stretched out his hands to the bars. The stranger grabbed the bars. The man opened his mouth wide and began to scream. The survivor frowned and asked for help. Suddenly, a notification appeared above his head that a new user had been registered. The bars began to move out of the ground. Soon they were all up. The passage was cleared. The participant of the training smiled happily. He looked around and decided that it should work. However, his wife and child remained behind bars. The girl rounded her eyes in fright. The stranger grabbed the bars and asked what had happened. The man tried to break them, but it was all in vain. The woman opened her mouth wide and called out to her husband. The little girl began to cry. The survivor closed his eyes and asked them to wait a while. The participant looked around. He ran forward, looking around. At the other end of the corridor someone was sitting. The player looked away. Kan-suk and his team are located against the wall. The stranger raised his eyebrows and asked them for help. The boy scratched his ear and asked why he was screaming like that. The man pointed behind his back and explained that the iron bars did not open. The guy waved his hand and said that at this age you need to learn to solve your own problems. Suddenly the student pursed his lips. The survivor fell to his knees and asked for help, because the monster could appear at any moment. Grinning in displeasure, the schoolboy said that this put him in a difficult position, and realized that he had to help so that he would not be considered bad. The training participant closed his eyes and continued to beg for help. The student got to his feet and shook himself off. The bully raised his index finger and explained that he did not do so, but he could try once. The player looked around when a shout was heard. The stranger raised his head in fright. The man rushed down the corridor. He froze in place and opened his eyes wide. His wife and child were hanging upside down. The monster held them by the legs. Bully took a step forward. Kan-suk put his hands behind his head and concluded that they were too late. The survivor gritted his teeth. A participant in the training grabbed an ally by the hand and asked for help. The boy frowned in displeasure. The guy wrenched his hand from his friend's grip. Then the student pointed to the red button on the wall. The player looked at her in surprise. The panel shown, the schoolboy explained that the grill would open if you pressed this button, but it was too late. The stranger stretched out his hand to her and shouted that this was not the case at all. His finger froze in midair as the student asked if he could kill the beast. The bully grinned and decided that he should have investigated everything here more carefully instead of begging for help, because life is not so simple. The girl opened her mouth wide and called out to her husband. The man closed his eyes and trembled. The bully knitted his eyebrows slyly and declared that they would all die here if the bars opened. The survivor's eyes widened in horror. Holding out his hand, Kan-suk said that it was his choice and promised not to hold a grudge against him. The woman called her husband, trying to escape from the clutches of the monster. The child cried with fear. The participant lowered his head and bit his lower lip. The main character grabbed the bars. Gui-chan looked up when the notification announced that a new user had been registered. The boy knitted his eyebrows tensely. The grate immediately opened. Sandman opened his mouth in surprise and asked how this was possible. The guy replied that he did not know. The warrior went up the stairs. The young man said that they could not enter there, and asked what would happen if there were traps. Suddenly, the bars closed right in front of him. The student's eyes widened in fright. The player looked around and assumed that the gate was programmed to let only one person pass. The high school student asked what he should do now. The survivor smiled awkwardly. The psychic silently went on. A participant in the training stretched out his hand to him and asked if his friend would leave him here just like that. The main character stopped. He noticed a red button on the wall. Gui-chan pressed it. The bars rose up again. Sandman walked forward and looked around. The bars closed after him. The young man put his hand to his chest and said that for a second he believed that his friend was going to leave him. The boy smiled and confessed that he had thought about it. The student raised his hand and suggested that it was just a joke. Suddenly the guy shuddered. On the staircase there were children from the school. Screams were heard from around the corner. At the end of the corridor there were two red eyes. The girl begged her husband to open the bars. The monster was holding the victim's leg. The stranger gritted his teeth. Kan-suk watched him with interest. Suddenly, the student looked to the side and asked if they had decided to work in a team. The high school student stood behind the warrior. The player looked around. There was another button on the wall. The schoolboy raised his hand and warned that this old man was the only one who could open it. Sanming turned his head and concluded that only the person who first touched the grate could open it again. The psychic cast a stern glance at his ally. The bully smiled slyly. The heroes looked ahead in horror when there was a crash. The monster struck the bars with his hand. The beast bared its fangs furiously. Bully knitted his eyebrows confidently and told the others not to be afraid, because the enemy could not enter as long as the bars were closed. The man trembled with fear. The survivor looked at the red button. The woman hugged her daughter to her and screamed. The protagonist frowned and wondered if there was anything he could do to help. A bag hung on his shoulder. Gui-chan opened it. The young man put his hand on his shoulder. He closed his eyes and shook his head. The student looked away. The guys looked attentively at their comrade. The participant gritted his teeth and cried. The boy sadly knitted his eyebrows and realized that this was not their decision. Kan-suk smirked. The stranger lowered his head and asked his relatives for forgiveness. The girl and her daughter opened their mouths wide and screamed. The monster shook them in the air. The man closed his eyes so as not to see it. There was a terrible shadow of a monster on the floor. Blood sprinkled the bars. The high school student covered his mouth with his hand. The beast wiped his chin with his hand. After that, the creature left. The survivor fell to the floor and cried bitterly. The disciple crossed his arms over his chest. Opening his eyes wide, the schoolboy said that it was the right choice, and wished the dead to rest in peace. The bully turned away and waved his hand. The bully went away with his comrades. Sanming put his hand on his friend's shoulder. The guy thought that they could not save them, and would have died just like that. The participant of the training clutched his head. The deceased woman was lying next to her child. Frowning, the warrior realized that the world wasn't always like this, and wondered what he would do in such a situation. Standing still, the player asked himself what would happen if Manhwa was caught. The psychic looked down thoughtfully. The stranger was standing around the corner next to the stairs. Kansuk and his comrades were sitting in the office. The main character was sitting on a sofa nearby. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked him to be on his guard, because paradise was an even crazier place. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise and asked if it wasn't paradise, since it was the name of the high school. The student looked at him puzzled and asked if the owner of the golden mark didn't know this. The player looked down and replied that it happened. The high school student threw up his hand and decided not to interrogate him, because everyone here has their own circumstances. The psychic looked around when the survivor revealed that this place was just a gateway to paradise. Frowning, the protagonist remembered his conversation with Hannah and understood what she meant. The participant looked at the trembling stranger and said that he did not know why his entire family was participating. The man collapsed to the ground. Sanming said that one can only guess what kind of life they lived before, and was outraged that this man brought his wife and daughter to such a place. Raising his eyebrows, Guichang reminded that everyone has their own story, and explained that you can't learn something without feeling it for yourself. The young man threw up his hand and said that he did not really want to know the story of this old man. The guys were sitting on the sofa when a strange sound was heard. A notification appeared above the boy's head that someone had arrived at the waiting room on the second floor. Seora climbed the stairs and entered the room. Kansuk smirked and called her untouchable. The girl pursed her lips. She walked past the rest of the guys. The girl sat down against the wall. The student pulled the hood over her head. The bully slyly knitted his eyebrows and grinned. The guy looked up and concluded that this was the six. The student turned to him and asked what was the matter. The path to the waiting room was blocked by a bar. They were rusty bars that registered whoever first touched them as a user. There was a button on the wall that gave the right to open and close the passage. There were only 6 such bars on the map. The bully was sitting on the windowsill. His team took 3 bars. The warrior frowned and realized that he had taken another one for himself. The 5th belonged to a stranger who was sitting against the wall. The psychic narrowed his eyes and said that the remaining gate was taken by Seora. The main character looked at the guys and said that they owned 3 bars out of 6. The high school student asked what it gives them. Guichang raised his eyebrows and replied that the remaining people had a 50% chance of coming to their bars. The survivor opened his mouth in surprise and confirmed it. The boy frowned and asked if they would let the others in so easily. The participant of the training opened his eyes wide. A bright light illuminated the staircase. The guys went up to the second floor. Sana shuddered in amazement. The passage further was blocked by a bar. The girl looked up in fright and asked why the gate was closed. The woman pushed her aside. The stranger grabbed the bars and asked if anyone was there. The apprentice brought a finger to his lips and asked her to be quiet so that the monster wouldn't hear them. The scoundrel took a step forward and asked who it could be. Footsteps were heard on the stairs. The heroes opened their mouths in shock. Kansuk walked over to the grate and asked how they got here, especially the whining woman. The survivor frowned furiously and asked what he had just called her. The participant of the training looked away when the young man said that he did not mean her. The girl's eyes widened in horror. She gritted her teeth and trembled. The schoolgirl looked up and asked how she could get inside. The hooligan smiled slyly and replied that everything was very simple. There was a button next to him. The bully explained that he could press it and open the gate. The guys looked at the wall in surprise. There was a panel on it. The scoundrel emphasized that it was he who had to press the button. The student spread his arms and identified himself as the owner of the grate. Sana approached her and asked her what it meant. The girl frowned and asked her ally to open the passage. The boy put a finger to his lips and hissed. The student looked around and asked her friends to be quiet. Black silhouettes appeared behind Kansuk. The girl grabbed the bars and asked her friend to let them pass. The main character went downstairs. The guy opened his eyes wide and confirmed that only the owner of the grate could open it. The bully looked around and said that only he could do it. The schoolgirl bit her lower lip and repeated her request. The bully grinned maliciously and refused. The stranger clenched her fist and asked if their ally had gone mad. The scoundrel raised his hand and explained that he could choose who to open the door and who not. Sana asked why he was behaving this way. The student raised his eyebrows and reminded him of how she had called him a loser and a selfish. The woman trembled with anger. The survivor approached the bars and was indignant. The disciple covered her mouth with his hand and said that the monster would come soon. The high school student winked and sighed. The girl closed her eyes. Looking up, the girl promised to apologize for calling him names in the assembly hall, and asked to open the bars, because there are people who are not guilty of anything. Kansuk pouted his lips and asked if it was true. The schoolgirl closed her eyes and confirmed it. Smiling, the hooligan concluded that he had no choice and asked his friend to prove the sincerity of his words. The bully raised his hand and promised to let the others in, but she would have to stay behind bars. Sana knitted her eyebrows. The scoundrel clenched his fingers and asked what she would do, because the monster would soon appear. The girl pursed her lips and trembled. The girl clenched her fist. The survivor grabbed her by the arm. With a sly look at her ally, the trainee hoped that she would do it for them and promised to find a way to open the gate for her. The stranger narrowed her eyes and smiled. The schoolgirl rounded her eyes in fright. Then Sana stepped aside. The student applauded her and called her a martyr. After that, the high school student pressed the button. The guys rushed forward. Sungjin looked around. The girl nodded decisively. The boy gritted his teeth. The student turned around and followed his comrades. The eyes of the training participant filled with tears. The guy knitted his eyebrows in frustration. The survivor pursed her lips and turned away. The young man made a dash forward. He ran to the button. The player clicked on it. The schoolboy opened his mouth in amazement, because nothing had happened. Sungjin tried to press the button a few more times. Kansuk standing nearby asked him not to waste time on this, and repeated that only he had the ability to open the gate. The boy grinned angrily. The apprentice attacked his ally. Suddenly someone grabbed him by the collar. Minwoo knocked his comrade to the ground. The girl raised her eyebrows in fright and called out to him. Grabbing his friend by the hair, the bully asked if he really wanted to die, and suggested that they had become too attached to each other. A participant in the training began to cry and asked him to open the bars. The bully said that he would decide for himself what to do. The main character was standing behind him. Sandman pouted his lips in surprise. The schoolgirl grabbed the bars and asked if her ally could open the passage. The scoundrel looked around and replied that it depended on what she was willing to do for it. Gui-chan gave him a stern look. Sana knitted her eyebrows in puzzlement and asked what she needed to do. The student squeezed his eyes shut and said that he wanted her apology to be sincere. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked if she really needed to kneel. The high school student put his hands in his pockets and suggested that he do without the theater, because it was of no use. Kansuk licked his lips and asked his girlfriend to take off her pants. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. The boy frowned tensely. Spreading his arms, the bully explained that it would be easier for him if his ally performed a striptease for him, and decided that he could not take off his underwear. The girl frowned menacingly and called him crazy. The scoundrel pursed his lips and suggested that she look for another way out. The student smirked and warned that the other two barriers were held by his friends. The schoolgirl gritted his teeth. The high school student asked what she was waiting for. The student closed her eyes and agreed to his terms. Kansuk pointed to her jeans and asked her to hurry up because she only had 10 seconds. The hooligan slyly knitted his eyebrows and said that time had passed. Sana clenched her fists and lowered her head. The guy pursed his trembling lips. The warrior took a step forward. Sandman blocked his way. The young man frowned and explained that they couldn't do anything because it was a survival game. The girl took off her shoes and pants. The bully pointed at her and laughed. Hyung-sik covered his mouth with his hand to hold back his laughter. The player frowned sternly and realized that he had to show them who was the strongest here. His eyes lit up. The system reported that the innate ability vision of the future had been activated. The girl looked down in frustration. The schoolgirl pressed her hands to her shirt. The scoundrel raised his index finger and asked how about taking it off. The student began to unbutton the buttons. Tears dripped from her nose. The student said that she could not cry now. The high school student smiled broadly and said that she would have to dance naked in front of the monster. The psychic approached him from behind. Kansuk looked around and asked if he wanted to join in the fun. The main character sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked him to open the gate. The bully stared at him with displeasure. Gui-chan looked sternly ahead and thought of what he didn't usually do for strangers. In a flashback, the bully approached the bars and ordered his girlfriend to take off her pants. Sitting on the floor, Sungjin looked at his comrade. The disciple pouted his lips and sighed. He opened his mouth wide and whispered something. The boy narrowed his eyes and read the request for help on his lips. The guy rounded his eyes angrily. In the past, the monster pulled Sora into the hole. The warrior remembered how he stood and watched what was happening, and realized that a lot would have changed if he had intervened. The player confidently knitted his eyebrows and realized that he could no longer hesitate. The scoundrel stared at him in silence. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The student opened his eyes in fright and wondered if it was fear. The high school student rose to his feet. Kansuk grinned and asked if he had to obey the owner of the golden mark. The psychic looked down at him. The bully approached him and said that he had behaved normally with him because he had also been invited. The protagonist stared at him contemptuously. Minwoo stretched his knuckles. Hyung-sik scratched his head. Bully surrounded Gui-chan. Sandman adjusted his glasses and said that he did not like all this. The boy waved his hand. The survivor raised his eyebrows in surprise. The yellow bag fell to the floor. The scoundrel extended his hand to his friend and assumed that he was behaving this way only because Sana was nearby. The student closed his eyes and warned that he would not open the gate if everything continued like this. Suddenly, the guy hit him in the face. His henchmen opened their mouths in shock. They also received a blow in the nose. The high school student fell to the ground. The participant in the training rounded his eyes in amazement and realized that he did not even notice how his friend attacked. Kansuk covered his face with his hand. The warrior grabbed him by the arm and dragged him to the stairs. The player pressed the button with his finger. The bars opened in front of the frightened girl. The psychic looked around and asked her to come in. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. The schoolgirl ran forward, forgetting about her clothes. The bully narrowed his eyes and asked his ally to let him go. The main character looked away. Manhwa shuddered, puzzled. Gui-chan pointed at him and asked him to bring his pants. The student blushed with embarrassment and said that she would take them herself. The fat man bowed his head. The boy ordered him to do so. Sungjin looked at him in amazement. The guy twisted the bully's hand and said that those who offend children should do this. The villain clenched his fist and asked his friend to bring jeans at once. The stranger frowned and reminded her that the monster was coming. The thug looked around. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the warrior said that he had 10 seconds and began to count down. The apprentice rushed forward. He grabbed his clothes and ran back. The bars slammed shut behind him. The player held an ally's finger at the button. The student rubbed his hand as the psychic let him go. The main character turned away. Sana wiped away her tears and thanked him. Sungjin nodded. Sandman opened his mouth in surprise. A bright aura enveloped Gui-chan. The boy gritted his teeth and felt that the anger inside him did not calm down. The school buildings were connected by a corridor. The guys went to the door. The phone said that they must enter the classroom on the 4th floor before the timer expired. The guy looked at the screen. Then the warrior walked forward with a quick step. A camera hanging in the corner was filming him. People watched what was happening, sitting in the cinema. The stranger clutched his head and concluded that the second mission was about to begin. The girl sitting behind was outraged that 20 people had died during the first stage. The man said that at this rate, the name Area 1 would be a joke, and asked if they would be able to survive until September. Hannah looked around. The thug looked at her in fright. The woman turned away and leaned on her arm. The observer looked around and asked what the situation was in the other zones. The guy smiled and reported that zone number 2 and number 7 were running parallel at the same speed. The administrator raised his eyebrows and asked what about the Chinese server. The young man closed his eyes and told him that after the start of training, the invitees had united and taken hostage those who had contracts in order to sacrifice them at convenient moments. The stranger sighed heavily and asked how the second zone was doing. After introducing the sorceress, the assistant reported that everyone was being led by the Frenchwoman Delphine, and added that an important factor was killing the ghost in front of everyone with the help of a bonus. The man raised his eyebrows and asked how the other areas were doing. Throwing up his hand, the guy replied that area number 5 had a good fight, and reminded them that they had started the second mission 30 minutes early. The thug put his hands to his head and concluded that at this rate, by the end of the training, they would have no living people left. The girl behind him doubted it because they had the owner of the golden mark. The woman smiled and remembered how he had managed to scare the ghost away with just one look. Hannah crossed her arms over her chest. The main character kicked the glass door. Frowning, the administrator asked what he was thinking and was indignant that the participant was doing whatever he wanted. The viewer closed her eyes and assumed that Gui-chan hadn't even read the mission. The observer leaned over to his friend and asked if they could believe him. The manager frowned menacingly and asked him to be quiet. The boy was standing in front of the doorway. The girl wondered if it was worth the bet. Clouds floated over the palace. There was a staircase under the arch. The stranger lit a cigarette and said that he did not know what was going on in her head. Raising his eyebrows, the man got angry that their girlfriend had given the gold mark to a man who appeared out of nowhere, and asked if he wasn't supposed to be a contract soldier. The guy scratched his ear and assumed that they knew each other. Squinting his eyes, the thug reminded him that this man was the kind of man who spent all his money in the casino while his family was suffering, and asked if he cared about the gold mark. Sitting next to him, the young man said that this player belonged to Hannah. The administrator said that he could not ask her directly, and explained that she could send him to the grave for one wrong word. Squinting, the assistant decided that he shouldn't talk like that, so as not to get into trouble, and reported that the leader of their group was about 20 years old. The observer looked down in displeasure. The stranger crossed his arms over his chest and asked why his comrade was becoming so obnoxious to the other side of the leader of their team. The man turned away and offered to go back so that the manager would not grumble at them. The scoundrel got to his feet. The guy smiled slyly. The thug tugged at the doorknob. The administrator returned to the cinema and assumed that someone had activated all the traps. The observer looked ahead in amazement. The hatch under the ceiling opened. An arrow flew out of the crossbow. All the shells rushed down one after another. The warrior evaded one of them. The other was seized by an iron pipe. The psychic beat off the remaining arrow. What was happening was broadcast on the screen. The scoundrel's eyes widened in surprise. The main character stopped. Suddenly he stepped on the pressure plate. Arrows approached him from all sides. Traces of blows appeared in the air. Gui-chan deflected 2 shells. The third arrow approached him. It pierced the ground. Its tip was covered in blood. The girl jumped up from her chair and asked if the participant was dead. The stranger leaned on his hands and replied that he had managed to dodge. The man narrowed his eyes and noticed that it looked as if the survivor wanted to repel a shell flying from the ceiling. But something went wrong. The woman turned her head and asked what she was talking about. The thug frowned and said that it was as if his body had ceased to obey him. The observer rounded her eyes in amazement and asked if the participant had not only seen the approaching arrows from 3 directions, but also tried to deflect them. The assistant knitted his eyebrows tensely. The administrator clenched his fists and asked what was wrong with him. The stranger approached his friend and pointed to the screen. The man opened his mouth in shock and concluded that this man seemed to be already an Earthman. Hannah adjusted her glasses and asked what the best record for the second mission was. The guy went down the stairs and replied that Xinyan had put it up. The young man raised his index finger and added that the record was 29 minutes and 39 seconds. The manager locked her hands and said that this could not be. The screen lit up, and a voice announced that the second mission had been completed. The projector showed the time of the mission. The heroes opened their mouths in surprise. The assistant frowned sternly. The girl smiled slyly and realized that she was wrong about him. The warrior was standing in the corridor. He managed to complete the mission in 16.5 minutes. The woman confidently knitted her eyebrows and concluded that this was her jackpot. Clouds floated over the building. On the wall hung a sign with the class number. Placing his hands on the table, Han congratulated the people on arriving at the 4th floor and asked if they had fun. The children were sitting at their desks. The player looked up angrily. Everyone stared at the guide in irritation. Sanmin looked away. Kansuk sat next to his comrades. Ciara looked away. The stranger put his head on the table. The administrator grinned. The scoundrel raised his index finger and said that he had good news, since there was only one task left. Sana's eyes widened and asked what that meant. The villain closed his eyes and asked them not to worry so much. The assistant narrowed his eyes and explained that it was very easy and even fun. The guys looked at each other and wondered what it could mean. Standing at the blackboard, Khan said that it was enough just to follow the rules. The guide looked around and noted that this applies to each of them. Sungjin looked at his friend in fright. The receptionist folded his hands behind his back and told them that all they had to do to get out of the 4th floor was to go through the 5th floor to the 6th. There was chalk by the blackboard. The scoundrel drew something on the blackboard and warned that there were rules. The villain froze in place and asked if anyone had heard of the treasure hunt. The assistant looked around, but did not wait for an answer. The Khan pouted his lips and decided to explain everything to them. The staircase and corridor were empty, but coins were scattered around the 4th and 5th floors. The guide introduced one of them and explained that the participants should collect as many of them as possible during this night. The administrator then introduced the machine and added that the coins could be used to pay for passage and for roulette. The woman leaned on her arm and asked what she was talking about. The scoundrel raised his hand. The villain looked ahead and replied that the entrance to heaven would open on the 6th floor. The main character rounded his eyes in amazement. The assistant raised his eyebrows and warned them that the passage would cost them 100 coins. Kansuk and his friends looked at each other and asked how they would even manage to collect such a number. Ciora frowned sternly. Han explained that there were a total of 3,000 coins on the floors, so it wasn't a problem to collect 100, especially if they had a card. The girl put her hand in her pocket. Above the door hung the inscription library. The guide said that there was a tape measure in which you could spend extra coins. The administrator smiled and said that in this way you can get useful things that can help in the test. Sana raised her eyebrows and asked what to expect. The scoundrel looked away and replied that they might come across everyday items, food, or, if they were lucky, equipment, weapons, and magic balls. The student raised his eyebrows in surprise. The stranger rose from his seat when he heard that there were artifacts that could bring people back to life. The man jumped up from his seat. The villain warned that it was not so easy, because life itself is a very difficult thing. The survivor opened the door, but the assistant asked him to stop. Han looked ahead and explained that they wouldn't be able to find anything now anyway, because the treasure hunt would begin exactly 30 minutes after the briefing. The participant of the training bowed his head. The protagonist frowned and asked why there was a chance that equipment, weapons, or magic balls would fall out of the roulette. The guide looked at him and asked if there were any reasons for them not to fall out. The guys stared at him puzzled as Gui-chan wondered why they needed all this for an easy and fun mission. The administrator smiled and said that he liked such questions because they showed that people not only listened, but also thought. The scoundrel clicked on the phone screen. The heroes immediately took out their phones and received a message. The villain introduced the monsters and asked everyone to beware of the time of the dead because they despise all living things. Sungjin pursed his lips tightly. The stranger opened his mouth in amazement. All the participants in the training frowned when the assistant announced that the mission would be very easy if everyone united. There was a sign at the door. Someone said that all this was wrong. Sanming raised his hand and explained that if the gate on the 6th floor opened, then the bars on the 2nd floor would also open, and then the monster would return. The girl put a finger to her lips and suggested that they might open the gate and wait here. She turned away when the young man decided that the monster might already be there. The student clutched his head and said that there was nothing easy and fun about it. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and said that this was not the case at all. The guy looked up and told me that they could collect all the coins that were possible, wait until noon and get a weapon in roulette. The warrior turned his head and concluded that they would then be able to open the gate to the 6th floor. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind him. The guys looked at her puzzled. The player looked around tensely. On the wall hung the number of the class, which can be considered the base. The monster bared its fangs. All enemies will be active from midnight to noon, but they will not have the opportunity to get to the base. In the library there was a ball with a key. The heroes could exchange 199 coins for keys or 499 coins to open the door to the 6th floor. There was a lock on the gate. It would appear in the center exactly 30 minutes after the 6th floor opened. After that, the grates that are on the 2nd floor are also deactivated. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. The stranger clenched her fist and asked where the others had gone. Scratching his chin, the psychic remembered Han's words about the union and decided that this was the first obstacle and the biggest problem. Sanmin approached him and offered him a snack before the mission began. The main character took off the bag and agreed with him. Sana bit her finger and asked if they had food. On the table there was a lot of food from the supermarket. The children looked at her happily. The girl pointed to the table and asked where they got it. The young man raised his hand and said that when everyone ran to the waiting room, the guide said that it was too easy to get from the assembly hall to the main building. The student closed his eyes and explained that they had found a convenience store after a little searching. The guys stared at him in surprise. The girl beamed and realized that her ally was good not only in battle. Gui-chang raised his fist to his mouth and turned away. The woman frowned in displeasure. There were empty food packages on the table. The boy bit off a piece of meat. He then picked up the onigiri. The guy threw it into his mouth hole. Then the warrior opened the carton of milk. The player took a few sips. The psychic wiped his chin and sighed. The schoolgirl approached him and asked where it all fits. The student handed her friend a sandwich. The main character took it and thanked his girlfriend. The survivor walked past them. The participant of the training lowered the corners of her lips and was indignant that everyone was spinning around this person. The stranger approached the other children. The woman leaned over and whispered something. Gui-chang stuffed his cheeks full of food and wondered if he had always eaten so much. The boy looked around when someone called out to him. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The girl put her hand to her chest. The student recalled that the guide said that they can revive the dead. The guy took a sip of soda. The high school student looked down and told that his friend had died during the battle in the assembly hall. The girl shed tears and added that her lover protected her at the cost of his life. The heroes covered their faces with their hands. The warrior pursed his lips tensely. Sandman gritted his teeth and asked his comrades to calm down. The boys jumped away from him when the young man said that they shouldn't say such nonsense. The student clenched his fist and asked if now that the leader had saved and fed them, they wanted him to bring their friends back to life. The student opened his mouth wide and shouted that he meant something completely different. The high school student narrowed his eyes and said that they themselves could collect coins and save their loved ones. The children turned away and fell silent. The survivor pointed his finger at them and asked if they knew where they were trying to go, and what their words would mean in paradise. The stranger pointed her finger at him and asked if he knew this. The participant of the training closed his eyes and explained that in this place everyone fights for himself. The schoolboy clenched his fist and said that they needed to unite. Sana opened her mouth wide and agreed with him. The girl approached her friend and asked if the meaning of the word unite had changed. The guys began to argue with each other. The protagonist looked at Sungjin. Gui-chang closed his eyes and asked his comrades to stop. The heroes froze and stared at him. A clock hung behind him. The boy asked his allies to first look at the time if they wanted to fight. The test participants opened their mouths in surprise. They immediately took out their phones and saw that the treasure hunt would begin in 5 minutes. The door of the office opened. Sandman came out and said that he would not be able to work with such people. The disciple headed for the exit and stated that he also had no desire to unite. The woman clutched her head and sighed heavily. The survivor ran after the children. Sungjin and Sana stared after them in silence. The schoolboy nodded when the girl suggested that he go in search of coins. The guy was left alone in the office. The warrior lowered his head and decided to focus on the mission, because everything else can be solved after collecting coins. The player raised his eyebrows and wondered where he should go first. The phone in his back pocket vibrated. The psychic took it out and looked at the screen. The main character opened his mouth in amazement. The protagonist stared at the screen in surprise. There was a message on the screen. Someone had informed him of the location of the coins. Gutching looked at the teacher's desk. He crouched, peering under it. There were coins under the table. The young man took the coins in his hand and asked himself if it was too easy. Events take us to another class. Siora rushed around the classroom, looking for coins. The protagonist entered the classroom. He looked at her and recognized her at once. He remembered how Khan, standing at the blackboard, said that it would be easier for owners of cards showing the location of coins to find them. The man looked away. He noticed the guy sitting on the edge. Gui-chang closed his eyes. As he had thought before, Siora had a map. Looking at the girl searching every desk, he tried to understand why she was doing it with a map. The girl put her hand under the desk. Taking out one coin, she was very happy. But when she saw the protagonist, she shuddered and was embarrassed. When the girl turned away, Gutchin mentally said that she could still smile. The guy reached under the table. Coins fell from under the table. The young man picked them up and straightened up. He involuntarily looked back. Siora stared at him in surprise. The protagonist left the classroom, wishing the girl good luck. She remained standing in shock. Her pupils dilated at the realization of what had happened. The guy went into the next class. After flipping a couple of coins, he said that it was too easy. The young man opened the door and was frightened when he saw Siora in front of him. She shook her head, looking around the classroom. She saw an open locker. After that, the girl looked at the guy. Siora bit her lips. The young man raised his eyebrows, puzzled. The guest abruptly stepped away from the aisle. Gutchin walked past her. Siora looked at the card in her hand. On the sheet were written the addresses of the places where the coins were. The protagonist involuntarily turned around. Standing near one of the classrooms, he decided to let him pass. Taking the phone in his hand, he read the information that there were 3 coins in the next classroom on the teacher's podium. Suddenly, Siora ran in his direction. Gutching ran, not understanding why the girl was running after him. He opened the door to the classroom. The girl opened the back door of the same class. The guy frowned at the guest. Siora also frowned at him. Both of them immediately ran, rushing towards the podium. The young man was the first to take the coins. Siora jumped. Gutchin was puzzled when he saw the girl jumping to the side. She jumped, trying to get a coin on the TV. The guy froze, watching her attempts. As her body trembled with effort, the protagonist was about to tell her to just stand on a chair. The girl stood on tiptoe, wanting to get a coin. Gutching held out his hand and said that he would get a coin for her. He carefully stood beside Seora. The girl stared at the guy's chest. The young man felt for the coin. Turning to Seora, he smiled at her. The girl turned away, embarrassed. She turned sharply and ran. The guy, staring at the coin, decided that he had just hurt the pride of the young lady. Sandman, meanwhile, searched the warehouse. He already had 100 coins. Sana found her 70th coin on the floor. Gutching stood in the middle of the corridor. He already had more than 1,500 coins. Sora put her phone on the floor. She leaned against the radiator, frustrated by the lack of coins. Telephone flashlights dimly illuminated the room. Sana and Sandman were sitting in the classroom. Gutching opened the door to the classroom. Going inside, he asked where the others were. Sandman turned to him and said that something seemed strange to him. He began to doubt that he should go back. Somehow he managed to collect 100 coins, and he still returned. Sana, sadly bowing her head, said that she had collected only 70. The protagonist poured out 30 coins, saying that she now had 100 coins. Sana stared at the coins on the table in amazement. The young man, sitting down at the desk, asked Sandman if he also wanted to receive a couple of coins. The latter, turning his head to him, asked how many coins he had in general. The guy, looking at him, said that he had enough to survive. Sandman grinned, saying that it meant that Seora did not take everything. Gutchin frowned and asked what he was talking about. The guy, pointing to the protagonist, said that the girl had a map. The protagonist frowned slightly and pondered. He abruptly stood up from his seat. Parting his lips, he said that Seora was in danger. Sana's mouth dropped open in shock. Sandman frowned, realizing that he was talking about Kesuk. The protagonist frowned at the door. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The couple's phones to the side also vibrated. The young man picked up the phone. The system announced the beginning of the time of the dead. Events take us to the laboratory. Various compartments were extended. Sungjin stood by the cabinet and searched it. He stretched out his hand to the topmost shelf. The guy slipped his fingers between the flask and the wall. His little finger felt for a coin. With a trembling finger, the young man began to take it out. As a result, he threw it up. The coin fell and rolled on the floor. After jumping back a couple of times, she rolled under the table. Sungjin knelt down and crouched down beside the table. Shining a flashlight, he tried to find a coin. The light fell on the coin and illuminated it. A sudden drop of blood frightened the young man. He stood up. Right in front of him hung a body. The boy pointed the flashlight at the body. He opened his mouth in shock. The corpse had long dark hair. Suddenly, the dead man raised his head. Bloodied, Nuna turned to Sungjin. He fell to the floor, being frightened. Floating right in the air, the dead man called for the guy. Trembling all over with fear, the boy asked Nuna if it was really her. Jumping up, the guy again tried to find out the identity of the zombie. Nuna, holding out her hand, told him to go and find it. Suddenly, she opened her mouth, from which blood dripped. The young man, unable to hold back his tears, said that he would definitely save her. The zombie stretched out her trembling hand towards him. She cried tears of blood, saying that she would always love him. A faint light appeared in the middle of the corridor. Sungjin walked along it. He stopped near the lavatory. The guy clenched his fist, about to collect all the coins and save Nuna. Glancing at the icon of the women's restroom, he said that he had not yet searched the place, although it was probably useless. The young man walked past the lavatory. He walked slowly forward. Suddenly, the guy stopped. Sungjin frowned and said that he had to be willing to do anything to save Nuna, so searching the toilet wasn't useless at all. Events take us to class 3. Sana, standing up, asked Gutchin if he would really look for Seora, who only nodded in response. Pointing to the door, he said that he would return as soon as he found Seora and Sungjin. Adjusting his glasses, Sandman said that it was foolish to go alone, and since the leader was coming, he would certainly follow him. The three of them flinched when they heard a loud scream. They turned sharply, staring at the window. Sungjin was sweating with fear. His hand trembled. The trio ran to him. Soon they saw a frozen guy. Gutchin, frowning, asked what had happened to him. He pointed to the entrance to the restroom, saying Nun's name. Sandman entered first, while Sana asked the boy if Nuna was his sister. A sharp scream made the girl shudder. Inside the lavatory, Seora was lying. She was wounded. The girl took off her sweater. She tore up her sports jacket. Rewinding the wound, Sana said that Seora would die if they left her. Sandman, throwing up his hands, asked what they should do. They don't even have a first aid post to help her. Raising his hand, he asked what they could find if there was nothing here. Sungjin entered the restroom and said that there should be alcohol in the science laboratory. He lowered his gaze, saying that there was one small problem. Sandman, turning his head to him, asked what the problem was. The young man, looking down, said that his Nuna was there. The protagonist, hearing him, said that it meant that by dead they meant the dead participants. Sangmin pointed at Sungjin and said that they had been told to be more careful in the hour of the dead. The boy closed his eyes and said that it was most likely because he was her brother. Clenching his fists, Sungjin said that his Nuna would not hurt anyone. He had found her here because she had told him to search. Gutching abruptly interrupted him, saying that even so, they were taking a risk. Sana, who was sitting next to the girl, said that alcohol would definitely not be enough. They should be prepared for the fact that she would go into shock. The guy waved his hands and asked how they were supposed to prepare for this without pharmacies nearby. The young man, lowering his eyelids, said that there was a pharmacy nearby. He opened his eyes, saying that they had a tape measure. Sandman took the phone in his hand. His eyes widened in shock. The system announced the opening of the 6th floor. Now the bars on the 2nd floor are deactivated. Pointing to himself, the guy said that he had an idea. Soon they found themselves near the library. The young man turned the knob. The ball fell out of the machine. A moment later, it split into 2 parts. The protagonist, taking the contents in his hand, said that it was a disinfectant. Sandman opened his bag. After putting everything in it, he picked up the bag, asking if he would go with him. Gutching replied by saying that he would take some more. Turning around, Sandman said that he would return as soon as he delivered the medicines. But if he did not return in 2 minutes, then something had definitely happened to him. The protagonist nodded. His friend ran to the exit. The guy looked up. The ball fell on his leg as he tried to understand why he was helping strangers. Because he didn't care if they died or not. He involuntarily remembered how the girl, crying, asked him how he could part with her like that. The young man sighed. Gutchin turned the handle of the machine gun again. A pile of medicines was placed on the floor. The young man looked down at the medicines. He turned around, realizing that more than 2 minutes had passed. The protagonist went down the stairs. He saw a crowd ahead. His eyes widened in surprise. Kansuk sat on a chair, blocking everyone's way. Grinning, he greeted the guests. Sandman, turning around, said that an access restriction spell was used here. Gutchin walked past the crowd. He struck the barrier. Lifting the talisman between his fingers, the young man said that it was useless. Kansuk poured mana into the talisman, and said that he had activated the barrier with a special talisman, which meant that he could not enter without his permission. The protagonist, lowering his hand, asked if he was the one who opened the doors on the 6th floor. He immediately confirmed it. Gutching parted his lips and asked why he had done this. Smirking, Kansuk responded by asking why he thought he did it. The young man frowned, mentally saying that it must be hard for him to collect coins, since he and Siora had found almost everything. The guy narrowed his eyes, realizing something. He drew attention to the wounded girl. Kansuk, who was sitting on the sidelines, said that it was a gamble with a small chance of winning. He had to meet 2 conditions for everything to work out, and most importantly, nothing would have worked out if he hadn't walked out of the headquarters. The protagonist frowned even more. Grinning, the young man said that he was sure that he would come out, for such a saint could not just stand and watch. Gutchin grinned. The 3 antagonists looked at the crowd with a grin. A sharp cry came from the corridor behind. People turned around and were frightened, imagining a monster. The protagonist, throwing up his hand, shouted, telling Kansuke that he himself would not be able to go up to the 6th floor if the monster came here. The guy picked up the talisman, saying that he had another one. One of the guys behind Gutchin asked to let them in. Standing next to the protagonist, he said that he had done nothing wrong. Kansuk smiled and said that he might think it wasn't fair, but he would give them 3 permits to go inside. One of the girls smiled. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise. The second lady turned to Kansuke warily. The girl narrowed her eyes, frowning at her opponents. The young man looked away. The lady bowed her head, clearly nervous. The trio ran sharply through the barrier. They went straight through the door. The protagonist group remained standing behind the barrier. Gutching put his hand in his pocket, mentally praising himself for his preparation. As he pulled out his phone, he realized that it all boiled down to this. Frowning, Kansuk asked Gutching and Sanming what they were going to do. The protagonist's hair stirred. He put his hand in his pocket. After that, he calmly pulled it out, signaling to Sanmin. He turned to Sungjin while Kansuk asked him if he would die after being eaten alive, just like his sweet and kind Nuna. The guy shuddered with horror. Sanming frowned when Kansuk asked him if he was worried about him, did everything he could. Chuckling, the antagonist said that no one would blame him, because it was a matter of life and death. The guys looked at each other. Sanmin, passing by Gutchin, asked him for forgiveness. Both young men came to the entrance. Sana, who was sitting next to Siora, was amazed. Her eyebrows arched as the guy asked her what was wrong with her now, if she had become an exhibitionist after taking off her pants once. Pursing his lips, Kansuk said that it was just a joke. Looking at Siora, who was breathing heavily, he said that she was clearly trying to stop the bleeding, which was commendable. But if he was in this form, he could catch a cold. The girl was really shivering from the cold. The antagonist handed her his jacket, telling her to put it on. Sana frowned. Standing up, the guy said that he was telling her that he could come in too. Sanmin approached the door and nodded to her. The girl stood up. She passed through the barrier. Kansuk handed her the jacket, saying that it was the right choice. The girl stretched out her hand to the jacket. Suddenly, she screamed, falling forward. Kansuk hugged Sana. Holding her in his arms, he told her to be calm, because she knew what she was getting into. The girl trembled with anger. Grinning, the guy asked her if she would prefer to return to the other side. The girl, calming down, hugged the young man in return. Gutching smiled. Turning his head to Gutchin, he asked him what it was like to be abandoned. The protagonist, opening his eyes, said nothing. Parting his lips, the guy said that this was no longer the earth. No one would know about his death and would not worry, even if he kept his morals. Kansuk abruptly grabbed Sana by the hair. Putting her before him, he said that she had been with him only to devour him, and now she had sold herself to him. If he helps the weak, he will be an idiot. The young man narrowed his eyes. The girl closed her eyes. Pointing his finger at the guy, Kansuk said that he wins by winning, not because he is called a winner, and he loses because he lost. not because he is called a loser. The young man lowered his eyelids, saying that he understood him. The antagonist chuckled. Throwing up his hands, he offered to forget the past as a man in order to start all over again. He stretched out his hand to the guy. Suddenly he picked it up. Scratching his nose, he said that he was still waiting for an apology, because it was unpleasant that he had hit him then. Gutchen frowned. He closed his eyes and bowed his head. Smirking, Kansuk said that he wanted a little, just an apology, so that they could become friends. He frowned sharply as he heard Gutchen curse. The guy clenched his fists and shouted furiously. Suddenly, something behind me banged loudly. The young man turned. Manhwa was knocked on its side. He fell. A comrade standing next to him was on his guard. Samin's figure came out of invisibility. Chuckling, he said that it was time for the show. He struck the guy with a pipe. Kansuk turned to his chair. He ran to him. Suddenly, the outline of the chair lit up. The guy stopped, puzzled. Someone hit him in the face. Sungjin, who had taken the chair, hit him. He frowned and shouted, asking who he was to talk about his sister. Kansuk trembled with anger. He took the talisman in his hand. The antagonist wanted to tear him apart with his teeth. Sana hit her heel. The guy screamed in pain. The girl lifted her leg. Then she lowered it. As she began to kick her opponent incessantly, she said that she had never met such a pervert before. Sana brought her leg to Kansuk's groin. She kicked him sharply in the groin. The girl clenched her fists, dissatisfied. The antagonist was lying on the floor foaming at the mouth. The barrier in front of Gutchen disappeared. He looked at the group in front of him and asked how they had done it. Picking up the talisman, Samling said that it was a camouflage spell. He gave them a signal before entering. It was good that they both understood it. The protagonist stared at the guy. Pointing to himself, Sandman asked if he really thought he had betrayed him. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy said that he would ask him one thing. He remembered how Gutching had almost taken out a spell ball at the beginning, but then he stuffed it back into his pocket. Sandman, who was watching his hand, asked why he had stopped. Although looking back, he could tell that it was the right choice. The protagonist, looking intently at the interlocutor, said that he wanted to see for himself, at least once, how they would act when they were driven into a corner. The trio stared at him, puzzled. Sana, clenching her fists, went berserk, saying that he was too impudent. Gutching closed his eyes and shrugged his shoulders. Sneering, Saming asked if they had passed. The guy also grinned. The whole group laughed sharply. The protagonist's ear twitched. He heard footsteps on the stairs. Turning sharply, Gutchen became serious. The back of the creature appeared on the stairs. The monster opened its mouth. Sandman picked up Siora and said that they needed to leave quickly. The protagonist grimaced as the group members left. The door closed. The group stood at the window. The monster stepped into the corridor. He walked slowly down the corridor. The creature opened its mouth, staring out the window. The girl, frightened, asked if it could enter here. Sana, putting a finger to her lips, told her to be quiet. She turned, looking at Sana angrily. The monster looked away. The creature picked up the fat man. The group watched in horror as the monster devoured Manhwa. The door opened slightly. Kansuk crawled inside, asking to be saved. The guys looked at each other. Suddenly, something flashed. The guy, lowering his head, asked to save him. The heel hung over his hand. Frowning, Sana told him to get off. She put her foot on his face. Kansuk grabbed her leg sharply. The girl shuddered from surprise. The angry guy held her tightly. Sana frowned even more. Suddenly, her body fell backwards. The monster that pulled Kansuk caused her to fall. Sungjin and Sangmin opened their mouths in shock. The trio shuddered and stepped back. Sana started kicking Kansuk, calling him a crazy bastard. He just grinned. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in pain. He screamed as the creature bit off his leg. His hand gripped the girl's leg with a death grip. Gritting his teeth, he said that he would not die alone. Blood splashed on his face. The young man's body twisted in agony. Sana was horrified and clenched her teeth in fear. Her ankle was twisted by Kansuk. She began to kick him even harder, demanding that he let her go. The girl went to the window and grinned, saying that it would be the same with him if he went outside. Sungjin picked up a mop. Saming grabbed his shoulder, saying that it wasn't that easy. He turned his gaze to the leader. Gutching put his bag on the desk. He frowned as he looked at the bag. The monster, opening its mouth, placed the guy's body in it. Sana, crawling towards the door, begged for help. The guys ran to her. Sandman stretched out his hand. Grabbing the girl's hands, they began to pull her. My feet slipped on the floor. The bodies of the guys were trembling from the efforts made. His hand fell away from the monster's mouth. The trio abruptly fell to the floor. The creature opened its mouth and roared. Gutchen swung for a throw. Something flew into the mouth of the creature. The skin on the monster's chest swelled. A moment later, the beast roared in pain and began to thrash. He was beating against the walls. A small ball loomed over him. The light began to burst out of the ball. A moment later, a network of lightning dispersed above him. The monster was chained and entangled in a net. The protagonist took the last sphere in his hand. He threw it. She lit up brightly in flight. A moment later, it shattered into small lights. The lights began to slowly fall on the monster. The creature began to burn and roared. Soon, half of her body was burned. After a couple of seconds, there was nothing left of the head. Sana covered her mouth in shock. She smiled, saying that he was incredible. With just a few spells, he had killed the monster. The protagonist, turning, said that he was just lucky with the combination. The creature's body burned in the fire. The young man, looking at the body, said that the guide was right, and they would easily defeat the creature if they united. Gutchun looked behind him. Sandman held out his hand and said that everything was fine, and the result could be called a miracle. Sungjin clenched his fists and was delighted. The protagonist was puzzled as he looked at the guys behind. Glancing at the trio in the room, he said that he did not see that man. Sandman, glancing into the corridor, said that he might be looking for coins, probably wanting to save them no matter what, not for the sake of his wife and daughter, but to ease his guilt. The guy turned his head. Events take us to the laboratory. The man went inside. He flinched when he heard a strange noise. He turned around. The man's eyes widened in horror. He instantly sweated with horror. His daughter and wife were approaching him in the form of zombies. The man, falling, screamed, saying that he would save them both. He began to cry, begging his wife to spare him. Seconds later, blood poured all over the room. While the main character was sleeping, Sandman was eating, standing by the closet. Suddenly, Gui-chan woke up. The clock showed almost 10 o'clock in the morning. The boy went to his friend and asked where everyone was. The young man replied that they were looking for treasure. There was a carton of milk on the table. The guy asked if Seora could still walk. The student recalled that she had injured her arm, not her leg. The warrior took a bite of the loaf and asked what about San. The high school student turned to him and replied that the girl was helping the others. The player wondered why his friend was there. After opening a can of soda, the survivor asked who would watch him if he left and said he didn't want to wake him up. The psychic stated that the dead would be active for about 3 more hours. Raising one eyebrow, the participant explained that the guys were not afraid of them because they managed to get rid of the monster, and asked what his ally would do now that he had all the coins. The main character turned away in thought. Gui-chan walked out of the office with an iron pipe in his hands. Scratching his chin, the boy thought about the fact that he didn't need the key anymore, as Kansuk opened the door to the 6th floor, and realized that he had 785 coins left to spend on anything. Someone was running up the stairs. Sungjin came around the corner. The child saw his friend in front of him and braked. The student tucked his shoulders and asked for forgiveness. The guy replied that everything was fine and asked how he was doing. Scratching his head, the school bus said that he had enough coins to go further, and added that he needed to go urgently. The warrior climbed the stairs and declared that the more desperate a man was, the more he was in a hurry. The player looked at the windowsill and concluded that the one who is in a hurry does not notice anything. The psychic took out 2 coins. The main character threw them to his friend and called him to follow him. The student asked where they were going. Gui-chan looked around and suggested that he find the treasure. Above the door hung a sign for the library. The boy raised his eyebrows and promised to do his best without guaranteeing anything. The guy pulled the handle and explained that he would be able to use the machine twice because the resurrection potion had to be listed as special. The junior school bus shed tears. The children entered the library. Seora sat at the machine. The warrior knitted his eyebrows sadly and asked if she was okay. The girl's eyes were filled with tears. Sungjin picked up the coins from the floor. The child handed them to his girlfriend. The player noticed that she could not move at all. The girl took a handful of coins. Suddenly her hand trembled. The schoolgirl bowed her head. The apprentice gritted his teeth tensely. The psychic put his hand on his shoulder and reminded him that they also had things to do. The machine gun shone in the light. The main character said that it would take time. The student inserted a coin into the machine. Gui-chan crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. The junior schoolboy turned the knob. The prize rolled down to the door. The survivor took out a goose quill of fluid consciousness. Taking off the bag, the guy said that everything was fine, and added that he had one more attempt. The warrior lowered his gaze. He turned the handle of the machine gun. The sound of a blow was heard. A black box appeared in front of him. The guys looked at each other suspiciously. The box opened. There were magic balls inside. The player bent down and offered to look for something useful. On one orb was written a description of the flash bomb spell. The other described the effect of a freezing bomb. The psychic looked at his friend in frustration and asked him for forgiveness. Scratching his head, the participant replied that everything was fine, and decided that the sister would understand that in life not everything is the way they want. The main character agreed with him, and wondered if they deserved to go through it. Someone grabbed Gui-chan by the sleeve. The boy turned. His eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was an orange vial containing a resurrection potion. The heroes opened their mouths in shock. Holding the bottle in her hands, Seora revealed that she knew they had saved her yesterday. The bandages on her arm were covered in blood. The girl smiled and said that it was a useless thing for a living person. The guy glanced at his comrade. Sungjin locked his hands in hope. The girl gave the potion and turned away. The child thanked her. The warrior frowned and said thank you. The schoolgirl went to the exit. She turned around and said that it was mutual. The player raised his eyebrows and concluded that he was a pretty good person. The apprentice stared at the potion in his hands. The psychic scratched his chin and read that they needed to find a body part of a deceased person. The student smiled broadly. The junior schoolboy rushed to the exit and shouted that they needed to go to the science lab. The main character took the iron pipe and doubted that the monsters remained in one place. A scream was heard behind the closed door. Standing in front of the corpse, the survivor asked if it was his sister who did it. Since there was no one else here, Gui-chan replied that the dead are hostile to all living things, and assumed that she did not kill him because they were relatives. The participant of the training knitted his eyebrows in frustration. The boy frowned and assumed that his family had done it. Sungjin knitted his eyebrows sternly and declared that he would never marry. Smiling, the guy decided that it didn't matter anymore and asked what about Sora. The child searched the office and claimed that she was right there. The warrior suggested looking somewhere else because they had some time. The apprentice looked around and asked what that meant. The player reminded him of the second condition, that they needed a dead man's body part. The psychic turned his head and asked his friend to look at the time. The clock showed 11:40. The main character said that the hour of the dead would end at noon. Gui-chang frowned sternly and stated that his sister would disappear. Sandmin stretched and yawned. The boy ran past the office. The young man looked out of the door and asked what was the matter. The boy asked if he had met Sora. Sana inspected the chairs. A student entered the classroom and frightened her. The high school student realized that this was not the right place. The girl spread her arms and asked what it was about. The survivor frowned and replied that he needed Sister Sungjin. The guys went to different offices. The warrior was left alone in the corridor. The heroes returned. The player asked how the situation was. The girl approached him and concluded that the revived dead was not on this floor. The psychic concluded that she was not on the 5th floor either, because a friend would have already told them about it. Pointing her finger into her palm, the student suggested that Sora might be on the lower floor or in another building, and said that there was no rule about it. The participant concluded that they had too many places to search. The protagonist frowned and thought about how he couldn't use the 9 eyes because this monster wasn't hostile, so it would surely appear green. The schoolgirl looked at her watch and asked what they should do, because there were only 17 minutes left. Sanming waved his hand and invited his friend to go to the assembly hall. Gui-chan realized that this was the place where Sora died. The guys went in different directions. The young man said that he would start looking in the teacher's room, and asked his friend to return through the underground parking if she was not there. The student looked around and asked his friend to tell Sungjin and wait for them at the bridge. Sana frowned and replied that she understood everything. The child sadly knitted his eyebrows and wondered where his sister was. The girl went to the stairs and saw him. The girl went up to the landing and asked if her ally had never found Sora. Minion crossed her arms over her chest and was surprised that they couldn't find her in such a crowd. The student turned away. The woman asked why he was ignoring her. The schoolgirl waved her hand and asked her to leave him alone, because they weren't even looking for coins now. The survivor asked what that meant. The student lowered his gaze and offered to continue the search. The participant of the training asked why they were looking for that elementary school girl who died in the assembly hall. The guys looked at each other. Sana closed her eyes and thought that in such a situation, any help was important to them. The girl turned around and told what was going on. The bridge connected the two buildings of the school. Minion frowned and asked if they really needed to find Sora's corpse. Throwing up her hand, the girl confirmed this and asked her to help. The woman pursed her lips in displeasure. The children went down to her and asked what happened. The survivor replied that everything was fine and asked if they had finished collecting the coins. The disciple scratched his head and replied that they were still missing. Smirking, the participant of the training said that they had no time to waste, and thought that she would not help her competitors. The main character ran to the door of the assembly hall. Gui-chan brought his hand to his mouth and called out to his girlfriend. Bright light filtered through the windows under the ceiling. There were corpses on the floor. The boy realized that this was not the right place. The dead man behind him stirred. The guy looked around tensely. The monsters tried to get to their feet. The monster rounded its eyes and wished the survivor's death. The dead man opened his mouth wide. The corpses pounced on the warrior. The player frowned menacingly and shouted that he had nothing to do with them. The living dead stuck out their tongues and rushed to attack. The psychic clutched the pipe in his hands. The main character struck a powerful blow. He began to fight off the monsters. Behind him lay bloody splinters. Gui-chang ran forward. Nearby was the pit in which Sora died. On the bridge I could see someone's silhouette. Sana stood at the window and thought. Sungjin ran outside. The child looked up and realized that his sister was not there. Sandmin ran up to him. The young man knitted his eyebrows excitedly and asked if there was any news. The girl shook her head. The student put his hands on his belt and said that there were less than 5 minutes left. The student asked where his sister was. The girl looked at him sadly. The schoolgirl frowned and remembered that Minyun had headed to the 6th floor. The junior schoolboy wiped his mouth with his hand. The survivor looked up. Sungjin began to run. Rapid steps were heard on the landing. The child opened the doors that led to the roof. The bright light blinded him. Sora hung in the air next to the portal. The apprentice hugged her as the rest of the boys went up to the 6th floor. Sana opened her mouth in amazement. The corpse opened its mouth wide. The schoolboy asked her to wait a little longer, because they would be able to resurrect her with a potion. Sanming lowered his gaze and shuddered. The student looked around and shouted that they had no time left. The high school student approached the fence and called out to his friend. There was no one in the courtyard of the school. The room was lit by a dim light. The main character was running through an underground parking lot. The zombies remained behind a closed door. At the same moment, an explosion rang out. Gui-chan gritted his teeth and realized that he had to join his friends. Running past the school, the boy wondered where everyone had gone, and realized that there was only 1 minute left. The guy went out onto the roof. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. There was no one in front of him. At this time, the monster sadly knitted her eyebrows and said that her brother could cope without her. Sungjin began to cry and begged her not to leave. The guys closed their eyes and tried not to look at it. Suddenly the psychic opened his eyes wide. His friends were on the roof of another building. Sana looked to the side and said that there were only 20 seconds left. Sandmin concluded that it was all over. The main character threw a pipe into the air and thought that all this could not end like this. because they had already gone through a lot. Gritting his teeth, Gui-chang remembered his friend's words about how life doesn't always happen the way they want, and mentally stated that this is real stupidity. The boy took a couple of steps back. The young man flinched when he saw him. The girl frowned and asked what he was going to do. The guy confidently knitted his eyebrows and decided that he could not wait any longer. The warrior ran forward abruptly. There was a protrusion of the roof in front. The system reported that the innate ability vision of the future had been activated. The player pushed off the fence. The psychic jumped up and found himself between two buildings. The guys opened their mouths in amazement. The roof of the second building was already very close. The main character landed on it. Gui-chan looked ahead. As he ran, the boy put his hand in his pocket. The resurrection potion opened. Light smoke escaped from it. The monster looked back as the pink energy approached her. At the last second, a bright aura enveloped her. The characters rounded their eyes in surprise. Sungjin looked at his sister in shock. Her body trembled. Suddenly the glow around her disappeared. Her heart was beating wildly. A bright flash blinded the children. A shock wave swept across the city. The guy removed his hand and looked ahead. Sora was floating in the air. Her foot immediately touched the ground. The girl fell on the warrior's chest. She opened her eyes. The girl looked at the player puzzled. The student blushed and pulled away. The child hugged her and cried. The schoolgirl asked what was happening. Sana asked if her friend did not remember anything. The student hugged her brother and said that she remembered how a monster appeared in the assembly hall. The psychic bowed his head and staggered. The high school student grabbed him by the arm and explained that she had died, and this man had saved her. The girl pushed her friend on the shoulder and said that her heart almost stopped. The main character asked her for forgiveness. A message appeared in the air that the treasure hunt had been completed. Khan took a step forward and congratulated the guys on completing the mission. The man clapped his palms and announced the completion of the training of Area Number 1. Gui-chan looked around and noticed that not everyone had gathered here. The guide closed his eyes and said that it was not important to come first, but they could not wait here all day. The door to the roof opened. An exhausted Siora came out of the stairwell. She had a bag of coins in her hands. The instructor explained that they would take a pass fee when they were ready to enter the portal. The girl approached her friend to help. The boy thought that she had recollected all the coins, although she could have asked for help. The student turned to his sister and asked what to do with her entrance fee. The schoolboy smiled when the guy promised to help with this. The junior schoolgirl raised her eyebrows, not understanding what it was all about. Minhyun went out onto the roof with her comrades and asked why the leader didn't help them. The warrior gave her a stern look. The young man bowed and said that he would be grateful to him for the rest of his life if he helped them. Sana opened her mouth wide and agreed with him. The survivor clenched her fists and asked them to be silent. Bending over to the psychic seer, the participant of the training whispered that she did not want to help the others, and asked only her to help out. The main character opened the bag and asked how much they needed. Minhyun smiled and replied that she needed 30 coins. The disciple opened her eyes wide and said that she needed the same amount. The schoolboy raised his eyebrows and said that he needed 25 coins. Gui-chan took out a bag of coins and explained that this was the price for the passage of Sora. The boy took out the remaining money and reported that he had only 85 coins. The woman squinted slyly and realized that this would be enough for them. The guy waved his hand. The warrior threw the sack off the roof. The coins fell out of it and crumbled. The survivor gritted her teeth angrily. The high school student put his hand on his belt and suggested that it was time for them to go, because they were unlikely to be waited for. The participant of the training trembled with anger. Those who did not have enough coins ran to the landing. The girl waved her hand at them and said it was cool. Sanmin noticed a few more coins in his friend's hands. Clenching them into a fist, the player explained that he had only thrown 80 coins to them, and added that maybe one of them would sacrifice himself so that the others would survive. Han smirked and thought about how this person was one step closer to becoming an earthling. The man folded his hands behind his back and offered to calculate the points. The guys ran down the stairs. Minhyun pushed her friend away and asked her to be quick. The girl nudged her with her elbow and shouted the same thing. The young man looked around and asked them to calm down, because there would be enough coins for everyone. The disciple frowned sternly and asked if he really thought they could find every single coin. The schoolboy opened his mouth in amazement. The woman knitted her eyebrows contemptuously and realized that they couldn't be sure at all that the leader had thrown them all 85 coins. The instructor took out the papers and suggested that they start with the achievements. Sayer's memories appeared. The administrator reported that she had managed to score 317 points. In the past, a high school student attacked a monster. He had 302 points. Then there was footage of Sungjin. He managed to score 114 points. Sana kicked the enemy with her foot. She managed to get 116 points. Sora jumped into her brother's arms. She had only 46 points. Holding the document in his hands, the villain said that he thought he would die while counting the points of the last participant, because there were too many of them. The guys surrounded the main character and were happy for him when they heard that he scored 350 points. The villain folded the paper and explained that this was the total number of points for the first round alone. Lowering the corners of his lips, Han read out all the positions that Gui-chan was able to score points on, and reported that the total number was 2,150 points. The boy's eyes widened in shock. His friends opened their mouths in amazement. The man smirked and said that this was not the end. The manager clapped her hands as the guide explained that the survival mark gives him a tenfold multiplier, and then the total amount is 21,500 points, which is the best result ever. The characters pursed their lips tensely. Smirking, the young man asked if his comrade wasn't happy, and thought about how he was constantly helping everyone because it brings points. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked what they should do with these glasses. The instructor closed his eyes and replied that they would find out everything themselves when they passed through the portal. The administrator folded his hands behind his back and suggested that the owner of the gold mark was glad that he would be able to visit the VIP store. The guy asked what it was. Looking ahead, the villain explained that there was such a place there, and asked the participant not to forget about his papers. Mingyun leaned on her hand and realized that she would be in trouble if the others found the coins before her. The girl smiled happily and shouted that she had collected all the money she needed. The student ran towards the building. The young man waved his hand and asked his ally for help. The schoolgirl looked away excitedly as the high school student explained that they could find the coins faster if they worked together. The woman watched them from afar. The survivor looked down. An iron pipe lay on the ground. The boy clenched his fist and shouted that they could all survive if his girlfriend waited a little longer. The girl looked around and said that it was not her fault that they could not find their share. The girl grabbed the door handle and wished them good luck. Suddenly, blood splashed in the air. A participant in the training hit the child on the back of the head. The guy rounded his eyes in shock. Mingyun gritted her teeth and asked who she thought she was if she wished them good luck. The woman put her hand in the schoolgirl's pocket and made sure that this was the fastest and most effective method. Pushing the door open, the survivor asked why her comrade had stopped and assumed that he didn't like that it was blood money. The young man pursed his lips tightly and swallowed. The high school student clenched his fists and replied that he was already coming. The participant in the training decided that she needed at least one person nearby, because otherwise she simply would not be accepted. Standing at the portal, Han waved his hand and asked everyone to go inside. Behind the back of the main character, a crash was heard. All the children turned around. Mingyun stepped onto the roof with an iron pipe in her hands. The bloody stick fell to the ground. The woman walked on. Sanming smiled and sarcastically said that he was very scared. The survivor took out a bag and said that she had brought a passage fee. The man looked up. The participant frowned and asked if it really didn't suit them. The guide smirked and replied that he would accept payment because the gates were still open. He stole a bag of coins on a tray. Mingyun headed towards the portal. The instructor closed his eyes and said that she had managed to score 35 survival points. The woman looked around and asked what it was. The administrator threw up his hand and said that there were so few of them because of her aggressive behavior. The survivor trembled with anger. She silently entered the portal. The student opened his mouth in surprise when the scoundrel announced that he had 0 points, and decided that he did not need to explain why. The schoolboy went after his ally. Sanmin threw the bag on the tray and invited the children to join them. The heroes lined up at the portal. The manager stuffed the main character inside. The villain bowed. Khan put his cap to his chest and wished them good luck in the neutral zone. A chic chandelier burned under the ceiling. A lot of people gathered in the hall. Sana noticed that there were a lot of foreigners among them. The escort showed the children their places. Gui-chan sat down on a chair and looked up. The boy took off his bag and looked away. A stranger sitting next to him waved to him. The guy scratched his head shyly. A notification appeared above his head about the start of synchronization. The warrior covered his face with his hand as the system confirmed the synchronization. The guides frowned sternly and reported on which countries coped with the training. The girl confidently looked ahead and stated that the second zone had completed the mission. The player looked at the woman in amazement when she said that South Korea was up to the task, and was surprised that she could talk at all. A red curtain hung on the stage. People realized that they now understand each other's speech after synchronization. The curtains parted in different directions in front of the man. The stranger stepped out of the shadows and congratulated the survivors on completing the training. The searchlight lit up. Holding a cigar in her hands, the administrator greeted everyone in the hellish neutral zone. People sat silently in their seats. Standing on the stage, the guide talked about how the sacred land, paradise, is a place where they can prove themselves, and added that everyone should increase their points to 1,000 because this is the only way to leave the neutral zone and go to heaven. Clenching his fist, the man asked what he was talking about and reminded them that they were supposed to be sent to heaven immediately after training. The girl frowned menacingly and threatened to deal with him and the people who lured him here if he did not calm down. The survivor narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Looking sternly ahead, the woman explained that the full name of this land is Paradise Lost, and said that it is a battlefield full of daily shots and explosions where they will have to survive killing others. The faces of the spectators were covered with sweat. The instructor asked if they really considered themselves strong if they managed to escape from a frail monster. The heroes pursed their lips. The guide said that the real tests would not be like training. Hitting the parquet floor with her foot, the administrator decided to distribute awards and asked the representative of the 5th zone to stand up. Tong rose to his feet and clasped his palms together. The girl looked down at him and explained that he had already qualified and could go to heaven right now. The Indian sternly knitted his eyebrows and replied that he would stay here. The woman threw something to him. The man caught the key. It had number 6 written on it. The guide looked down and called out to the man from the 2nd zone. Salvatore got up from his chair and said that he also wanted to stay. The participant of the game caught his key. The representative of the 7th zone bowed when he was named. The administrator narrowed her eyes and asked if he would stay. Salvatore smiled and confirmed it. In his hands was a key with the number 3. Delphine raised her eyebrows and decided to stay too. The instructor threw her the key and said that she did not expect anything else. The girl took the award in her hands. The girl rounded her eyes and noticed that something was wrong. On the key was number 2. The Frenchwoman assumed that she had been given the wrong award. Standing at the edge of the stage, the stranger announced that she had managed to score 7,500 points, and added that initially it should have been the best score. Delphine pouted in frustration. The main character realized who should be in the first place. Guichang rose to his feet when he was called and shouted that he would stay here. The audience opened their mouths and wondered how many points he had at all. The girl frowned tensely. The boy looked confidently ahead and thought that if everyone chose to stay, even if they had the opportunity to leave, then it meant that something was missing here. The key with the number 1 shone. The manager frowned sternly when the guy took him away. The woman snapped her fingers. The doors of the hall opened. White smoke came out of it. With her mouth wide open, the guide asked why they were still here and shouted that their time had passed. People went out into the corridor. Sandman adjusted his glasses in surprise. On one of the floors there was a recreation area. There was a fountain in the center of the hall. The warrior realized that he did not remember this place. The player's eyes widened in amazement, and realized that his memories were too vague. The heroes gathered at the bulletin board. The young man asked why they were crowded there. Sana looked around and asked where Siora was. The student replied that he didn't know. Sungjin raised his index finger and said that he hadn't seen her since they entered. The high school student put his hands on his belt and noticed that the others were not here either. The girl offered to stay together. The psychic promised to find them later and said that he needed rest. The survivor turned to him and stated that they would see each other later. The main character walked away. Someone stood in his way and greeted him. Guichang pointed his finger at himself and asked if the stranger was talking to him. The girl raised her eyebrows and introduced herself. Her eyes sparkled. The woman explained that she would like to give the participant a tour of the area. The boy knitted his eyebrows, puzzled. Someone poked the instructor with his finger. The guide looked around. The manager closed her eyes and waved to her. Adjusting her glasses, the administrator said that the training was already over and asked permission to do it herself. The girl gave her the middle finger. Then she raised the second middle finger. The assistant turned away and covered her face with her hand. Frowning, the stranger asked for forgiveness and said goodbye. The girl looked after her and was indignant at her disgusting habit of pleasing everyone. The guide saluted and decided to show the participant the surroundings. The guide decided that she was good at handling words. The manager smiled broadly and told me that she had practiced a vow of silence, thinking that this would save her from being too straightforward. There was a coffee sign on the wall. The administrator offered a snack and reminded that the survivors should have a lot of money. The warrior remembered how he opened the bag and received an additional 5,000 survival points. The player raised his eyebrows in amazement and asked if survival points were used here instead of money. Looking around, the assistant asked if the participant didn't know that the glasses were currency in the neutral zone, and said that food, accommodation, clothing, and everything else were paid for by them. The psychic pursed his lips and wondered if it wasn't getting harder this way. The heroes climbed the spiral staircase. The girl was holding a plastic cup in her hands. The main character smiled and asked if she had a delicious drink. Looking around, the girl confirmed it and said that he should try it too, because it's free. Guichang remembered that he had a 100% discount on ordinary restaurants and shops. Taking the straw in her mouth, the guide explained that people with a gold mark get a 30% discount, and for the first place there is a 100% discount, and asked if it wasn't cool. The boy realized that the rest would have a hard time. The guy looked up and asked how to get survival points. The instructor pointed to the bulletin board and replied that the main method of getting points was to complete missions. The warrior wondered if there were any other ways. The administrator said that they can be transferred or borrowed. The player concluded that loans and looting are common here. The assistant raised her eyebrows and said that it was a wise decision to stay here, because once you leave the neutral zone, it is very difficult to go back. The girl smirked and reminded me that there was a VIP store here. The psychic looked at her and asked if they really sold things from luxury brands. Her eyes widened in surprise. She asked what she was talking about, and wondered if the survivor was going to enter the battlefield with a handbag. The guide raised her hand and explained that the goal of the participant in the neutral zone should be to buy in the VIP store, because all the best things are sold there. The instructor pointed to the sign on the top floor and said that it was the royal floor, which was only for those who had scored more than 1,000 points during the training. Bowing his head, the main character began to breathe heavily and was indignant that there was not even an elevator here. Guichang leaned against the wall and asked if he would have to walk up these stairs all the time. Looking away, the receptionist said that for people who can afford the royal floor, this is not a problem, and reminded that this place is not a resort. The boy narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The assistant waved her hand and decided to show him his room. The guy rounded his eyes in shock. The sofa stood by the fireplace. The girl told me that in this room the physical condition recovers faster, and that an ordinary 4-hour sleep can completely heal the body. There was a vase of flowers on the table. The spacious room had a bathtub and a shower cubicle. In the center of the bedroom was a round bed. The warrior opened his mouth in amazement and asked how this was even possible. A fire was burning in the fireplace. The girl explained that all efforts were aimed at supporting those who contribute to the creation, and stated that their main goal was to increase the chance of survival of the participants. The player frowned in displeasure. The guide handed him a card. The instructor saluted and invited him to see everything with his own eyes. The card had the inscription VIP. The administrator waved her hand and wished her friend to live in luxury. The psychic waved to her and the assistant left. The escort headed for the door and was indignant that she was so far away. The main character raised his eyebrows and realized that he did not even know her name. The girl looked around and asked what he had said. Gui-chang put his hands to his mouth and asked what her name was. Closing her eyes, the girl was surprised that the participant had already forgotten about it, and gave her name. The boy waved at her and realized that he had never heard him. The guy fell on his huge bed. The warrior put his hands under his head and thought that it had been a terribly long day. The player narrowed his eyes. An image of a bright light appeared in my head. A fire was burning. The wood smoldered and turned into coals. The psychic wondered how much time had passed. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. The main character yawned widely and decided that he had a good night's sleep. The VIP card was lying behind him. Gui-chan took it in his hands and wondered what things were sold in this store, since it was considered luxurious. Suddenly the boy's eyes widened. A greeting was written on the flyer. Below was a list of goods. The cheapest of them cost 30,000 points. A piece of paper fell on the bed. The guy called it real madness. On the door hung a sign with the number 1. A lamp hung next to the room. The warrior walked along the corridor. Approaching the balcony, the player wondered what his friends were up to, and noticed that the shops were already closed. People gathered at the bulletin board. The psychic approached the crowd. The strangers noticed him and parted. The main character stepped forward. Hao narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Delphine raised her eyebrows in interest. Gui-chang pursed his lips in displeasure and felt a strong pressure. The boy looked at the blackboard. There were a lot of cards hanging on it. The guy realized that it was enough to tear off one of them, and he would immediately be transferred to the mission. And he read that no more than half of the participants from one zone could be on one mission. The warrior scratched his chin and asked if it was possible to replay the same missions. The player touched the paper and thought that he would need to get out of the labyrinth, and that the reward for passing was 100 points, and defeat would lead to death. The psychic tore off the card. The girl approached him and asked for forgiveness. The girl closed her eyes and said that she would like to drink tea with him. At the same moment, the main character disappeared into thin air. The torn paper fell to the ground. The survivor trembled and decided that this was a complete failure. The Frenchwoman clenched her fists and shouted that she had changed her mind. Gui-chang stepped forward. Ahead was a room with 5 aisles. The boy frowned sternly. He closed his eyes. They began to exude a glow. The corridors lit up with different colors. One of them was green. The guy came up to him. After a while, a pillar of light appeared in front of the bulletin board. The people looked at the warrior who appeared out of nowhere. Delphine opened her mouth in shock and said that it had only been 20 minutes. Hao knitted his eyebrows in surprise but said nothing. The player looked up and wondered if he should take another task with a big reward. Among the cards there was one task that gave 170,800 points. The psychic opened his eyes wide and used his skill. All the ads lit up in different colors. Among the red sheets of paper was gold. It said that the reward was 1,000 points. It was said in red that the participant needs to survive the siege of a horde of skeletons. The main character was surprised that no one had tried to complete this mission before. Gui-chan tore off the paper and decided that it was all or nothing. The boy looked around when the girl called out to him. The girl frowned and asked if he remembered Tong. The guy raised his eyebrows and remembered that this was the person who took 5th place. The participant brought her hand to her mouth and suggested that the man could have died trying to get out of the labyrinth. The warrior opened his mouth in amazement and declared that this could not be. Hao crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. The player narrowed his eyes and asked how this could happen, even if there was a chance of death. The Frenchwoman threw a menacing look at him and explained that they had been waiting for him for 2 hours. The psychic wondered if it was possible to die on medium difficulty. Delphine closed her eyes and replied that she understood everything. The girl looked up and invited her ally to drink tea together. A smile shone on her face when the main character agreed. The next moment, he tore the card. Gui-chang waved his hand and promised to see her later. The girl lowered her head and laughed nervously. Hao stretched out his hand and picked up a piece of paper. The man's eyes widened in amazement and asked if he had gone there alone. The participant looked down in surprise and asked what it was. The card was torn in half. The survivor adjusted his glasses and asked if they would lose the people who took 1st and 5th places on the first day. The Frenchwoman put her hand to her mouth in fright. A bright light burned at the end of the tunnel. The boy appeared in the cave. Suddenly, the light around him went out. The guy opened his eyes wide and realized that he could not see anything. The warrior lit up the road with his phone and wondered if he should try using the skill. His pupils lit up. There were many silhouettes ahead. The player held out the phone forward. The light of the lantern illuminated the skeleton. The monster opened its mouth. The monsters stared at their prey. The psychic gritted his teeth and wondered what was going on here. The knight raised his weapon above his head and shouted. The main character took a step back. Gui-chan pressed himself against the wall. The living dead stepped forward. The boy took off his bag and wondered how many magic balls he had left and whether he should use them. The boss flashed his glowing eyes and let out a battle cry. The guy took the phone in his mouth to highlight the contents of the bag. The warrior pointed the flashlight forward. A bright light illuminated the skeleton. The player jumped back to avoid being hit. The monster stayed away. The monster threw up its hands when the psychic shone a light on it. The survivor ducked to dodge the blow. The participant of the game put his hand into the bag. The bomb flew forward. The explosion engulfed the revived dead. The protagonist frowned and thought about not using combos, so his attacks were too weak. The skeletons opened their mouths and rushed to attack. Gui-chan threw another magic ball at them. A web enveloped one of the monsters. The bones began to melt under the influence of hydrochloric acid. The monster stood in the shadows, afraid to come closer. The boy threw another bomb forward and realized that he could not hesitate under any circumstances. Lightning struck the enemies. The bones flew in different directions. The knight raised his weapon and shouted loudly. The guy rounded his eyes in fright. The axe touched the ground. The blade shone. The warrior realized that it was too late. A trace of the impact appeared in the air. The dust rose up. Packages of noodles fell from the chopped bag. The skeleton looked menacingly at its victim. The player remembered that it was written there that he needed to be careful. The monster swung the axe. The psychic wondered if his death would really be like this. Delphine turned away. How deduced that their ally was definitely dead, and asked if they had just been given the opportunity to gather in teams of 6. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared behind him. The main character sat down on one knee. No one could believe that he managed to survive. The man pursed his lips tensely and assumed that it was a scam. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Gui-chan leaned on his leg and began to breathe heavily. The boy sat down next to the door to his room. His face was covered with cold sweat. Some time ago, the monster swung an axe to kill him. The mirror fell to the ground. It shone. A bright light reflected off him. The beam blinded the revived dead. The knight's body began to crumble. The guy was standing next to the bag in his hands. The warrior immediately grabbed the mirror. The player pointed it at the enemy. The boss clutched his head and screamed in horror. The psychic looked away. The skeletons opened their mouths in fright. The main character resolutely frowned and realized that this was his last chance. The monsters crumbled into small pieces. Gui-chan lowered the mirror and tried to catch his breath. The artifact cracked. A notification appeared that the user had successfully completed a difficult mission and received 1,000 survival points. Pursing his lips, the boy thought about being too careless and underestimating the situation, and realized that he didn't deserve the title of first because he only managed to survive thanks to the vision of the future and the golden seal. In a flashback, the guy tore the card off the bulletin board. The warrior began to cry and decided that he should not have considered himself cool. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of his room. The player wiped away his tears and asked who it was. The psychic opened the door. Sora smiled contentedly. The main character rounded his eyes in surprise. Sitting on a bench, Gui-chan said that he had been playing with death all this time and called it a miracle that he managed to survive. The girl turned to him and offered to run for a while. The boy frowned tensely and asked what that meant. The girl got up from the bench and explained that his thoughts would clear when he ran, and then he would definitely feel better. The guy replied that it was late and that it was time for him to sleep. Besides, there were no paths. The student squinted slyly and said that this was not the case at all. There was an announcement on the board with an offer to arrange a race. The schoolgirl scratched her head and suggested that it was too easy for her friend. The warrior wondered why there were tasks without a reward. The survivor tore off the card and said that she needed to run a little before going to bed to fall asleep. After a glance at his girlfriend, the player decided that she wanted to support him and asked how they could create a team. The participant stretched her hand and said that they needed to touch each other when someone tore the parchment. The psychic put his hand on her shoulder. Sora smiled awkwardly. The main character offered to start. Their bodies dissolved in the bright light. Gui-chan found himself in the stadium and was surprised that there were such places here at all. The guys started with a warm-up. The boy wanted to help his friend fall asleep faster. The guy began to practice punches. The girl thought that it was better for him to stretch his legs. Covered in sweat, the exhausted warrior realized that he was about to vomit, and wondered how many circles were left. Throwing up her hands, the girl shouted that there were still 2 circles left, and asked him to watch his breathing. The player gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. The psychic fell to the ground and asked how his ally ran so fast. The student noticed that he was very lacking in stamina. The schoolgirl closed her eyes and said that she was engaged in athletics. The main character knitted his eyebrows and decided that everything fell into place. Gui-chan looked at the sky. The moon shone among the clouds, and the boy thought that he had been playing and drinking all his life. The guy smiled and concluded that running wasn't so bad. Sora looked to the side and said that this is a very easy way to tone up. Her cheeks flushed as the warrior thanked her. The player got up from the ground and said that he really appreciated it and that he actually felt better. Closing her index fingers, the girl asked him not to worry about this and reminded him that he had saved her life. The psychic looked at her confidently and offered to run again. The girl held out her hand to him and replied that she would only be glad. The main character took her by the hand. Gui-chan was petrified when the student stated that he had 1 more circle left from the last time. In the common bedroom there were several bunk beds. Sora entered the room. The schoolgirl climbed onto the bed and put her bag next to her. A stranger lying nearby turned his head. The participant of the game opened one eye. The survivor grabbed her wounded arm. The girl gritted her teeth, and her eyes filled with tears. In a flashback, the guys headed for the exit from the hall. The girl decided that she could no longer ask them for help, because she had already caused too much inconvenience. The student frowned and realized that she had to prove her worth. The schoolgirl crawled under the blanket and concluded that she had to survive on her own. Sitting at the table, Sana asked where their friend had gone. Sandman assumed that she was deliberately avoiding them and suggested that they not look for her because they were no longer given points for helping others anyway. Her eyebrows knitted suspiciously. She asked why he was so calculating, and explained that helping people when they needed it was just courtesy, and good deeds always came back. The young man closed his eyes and said that his ally was no less calculating. The girl clenched her fists and asked if he really wanted to fight. Sungjin scratched his head and reminded him that his sister had been resurrected thanks to her. Sora had decided that they had to repay their debts. The student looked around and asked where their comrade was. The main character dined separately from everyone else. Gui-chang remembered the face of the night skeleton and realized that he had a mission to complete. While brushing his teeth, the boy thought that he could get out of the maze. But it does not make sense, because they give few points for this. As he sewed up his bag, the guy reflected on the fact that he needed to improve his chances of survival and focus on growth. Because now he has terrible stamina. The thread broke. The warrior looked at the seam and decided that it wasn't so bad. The player held the bag in front of him. Suddenly his eyes widened. The psychic put his hand in his pocket. The main character took out a folded note and remembered that Khan had asked him not to forget about it. On the crumpled paper, it was written that if the user wanted to improve his physical strength, then he needed to use a special skill. Gui-chang raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the corner of the letter it was said that he needed to go to the VIP store. Clenching his fist, the boy remembered the words of the other instructors and realized that he needed to find out what was going on. The man slept right at his workplace. When the bell rang, the seller raised his head and greeted the guest. The officer narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The guy approached him. The merchant asked what brought him here, and said that only those with 30,000 survival points can enter here. The warrior opened his mouth in amazement and asked if he couldn't even look. The worker crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head. The player turned away and explained that he wanted to know what a skill was. The man rounded his eyes and asked if it was true. The psychic took out a note. The seller decided that this changed the essence of the matter, and asked the visitor to hand the letter to him. Then the employee went to the closet. He opened its doors. Inside there were stands with flasks. The merchant said that they can be found in ordinary stores. The worker took one test tube. The man put it on a rag and explained that they pale in comparison to those in this VIP store. The main character lowered his gaze and asked what the difference was. The salesman showed him 2 fingers and said that this skill improves the effectiveness of training and that its effect is twice as good as usual, so that a 1-day workout will give the result of an 8-day workout. Gui-chang rounded his eyes in shock. Putting his hand to his mouth, the officer added that the skill was only worth 400 points, and stated that with each opening of the neutral zone, only 60 of these test tubes were created, so it was a very rare thing. The boy raised his eyebrows and pondered the effect of this potion. Grinning, the merchant realized that the customer had been caught and asked if he would take the goods. The guy took out the key and asked if there was a discount bonus. The employee waved his hand and said that this bonus does not work in the VIP store. The warrior put his hands on the table and declared that he would take all the skills. There was a towel on the bag. Next to it was an empty test tube. The player was running around the stadium. Burrito pointed his finger at the child and was outraged that he had almost died because of him. The student shouted that it was his fault. Minion crossed her arms over her chest, people wondering what was going on here. Delphine put a finger to her lips and asked what had happened. Looking around, Salvatore replied that they had problems with teamwork and assumed that they had chosen a very difficult mission. Tong decided that they had no other choice because there were only 15 days left. The man smirked and realized that he had been one of the first to experience this. The participant of the game frowned and replied that he took the task only out of interest, so his experience was a little different. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that they thought that their comrade was dead. Putting his palms together, the survivor asked for forgiveness and explained that he was one of those people who act first and think later. The guys looked around when someone shouted that it was simply ridiculous. The schoolboy knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked how they could collect 1,000 points when even socks were bought with them. Burrito put his hand on his belt and declared that he would not be able to sleep or eat at this rate. Mingyun looked around. Maria walked by with a glass in her hands. The girl looked to the side as she called out. The woman frowned in displeasure and asked if they planned to disqualify everyone who didn't score 1,000 points. The man said that something had to be done about it. The student looked down and decided that they should at least use money from Earth. Everyone supported him. The guide pursed her lips and replied that those who cannot afford even a cup of coffee from a vending machine become rich. With his mouth wide open, the player called her arrogant and asked if she really thought she could say whatever she wanted. The instructor scratched her ear and asked why they didn't give a responsible person if they had any problems. The heroes imagined the face of a formidable manager with a cigar in her hands. The administrator closed her eyes and asked if they couldn't just go on missions if they had time to complain. People froze in place and followed her with their eyes. Hal sat at the table and drank coffee. The assistant was walking around the floor. The girl drank lemonade and wondered if the survivor was okay. Black smoke was coming in front of the screens. One of them had a broadcast of the main character running around the stadium. Gritting his teeth, Gui-chang was breathing heavily. The observer was surprised that he had spent 2 weeks doing basic physical training. Sitting in the chair, the girl suggested that the gods should be pleased. The coach looked to the side and asked if he should tell the truth. The woman narrowed her eyes and realized that it was not a real deadline. The guide turned her head and said that she did not know what would happen if everyone found out about it, because the neutral zone was already in complete chaos. Taking a drag on her cigar, the manager asked her not to worry about trifles and decided to tell them that they had to extend the deadline. The head exhaled smoke and wondered what would have happened if they had set a deadline of 3 months from the beginning. People were sitting in a cafe, the instructor noticed that even those who arrived here without glasses at all were in no hurry to get them, and asked if her colleague could just watch them kill their time. Sungjin caught a fish. Sana lit the map with a torch. The administrator explained that they would be able to complete missions of medium difficulty if they went to the goals slowly step by step, and the most talented could send even on difficult missions. Sitting at the table, the participants were chatting. The assistant asked why they should tell them these important facts, and decided that they took the mission seriously due to time constraints. The girl looked up and thought that they would soon reach their limits. The woman lowered her cigar and said that she also carried out missions like a real sleepwalker. The manager smirked and realized that she would be twice as strong if she did the same thing as this survivor. The guide looked away and decided that this applied to her as well. The head locked her hands and said that she would not mind if her colleague wanted to help him. The main character was lying on the ground exhausted. The administrator said that she knew that he was invited by Hannah. The instructor narrowed her eyes and added that she had received some very interesting news. Gui-chang ran along the path and thought about what a circle it was. His breath turned to steam. The boy remembered that the task was to exhaust himself completely. Looking up, the guy wondered if he should take a break, and realized that he could regain his strength and run even more if he took a step. Turning the corner, the warrior thought that no one was watching him anyway, and decided that he should not have come here in the first place. Raising his eyebrows, the player assumed that he was thinking this way due to fatigue and concluded that Xianghua had abandoned him and his family had stopped communicating with him due to his weak-willedness. The psychic raised his head and screamed. The main character pushed off the ground. Gui-chang collapsed down. Dust rose into the air. The boy fell to the ground face down. He sat up and realized that he had to run even more. The guy frowned tensely when a lump got stuck in his throat. The warrior crawled to the grass and vomited. Sweat dripped from his neck. The player collapsed on his side. A notification appeared above his head that the mission had been successfully completed and that his personal trait of the weakling had been removed. The psychic clenched his fist. His stamina level rose from low to medium. His body vanished into thin air. The main character found himself in front of the bulletin board. Gui-chang looked up. Someone was standing in front of him. The girl held out a glass of water. Her expression seemed indifferent. The boy took the glass and thanked her. The guy drank the water in one gulp. The woman closed her eyes and said that 10 points was too little. The guide adjusted her glasses and said that he needed to spend less time training. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why. The player's eyes widened in shock as the instructor explained that she had been watching him for the past 2 weeks and concluded that his training had gone beyond normal fitness and was now detrimental to his health. The coach took a step forward and added that rest is also part of the workout, because this way his body will recover faster. Pointing to the restaurant, the receptionist asked the participant to start eating healthy and recommended that he use a variety of items to help him in his natural recovery. The psychic opened his mouth in amazement and asked what about the training time. The girl looked around and replied that diet is also part of the workout, because increasing efficiency is the best thing to do when a person is limited in time. People worked out in the gym. The woman asked the participant to alternate training and rest and promised to help him. The main character raised his hand and asked if it was helping him because of the gold mark or because of the first place. In the memory, the guide sternly knitted her eyebrows. The manager pointed her hand at the screen and suggested that this person might not be related to Xinjiang. Frowning, the head explained that Hannah was related to the deity, and stated that the more important issue was the origin of the golden mark, as it was her personal property. The instructor narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Grinning, the administrator asked her friend to devote herself to her work completely, and told her that this participant, unlike Cyan, was trained directly by the performer. The coach looked at her in amazement. The assistant glanced at the screen and asked her colleague not to blame her if the survivor became an enemy who stood in their way in the future. Standing outside the fitness room, Agnes explained that she sees potential in it, and that it is their responsibility to guide the participants in the right direction. Gui-chan asked if he could not get help from another guide. Clenching his fist, the boy said that he would like to be taught by someone more experienced and persistent, and remembered the assistant called the devil. The woman adjusted her glasses and decided that she did not need to redirect it to another person. Shrouded in a powerful aura, the trainer called herself the Sicilian Devil. The characters rounded their eyes in surprise. The guy began to squat with dumbbells in his hands. The warrior closed his eyes and bowed his head. The instructor hit him with a bamboo stick and shouted that she did not allow him to rest. The administrator swung her cane and ordered the exercise to be performed from the beginning. The dumbbells fell to the floor. Sitting down next to him, the player asked if he could rest a little, and reminded him that this was also part of the training. Agnes frowned menacingly, and said that she should rest after training, not during. The psychic stared at her with displeasure. The girl turned away and said that she was treating him quite kindly. The woman asked if he really needed another coach. The main character with his mouth wide open and loudly replied that he would do everything that was required of him. The guide swung her stick again and urged him to stop sitting still and get up. Gui-chan gritted his teeth and mentally called her a real devil. The coach watched him squat. His legs trembled. The instructor ordered him to focus on his knees. From behind the closed door, a conversation could be heard that the participant urgently needed to heal his arm. Siora looked down and explained that she didn't have enough points. The nurse bandaged her arm and told her that she only needed correction, but if she waited a little longer, she would need serious treatment, which cost 2,000 points. The girl bowed her head and replied that she did not have that much money, The doctor remembered that they came from the same zone with the person who took the first place, and suggested that the patient ask him for help. The girl turned away. The employee said that there was nothing to be ashamed of. The student bowed and said goodbye to her. The woman waved her hand and asked her to take prescriptions to avoid infection and do everything in her power to get money for treatment. The nurse looked around when Maria concluded that a colleague was teaching the survivor good things. The doctor lifted her index finger and explained that she was doing everything she could until they raised the level because then it would be too late. The guide turned around and said nothing. The schoolgirl took the envelope in her hands. Grabbing her hand, Siora remembered that she had 23 points left and realized that she would die if she did nothing. The girl looked at the papers and concluded that her father would have been upset. An image of the main character appeared in her head. The girl shook her head. She looked to the side when someone called out to her. Sora waved to her. Walking down the hallway, the student asked her friend how she was doing, but Siora replied that everything was fine. Grabbing her by the arm, the schoolgirl offered to have lunch together and promised to pay. The junior schoolgirl raised her eyebrows and asked where her brother was. The student stared at the ceiling and replied that Sungjin went on a mission with Sandman. The girl thought that her ally was a very good person. Suddenly, a passerby accidentally pushed her. The girl fell to the floor. The participant of the game frowned angrily and looked around. The survivor clenched her fists and asked Burrito to apologize for crashing into her friend. The man looked down at her and asked what he was talking about. The girl was frightened, but still demanded that the rude man apologize to the victim. The villain hovered over Sora and clarified that it was not because of his simple push that she dislocated her arm, and she admitted that her friend had been injured before, but the pain returned from the collision. The onlookers began to turn around when Burrito began pointing his finger and yelling that she should have worn a cast then, or even written on her forehead that there was a problem with her arm. Siora noticed that onlookers were gathering and discussed the man's possible guilt for her wounds. The girl squeezed her shoulder when she heard doubts that she would be able to get to heaven in such a state, and it was better for her to leave at the first opportunity. The victim lowered her head, continuing to listen to someone else's condemnation. When Sora looked back at her friend in confusion, she thought that everything should have been completely different. Siora rose to her feet and suggested that they just leave while the scoundrel triumphantly declared that they were not on Earth to have their heads in the clouds. Then he spat right on the floor. Mingyun looked at the scene with displeasure. Sora frowned, not knowing what to do now, but her friend just walked away. The girl closed her eyes and added that she had things to do that she had forgotten about. At that moment, the girls turned around when someone called out to them. They recognized the girl as San. She slammed her fist on the table and called the rude man a man. While the eldest was angry, fantasizing aloud about what she would do to this man, the girls tried to calm her down. At this point, Sana noticed something and added that Burrito himself was to blame for everything, and immediately asked to see her medicines to Sayer. The girl looked at the pills sticking out of her pocket and agreed. While the victim was taking out the package, the eldest noticed that she still could not use her right hand. Sana looked at the outstretched pack in surprise. Inside, the girl found a jar of rather expensive antibiotics. Sana returned the package to her interlocutor and asked how many points she had, assuming that she also spent more than she earned. The girls looked away in embarrassment. Siora waved her hands when the elder asked why she didn't borrow glasses from her friends, because she couldn't give up now, and replied that she couldn't. Besides, it was essential for her to cope on her own. Sana raised her eyebrows and said that she would not force her, but it was not so easy to collect 1,000 points on her own, since there were less than 10 days left, and it was worth healing her hand completely. To which Siora looked seriously at the interlocutor and expressed the opinion that they were not here for a month. The girls stared at their friend in surprise. At this time, the main character was standing on his hand in the gym while the coach was counting the seconds. Sweat was dripping down Geichang's face. Agnes folded her arms over her chest and announced that it was possible to stop. But the player continued to stand and, when the woman repeated that this was enough, said that he needed a little more time. The young man clenched his teeth with strain. At some point he swayed, and he fell flat on the mats. The protagonist breathed rapidly. The instructor threw a towel on his chest and said that she admired his perseverance. But this way he could harm his body. It would be bad if he injured himself and spent time recovering. As the guy dried himself, the woman reflected on how he did everything without complaining. And that was a good thing. She worried that he might become impatient and greedy for missions. Gui-chang turned to the instructor and asked if he could ask a question, and heard permission. The young man looked at Agnes curiously, and asked what exactly they were doing in paradise. The woman looked at the player in surprise, and called him strange. He had a gold mark, but he asked questions that usually came from contract soldiers. She clarified if the person who gave him the mark did not explain anything. The protagonist arched an eyebrow. Hannah was explaining something to him, but he didn't really remember the dream either. The instructor's face was still puzzled as she asked if the guy had ever played games, fantasy games with a medieval setting, and offered to imagine such a game, but in real life. Gui-chang raised his eyebrows and asked if it was really necessary to just kill mobs and sell things. Agnes's face became tense as she replied that everything was correct. The only difference was that the players were risking their real lives, and she decided in her mind that he didn't need to know about the war yet. The young man jumped up, and with a displeased look asked, maybe he should have learned normal skills then, and it dawned on the instructor that he hadn't complained because he didn't know. The player, meanwhile, raised his eyes to the ceiling, and reminded them that time would soon run out. They only had 9 days left. Shouldn't they have completed missions? The woman frowned at the protagonist and said that she needed him to trust her, since he chose her as a guide, otherwise, he could leave and do what he wanted. The guy's eyes widened, and he explained that at this rate, he would become a dead man the moment he got there. As Gui-chan nervously gnawed at his finger, the instructor was dumbfounded to think that he hadn't even received a class yet, but was already thinking about how not to die. The young man looked at Agnes in surprise as she asked what he would do if she trained his strength to the end. The protagonist replied that nothing. He raised his eyebrows and added that there must be a reason for this. He could say that the woman was sincere with him, although they did not study for long. The instructor fell into a stupor, not understanding how this young man could say such terrible things out loud. The guy stared at her reaction with round eyes. Agnes adjusted her glasses and admitted that she shouldn't tell him that, but if she did, Gui-chan shouldn't tell anyone. At this time, the girls looked at Sayer in surprise when they heard that they actually had 3 months, because this time everything could change, to which she replied that they did not do the most important thing. The girl frowned, and in response to questioning glances, she replied that it was about the awakening. The main character clenched his fists and asked his mentor what she meant, and she explained that they would receive 1 of 4 classes. This would happen in the awakening ward, which opens for only 1 day. The real professional training begins after that. Gui-chan raised his eyebrows. He understood, but he thought they didn't have much time for that. But the woman objected that they would still be given additional time. Everyone who heard this news was delighted. In the cafe, the girls' conversation turned out to be not private. The unknown guy turned around and thought that he had just heard very important information. The boy burst into the room, shouting to his uncle that he had big news. Minyun and Burrito, who were lying on the bed, looked at the intruder in displeasure. The girl arched an eyebrow and said that it was rude. The next time they knocked on the door, the man frowned and said that it was getting cold here and it was better to close the door. The young man stared at them in confusion and asked what Minyun was doing here. She rubbed her neck in displeasure and wondered if the naive boy really thought that they were dating only because they ate and slept together. Advised not to be so naive, because everything worked differently here. The guy opened his mouth when it came to him. That same night, Burrito knocked the player down with a punch. The poor fellow sat up somehow, trembling violently. Minyun propped up her face with her fist and asked if they were cooperating now. The young man rubbed his cheek and replied that he hadn't collected all the glasses yet. The scoundrel looked at her man, and he began to beat the victim again. It loomed over the player lying on the ground, who was clutching his stomach. The girl put her foot on the victim's face. Minyun arched an eyebrow and threatened that they could beat him all night. The poor guy looked away and agreed to give them to them. The scoundrel exhaled and remarked that you don't need to be beaten twice if you can be beaten just once. The villains abandoned the victim and looked at each other dissatisfied, grumbling that they had only gotten 80 points when they needed more than 500. The man raised his eyebrows and clarified that now, because there was no one else to take from. The girl clenched her teeth in irritation. On the morning of the 30th day, Cynthia spoke in the square with an announcement for all survivors. Burrito clenched his fists angrily and demanded to repeat what the manager was carrying. The woman looked angrily at the rude man and repeated to the deaf that those who did not collect 1,000 points did not pass. The warrior snorted in displeasure and began to list those who had passed. Mr. Sol and Miss Delphine, Mr. Liorda, and finally Mr. Hyun from Zone 1, and then Shanisha added, who would have thought that a handful of them would be able to pass. Sana began to knead her fists, calling the commander a tightrope, and reminded him that he had said many times that it was every man for himself here. Then one of the players came up to the manager and said that he had heard something else. The woman looked at Hal with displeasure and reminded him that she was still in charge, and she didn't care what the player from the 7th zone heard there. The man folded his arms over his chest, looking at the warrior. Then Siora came out of the crowd and clarified what about the awakening. Cynthia raised her eyebrows and wondered if the girl thought that the 7 gods would bless them, despite the fact that they couldn't even collect 1,000 points. The crowd immediately began to discuss that it was the first time they had heard about the gods, and even more so about the awakening. Hal frowned again, and asked if the manager would be lenient if he collected 1,000 points right now. The woman turned to the guys in suits, and asked how it was. The subordinates immediately gave the leader their glasses when he asked for them. People immediately began to push each other, trying to borrow glasses to return them later. The warrior clenched her teeth, trembling with anger. Cynthia pointed her finger at the survivors, and barked that they were useless garbage that couldn't even become a normal meat shield, and still dared to ask for an awakening, as if their brains had completely rotted, as if they had missed their opportunities while living on Earth. In the same way they crumpled up the ticket to paradise, and she expected exactly this behavior. The manager's face expressed an extreme degree of anger. The crowd fell silent. But suddenly the woman said that she was giving them one last chance. In exactly 2 months they had to prove that they could not become recycled garbage. The people roared, rejoicing in the salvation and glorifying the steward. To which she frowned, and advised her to celebrate after meeting the 7 gods. Siora looked at Cynthia with alarm when she heard that for some, this experience could become hopeless. Soon, a crowd of people gathered in the corridor to the awakening room on the 8th floor. The main character, folding his arms on his chest, was waiting for his turn. Then he turned to the noise. Delphine literally tumbled out of the room, and one of the employees rushed to her with a question about her condition. But the girl looked up with satisfaction, and announced that she had become a magician. Gui-chan looked at her dumbfounded. Agnes told him that there were 4 main classes in paradise, although their number was large, but as the level increased, the basic ones appeared: warrior, archer, priest and mage. The warrior was the most common, followed by the archer, and the priest was rare enough to be considered precious. Then the young man raised his eyebrows and asked what about the magician. The instructor said with a serious look that with so many participants, he might not appear at all. It was the rarest class. But this rarity did not mean that everyone aspired to become magicians. No one chose their class, the 7 gods decided that. The protagonist went into the room. He looked around in surprise. It was empty inside. The player walked forward, noticing that everything around was white. Suddenly, the entire space was distorted. The guy seemed to begin to fall down. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Suddenly, Gui-chan seemed to hover in midair, and a voice began to come from everywhere that expressed impatience and announced the beginning of the awakening. A sphere of light spread from the young man's stomach. While the mana was cruising around the protagonist's body, the deities discussed that with so much mana, he should be higher than average, and also discovered an innate ability. Perhaps his sight had awakened at a young age. The protagonist squinted his eyes as the voices continued to discuss that they had found traces of having once lost the ability, which could have led to the depletion of magic, which could not be fixed in any way because he did not recognize magic in his world. The player gritted his teeth when the deities said that he needed to hand over the mage, and mentally refused. The guy opened his eyes. Gui-chan opposed the decision of the gods, and they were surprised that he wanted to become a warrior, but they admitted that he had great potential as a warrior, which could prevent him from being a magician. Another objected that it was nonsense. With such talents, he could become a magician of a unique rank in a short time, but in the end, they decided to vote. The protagonist froze, waiting for the voices to split, and the vote of the last deity was decisive, but he was silent. Someone's silhouette flashed in his eyes, which in the next moment turned into a blinding flash of light. It seemed that the young man was covered by someone's huge palm. Soon the player fell out of the door. Agnes turned sharply and asked who her ward had become. He looked at the woman, breathing rapidly. The glasses of beer collided with the clinking. The children celebrated the end of the awakening ceremony. Sanming pointed his finger at San, noticing her happy smile from ear to ear, and when she was indignant that she shouldn't talk to the priestess like that, he invited the others to look at her face, because her complexion showed that she was happy. Then Gui-chan noticed that Sora was upset. He smiled encouragingly at the girl, and said that the archer was also a pretty good class. The archer turned to her brother, starting to talk about him, to which Sajin immediately replied that he was also fine. In any case, he was not the only warrior. The protagonist with a smile asked not to worry, because each class will be needed in their ranks. Sandman stretched out his hand to the young man, and remarked that he must be at ease because of the wealth. But the others did not have it. Siora in general, full of despair, was now stuck in her room, to which Sana admitted that she understood everything and decided that she was more disappointed than the others because she knew more in advance. Maria looked back at the company sitting in the corner. The girl put an order on the table, thinking about the stupidity of young people, because it was not easy to stay alive with such an arm. Besides, she had become a warrior. It would be better for Sayer to gather the strength to start treatment. If she pulled, then her arm would be amputated. At this moment, the manager flinched, not understanding why she was so worried about someone else's life, not paying attention to the indignation of the visitors. The waitress closed her eyes, deciding that worrying about others wouldn't make her money, while the customer continued to complain that the order had been mixed up. In the next moment, Maria smiled slyly, thinking about how she could benefit from it while she was being called by the other tables. The girl turned around with a sweet smile, and promised to come over. At this time, Agnes was pouring Cynthia wine. The instructor listed 1 mage for priests, 22 archers, and 51 warriors. The woman shuddered when the manager asked if she was upset. Agnes looked at her companion in surprise as she suggested that she thought that if her ward had been at least an archer, he would have been able to lead an expedition. The steward watched the celebrants with a smile, and noticed that warriors were also an important class in expeditions. The only problem was their excessive numbers, so most of them turned into meat shields. The main character sat in thought. Agnes walked in his direction, deciding aloud that she just had to train him well. Soon, Gui-chan immersed himself in meditation under the supervision of his mentor. He tried very hard, straining. The woman resolutely looked at the ward, mentally confirming that she really just had to be a good coach. The young man looked at the instructor in surprise when she suggested moving on to the next stage of training. The protagonist stared at the piece of paper, puzzled, and read that he needed to feel his mana. Agnes tucked her hands behind her back, and explained that the player's mana had been released with the class, so he could already feel it. The warrior thought for a moment, and remembered the energy he had felt in the awakening room. The guy looked at his mentor when she added that it was time for mana training in his class. Gui-chan stood up, and the woman clarified why he was doing this. The protagonist pointed his thumb back, and replied that he had been told about the purchase in the store. And immediately he got hit on the head. Agnes looked at him with displeasure, and demanded to sit back down. If he had so many comforts at the beginning, then later it would affect him. A person who did not know how to train would end up just getting stuck at a certain level. The instructor explained that when the parchment is torn, the player will feel the concentration of mana while they teleport to a certain location, and it will help them gain a sense of mana in a week. The woman raised her finger up, and advised me to try to think about the feeling that the guy felt in the wake room, after which she said goodbye to him for a week. The warrior looked at the paper puzzled. Then he took a deep breath and tore the parchment. The next moment, he was in the same space. Gui-chan hovered in the air, and the mana stream seemed to go berserk. The protagonist examined the brilliant flow of energy, and noticed that it was difficult to breathe here, just like in a sauna. Then he jerked. A stream of mana burst out of the young man's stomach. Agnes turned around abruptly when the player returned with a notification that the main mission had been completed. With round eyes, the instructor stared at the player, and asked how he came back so quickly. The warrior pointed his finger at himself, and was surprised that he had finished as soon as he got there. The woman was dumbfounded and asked if the guy could circulate mana. Gui-chan lowered his gaze as the light on his stomach came on again, and remembered the feeling. The protagonist looked at his outstretched arm, through which a wave of energy ran. The young man was running mana through his body, and while the system was reporting on the creation of skills, he thought that it was like a friend he had known since childhood. Agnes, watching him, concluded that he had refused to be a mage, to which the player stated that he just wanted to fight with a spear. Soon, the mentor led the warrior to the bulletin board, and he took the task. When the guy showed her parchment, and the woman noticed that the basics of using a spear included a lunge, a blow, and a slash blow, and he chose a mission that he would definitely need, she found this instinct creepy. The instructor nodded. Gui-chan tore the parchment. Then he disappeared. Agnes stared thoughtfully in front of her, thinking that her apprentice's mana was so strong that the gods had chosen him as a mage, but he had insisted on becoming a warrior, which meant he was following exactly the same path as that Shihayan boy. But the protagonist ended up in a training location. The young man looked at the spear that stood nearby. He gripped the hilt tightly, and knew it was it. The player took the weapon in his hands, experiencing a familiar feeling. The warrior made the first lunge with his spear, thinking that he would not be able to use mana. Then a blow with the shaft, and he remembered the words of his mentor that without the right stance he would not be able to counterattack. The guy made a slashing blow, and he needed to repeat it 1,250 more times. This training was similar to the one when he used an 8-fold magnification ability. It got dark in the location as Gui-chan repeated the blows over and over again. During the last lunge, he hit exactly in the center of the target. Sweat ran down the young man's face as the system reported on the completed task and the creation of new skills. At the same time in the toilet, the cabin was closed. Siora was sitting on the toilet and eating cookies. The girl's eyes reflected despair. Suddenly, she was attracted by a strange sound. She pressed her head into her shoulders when she heard a familiar voice calling to her. Behind the closed door, the warrior heard an apology for what Sora could have done wrong. The archer shuddered. The victim opened the door of the booth, looking directly at her friend. Sora asked the cafe to bring 2 glasses of warm milk and toast. After that, the girl watched how Siora greedily ate. She looked at her friend with concern, and turned to her again. The bandage on the warrior's right arm was dirty, and the limb was clearly in terrible condition. The girl took her hand healthy, and replied that it was gone. Sora clenched her fists, and said that they could ask the terrible, and expressed confidence that together they would find a way out, because it was impossible to train in such a state. But the victim lowered her head and objected that she could not afford to burden him. The archer raised her eyebrows, and reminded her that this place is very dangerous even with healthy limbs, isn't it? And reminded her of that Minyang student who died during the mission. Sayer's eyes widened in surprise. She only now found out that that guy had died at this time. The archer grabbed her friend's hand and asked her to stay with her from now on. With a smile, Sora recalled that her interlocutor had saved her life and asked for permission to repay her in kind. The warrior looked at the girl in surprise. At this time, the main character was choosing a mission from the bulletin board. He picked up another parchment, reading it carefully. The others were surprised that the guy again chose basic training. Several men looked at each other and suggested that it was easy and convenient, and gave a lot of points, but some players had to risk their lives to complete the mission. The survivors were just jealous of the Gui-chan. The protagonist glanced at the gossips, and thought that a month had passed. Could it be that he would not have any missions until the very end? He trusted Agnes, but only saw the result. The young man looked at the center of the target. The warrior struck blow after blow with his spear. The player trained hard and wondered if he could defeat enemies with his current ability level. Soon the guy fell on the grass. He noticed that his hair covered his eyes, and thought that he had not been to the barber for a long time. Since then, when Gui-chan did not even have money for a cup of ramen due to his gambling debts, compared to those times, he decided to believe the instructor, because sometimes slowness led to the fastest decision. The young man returned to the blackboard. He adjusted the bag on his shoulder, and he headed for the stairs, not noticing that he was being watched. Siora looked at the protagonist guiltily. She flinched when she was called a cripple. Minion looked at the girl mockingly, and assumed that she had also decided to use her body to earn favorability. However, not that she could do anything else. The victim lowered her head and admitted that she had never done this before. Suddenly, the villain grabbed the girl by the sore arm. With a smirk, Minyun demanded that she stop making excuses if she wanted to replace that recently deceased idiot. Siora looked at her questioningly, and her face stretched in surprise when the scoundrel said that the scoundrel lived at the expense of the Gui-chan. The girl abruptly let go of the warrior's hand, and wished him good luck, because you never know, maybe he will prefer a cripple of a junior rank. Sayer's gaze was filled with despair. She ran away, denying such thoughts. The next day Agnes walked down the corridor. She shuddered. The protagonist was leaving the nearest room, and the woman began to say that she was looking for him everywhere. But then the young man turned, and the instructor noticed that he had a new hairstyle. The player frowned and said that it was high time. The mentor nodded. Agnes narrowed her eyes, and expressed the opinion that by this time he had done enough training. The warrior was really good at it. He endured everything steadfastly, and she could say it with a clear conscience. The guy raised his eyebrows, immediately realizing what he was talking about. The instructor looked at Gui-chang seriously, and announced that he could start completing missions. Soon the protagonist was already standing in the forest with his spear. He threw the flask next to the bushes. For some time, she just lay there. And then the ground began to shake. 2 pairs of eyes lit up in the bushes. The young man raised his weapon. 2 beasts that looked like wolves came out at him. The monsters roared. But the player was in no hurry. The warrior squinted at his enemies, wondering if he should wait. The guy gripped the weapon harder, realizing that if he hesitated, they would attack from both sides. He rushed to attack, deciding that it was better to attack first. The spearman struck the first blow. Blood spurted into his face, and Gui-chang realized that he had made the right decision. The crowd of players discussed the guy who was in first place and grabbed all the easy and medium missions, but did it matter that he started completing the missions since there are not so many of them left? Another objected that the others were poorly informed, and the protagonist completed 1/3 of the missions, and someone even heard that he completed difficult missions at an incredible speed. Delphine was walking past and heard these conversations. The sorceress frowned. Gui-chang stood thoughtful near the blackboard. He flinched when he heard that he might need a group soon. The girl raised her eyebrows, and explained that he would not be able to clear difficult missions alone. Even if he did not want to, he would need experience working in a team. The guy frowned, and thought that the reward for very difficult missions was 10,000 points, which was 10 times more than for difficult missions, and this showed that these missions were much more difficult to complete, and he couldn't disagree with Delphine. The protagonist tore off the parchment from the board, and reported that there was something he had to do himself. The sorceress was confused when the guy disappeared, and exclaimed that he had ignored her again. Then she noticed the papers lying under her feet. The player grinned and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Several dead men were coming at him. The warrior prepared for battle. The guy intercepted his weapon. He knew that there was no escape route, and there was no need to retreat. He rushed into battle. Gui-chan shattered one skeleton after another, thereby moving forward. But there were no fewer of them, so the young man let the mana pass on the spear. The protagonist's blows have become more powerful. At that moment, the tallest dead man rushed at him, swinging his axe. The player continued to fight off enemies, wondering how long he had been waiting for this day. The monster swung his weapon, but the man was also determined. His spear collided with the blade of the axe. There was a crack in the steel. The warrior pressed down on his weapon, uttering a battle cry. The tip of the spear shattered the opponent's skull, which meant the completion of a difficult mission. A little later in the room, the guy counted his glasses aloud, which had decreased. There were bottles of potions on the table, and Gui-chan reasoned aloud that their value was worth it, and to think that only a handful of people could shop in the VIP store. But the elixir that increased the power of magic decided to take later. The protagonist drank one of the bottles, muttering that the 9th eye was more important. The empty flask flew down. The young man gritted his teeth and coughed as his innate ability developed, and the escape skill was unlocked. The player pressed his palm to his forehead, and thought that this was not bad, but there was one more bottle left. Here the warrior squinted to the side. Hannah came inside the room. When the young people sat down on the sofa, the girl noticed that the guy did not even read the invitation. Did he not know that players who own gold marks are allowed to have one assistant to accompany him? To which he suggested that she was not here to clean his house, and clarified how she could help him. To which he heard that was support and advice. Plus I wanted to ask him for a favor. The manager looked around the room and added that Gui-chan was doing so well that he didn't need any support, and as for advice, it would be nice if he found teammates in the neutral zone. For example, he could befriend Delphine or the executive director of the Triads. How? The protagonist propped up his face with his fist, and clarified since when the woman imagined herself to be his mother, why she was talking to whom to play. He asked just to say what she wanted to ask for. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise when Hannah asked for Sayer's help. The manager explained that this was a request from her supervisor. They wanted the girl to develop normally in the neutral zone, but in her current situation, it was quite difficult. The warrior threw up his hands, and realized that these were the guys who had invited her, and then asked if he would get anything in return, and the woman admitted that he was right. Hannah's gaze turned serious as she reminded him to treat others the way he wanted to be treated. The guy was very surprised. With a smile, the manager added that in Paradise's conditions, the debt always had to be paid, and this is the golden rule. Gui-chan's eyebrows crept up. As the woman left, the protagonist rubbed his chin. She said that the decision was up to him, and he would not be forced to do so, but first he decided to deal with the problem that was right in front of him. The player's gaze fell on the second bottle of potion. Soon, he was standing with his palm pressed to his face, and the system suddenly said that the golden rule skill had been unlocked. When the warrior opened his eyes, they glowed with a golden light. The boy stepped outside, mentally amazed that it had appeared as soon as Hannah had mentioned it. The warrior looked around, trying to figure out how to use it. Gui-chan opened his eyes wide, activating the skill. and immediately he noticed a golden glow several floors below. As the protagonist came closer, he realized that he had come to a break room. Inside, the young man saw a glowing silhouette on the sofa. It turned out that the light was coming from Sarah. A fire was burning in the fireplace. Maria, with a gloomy face, said that her arm would have to be amputated. The girl scratched her finger in her ear, and when the player shouted that she was an expert in healing, clarified how she should turn back time for a rotting hand, it would have been possible if they were in heaven, but there was no better priest here than her. Whining couldn't help here. Agnes adjusted her glasses and retorted that it didn't mean that there was no way out at all. If she reached the 5th level, she would be able to learn a very powerful saint skill. The instructor looked at the manager seriously, and voiced the colossal healing. The priestess clenched her fists, and demanded that the woman shut up, and the guy remembered that she was only level 4. Maria covered her ears with her palms and began to sing, and the warrior could not understand why she was doing this. Agnes explained that it was very risky. After the ceremony, God could fulfill her wish or not. But the consequences of a negative answer were monstrous. The caster would be bedridden for the next 7 days, suffering from an acute fever, and would also be restricted from using any spells for 2 weeks. The instructor frowned, and continued that the other problem was that if the manager left the neutral zone before closing, all the points she had earned would be lost, and the materials required for the ceremony itself were no joke. Gui-chang rubbed his chin, and asked if the girl wanted to say that she would do it if they put all their points together, and guessed that it would be about 30,000 points in total, to which she found nothing funny. Maria pointed her finger at the protagonist, and demanded to look here, clarifying that she was asking this because she was the district manager. She called him a jerk, not understanding what this cripple was even good for wasting her precious points on. The girl was furious and shouted that if the young man had extra glasses, then why not spend them in the VIP store or give them to her? It would be more useful. The player raised his eyebrows, and admitted that it was the request of the person who invited him. The manager's eyebrows curled up when it dawned on her that Hannah had come here. Then she lowered her head, sighed and agreed. The instructor and her ward flinched when Maria announced the sum of 82,000 points. With a confused look, the girl added that this is the exact cost of all materials, and no less. The next morning below, Delphine noticed that there were only 10 difficult missions left, each with 10 attempts. The girl looked thoughtfully at the cards on the board, remembering that no one except their team and Mr. Top Ranker could take care of them. The sorceress shuddered when she heard the offer to drink a cup of coffee, and replied that she was busy. She did not think that such people were still left. But when she realized whose voice she was hearing, she turned around abruptly. Behind her, Gui-chang stood with his trusty spear. Looking at Delphine resolutely, the young man stated that he wanted to join her team. Hao folded his arms over his chest. The others stared with round eyes when they heard the sum of 82,000 points. The protagonist frowned, thinking that if he joined the team, he would no longer be criticized for accumulating missions, plus he would be able to complete more difficult ones. The director slapped his palm on the table, and said that he wanted to recruit this player. The man resolutely looked around the team members, and offered to help him collect such an amount. Tong looked at his comrade in surprise, and clarified, "Isn't it too much? Wouldn't it be better to find another talented warrior in the team?" Delphine shrugged her shoulders and reminded him that Gui-chan was good enough to be able to complete missions alone, to which the Indian wondered if they could clear even the most difficult missions if he joined them. Lior smirked and suggested that they stop arguing and test the main character in action. He, for example, needed to see to believe. The young man intercepted the spear and suggested that we go right away. A spear protruded from the mouth of a dead monster. The eyes of the team members rounded. The player returned the weapon to his hands, and the guys considered that 20 seconds were enough for him. Hao adjusted his glasses with a smirk, and asked if anyone was against it. The fire in the fireplace continued to burn. As sweat trickled down Sayer's face, Sora muttered that she had always known that they were doing well, and if they had tried harder, this would not have happened. Sungjin clenched his fists. He admitted that they had put the protagonist in such a predicament, and his sister desperately asked how they would score 82,000 points. Suddenly, the door opened. The siblings looked at her. Maria burst in with a sack on her back, and shouted that she was there for a ceremony. All the guys were waiting in the corridor by the door. Gui-chang flinched when he was addressed. Sungjin looked at the elder curiously as he asked how he managed to score almost 80,000 points in a single day. Hao turned around, exhaling smoke, and asked what the boy was talking about. The siblings opened their mouths, and the protagonist scratched his temple in embarrassment when the headmaster announced that they had scored a little more than 40,000 points to date. At that moment, golden light poured from the cracks in the door. Everyone present turned around, not understanding what was happening. The door swung open. The priests practically carried Mary in their arms. The girl looked up at the player with difficulty, and demanded to remember that he was now in her debt. The youth's eyes widened as he heard the golden rule. The others looked into the room at that time. Siora came out of the door with a perfectly healthy arm. Sora immediately rushed to her friend, exclaiming that she was so glad that she was all right. The healed woman glanced at the boy. He nodded to her with a smile, and the girl smiled back at him. Embarrassed, Hao rubbed his finger under his nose, realizing that it was love. With the inclusion of Gui-chang in the Delphine team, they went through all the missions taken. The protagonist was able to earn all the points he borrowed in just 2 days, and to repay his kindness, Sora, Siora, and Sungjin began training with the instructor. Agnes frowned, and said that they would have time to cry in their spare time, and now let them start again. The guys were almost exhausted, so they considered the woman the devil. The team gathered again in front of the board when there was 1 day left before the closing of the neutral zone. There was only one impossible mission left on the board. As the sorceress cried, Leo declared that it was madness to take on her, and although the girl said that he could give a one-time coupon to the VIP store, Hao asked her to distinguish between recklessness and bravery. The protagonist smiled. He threw up his hands and offered to disband the team. Soon, he and his friends were sorting through their belongings, finding 3 spell balls and 1 goose feather of fluid consciousness in their bag. Then he took out a piece of paper, and did not immediately understand what it was. The young man remembered that he had received this talisman in the assembly hall. Siora looked at the player in surprise, and noticed that he had not used it in vain, to which he expressed confidence that one day he would use it. Sungjin folded his arms over his chest, and said that bonus items disappear when the neutral zone is closed, and he also has to hand over his mobile phone. When asked about the rest of the equipment, he replied that the items obtained in battle, in fact, will only go to special privileges and safety. The warrior looked at the talisman in frustration, thought it was terrible, and wondered if the magic that had been summoned was accidentally random. The girl raised her eyebrows, and said that the type of magic should be written on her. Her was of the binding type. But the paper was empty. That same evening, Gui-chan walked over to the board with his spear, and wondered if he was going to make another adventure. The young man tore the paper with the last mission off the board, and tearing it apart, he decided that this was a guarantee. At this time, someone threw an envelope under the door of Sayer's room. The girl looked at him in surprise. The envelope was indeed addressed to her. The sword woman took out the contents, and found the parchment of a mission for sword training. The girl's eyes widened. At this time, it was dark at the other end of the corridor. Minion sat beside the bed, thinking about that boy. Looking desperately in front of her, the girl thought that if he were here, she would not be in such a deplorable state. Suddenly, there was a bang on the door. The scoundrel opened the door, and immediately got into a fighting stance. A hand reached into the room, and she grabbed the frightened minion by the collar. Siora tore the parchment with her teeth, and the two of them teleported to the mission. The swordswoman led her rival to the dark bamboo forest. The girl frowned at the incomprehensible scoundrel. Siora stretched out her hand and said that she would give her a chance to take the sword, to which Minyun immediately decided that she had come to take revenge, even though the deadline was already tomorrow. The girl lowered her head and said that she knew that it was the villain who provoked everything that night. Then Minyun drew attention to the group that was successful in points. She encouraged Burrito to deal with them, but his strange behavior was noticed by his own nephew. Siora screamed as she was grabbed by the hair. The man pointed his finger at her and told her to calm down, because maybe he would even give her some glasses. But at that moment, they began to drum on the door of the room. The scoundrel looked haughtily at the door and demanded to leave. The guy beat the door with his fist and demanded revenge. Mustachioed looked out of the room and asked if he really wanted to die. The guy tore the parchment with his teeth and demanded not to look down on the Korean army sergeant, and they both went on a mission. Siora jumped out into the empty corridor, and with a quick step she left. Mingyun looked at the girl tensely. The swordswoman calmly expressed confidence that deep down in her heart, the scoundrel already knew, but was too frightened to admit it, as she had nowhere to go if Burrito left her behind. The woman grabbed her sword and rushed at the girl, demanding that she shut up as she didn't understand anything. Siora calmly drew her sword. The swords collided, and under the light of the moon, the girl's blade plunged into the chest of her rival. The girl's eyes filled with tears. She muttered that she did not want to die like this. Then she collapsed at the feet of the swordswoman. Siora frowned at the villain's body, and asked not to worry, because she would send back not only her. A VIP coupon flew down. Gui-chan looked at him in confusion as he had just taken on an impossible mission. Agnes caught the coupon with 2 fingers. She frowned at the ward, and asked if he really wanted to die after being beaten with a bamboo pole. However, she believed the young man, as she was sure that he had some kind of plan. The young man looked away. He remembered a conversation with Hannah, who suggested that a level 4 team could clear the mission failure, and the protagonist then clarified what she was doing on the board. The young man himself said that one person managed to clear it, and his name was Sihyun, but he was almost sure that he did not clean it in the normal sense of the word. Most likely, he was just lucky. When the player tore the talisman, the system began to pick up the most necessary scroll in the current situation, and eventually triggered a 12th level earthquake. From the shaking, the guy could barely stand on his feet, and stones flew down, and his winning move eventually consisted of 2 happy moves that he learned thanks to his addictions in the past. Gui-chan looked to the side tensely, deciding that he would take this information with him to the grave. Agnes handed the young man a coupon, and said that she could give him one last piece of advice. Soon, all the players were ready to leave the neutral zone. Sylvia stepped forward and announced the end of the trial period in neutral territory. With a satisfied grin, the woman added that they would find a way out on their own. The doors swung open. Leaving with the others, the protagonist was surprised that they were in the desert, so he did not immediately believe that this was the lost paradise. The young man glanced back, not believing that it was all over. Agnes was standing in the doorway to see him off. Then she bowed to her student. The player grinned, and realized that he was mistaken, and looking forward with confidence, I realized that this was just the beginning. Suddenly, someone approached the warrior from behind and said that now he really looked like a real Arabian. Hannah pointed to the carriage and suggested that they return home. The guy was confused and asked why. The manager put her hands on her hips and explained that despite the fact that time passed here 3 times slower, he had been here for 3 months, and it was unlikely that they would start looking for him. As Gui-chang watched the guys say goodbye and leave, he mentally expressed the hope that he would be able to meet everyone again. And with a smile he added to himself that as long as they were alive, anything was possible. Soon Ekpisa reached the city of Scheherazade. At the Luxuria temple, they got off, and Hannah informed them that Miss Siora was heading to Shingen's headquarters, so they had better say goodbye here. The young man rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, and noticed that all good things were coming to an end. The girl looked confused when they wished her to take care of herself. The swordswoman clenched her fists and demanded that the protagonist give her name. She looked at the player embarrassedly and asked if Soul wasn't just his last name, but she wanted to hear his name. The player did not answer immediately. After that, with a smile, he called himself Jihu. Soon the guy reached the gate. Hannah handed the warrior a jacket and asked why he didn't tell anyone his name, and she only knew him because she was checking his details. Gui-chan, pulling on his pants, explained that he hadn't given his name to anyone at the casino, perhaps unconsciously thinking that he wasn't worthy of using it. The young man put on a jacket and added that over time, it simply became the norm. Besides, he did not want to disgrace the name given to him by his parents. The manager shook the dust off his shoulders and asked if the protagonist thought that he would now be able to safely use his name. Before entering the portal, the player wished to see a woman on Earth. Nothing had changed in his room, but then a bright light flashed, and the guy was back in his native country. People walked calmly below, suspecting nothing. Gui-chang did not immediately believe that he had really returned. He turned away from the window. The young man took the telephone in his hands and saw that the battery was dead, which is logical, because he had been gone for a month, he had to be charged. After a while, the protagonist was riding in a taxi. The player stared at the phone screen in confusion, reading a message from Han that she had transferred some money to his account, allowing him to use it if necessary, because their job was to take care of ensuring the stability of the Artians on Earth. But even so, he could not believe that a little was equal to 150 million won. The casino had a familiar atmosphere. The guy got out of the taxi, looking at the familiar building. With a smile, he muttered that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A white car drove up to the house, and she stopped near the porch. Gui-chan was visibly nervous when he got out of the car. The young man went inside, mentally expressing the hope that no one was home, as he was not sure that he was ready to see their faces. But he immediately flinched when he heard a voice behind him, asking what he was doing here. The elder brother looked at the protagonist with displeasure. Woo-seok looked at the player grimly as he repeated his question. Gui-chang turned to his brother and said that he had brought the 50 million won he had borrowed earlier, both a laptop and a car for Jinha. The interlocutor adjusted his glasses and clarified whether his brother had hit the jackpot or won the lottery. At that moment, my sister looked out of the house and asked if the elder was talking to him. But when she saw the protagonist, she was furious. The girl jumped out onto the porch and shouted that the scoundrel should not dare to appear here, or she would kill him if she saw him again. But then she stopped abruptly. He stared at the car in surprise, recognizing it as her own, and admitted that she thought she would never see it again after her brother sold it. The player's eyes widened when Woo-seok assumed that he was coming back from the casino and told him to leave and take the dirty money with him. The guy was indignant and shouted that he did not win them in gambling. He generally went to the casino for the last time to register his name and get a ban on entry. The elder looked incredulously and asked where he got the money then. He pouted when Woo-seok reported that it was obvious that his brother had obtained them in a suspicious way. As a result, the girl grabbed the packages and rushed home, and when her older brother demanded to return them, she refused. And slamming the door behind her, she shouted that she would take them, even if she regretted it later. The man sighed, looked at his brother, and offered to talk later. The protagonist reached out and stopped Woo-seok, and lowering his head, he thought that he did not want this. In the cafe, too, a surprise awaited him. The waitresses noticed the unfamiliar handsome man, wondering who he was, and what kind of relationship he had with the manager. At this time, Soa sat down opposite the young man and said that Woo-seok had already called her, asking if she had lent him money for games. The player reached into the bag and said that he received money at work, plus received a bonus for his performance. The guy looked away in confusion when the girl asked at what job. He could not think of anything. Suddenly, the barista looked up and asked if Gui-chang had gone there. Night fell on the city. The protagonist ran through the dark streets. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he remembered his ex saying she'd heard them travel abroad and come back. I added more about the sale of organs. Then the player was really confused. Sunhwa looked at the guy gloomily and wondered, if she was wrong, then how he was able to get such a large amount of money in just a month. Gui-chang fled and did not believe that he was compared to such scoundrels. Hannah came out to meet him, addressing the estate in surprise. The young man was shaking all over. The player suddenly just poked the manager in the shoulder, and when she put her hand on his shoulder, he whispered that he wanted to go back. The wheels of the crew with the creep were spinning. Passengers discussed how long it was to Karamag. The cart continued to move along the road while the two guys discussed that if they had known that this would happen, they would not have waited for the girl. The barbarian turned to Alex and asked for confirmation, but Alex objected that it was not so bad to travel in the company of men, but he admitted that he did not like it. The priest noticed the third passenger and suggested that they introduce themselves, since they had a long way to go, and the big man called himself Hugo. The barbarian took notice of the companion's spear, and noted that it looked cool, at least level 2. The guy straightened up and replied that he was a first-level warrior. And looking up at the guys, the protagonist called himself simply Salt. Looking in different directions, the 7 gods summoned the earthlings and endowed them with their power. The earth was visible, and the higher beings had only one reason to oppose the queen who had taken over paradise. Dark creatures stood nearby. The empress sat on her throne. The guys walked along the path, while the gods overlooked one thing. Turning her head, Clara asked her master if there were burials in this forest, to which he replied that there were graves from a time when the empire was at the height of magical engineering. Smiling broadly, the knight was sure that there were a huge number of objects that belonged to the dead. The old man closed his eyes. Looking ahead, Gaichang realized that humans are far from selfless creatures. A week ago, buildings were visible in the city of Haramag. The bar sign was lit by a lamp. Opening his mouth, Samuel said that he was looking for those who wanted to participate in a reconnaissance expedition. Sitting at the table, the travelers listened to the words that the members of the expedition were the Carpe Diem crew and his comrades, so they needed to find 2 more people. With their mouths open in surprise, the listeners were amazed that this mission would come with a reward from a member of the royal family. Holding a mug of booze in his hands, the guy asked the man where they were going, to which he replied that their path lay in the forest of confrontation. The bar patrons looked at the recruiter. After a moment, the guys began to laugh. Raising his finger, the young man said that he understood everything at once when he heard that Carpe Diem was also involved in this mission. Sitting at the table, the thug advised Samuel to joke jokes on the ground. Looking away, the man asked if he looked like a person who would make such stupid jokes. The drunkards looked at each other. Covered with sweat, the visitor to the pub reminded that this is a place from which no one returns. Opening his mouth wide, the boy told me that there was nothing to profit from in the forest, so it was not a place where you could go for some kind of reward even from the royal family. Dylan was holding a cigarette in his hands. The guys heard something. The recruiter closed his eyes. The stranger was sitting at the bar. Getting to his feet, the soldier turned to someone with the words that Samuel had not yet finished. Gaichang chewed on his food. Looking to the side, the guy assumed that he hadn't seen this guest before, so he might be from Shirazard. Lowering his head, the main character listened to the words that if all sorts of second level behaved like this, they could quickly say goodbye to life. Standing up from the counter, the protagonist said that even dogs are not touched when there is one. Frowning, the soldier was surprised by the words of his interlocutor. Taking off his hood, the young man added that he had the first level. Those present looked at the newcomer. Turning his heads, the knight noticed that he had a magic spear, which was not an item to start the game. The shooter took a drag on his cigarette. Rushing forward, the bully shouted that this was a mockery. Guichang stopped the opponent's attack with one hand. The main character clenched his opponent's fist hard. Baring his teeth, the fighter couldn't understand why he was so strong. Covered with sweat, the visitor to the tavern advised not to show off. The villain's hand began to be covered with blue streams of energy. Lightning covered the bastard's fist. The protagonist began to sweat. After a moment, the guy himself began to cover himself with an aura. Furrowing his brows, the scoundrel was sure that his enemy's magic power was not of the second level. Bully put his leg back. After that, the opponent knelt. Looking down, the guy said that now he had lost his appetite. Wiping the glass, the owner of the establishment remembered that this visitor had already eaten 3 servings. Opening their mouths, the guys shouted that it was impossible to treat the citizens of this city so disrespectfully. A blade flashed in front of Guichang's hand. Holding a weapon in his hands, the swordsman began to call his enemy names. Looking at the impudent man, the guest decided that it was necessary to kill him. Looking up, Dylan knew that this was not a good situation for a rookie. The main character looked from under his brow, and the shooter reasoned that if he did not prove himself properly, then no team would take him later. Looking away, the protagonist heard someone ask what the problem was. Opening the doors of the bar, the thug assumed that someone was already fighting. The shutters slammed against each other. With his axe on his shoulders, Hugo turned to his companion. Opening his mouth, the guy was happy to meet his old allies. Folding his arms over his chest, the recruiter asked Alex if they knew each other, to which he replied that they had met back in Zara. Looking at the angry crowd, the warrior could not understand what was happening here. Furrowing his brows, the Avarice shouted that Haramag would never attack a level 1 rookie with company. Holding a sword in his hands, the bully said that he was not at the first level. Smiling, the priest confirmed that this person really had the first level. Holding his head straight, Guichang listened to the words that his comrade had personally seen the window of the property. Raising his hand, the swordsman couldn't believe that this was true, as this novice's abilities could not stand up to him. In the institution, there was talk that among those who entered in March, there was an interesting specimen. Looking at each other, the guys heard that he had been undergoing basic training for 2 months, and on the 3rd he began to carry out missions. Holding a cigarette in his hands, Dylan added that this man had completed an impossible mission. Looking ahead, the archer declared that he was the leader of the warriors and the golden mark. Looking at the speaker, the visitors were amazed by the words that the main character is the second one who is after Sihian who is out of the frame. The protagonist looked at those present. From the building, you could hear the wishes for the guests to feel at home. Steam was coming from the coffee pot. The tenants were sitting on the sofa. Hugo raised his eyebrows and listened to the words of gratitude for what they had done today. Placing his hand on his face, the warrior replied that the people of Haramaga would not dare to attack their crew. Turning his head, Dylan said that this city is known as a rebel city, but not everyone here is bad. Someone was coming down the stairs. As she ran into the room, she heard someone ask her why she had come back just now. Gui-chan looked to the side in surprise. The lady was drenched in sweat. With his mouth wide open, the barbarian shouted that before entering, he had to dry himself, because everything was dripping on the floor. Raising an eyebrow, the lady asked what it was. Chakhan headed towards the guest. Holding cups of coffee in his hands, the shooter explained that he would live here today. Standing still, the leader added that he would now be a frequent visitor here. Looking at the girl, the protagonist listened to the words that she was the headache of the entire team and a level 4 sacred fighter. Opening her mouth, the lady was annoyed that she was being spoken of in such a way. Hugo put his hand on his bald head, and Dylan explained that this man was a level 4 warrior. Bringing the drink to his mouth, the shooter explained that he was the leader of the team and had the 5th level. The barbarian held his weapon in his hands. Chakhan lifted her hair. Raising his hand, the leader said that together they represent the Carpe Diem team. Covered in sweat, Gui-chan thought that the 9 eyes did not work again, because he saw the color gold. Baring her teeth, the girl asked how it was possible to recruit a newcomer to the team, to which the warrior replied that they could do what they wanted, and reward and merit could not be more important than fun. Pointing his finger, Hugo offered to raise their recruit if he would accept the invitation. Holding a mug in his hands, Dylan explained that he would join them on the next mission as a porter, as this was his first expedition. Making puzzled expressions, the guys listened to the words that it is impossible to take a guy to the team, and thereby ruin his bright future. Lowering his gaze, the main character reasoned that the golden color only indicates the nature of these people, but it cannot serve as a reason why it is necessary to join this particular team. Putting her hands on the back of her head, the lady realized that this newcomer was still quite a chick. Tilting her head, the holy fighter offered to teach him a lesson, to which the protagonist replied that she was unlikely to be able to do so. With a surprised expression on her face, Chohong couldn't understand why this guy was so cocky. Holding the drink in his hands, the young man realized that it was not coffee, but some kind of herbal decoction. Opening his mouth, the thug asked what the plus alpha that would be in this mission meant. Sitting in his chair, Dylan explained that it made no sense for them to participate in conventional reconnaissance. Looking ahead, the shooter added that they would go deeper. With their eyes wide open, the soldiers heard that they would go into the very bowels. Gui-chan looked to the side. Looking down on him, the leader stated that there was a way to attack the forest of confrontation. The members of the expedition stood next to the wagons. The man looked back. Raising his hand, the old man was surprised at how early everyone had come here. Smiling broadly, the teacher greeted the children. Grabbing her sword, Chakhan suggested that the old pervert not rush things, because he did not have long to live. With his hands on his hips, Hugo explained that he was a level 4 alchemist. Looking at the teacher, the warrior said that he was quite famous in paradise. After all, he is a magician close to the royal family of Haramaga. Turning his head, Samuel turned to his companions. The guys looked at the leader. The crew looked around. Ian and Chohan looked away. Dylan looked forward. Stretching out his hand, the man shouted that it was time to move out. The travelers went to the wagons. Looking up, Gui-chan knew that this was his first expedition. Stepping forward, the main character remembered the words that he was out of the box. Looking down, the protagonist couldn't understand the point of all this if he was being used as a porter. Looking from under his brow, the guy suggested that he should have gone to Shiny On. Looking at the shooter, the young man was sure that he would have done so if it weren't for the golden aura. The team noticed something ahead. The leader raised his fist. Against the backdrop of the huge trees, there was talk of a cave of Eden nearby with some 40-sized creatures. Taking out their weapons, the allies listened to the order to prepare for battle. The monsters were smiling broadly. Looking from under his brow, Samuel declared that the enemies were approaching. A crowd of ogres came out of the forest. The two-headed creatures rushed to attack. Gui-chan furrowed his brows. The main character held a spear in his hands. Throwing the mace over her shoulder, Hakan advised the newcomer to just stand and watch. The leader raised his hand to strike. Shurikens flew in the air. The shells decapitated several monsters. The man made a displeased expression on his face. A new crowd of rivals began to approach. The arrows flew forward. Several creatures were hit by gunshots. Clara held her bow in her hands. Someone ran forward. The knight fought his way through the crowd of enemies. The boy stopped. Banging his sword on his shield, the warrior shouted that he was there. The ogres turned. In a moment, the monsters were left without their heads. Hugo held his axe in his hands. The barbarian looked up. Thick thickets were visible. Some movement was seen in the bushes. Turning his head, the protagonist thought it was an ambush. A crowd of enemies came out of the thicket of the forest. A moment later, the monsters were burned by the flames. The crossbow began to smoke. Putting her fingers to her temple, Hakan praised her boss for a great shot. The girl walked forward. Burned rivals were lying on the floor. The blow of the mace crushed the creature's head. The lady bared her teeth. Blood spurted in all directions. Opening his mouth, Gui-chan was amazed at how high the level of the sacred fighter was. Touching his mustache, Ian praised the warrior. Wiping the blood from her face, the lady reminded the old man not to pronounce her name with his dirty mouth. Opening his mouth, Hugo asked his ally to be polite to the teacher, to which she replied that he was pestering her. Smiling, the main character thought that these guys were like a real family. Holding his hands behind his back, the alchemist noticed that the newcomer still knew how to smile. After shaking hands, the comrades introduced themselves to each other. Clouds could be seen in the clear sky. Holding numerous ammunition in his hands, the warrior explained that the guy had to carry it. The young man threw his backpack over his shoulders. Samuel looked at his subordinates. The leader, with his arms crossed over his chest, scolded the guys for giving their belongings to the recruit. Sweating, the squires explained that they were already at the limit, because they did not have the power received from the gods. Furrowing his brows, the leader was indignant at these words. Turning his head, Gui-chan said that he could take more. Lowering his head, the man warned that there was a hill ahead, so it would only get harder, to which the main character replied that this was a good workout. Looking ahead, Samuel agreed to the offer. The group looked at the newcomer. The guys looked ahead. Throwing the axe over his shoulder, the warrior said that this man was very suitable for their team. Pursing her lips, Chakhun agreed that the protagonist did not look much like a squishy person. Hugo opened his mouth and asked for Dylan's opinion. Closing his eyes, the shooter said that this was not the case. Without turning around, the leader explained that this guy has potential. The guys looked at each other. The young man looked down, and his teammates discussed how he needed a team that could lead him and cover him from behind, because this was the only way he would reveal his boundless abilities and talents. With his hand to his face, Dylan listened to the allies say that they were just such a team. Turning around, the man added that Ian was going to retire, so he couldn't be so sure. Opening his mouth, the shooter reminded them that they needed strength right now. Putting his palm to his mouth, the warrior asked his friend to say something. Closing her eyes, the girl said that now the leader of their group was Dylan, so he himself needed to cope with the old man's departure. Putting her hands on the back of her head, the lady decided that it was not worth digging into him yet. Making a sad expression on his face, the thug asked why he began to pretend to be an adult. Chakhun strode forward. The holy fighter looked at his comrade. The guys dispersed. The group climbed a steep hill. Putting his hand to his forehead, Samuel said that this was the forest of confrontation. Looking at the thick trees, the leader explained that they needed to make their way through this place, because from there they could go either to the Federation or to the parasites. Pointing his finger, the man added that it was the southernmost part of the human territory, while Gui-chan said that it was a border area. Lowering her head, the girl spoke about how Xingyang had great power. Corpses lay on the ground, and the lady said that the fact that they achieved the victory of the Earthlings in the war and gained the current power only came out thanks to Sihian. As the villagers walked down the street, the lady explained that after the warrior suddenly disappeared, the gang went out of action, after which the protagonist appeared as a replacement, causing Xingyang to try his best to get him. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist asked if he was talking about a contract. Looking to the side, the assistant replied that it was so. With his eyes wide open, the guy listened to the words that he had entered into a contract directly with her. Leaning against the wall, the woman talked about how when someone loses competitiveness, they get nervous. Adjusting her glasses, the girl added that after that he began to go over heads until it was too late. On the way, there was talk that the young man needed to get to Harmag. Holding on to the straps of his backpack, Gui-chan realized that he had descended below and reached the very border zone. Sweating, the main character knew that forgiveness could be obtained faster than permission. The team set up camp. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the old man said that there was no curse in this place. Holding a staff in his hands, the teacher explained that there was a very powerful ancient spell here. Opening her mouth, Chohan asked what plan Ian was proposing. Looking back, the alchemist confirmed that they had prepared for this. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist wondered what exactly was opposed in this forest. Putting his hand to his mouth, the sorcerer was amazed that a beginner knew how to ask such correct questions. Looking at the trees, the mage explained that the forest penetrates the mind of the one who enters it, but it is not clear what exactly will be confronted. Looking at the thick tree, the old man reasoned that this place could turn a man against his comrades, or the weapons in his hands. Opening his eyes, the teacher suggested that the mind might begin to deny itself. The travelers silently looked ahead. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Ian reassured his allies that if their method didn't work, they would simply go back. Smiling, Chakhun promised that she would look after the recruit. Gui-chan looked away. The main character stood still. Looking at the crowns of the trees, the protagonist realized that he did not see color. A dark mist crept through the forest. From the cave I heard the words that someone had come. Dark energy emanated from the depths of the cave. In the darkness there were words that whoever came closer would be torn apart. The eerie silhouette was smiling broadly. The sun was shining in the sky. Looking at the potion, the girl asked how it prevented the liquefaction of the mind. Holding the flask in his hands, the old man explained that the main weapon against denial was the will. The guys drank the broth. In the forest, there was talk that when they opened their souls, the magic of this place would tell them how to act. Looking ahead, Gui-chan heard that each of them was influencing their comrade in the heat of battle. Opening his mouth, the teacher said that they were all required not to lose their peace of mind. A bright flash flew over the members of the expedition. Raising his head, the main character thought about how the Amazon jungle looks about the same as this forest. Samuel knitted his brows and noticed something. A corpse lay by the stone. Opening his mouth, the knight realized that it was a human. Looking at the dead man, the leader could not understand what Kong was doing here. The warrior's armor was damaged. Sweating, Hugo did not understand what their acquaintance was doing here. Raising his hand, the soldier said that before inviting everyone to go on this expedition, they were initially looking for Khan. With a clenched fist, Samuel shouted that he had said he would not go with them. After kicking the corpse, The man was furious that this man had deceived him. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, Alex asked him to calm down, because he was already dead. The leader swung his fist to strike. Opening his mouth, the priest turned to his friend. Baring his teeth, the man said that no one could share his anger with him. Raising his hands, the priest asked his ally to calm down. The leader looked from under his brow. Suddenly, something flew into the back of the fighter. The man looked back. Samuel was leaning on his leg. Holding a dagger in his hands, the fighter called the one who did it a freak. Opening his mouth, the old man began to cast a spell. Raising his staff, Ian finished reading. The dark aura disappeared. The leader began to sweat. Standing still, the teacher explained that he was using purification magic. Looking at his comrades, the leader said that it seemed to him that everyone wanted to deceive him. Closing his eyes, Ian said that he had begun to confront the trust in his colleagues. Putting her hand to her chest, Clara added that he was very frightened. As he crouched, Dylan noticed that there were footprints that led inside, but only Khan's footprints led outside. Raising her eyebrows, the archer reasoned that if his team consisted of 8 people, then there were 2 porters, but it was not clear where the others were. Folding his arms over his chest, the barbarian doubted that the others had survived. After all, they had found a level 5 royal guard in such a state. The guys examined the body of the dead man. There were deep cuts in the armor. The leader opened his mouth. The travelers covered their ears with their hands because of a loud sound. Baring his teeth, Gui Chang assumed that it was some kind of wild beast. The monster jumped out from behind the trees. The monster landed on its paws. The creature opened its mouth. With a frightened expression, the old man shouted that it was a lion man. The soldiers grabbed their weapons. The shell flew towards the enemy. A moment later, there was a massive explosion. Dylan was aiming his crossbow. Thick smoke appeared at the site of the explosion. The monster peeked out from behind his axe. Opening his eyes wide, Hugo realized that it was Khan's halberd. A crowd of such monsters peeked out of the Leah. Looking away, Samuel assumed that these guys had begun the migration season. Standing surrounded, the travelers could not understand where the monsters from the mountain opposite came from. Looking ahead, the shooter said that he would take over the one in front. Frowning, the warrior and archer were ordered to attack the enemies from the left. The guys, looking in front of them, heard that their targets were on the right. Dylan opened his mouth and ordered an attack. The barbarian held his axe in his hands. Samuel prepared to throw down his shurikens. The lion man ran forward. The shooter noticed something. The monster's blow shook the ground. The enemy looked away. There was a wound on the monster's leg. The man grabbed the dagger. The opponent made a sweeping attack with his claws. The fighter dodged the blow. A moment later, Dylan fired several arrows towards his opponent. Arrows flew directly at the creature. Several shells were deflected by a halberd. One shot hit the lion man's arm. The second shot wounded the enemy in the leg. The monster screamed in pain. The shooter dodged the opponent's attacks with lightning speed. The leader of the team landed behind the creature. The enemy looked back. The soldier smiled slightly. The monsters swung their axes to strike. Grace blocked the attacks with his shield. Several enemies were preparing to kill the young man. Samuel held out his hand and shouted that he would not allow it. Shurikens hit directly into the heads of rivals. Raising his eyebrows, Gui Chang thought that he could defeat them. The main character looked at his girlfriend. Hugo was surrounded by numerous beastmen. The warrior was covered with sweat. Furrowing his brows, the barbarian asked his ally to try to do something. Clara pulled the bowstring. The arrow was covered with some kind of energy. The shells flew directly at the opponents. Arrows bounced off the skin of the monsters. Looking from under his forehead, the man said that for the second level, these monsters are a bit difficult. The enemy rushed to attack. Hugo deflected the blows with his axe. The lion man crept up from behind. A sweeping claw strike swept through the air. Chakan stood behind her partner. The girl created a magical shield. Turning his head, the warrior asked what would happen to the old man, to which the lady replied that without her the thug would die himself. Clara covered herself with her shield. The knight looked through the crack. The monsters opened their mouths. The soldier covered himself with his hand. A golden cross appeared in the air. The warrior opened her eyes. Alex was holding his artifact in his hand. A moment later, the cross cracked. Watching Dylan dodge attacks, Gui Chang realized that despite saying that a porter couldn't engage in battle, he couldn't just stand by and watch. The main character bared his teeth. The old man's eyes suddenly turned white. Some multicolored crystals began to appear around him. His eyes began to glow blue. The fighter thrust his staff forward using a spell. All the monsters were immediately struck by these crystals. The girl, turning around, shouted that they were really in a good mood. The monster's eyes burned red. The projectile made a hole in his leg. Suddenly, something began to happen to the wound. The enemy immediately fell to his knees. The man, turning his head, shouted for them to finish with this monster. People began to fight again. The rest of the warriors also fought monsters. The protagonist, clenching his fist, realized that his team had seized the advantage again, and this time they should be able to win. Suddenly, one of the enemies, throwing back his head, growled. One of the men gritted his teeth violently. The other two raised their heads. The rest were hiding in a tree, covering their ears. The young man, raising his hand to his head, realized that this sound seemed to tear the flesh to pieces. The warrior bowed his head. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that they would not be able to win with such strength. Suddenly, the mage's staff lit up after casting another spell. Some kind of light energy began to appear around the guy. The guy immediately raised his hand to his face. Opening his eyes, the protagonist suggested that the forest acted like this. because at some point the capabilities of the expedition members began to be denied. Turning his head, the young man realized that he needed to pull himself together and soberly assess the whole situation. A part of the monster's head appeared. The fighter's eyes immediately opened wide. A dark red aura was approaching him. His gaze was fixed on the old man. The guy immediately rushed to run. The soldiers immediately turned around. The hero, taking up the weapon on his back, understood that he could not cope with them. Immediately after, the warrior stopped. The young man drew the spear back. Immediately after, it was sent forward. The old man's mouth opened in surprise. The projectile flew right next to his ear. The monster behind him repelled the spear. One of the knights, opening his mouth, realized that there was an ambush. A huge beast stood behind this magus. His eyes burned red. The young man frowned. The enemy immediately jumped in his direction. The protagonist has put another weapon in front of him as a defense. The fighter, gritting his teeth with force, realized that the power of his opponent was really incredible. Frowning, the hero decided to add some magical powers. Some energy began to emanate from his body. The enemy's blade continued to press on him. The guy began to raise his weapon. The monster's mouth immediately opened in surprise. The protagonist was already swinging for an attack. She immediately amazed her opponent. The blade of his weapon appeared. Suddenly it began to crack. The enemy still stood before him. The beast opened its mouth and began to growl. Immediately after, the opponent's body collapsed to the ground. Clouds of steam came from the man's mouth. Everyone else immediately turned to look at him. Another monster threw back its head and began to growl. The archer, pulling the bowstring, said that the enemy had opened up to attack. The arrow immediately burst forward. The monster's eyes turned black with fear. This projectile hit his body. The monster flew back to the trees. The arrow was still sticking out of his body, and someone exclaimed. The other beast immediately began to run away. The hero fell to the ground, saying that this was a victory. His hand was trembling. A clear sky appeared and someone called out to him. The comrade, smiling, said that he had to go not as a porter, but as a member of the expedition, and the young man replied that with the first level he had the opportunity only for such a role. Someone was walking towards him, asking if he knew that only a level 4 warrior could deal with such a monster. The old man, standing beside him, remarked that he now owed his life to him. His comrade in arms, rubbing his head, said that he thought it was all nonsense. Stretching out his hand, the fighter asked for help on their remaining journey in the form of an official member of the expedition. The hero looked back. The archer lowered his head. The girl was looking in his direction. A faint smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Shaking hands, the young man agreed to his proposal. Green grass appeared. The knight was passing through it. There was a cave in front of them, and someone asked if this was the place. The mage, looking ahead, replied that the entire forest, except for this place, was tightly shrouded in the energy of negation. The crowns of the trees came into view, and he heard him saying that it was as quiet as if it were the eye of the storm, which meant that the magic of denial was needed to protect the place. The young man, raising his head, realized that as soon as they set foot on this land, the soul immediately calmed down and that feeling of pressure disappeared. The man, turning around, said that apparently this place was here. The old man, looking ahead, explained that this was the tomb of the saint. The girl raised her hand and shouted that they needed to go there as soon as possible, because she couldn't wait to see it. Another fighter, standing nearby, noted that he could not even imagine how many rare and valuable treasures were stored in this place. The hero, frowning, tried to understand whether they were really going to come in. The knight, smiling, suggested that they first find the entrance. The man did not turn around when someone began to speak. The guy, raising his head, asked if they were allowed not to enter. The comrade in arms, turning around, asked about the reason for this. The protagonist, opening his mouth in a fit of rage, exclaimed that they were going to plunder this place. The man, looking at him, asked what the problem was. Another fighter asked if the new member of the expedition had problems with moral principles, because after all, in paradise this is a common thing. The other two stared silently in his direction as the hero asked if they didn't care that they were going to steal someone's final resting place. The girl, putting his hand on his head, asked why he was pretending to be a saint, while the other suggested that these were just echoes of an ordinary person. The knight, closing his eyes, apologized for disappointing him and explained that this was the purpose of the expedition. An entrance came into view, and he heard him saying that Master Ian would only be happy to confirm the hypothesis. But they were different, for why come here if not for profit? Turning around, the fighter also invited him to stay outside. The hero, frowning, listened to his words that in this case, he would be the last in line for artifacts. The crowns of trees appeared. The entrance to this burial was visible. The knight, looking away, noted that it was clear that someone had already entered here, while the archer assumed that it was Khan's team. The recruiter, walking in front, said that they needed to hurry, because what would happen if Khan and his guys came out of here with artifacts? The old man was walking behind when the man said that they needed to track the whereabouts of all the members of his team, and it didn't matter if they were alive or dead. Two porters were sitting on the grass when the question was heard about what the young man was doing on the ground. The protagonist, bowing his head, asked if there was no unspoken rule that they were not allowed to talk about such topics, and she replied that she was only curious. The guy, sitting next to him, asked why she did not go with the others, because she herself said that this was a chance to get good items, and the girl replied that something could happen to him if they left him. The young man, turning his head, realized that he wanted to tell her to worry about herself, because he had a ninth eye. The guy suddenly rose from the realization of his ability. The black color enveloped the area adjacent to the cave. The hero, frowning, realized that the black color is a sign of immediate escape, and this happens for the first time after an impossible mission. Looking ahead, the protagonist didn't know how anything could happen if a priest and an archmage were there. The assistant held up her finger and explained that there was a slight chance of an impossible mission if a medium-sized group gathered above level 4. The guy, looking at the entrance, realized that it would be nice to see what was inside and asked about what dangers there were in the tomb. The girl, looking somewhere back, replied that there might be traps or some kind of monsters. The young man's eyes widened after her words that there could also be ghosts. The man, raising his finger, explained that the dead perceive all living things as their enemies. The protagonist, remembering that girl, realized that if the dead have a sense of hostility, then they have consciousness. The girl, her mouth open in rage, screamed about why he was ignoring her question. The crowns of trees appeared when the fighter realized that he might have a way. The rest of the expedition members were already in the depths of the cave. The fighter, crossing his arms over his chest, asked how long they would have to mess around here, and the recruiter replied that it was almost over, because the level of difficulty here is not high, but it takes time to hack such a structure. The archer, shining a torch on the wall, asked if even Kang's team could not open it, but the knight replied that it was not so, and then his comrade-in-arms asked why there were no traces here. The old man bowed his head, listening to their words that this was all extremely strange. The lock opened. The girl, smiling, shouted for him to open her faster. Chakhun, running up to them, shouted that death would await them all if they opened this door. The hero, picking up a sheet of paper, explained that he had the ability to read the thoughts of the dead with the help of a stream of consciousness pen. The girl, looking at the magician, asked what it was, and he replied that it was an item that showed the consciousness of another being, and it was quite an expensive thing from the prank that was available during the training. The knight took the paper in his hands. Various threats were written on the sheet, and at the same time the recruiter asked if this was the consciousness of the tomb owner. The magician's mouth opened slightly when someone asked who he was. The young man, looking ahead, began to say something. Someone put his hand on the door when the protagonist talked about the fact that the owners of the tomb are a woman and her husband. The archmage, raising his head, explained that the once noble aristocratic family went bankrupt and the youngest daughter had to marry for convenience in order to help her family. But immediately after the ceremony, the groom died, and the cause of death was an incurable disease. The girl's body appeared when Ian said that the suddenly widowed woman was buried with her husband living, and it was after that she was recognized as a saint. Chohan, opening her mouth in surprise, asked if she was really buried like this. The old man, looking ahead, replied that she had chosen this path herself and was therefore awarded the title of saint. Introducing a certain wizard, the magician also added that after that, the famous sorcerer cast a spell on this place, and the tomb of the saint was filled with precious objects. The young man, tilting his head slightly, began to say something. That piece of paper appeared and he was heard saying that the source of consciousness is a husband who wants to protect his wife, or a wife who is trying to protect her husband, or both. The archer, squinting, said that he would not like to fight the ghost, but the companion shouted a question about whether they were going to go back because of such a trifle. Another person, exhaling, noted that ghosts are the most difficult opponents in paradise. The fighter, throwing the weapon over his shoulder, asked if she really thought that she would be able to do at least something with her second level. The priest stretched out his hand and asked if he and the mage would be able to resist the enemy in any way, and the priest replied that it was difficult to judge, especially if the opponent had such a clear mind. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, asked them to listen, because most likely there is some way. A burning candle appeared. They were all standing in front of the table. The girl, looking behind him, asked if he really wanted to deal with the ghost with some kind of ceremony, given that he had taken away these offerings, which would be useless after the first use. The other, frowning, asked her to stop and noted that this man had tried hard to come here. The knight, looking back, told them both to stop, for they were almost ready. The hero set fire to a sheet of paper with a torch. Looking up, the young man mentally asked the ghost to accept this and stop being angry. The flame of the candle flickered. The young man's eyes took on a faint green hue, and thoughts began to haunt his head that the state had changed from an immediate escape to a state of choice. His gaze was fixed on this door. Holding the pen in his hands, the guy knew that in order to read the consciousness, he needed a piece of flesh, and he had just had to use the herb from the grave, and now he needed to taste the flower of the offering. Putting the pen on the paper, the hero mentally asked them to read their thoughts and souls. The feather suddenly soared into the air. The girl, clenching her teeth forcefully, said that it was very creepy. The feather trembled a little. The young man, looking down, noted that apparently everything was already over. Paper with a new inscription appeared. The knight, holding out his hand, asked if they should try to enter. They all went inside. Some equipment appeared and someone's joyful shouts were heard. Animal heads were also visible. All of them, being inside the room, asked if there really were so many beautiful tombs. The knight, standing nearby, asked if they could take items if they had permission to enter. The protagonist explained that this was possible only if they did not disturb the owners. A sealed body appeared and someone asked if this thing was the tomb of the Holy Virgin. The recruiter, burying his hands in his hips, asked if what they saw had anything to do with the consciousness of the Holy Virgin, while the protagonist replied that it was quite possible. They all went further. The knight, illuminating the maiden, asked them to be more careful with her. The girl, looking down, said that it was very beautiful. The priest, standing nearby, began to say something. The guy narrowed his eyes, looking somewhere. Looking at the artifact, the fighter said that this is the dream of all priests. The magus behind them revealed that it was an artifact that allowed the divine spell to be cast without offerings, and moreover, it could freely store up to 6 spells. This cross appeared and the priest was heard saying that with such an item there would be a power equal to a 6th level mage, and also his question about whether there were any restrictions on use. The guy, looking back, began to ask another question. The old man, lowering his gaze, also began to say something. The fighter's eyes opened wide after the words of the interlocutor that such a sign of the Holy Virgin is proof of her purity. The young man, bending over him, said that it was not a pity to die for such a thing. Immediately afterwards the warrior took it in his hands and someone shouted for him to put him back in his place at once. The hero, opening his mouth with rage, asked if they really did not know what it meant not to disturb the dead. The girl, turning around, asked what was happening, but her comrade in arms assumed that it was an earthquake. The protagonist, bowing his head, shouted that the owner of the tomb was angry. The maiden herself also appeared. The girl, raising her hand, shouted that there was nothing wrong with this, because if you were afraid of ghosts, then nothing could be done and such people should not have the right to be in paradise. The walls of this cave appeared and someone was heard addressing them. The knight, tilting his head forward slightly, asked them to put the object back in its place. The man was still holding it in his hand. They turned away from the tomb. The man, raising his head, noted that everything was already over. The girl's gaze was directed to the side. Pointing her finger, she shouted a question about whether she could take at least this. The young man, frowning, replied in the negative, and added that this was all their greed. The man, opening his mouth, began to say something about greed. The knight bowed his head and remarked that if it meant not being afraid of death, then it could be said that the risk was worth it, because just one such object could make them all rich. Frowning, the fighter explained that it was possible to become so rich that they would no longer have to come to heaven. The guy, bowing his head, asked if he was really going to take this thing for himself. His spear appeared. Taking it in his hand, the hero said that then he would have to step over their corpses. The girl, pulling the bowstring, said that he would answer for his words. The man, standing between them, asked what had happened to them, because now was the time for quarrels. The fighter, holding out his blade, explained that the newcomer was the first to cross the line. Chohan, throwing the weapon over her shoulder, said that they were all completely crazy. The knight turned around and asked if the archer was against it. Dylan, bowing his head, said that everything was wrong from the very beginning, because the strange thing is that Khan's team could not open this door. The man, opening his eyes, wondered if this could mean that before they tried to open the gate, they were attacked by someone, like the owner of this place. The knight closed his eyes and exhaled. Looking at everyone else, the recruiter noticed that some of them would disappear today. The old man, banging his stick on the floor, said that this would not happen. The mage, looking ahead, explained that he also agreed with the protagonist. The soldier, his mouth wide open in surprise, shouted. The teacher, standing in front of him, asked if he did not think that his behavior today was extremely hurried. The man, holding his hand behind his back, assumed that this behavior was related to Vanessa, because he needed a certain amount of money to revive her. The knight, gritting his teeth violently, replied that he was right. The other two were already standing ready when the commander talked about becoming the leader of the team after his death, but even so, it was difficult for him to fill the void after it. Another soldier appeared and his words were sent that he wanted to return her as soon as possible. His mouth was open when the interlocutor said that he respected him as the head of the expedition and the crew. The old man, putting his hand on his shoulder, explained that he had to approach the expedition thoroughly, and therefore he could not put everything on the line. His eyes widened as he told him that he should do this if he didn't want to lose anyone else. His eyes were still open. The knight bowed his head and said that they would only take what was hanging on the walls. Looking at another fighter, the recruiter explained that they would try to get artifacts at the auction. The girl, raising her fist to the boy's face, asked if he was happy now. Chohan, standing behind, asked him not to worry, because she just had a bad temper. Dylan glanced away when he heard someone say thank you. The protagonist, lowering his gaze, apologized. The archer, putting his hand on his shoulder, noted that people can quarrel even during a picnic, not to mention an expedition where they came for profit. People began to collect various items. The leader, looking ahead, asked them to hurry up, because they needed to get out of the forest before sunset. The entrance to the cave appeared. The two warriors looked up and asked what had happened, because now the earthquake had become even stronger. The head, pointing his finger, shouted for them to come out faster and faster. People immediately began to run away. They all ran out of the doors. This gate appeared. The man, turning around, shouted that something had appeared there. A kind of dark energy appeared around them. She immediately grabbed the girl by the leg. Her mouth opened wide with fear. She began to be pulled back. The fighter, frowning, began to call to her. The doors immediately slammed shut. Two men, trying to open the door, shouted that they could not do it. Suddenly the two of them looked up at the gate. All the members of the expedition silently looked in the direction of the entrance. All of them did not move. The door began to open. Someone's image appeared and the question was heard where they were. The eyes of the two comrades immediately opened wide. The girl, crawling out of there, said that she could not see anything. The knight, frowning, called out to the priest. They all appeared. In the hands of this man was that cross when the protagonist thought that human greed, disgusting and deep, making fools of them, which they had left unattended, had been a fatal mistake for them. The hero's eyes immediately opened wider. The black energy was heading towards the girl. It suddenly pierced her eye sockets. Her mouth immediately opened in pain. The soldier, his mouth wide open, called out to her. She, clenching her teeth with force, tried to scream. A red aura was already approaching her. Her eyes were wide open. The body of her companion was already lying on the ground. The knight turned around and told everyone to run away. The same man was still standing still. The others covered their faces with their hands when the spirit said that it wanted to let them go, but her jewel was stolen. The young man closed one eye. The black energy was directed towards them. The priest, holding a cross, tried to pronounce a certain incantation. His eyes suddenly opened wider. The girl was lifted into the air. She looked down and said she couldn't move. She still had a blade in her hands. The recruiter held out his hand and shouted for the priest to step aside. The blade went straight to his head. A bright slit appeared on his face. The man ran closer, shouted. There was only a pool of blood beneath him. Bowing his head, the head called for this fighter. The girl, pointing the blade, asked him to leave quickly, because she could not allow the murder with her own hands. The knight's head immediately soared into the air. The archer, wide-eyed, called out to him. The girl, covering her face with her hands, asked the old man to do something. The magician, bending to the ground, shouted that this aura was too strong and he could not move. The fighter, gritting her teeth, said that she had killed Samuel. Her hand was raised up. Tears flowed from her eyes. His head was immediately twisted. The body began to fall down. The hero immediately ran closer. The young man bent down to the ground. The girl, standing behind, shouted a question about why he was just standing. Chohan, frowning, told him to hide behind his back. The guy, turning his head, shouted that they needed to put everything back in its place. A ring appeared. The protagonist, taking it in his hand, realized that this is exactly the thing. The aura began to spread around him. The hero, gritting his teeth with force, mentally asked her to wait a little longer. This cross appeared. There was also something else. The young man covered his face with his hands. His gaze was directed somewhere forward. Something was lying near the girl's corpse. This thing shone brightly. Immediately after that, the guy rushed to her. The man, closing one eye, shouted that he could die. The protagonist was still reaching for that object. The young man grabbed him. His fist was clenched. Once in a certain place, the guy asked himself what had happened. The soldier was looking somewhere. His gaze shifted to the side as he heard the words that they had been warned. There was this spirit standing there. The girl standing in front of him said that she felt that she should just give away the treasures from the walls, and then those annoying people wouldn't come to her again. The guy, opening his eyes wider, asked if she was a holy virgin. The ghost, holding the artifact in her hand, explained that this thing was left by her beloved mother. A ring on her finger also appeared after her words that it was a gift from a person dear to her. She didn't turn around as she listened to the man's words of apology. The young man lowered his gaze, listening to her say that it was not his fault, and he did not need to apologize. Bending his head, the hero explained that he was in the same position with them. The spirit still did not turn around. The guy's eyes widened. Immediately after, the fighter closed them after such a command from the interlocutor. She began to move forward. His eyes were still open. The space in which they were appeared and her request that he give her his hand was heard. The guy immediately stretched out a trembling palm. The ghost also stretched out her hand forward. Bringing her palm to him, she noted that the person who protected her was coming for the first time. His eyes widened. The young man, looking up, tried to say something. Immediately after that, everything changed back. The dark aura began to recede backwards. The man, lying on the ground, asked if it was over. The old man, running up from behind, called out to the fighter. The mage, standing nearby, asked if he was okay. The young man was holding several objects from the tomb. Introducing this girl, the guy noticed that she looked so sad and lonely. Some signs appeared on the table, and someone said that the magical power of Festina's earrings increases the speed of the wearer, increasing it by 1.5 times for 1 minute, and it can be used a maximum of 3 times, since the possibility of the next use will come only in 6 hours. The old man, sitting at the table, noted that the most important thing is that time and quantity can be used at the same time. Then the hero said that this means that the owner has the opportunity to run for about 3 minutes at a speed of 100 meters in 3 to 4 seconds. The man, smiling, asked if she had given him such a cool thing and added that this ghost was quite generous. An earring appeared and the magician's words were heard that the only drawback was that they obeyed only the owner, and it was the protagonist who should take them, because it was a pity to sell such an item. The archer bowed his head and agreed with his words, because it would be extremely difficult to get such a thing a second time. The girl, putting her hand on his shoulder, said that he could give it to her, because she had not had a chance to wear something beautiful for a long time. The fighter, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that this thing would not make her more beautiful anyway. She began to strangle him when the hero thought that he did not need this money yet. The earring was on his ear. The girl, looking at him, noted that this thing even suits him. The guy, putting a finger to his face, asked if it was true. A house by the forest appeared. The old man, standing in front of the others, explained that if you put magic into them, then they should be activated. The earring immediately flashed purple. A bright lilac energy appeared around the hero. The young man, raising his hand, realized that it began to envelop his entire body. Turning his head, the guy decided to check the artifact. Immediately after, the fighter disappeared. The protagonist quickly ran forward. His eyes widened at this speed and immediately remembered that it was possible to apply effects on top of each other. The earring glowed blue. The guy quickly made another dash forward. The others watched him in silence. The man, holding the bridge of his nose, said that he also needed to show off in front of the Holy Virgin. The archer, looking ahead, noted that it would be extremely difficult to cope with this. A kind of dim glow appeared. The old man, taking the orb in his hands, said that it must have been the royal family and apologized. The young man continued to run. Throwing back his head, the hero realized that his body would soon be torn to pieces and he had to stop. Ahead of us we could see the end of this road. The hero flew into a dense forest. The birds immediately soared into the air. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, said that now there were 2 fools in their team, and the man asked how she could put this newcomer on a par with him. The archer bowed his head and realized that there were not 2 fools at all, but 3. Dylan, sitting by the fire, asked if the young man would like to join their team. The guy, opening his eyes wider, asked again. The same one said that with such skills, he had the opportunity to join any organization and even Xinyan himself. The man, folding his hands in front of him, noted that it was more convenient for him himself, because they were from the same area. A fire appeared and he was heard saying that it was unlikely that anyone from Haramag would be able to easily accept his straightforward nature, and also the fact that he apparently had a reason to come here. The hero's eyes were wide open when the interlocutor said that they would become his support. 2 fighters fought, arguing about who would let go first. The man, standing nearby, told them to start folding the thing, because they should have set an example for the younger ones, but they continued to shout something else. Dylan turned his head to the side. The other 2 also looked in the same direction. The young man put his hands on his knees. The hero, rubbing his head, noted that he still had a lot of training to do. Dylan, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that he would have the opportunity to practice on the way. The old man, sticking his hand out of the tent, said that apparently they would not be able to return immediately. Coming out of it, the magician explained that a decree had been issued in the palace to summon earthlings, and therefore communication with the fortress was broken. The man turned around and asked if this was what they were thinking. The archmage, looking ahead, replied that parasites had entered there. The wall of the building appeared. Soldiers attacked a large cockroach. A man was watching them from the window. Some guards stood in front of the door. Their eyes suddenly opened wider. They were still standing in front of these doors. A crack appeared on the peculiar lock. The man was running up the stairs. One of the men turned around when someone called out to the commander. Saselny, running out to them, explained that their enemies would soon break through the barricades. The assistant, bowing his head, noted that this was their only opportunity to retreat, while the second said that they might be able to fight back using the main forces. The commander raised his hand to his face. As he was leaving, the head explained that if they left now, the future of humanity could be in jeopardy. He had a helmet in his hand. After putting it on, the man said that help would arrive soon and now their main task was to hold out until that moment. Raising his head, the fighter also added that death in this case is the second issue. A clear sky appeared. The old man, walking behind, asked what the hero knew about paradise, and he replied that he had heard that there was a war going on here. After introducing the 3 different races, the magician explained that there are not only humans in paradise, but also monsters, dwarfs, fairies, and even angels. There were also 2 warring people when the interlocutor said that the relationship between them was not always smooth and mostly they did not get along, and for example, cave and sky fairies have long been sworn enemies. An image of a certain coat of arms also appeared after the mage's words that they were all now united in an alliance, and his question was also heard about whether the protagonist knew the reason. The guy, bowing his head, asked if it was related to some common enemy, while the interlocutor replied that it was all about parasites. Introducing an army of some monsters, Ian said that this was an army created by a queen who came from another world, and the whole empire fell through their fault, and only the union of 5 forces continued this struggle alone. A door appeared to break down when the old man said that the kingdom was preparing for the worst and had built the fortress of Arden in the gorge. The guards were holding their weapons at the ready when the interlocutor explained that this place borders on the territory of parasites, which means that they can cross this border at any time. The door opened. The monsters began to come out. A flag appeared. Another army marched under this banner, when the magician said that if the fortress was already occupied, then the time had finally come for humanity to enter this war. The legs of some monster appeared. They were all heading towards the fortress. The guard, pointing his finger, shouted that they should make sure that no creature approached. The flying beetles had already flown up to the wall. Arrows immediately flew out after the command. They struck these monsters. The guard slashed another beetle, shouting that it would not pass. The monster began to fall down. Other parasites began to enter through the doors below. They made their way behind the wall. The man, sobbing, begged for help. The other was also attacked by monsters. This monster appeared. The guard, holding out his spear, tried to say something. Immediately after that, the fighter made a lunge. The spear did not break through the enemy's defenses. The man's eyes widened. His whole body was covered with trembling. Something immediately struck the opponent. The monster's head flew off. The guard, falling to the ground, could not say a word. The head, turning his head, shouted that if he died, he should do it on the territory of the fortress, because they were not allowed to leave these creatures' bodies. The man was looking somewhere ahead. The assistant, bowing his head, said that reinforcements had already arrived. The girl with the army entered the territory of the fortress. She looked to the side and asked the general about the situation. The man, taking off his helmet, replied that grasshoppers and beetles had broken through the barricade and because of this they lost half of their strength, and also asked if the earthlings would not come. Standing nearby, the leader also added that the creatures were attacking and there was no end to them at all, and therefore it would be simply impossible to fight back with so many soldiers, while the interlocutor replied that the fighters would arrive soon. Putting the helmet on her head, the girl noted that he still knew these people, who traveled only in carriages that had to be driven by someone. Her horse reared up. Raising her blade, she began to shout something. Putting her weapons forward, the girl ordered the cavalry to protect the walls of the fortress. The old man standing in front said that this place is the Arden Gorge. Turning his head, the mage also explained that this was the only way to connect the human domain with the territory of the parasites. The man turned his head forward. Some carriages appeared behind when someone said that they were earthlings who responded to the call. The man in the carriage, waving his hand, asked if their team had also applied, and the man would answer that they were accompanying the teacher. Looking out, the knight noted that it was really not easy to be a mage at the royal court, and apparently he had a lot of worries. The hero looked after these carts. The girl, shifting her gaze to the side, asked what had happened. The young man, looking ahead, wondered if the situation was not as serious as they thought, and she explained that in any case, some kind of war with parasites was not their problem. The mage, standing behind, noted that if the 7 gods heard these words they would be glad, but the girl exclaimed that it was true, because everyone decides for themselves where to risk their lives. The man, throwing his hands behind his head, agreed with her, because they have only one life. The old man, closing his eyes, said that this was reality. The hero, shifting his gaze to the side, realized that he had been the same until recently. The archer, pointing the way, suggested that they go there faster. The symbol of one of the armies appeared and someone's words were heard that this was the flag of the army, which was subordinate to the princess herself. The guy raised his head, looking at him when someone said that this army was already in place. Looking up, the protagonist realized that this fortress of Arden looks very impregnable. Looking at the many corpses inside, one of them noted that apparently the battle was much fiercer than they thought. Noticing that girl, someone said that it was her. The old man, closing his eyes, explained that he was worried, since there was no communication due to interference, and this relieved him. She took up her helmet. The knight took it from her head. The hero's eyes immediately opened wider. The girl turned around and said that even people from that team had come. The archer, approaching her, noted that it was extremely cool that the princess was fine. She also said that they were very happy to see them and asked if there was not a single top ranker among those who responded. Chakhan, frowning, asked her not to be so happy. Crossing her arms over her chest, she explained that they had only agreed to protect the old man. The princess turned her leg and apologized. The young man, standing behind, thought that this man was behaving like a man. The head, rubbing her head with her hand, explained that she was grateful that they were here, because her high status was not important at all, because earthlings did not obey members of the royal family anyway. She, raising one hand, asked where the recruiter's team was, because they really follow separately. Her eyes widened as they said that his team had been completely wiped out, just like Kang's, because they had a lot of things happen along the way. The interlocutor, looking down, replied that she understood everything. Her gaze immediately rose. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked about the person she had seen for the first time. Someone replied that it was their newcomer, a fighter from the March set who had joined their mission. The magician, glancing at him, introduced the princess. The girl closed her eyes and explained that its first level made her conscience send it back. The young man's mouth parted in surprise at her telling him not to die. Burying her hands in her hips, the princess invited everyone to discuss their strategy. The hero, looking away, could not understand what this incomprehensible pain in the chest was. Looking at the head, the guy realized that it seemed to him that they had not seen her for a long time and would never meet again. Placing her hands on the table, she said that they needed to catch the Gorgon. Everyone else looked at her in silence. One of the people, putting his hands on his leg, asked if this monster was definitely there. The guardian bowed his head and explained that their intelligence had risked their lives to verify this. The man, picking his ear, said that they would definitely kill her then, while the second noted that they were not to blame for their powerlessness. The team with the protagonist stared at them silently. The young man, opening his eyes wider, could not understand what was happening. The fortress of Arden appeared. Their command post was visible. The man, frowning, wondered why they would put themselves in such danger if there was a fortress, even if that monster really existed. The girl, looking ahead, replied that this is because the defense of the fortress is not eternal, and the Gorgon continues to produce cockroaches and beetles and they will only lose people until they are completely destroyed. Another fighter, tilting his head slightly, suggested that they leave the fortress and make a strategic escape, and also asked what they thought about waiting in ambush at the entrance to the gorge, and then attacking unexpectedly. The princess, frowning, explained that if these creatures did not come out, they would simply lose their strength. Chohan raised her hand and asked why it had been built in the first place. Looking ahead, she replied that at the moment the main goal was to protect the walls, because then everything would be fine, because otherwise it would only make them nervous and not allow them to focus on the alliance. The interlocutor, turning away, noted that apparently someone lives too well, since they remembered the union. The mage opened his eyes as she asked about who would be next if the alliance failed. Everyone else, shutting their mouths, did not say a word. The magician, closing his eyes, explained that as soon as the parasites infected the earth, their activities in paradise would also be covered. The fighter, looking away, suggested that perhaps that was why they allowed the construction of the fortress, and the fact that part of the work was not done was not their fault. The princess opened her mouth wide and replied that she understood that they had to line up in a hurry, but it was not their fault. After all, the deed was done, but now they needed to resolve this situation. The warrior raised his fist and asked if they had decided to put them in mortal danger. The young man turned his head and listened to them say that it was too arrogant to make them deal with these matters and that she should watch her tongue, because if they had known from the beginning, they would not have come here. The hero raised his head a little. His eyes took on a faded green glow. The beetles had already approached the wall. The knight, putting his blade forward, ordered everyone to attack. Mounted troops attacked these monsters. The cavalry ran forward. They ran quickly along the gorge. A cloudy sky appeared and someone shouted that it was them. A creature appeared. The man, raising his head, shouted that there was an ambush here. They were surrounded by a large number of parasites. The Gorgon's eyes burned bright red. A bright explosion lit up the entire gorge. The girl's eyes widened. Gritting her teeth, the princess said that this was the end. The guy's eyes began to take on their usual shade. All the people around, their mouths wide open, continued to say something. Teresa, raising her hand, said that they would defeat that monster with their cavalry, while the others would stop the bugs and cockroaches. And when their main enemy lost control over them, the parasites would fall down on their own and they would not have to strain much. The warrior, frowning, asked her to think again, for this plan was extremely reckless. The princess, bowing her head, asked if there was any other way. The man immediately looked away. The command post appeared and her words were heard that they would then act according to this plan. The fighter, smiling, noted that then they would lose only cavalry and therefore such a plan was dangerous. The hero silently looked ahead. Frowning, the young man knew that it was necessary to defend the fortress at all costs. But this plan would lead to defeat, because such was the future that he managed to see. The girl, putting her hand on her head, said that some first level should not interfere here. Someone asked about who brought the newcomer to the battlefield. The fighter, pointing his finger at the guy, explained that this is the person with the golden mark, whose skills are non-standard. The old man, putting his hand on his shoulder, noted that they apparently knew each other and asked if they knew that he played a key role in the Forest of Confrontation and single-handedly caught Lionaire. The girl, turning her head, asked if such a thing was possible. The other two people looked at each other and talked about how attacking the Confrontation Forest was simply impossible with his abilities. The man, opening his mouth wide, noted that that monster could only be fought from the 4th level, and no matter how unconventional this person was, it was simply impossible. The magician, shifting his gaze to the side, explained that although his eyesight could deteriorate, he had the ability to distinguish what was happening right in front of him and asked for the archer's opinion. Dylan, looking down, said that the strength of an individual fighter and his understanding of strategic tactics on the battlefield were not the same thing, while the mage noted that he seemed to be denying the intuition and resourcefulness that their newcomer had shown, and also wondered if his partner had forgotten that he had passed the first region. The man's eyes immediately opened wider. The young man bowed his head, listening to their words that he was apparently a former military man. The princess, looking at him, spoke of what she had heard from Chinsha about him, and offered to listen to his proposal. The sun was rising from behind the mountains. The princess stood in front of him. Placing her hand on her side, she said that the distribution of troops had already been completed and also asked if he was sure that everything would go according to plan, since no one would be able to come to his aid. The hero, tilting his head, replied that he was already used to coping alone. The girl, looking ahead, asked why he volunteered. After all, he should not be ashamed of his first level and noted that it did not seem that he was obsessed with exploits. The hero, turning his head, replied that he just had to defend this fortress and paradise. Teresa, closing her eyes, realized that if all Earthlings were like this, then they could have hope, and suddenly someone shouted that an enemy army was approaching. The princess, looking up, noted that he had come just in time and this was an extremely good start. Her foot was already on the stirrup. Looking down, she wished him good luck and asked him to come back alive. The young man looked at her from under his brow. The parasites were already near the gate. Images of knights appeared. The cavalry immediately attacked the approaching enemies. The mage was standing against a certain wall. A bright magic circle began to appear under it. His staff was glowing. The old man immediately ran them along the wall. The stone began to melt. The girl, standing behind, noted that they should not make a mistake, but the archmage noted that she apparently liked the man. Chohan, frowning, shouted a question about what he was carrying at all. The interlocutor, closing his eyes, asked her not to worry, because sometimes luck can be created with your own hands and she knows how to do it perfectly. Immediately after, the man threw back his head and began to laugh loudly. The girl closed her eyes and exhaled. Opening them, she thought of the protagonist. The animals fled in different directions when the cavalry passed by. Teresa looked around and called out to her comrade. The earrings on the main character's ears lit up. Gui Chang made a dash forward. The boy raced past the crocodiles. He moved away from the gates of the fortress. Frowning, the young man thought about controlling it with magic, and felt as if his legs were about to break. The sun rose over the gorge. The warrior rushed past him. Medusa Gorgon looked away. A bright light illuminated the insect. Dylan knitted his eyebrows sternly, and realized that something had begun. The psychic continued to run and felt that he could not breathe because of the heavy air. The crocodiles looked around. Teresa swung her sword and ordered everyone to charge. The man was watching his comrade, standing on a cliff. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. A trace of a blow appeared on the rock. Ian narrowed his eyes and asked his ally to be quiet. The old man saw the sun's rays breaking through the clouds. The leader of the squad raised a lantern. The mage pointed his staff at the sky. A vortex appeared from it. Air currents crept up to the crevasse. Sparks flew from there. The rocks in the gorge trembled. The girl turned around and ordered to stop the pursuit. The horses reared up. The main character continued to run past the animals. The reptiles surrounded him on all sides. The wizard opened his mouth wide and cast a spell. A blue glow appeared in the crevasse. A huge piece of rock moved. Small stones fell from it. The boulder almost fell on a member of the team. Cracks began to appear on the cobblestone. Fragments of rock fell down. The sorcerer threw up his hands. Someone grabbed his wrist. Sitting on the edge of the gorge, Chakhan asked what her companion ate and why he was so light. The teacher was surprised that she cared. The girl smiled and called him crazy. A landslide descended from the cliff. Shadows from the stones hung over the crowd of crocodiles. The boulders pinned them to the ground. The debris collapsed one after another. Hugo smiled broadly and shouted that they had succeeded. The animals looked at the rocks puzzled. Teresa tugged at the reins and ordered the others to move forward. The main character ran through the gorge. Gleichang looked up and noticed something. Cockroaches flew straight towards him. The boy realized that they could stay in the air for a little more than 10 seconds. The insect opened its mandibles. The guy threw a magic ball at him. The monsters crashed into the web. Pieces of their bodies fell down. The warrior made a sharp dash forward. Ahead were the deserted mountains. The player frowned and remembered that the Gorgon Medusa appears at the peak of dawn, when the sun begins to shine brightly. The rays illuminated the rocks. The psychic concluded that this was what he needed. The main character jumped forward. Gleichang ran up the hill. Cockroaches immediately surrounded him. The insects flew swiftly in his direction. The boy jumped to the side so as not to get hit. The monster slammed into the ground next to him again. The guy leaned on his spear and gritted his teeth. The warrior jumped off the cliff as the monsters attacked again. The player opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. At the foot of the mountain stood Medusa the Gorgon. The psychic looked around and noticed cockroaches. The survivor frowned sternly and realized that he could not feel his legs and that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The participant of the game ran forward and thought that he needed to kill the boss at all costs. The snake smiled slyly. An explosion rang out behind Therese. The girl looked at the sky in fright and remembered her comrade. The main character took a magic ball out of his bag. Gleichang threw it forward and hoped that it would work. The boss grabbed the bomb with his hand. The monster threw him back. The boy looked at the ball nervously and realized that its speed was faster than expected. A powerful explosion rang out on the battlefield. Hugo looked up and said that their comrade had looked up, so now it was Dylan's turn. Chohan turned to her ally and asked if they could catch the enemy with 2 spell balls and lightning. Ian replied that they had to hit the target, and then everything would work. Teresa opened her visor and knitted her eyebrows sadly. The arrowhead sparkled. The man pulled the bowstring. The archer gritted his teeth and thought about the fact that he needed to shoot everything he had in one go. A huge amount of energy has accumulated around him. The arrow shot into the sky. The monster looked happily at the fire. In front of her was another magic ball. Medusa Gorgon raised her hand and grinned. Water poured out of the sphere. The arrow flew high into the air. Then she headed towards the ground. The guy realized that water and lightning give an incredible combo. A projectile pierced the boss's back. The warrior held out his spear in front of him and realized that it would be difficult for them to defeat the enemy, since he missed the first spell. The player narrowed his eyes and decided that there was only one thing left for them. The psychic rushed forward and used his earrings. The snake opened its mouth furiously. A bright plume appeared on the ground. The main character made a dash and found himself behind the monster. Her body immediately exploded. Gleichang fell to the ground. The monster collapsed right behind him. The soldier took off his helmet and shouted that control of the bugs had been lifted. Crocodiles darted from side to side. Teresa smiled and concluded that her comrade had coped. The girl clenched her fists and bowed her head. She closed her eyes and shouted joyfully. The princess pointed her hand up and ordered her subordinates to kill all the monsters. Chakhan placed her mace on her shoulder and called her ally to action. Ian closed his eyes and nodded. The axe flashed in the sun. Hugo spun it in his hand. The army rushed beyond the gates of the fortress. A bright light broke through the clouds and illuminated the mountains. The boy took a step forward. The guy walked with his hands down. Suddenly the warrior looked up. The commander ran to meet him. Her hair and cloak fluttered in the wind. Teresa stopped and called to her comrade. The player bowed his head and asked if they had managed to defend the fortress. Raising her eyebrows, the girl wondered what he thought of the fortress even in such a situation, and asked if he didn't know anything. The princess hugged her ally and said that it was very beautiful. The psychic closed his eyes and smiled. The sun shone on the house. Chohan folded her hands behind her head and asked if they wouldn't be doing a welcome ceremony, since they had a new one. Hugo wondered how it was done. The woman looked away and replied that she didn't know, because they had never had new ones. Squinting, the man offered to just eat, drink and have fun all night and promised to tell his friend about the girls from Haramag. The holy fighter kicked him and was indignant at his suggestion. The soldier looked to the side and asked her to calm down. The knight opened her mouth wide and asked what that meant. A member of Carpe Diem wondered if he really liked the girls from Shirazard. Chakhan struck him hard with her fist. Teresa came into the room and wished everyone a Merry Christmas. Dylan looked at her in surprise. The guys looked at each other and said that Christmas is celebrated in December. Covering his face with his hand, the leader said that this was not the problem and asked what kind of Christmas could be in paradise. The canvas soared into the air. Holding a spear in her hands, the princess compared it to a Christmas gift. The heiress closed her eyes and asked where their companion was. Clouds floated over the temple. The main character opened the door and said that he wanted to use the vault. There was equipment in the closet. Gui-cham concluded that he would soon become rich. As he walked down the hall, the boy wondered what that meant. The guy remembered all his friends and realized that he had nowhere to return anyway. The warrior approached the statue. The player stopped and stared at her. The psychic's eyes widened in shock as the voice asked him to come closer. The sculpture stood motionless. The participant swallowed nervously and complied with the request. Standing in the shadows, Gullah noticed that he was doing well and would be able to climb to the 3rd level very soon. The survivor lowered his gaze. The goddess said that she could not read his mind and asked what was bothering him. The main character looked up and replied that he was curious about something. The statue seemed to frown and explained that she could not explain that dream to him, at least not for now. Putting his hand to his chest, Gui-chan was indignant at what it cost him to come here, and asked who made him feel so heavy and sad in his heart. The sculpture plunged into the burning stars. The voice said that soon he would find out everything himself, and hoped that he would be able to make the extinguished star shine again. The boy said that he did not understand what it was about. Gullah looked down and offered to discuss his future path. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked if he was talking about the 3rd level. The goddess explained that she would like to give him a choice so as not to be limited to standard methods. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise, and the statue asked if he wanted to follow a path that no one had dared to follow before. The throne was on the edge of a cliff over which the stars shone. The stranger looked up at the sky. Darkness hung over her. The goddess narrowed her eyes and thought that she had definitely seen the light in the center. She closed her eyes and assumed that it was a dead star. The player summoned a white aura in his hand and thought about making a spear with the help of magic. Chakhan crossed her arms over her chest and asked what her friend was doing. The psychic replied that he wanted to get a magic spear. The woman smiled and decided that it was hard for him because there were no people with the same class and that he had no one to ask for advice. The main character lowered his gaze. The sacred fighter asked why he fell for persuasion and chose such a strange class. Then, in the temple, the sculpture asked if her friend would feel sorry for her, and Gui-chang replied in the negative. Gullah frowned and rewarded him with a unique class called the Spearman Mage. The boy knitted his eyebrows sternly. The guy clenched his fists and wondered if he had been deceived. Hugo approached his girlfriend and asked what he was doing. The knight replied that he wanted to become a spearman. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man yawned and said that their comrade would solve everything at once. The warrior ran up to him and asked him who he was talking about. Dylan walked into the room and replied that it was the founder of Carpe Diem. The player raised his eyebrows and asked where this person was now. The knight asked his friend not to give him empty hopes. Turning away, Chohan realized that she needed to make a purchase with points, and assumed that her comrade had received a lot of points for Arden Fortress. The soldier said that at this rate, they would have too much of a gap with the higher ranks. The thug frowned and asked if they had forgotten what the old man kept saying. The psychic looked down and remembered how Agnes had warned him that at some point in the training there would be a limit, and that he would not be able to reach the same level as those who comprehend everything on their own. The main character rushed to the exit and shouted that he needed to get out for a while. The guys looked after him puzzled. The sun's rays illuminated the headquarters in Sicily. The heroes were climbing the stairs. The girl looked around when Cynthia noticed that the lion had come to her mother. Gui-chang ran up to them and called out to his girlfriend. The manager decided to leave them alone and leave. The head turned around and asked the participant not to treat her friend as his nanny. The woman went to the door and reminded that they had a difference of only a year. The guide adjusted her glasses and asked what brought him here. The instructor lowered her gaze when she heard that it was all about the Spearman Mage. The boy put his hand to his chin and explained that this was a unique class, so there was no information about him. With a stern knitting of her eyebrows, the coach warned him that this was not a place where everything was geared to training and growth, and added that more often than not, he had to comprehend and learn everything on his own. The guide bowed his head and agreed with her. The warrior scratched his cheek when the administrator asked what he knew about spearmen. The player rounded his eyes in surprise. The assistant asked if he knew the basic rules, the difference between his spear and a spear for throwing, and how javelins are thrown in general. Squinting, Agnes was indignant that her comrade knew nothing about spears, but was talking about some kind of magical power formation, and explained that a person who could not walk could not run. The psychic scratched his chin and realized that he was too hasty. The girl turned around and said that it was a good thing that her ally hadn't spent the feats points. The woman went to the house and promised to check how much he trained. When he returned, the main character asked if she was going on an expedition. Looking around, the guide replied that there was nothing special and said that they would see each other after her return. The sun's rays illuminated the Carpe Diem building. Gui-chan was carrying a bag of weapons in his hands. Screams were heard in the next room. Chakhan ran out of there. The boy turned around and asked what had happened. The holy fighter frowned and shouted that it was all because of him. The guy looked after her in shock. Dylan was standing at the kitchen table. The warrior entered the room and asked what had happened. The man replied that it was related to a new task. There was a coffee maker on the table. The player asked why it made their friend so angry. The leader took a cigarette and explained that he wanted the two of them to go there because he and Hugo would have to leave on behalf of the royal family. His hand shuddered when the psychic asked how far they were going. The archer smiled and decided that it would be difficult for the two of them to cope, so they needed to assemble a team. The main character poured himself coffee. Gui-chan's eyes widened in surprise when the shooter said that he would have to become a commander. The boy looked around and asked why Chion couldn't lead them. Dylan replied that she had no leadership skills and added that she was offended that she wouldn't go with him. The guy raised his eyebrows and reminded him that he only had a second level. The man squinted slyly and called him the very hero who saved the fortress of Arden. The warrior stared at him in surprise. After taking a puff, the leader talked about how killing monsters in Ramman village was like an initiation, and decided that it would be useful for him because it was a great chance to test his abilities in forming and managing a team. The player looked away. The psychic held out a mug and concluded that they needed to find a ranged fighter and a priest. The archer took a sip and realized that this was not bad for the first step. The shooter asked how he managed to brew such delicious coffee. The main character smiled and replied that he had a girlfriend who loved coffee very much. Dylan closed his eyes and wanted to take a couple of lessons from him when he returned. The sun's rays illuminated the royal library. Someone was discussing the secret of Ramman village. Gui-chan walked over to the table where his comrade was sitting. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that he wanted to find the source and solve the problem, not just destroy all the monsters. Ian crossed his arms over his chest and asked what he knew. The library was empty. The guy told me that there were no monster settlements or nests in the vicinity, but monsters continued to appear, and the royal troops could not find the source. The man rose to his feet and asked his friend to follow him. Passing by the bookcases, the old man explained that periodicity indicates the possibility of forecasting, which means that it can be controlled. The mage stretched out his hand to the scrolls and added that every time the village elder requested, the royal palace sent earthlings there. That is, new teams from Haramag always had a great chance. The warrior frowned and stated that the villagers would be in danger if for some reason they couldn't go there. The wizard looked around and looked at him in surprise. Handing him the scroll, the sorcerer said that it was a record of raids, and suggested that it might help. White smoke appeared in the darkness. There were many craters on the ground, and a rumble was heard. The mist floated below. Someone asked his child not to follow him. The monster waved his hand and repeated his request. The living dead gathered in a group. The voice asked his child not to follow people. A smirk appeared in the darkness. Someone said that the monsters would capture them if they disobeyed. Fog enveloped the village. The main character was writing something on paper. Gui-chan kept his finger on the right line in the textbook. Suddenly, someone entered his bedroom. Chakhan leaned over and asked what her friend was doing. The boy lowered his head and replied that he increased the level of difficulty. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Looking around, the guy recalled how his ally grumbled about being given low points, and asked if she had managed to find a priest. With her mouth wide open, the woman asked if he really thought it was so easy, and shouted that the two of them were going on a mission together, even without the main damager. Turning away, the warrior said that he would do it himself, and asked his ally to find an archer and a defender. The holy fighter's eyes widened and asked if he had anyone in mind. The player brought the feather to his chin and replied that he had someone who could find the right person. People walked the streets and discussed the fact that someone had won the battle for the fortress of Arden with only the first level. The participant of the game raised his index finger and said that they also had a person who was out of the rules. His friend suggested that it was all the work of the rebels. Clouds floated over the palace in Xinjiang. The survivors walked around the main hall and discussed the newcomer from the March set, who has a gold mark. Hannah watched them from the balcony. The girl frowned when her colleagues could not remember his name. The woman appeared in a crystal ball and called out to her friend. The main character raised his hand and said that he was glad to see her. The manager reminded that she had asked him to be as quiet as possible in Haramag. Gui-chan put his hand under the table. The observer was indignant that her comrade hadn't even warned her. Taking out a spear, the boy decided that he would be forbidden to fight if he told everything, and invited his ally to look at the gift from Teresa. The guy smiled awkwardly when the administrator called him too smart. Hannah narrowed her eyes in displeasure. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and stated that her friend had done the right thing by joining Carpe Diem before the old man retired. The warrior asked what was so special about him that everyone was talking about him. Closing her eyes, the woman replied that she did not know and said that the one who was destined to leave would not be able to do anything anyway. The player decided that she was saying this from her own experience. Scratching his head, the psychic told him that he was going to go on a raid on the monster with Chohan, but they did not have a team, and asked his ally to find them a priest. The manager raised her eyebrows and asked what had happened to Dylan and Hugo. Looking at the orb, the protagonist replied that they had left for an expedition on another assignment, and stated that he would now have to take the lead. The guide put a finger to her lips and replied that she had someone on her mind. Smiling confidently, the administrator warned that the costs would be huge, and asked if her friend would be satisfied with this option. The sun shone over the gates of the temple of Lasirius. Gui-chan took a step forward. The boy climbed the stairs and thought that Haramak was a military camp. People in white robes walked around the fountain. The boy knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. A voice was heard behind the closed door. The guy raised his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Maria opened her mouth in surprise and asked what had brought him here. The girl turned away and muttered something in displeasure. The warrior went into the house and asked for forgiveness. The girl asked him to be silent. The player looked at the mess in the room and explained that he had come to her with an offer that concerned Ramman village. With her head on the table, the guide asked if this was some kind of terrible assignment for her class and asked her friend to reach out to someone else. Coins fell on the tablecloth. The instructor looked at them and asked how much it was on Earth. The psychic showed her his hand and replied that it was 5,000,001. The trainer decided to introduce him to a priest trainee, who would cost 4 times less. The main character poured out a few more coins. The assistant said that it was not worth that kind of money. Gui-chan confidently knitted his eyebrows and reminded her of her request to give her all the extra money he had. Maria frowned and asked if he really wanted to work with her so much. The boy looked ahead and asked if he could go against the law with these coins. The girl smoothed her head and objected to him. Suddenly her eyes sparkled. These coins were so alluring to her. The guy rounded his eyes in amazement. The girl realized that she could not contact them, because then everything would get even more confused. Another handful of coins fell on the table. The guide with dollars for eyes asked if her friend had gone completely crazy. The instructor covered her face with her hand. The warrior replied that he just wanted to make friends. Crossing her arms over her chest, the coach said that everything was not so simple, and told that many teams could not stand it while they tried to persuade her. Chohan's eyes widened in shock when she saw her. The assistant frowned sternly. The heroines bowed their heads in frustration. Waving her hand, Maria said that she had nothing to do here, and explained that a fool in the team was more dangerous than an enemy from the outside. The woman wondered when she would be silent. A fire lit up around her when the girl suggested that she smash her head to prove to everyone that she had no brains, and even decided to bet a copper coin on it. The holy fighter grabbed her by the collar, the tavern patrons thinking that their companion had very unusual inclinations. The player stretched out his hand to stop his friends. The psychic flinched when someone called him a rising star of Haramag. The knight crossed his arms over his chest and decided that it was not for nothing that so much was said about him. The stranger smiled and said that she had seen him show himself at the fortress of Arden. Mikhail frowned resolutely and introduced himself. Veronica narrowed her eyes and named her class. Jersha lowered his gaze as the swordsman introduced him. The runner held out his hand and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. The main character shook it and replied that it was mutual. The carts drove along the road to the village of Ramman. Its wheels rattled. Chakhan clutched her stomach because she almost vomited. The heroines approached the wall and coughed. Standing behind them, Gui-chan reminded them that he had warned them not to drink so much. Peasants harvested wheat. The participant of the games looked at his comrades from the side and said that he did not even hope for any greeting. The ranger concluded that nothing special awaited them, and explained that for them it is a simple task, while for the villagers it is a matter of life and death. The defense attorney frowned and asked them not to think about it, because it wasn't the first time they had seen it. The boy looked around. Narrowing his eyes, Bryce asked if they had come from Harmag and named himself in charge of guarding the village. Frowning, the young man introduced himself and asked where the elder was. The warrior pointed to his friends and asked the allies to take care of them while he was gone. Mikhail waved his hand and said that they would see each other at the hotel. The heroes walked through the village. The stranger raised her hand and said that the moon was crying. The man ran up to her and asked why she went outside. The old lady narrowed her eyes and repeated her words. The player raised his eyebrows and suggested that it might have something to do with the mystery. Grandmother's cry swept through the whole village. The guard took her hand and asked her to go rest. At that time, the sidekick was standing at the fence. The children standing next to them were holding hands. The protagonist looked around. The guard asked Hans to accompany him to the elder's house. The boy put his hands on his sister's shoulders and asked her to go home. Bryce apologized and explained that his mother was not quite well. The child looked around. A local resident went forward. Gui-chang frowned and wondered what the woman's words could mean. The guy followed the commoner. Peasants harvested in the garden. The warrior looked to the side and noticed that the situation looked quite calm. Hans smiled and asked if the Earthman had come to kill the monster. The player rounded his eyes in amazement, and was surprised that he was called that. The psychic asked if he was not afraid. The boy folded his hands behind his head and replied that it happens every time, and that adults immediately start fussing when they get too close to the fog. Following him on his heels, the participant thought that the village was too calm for such a situation. The survivor smiled and stated that there was nothing wrong with caution. Closing his eyes, the child asked if he had anything to beware of, and told that Earthlings constantly impose some kind of triple prohibitions and only frighten them. The main character lowered his gaze and asked what he was talking about. There was a cemetery next to the road. The commoner explained that they were forbidden to approach the fog and react in any way to the sounds coming from there. The peasant scratched his ear and complained that he had learned these rules by heart. Hans turned around and said that before she went crazy, Bryce's mother had said it was all set up. Gui-chang raised his eyebrows and asked who exactly had arranged this. The boy assumed that the elder was to blame. There was a mill next to the house. The child said that they had come. The guy knocked on the door. A gray-haired man came out of the house. The old man frowned and explained that he would not be able to give a decent reward because their village was very poor. The warrior waved his hand and said that this was not the reason he had come here. The head decided that Carpe Diem must have experience in such matters. The player sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that only a part of the guild was able to come here. The elder narrowed his eyes and said that this was their job, so they had to cope. Standing at the door, the psychic asked if they should not worry at least a little. The man asked what it was about. The participant looked at him from under his brow and asked if he knew about the levels of Earthlings. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Slamming the door, the head replied that he did not understand what it meant and asked him to take up the task. Hans squeezed his eyes shut in displeasure as the elder ordered him to go home. The detachment was walking along a mountain path. Following the comrades, the survivor asked if they could see anything, but the answer was no. Mikhail looked around and said that these changes left no traces. The main character looked around and noticed that there was a lot of yellow light here. Suddenly Veronica raised her hand. The team members tensed up and took up fighting stances. Ranger closed her eyes and said that she had definitely heard someone's voice. Suddenly, blue slime fell on her. The runner swung his blade. However, his blows did not affect the monster in any way. Only a couple of scratches remained on his body. The swordsman shouted that nothing helped. Chakhan approached him and asked her ally to move away. The girl jumped forward. With a kick, she managed to throw the slime back. The knight cut it in half. The corpse of the monster fell to the ground. Mikhail opened his mouth wide and asked what had happened. The woman covered her face with her hand and replied that the rock had swallowed her up and hid her in its bowels. The chopped parts of the monster began to move. Jershel looked around. The slime turned into a golem. The man warned his comrades of the danger. Several more humanoid creatures came out of the mountain. Puddles of slime have become monsters. They surrounded the detachment from all sides. The young man opened his mouth wide and shouted that this could not be. The holy fighter swung her mace and ordered him to be quiet and stay close. The warrior dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. Chakhan made a dash forward, dispatching all opponents in the way. She knitted her eyebrows sternly. Suddenly the girl looked away. An energy shield appeared in front of her, which deflected the blow. The woman jumped back from the monster. The holy fighter frowned menacingly and asked why the allies didn't cover her from behind. In front of Mikhail were decapitated golems. The slime began to boil. The warrior's eyes widened and concluded that they were capable of regenerating. The monsters ran forward. The spearmen raised their weapons. Maria put her hand to her comrade's shoulder and was indignant at what was happening. The girl took out a cross. A protective dome appeared above the heroes. The monsters tried to break through it, but it was all in vain. The guide smirked and offered to buy some time first. The instructor looked to the side and asked if they could handle everything so that the two could move on. A blue aura enveloped the main character. The trainer called him the hero of the Fortress of Arden and the owner of the Golden Mark. Guichang took a step forward. Suddenly, the golems trembled. The monster turned. The boy cut it with his spear. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and wondered if his weapon was really so powerful. Chakhan pointed her hand forward and shouted that it was useless because the enemy was regenerating. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked what was going on. The monster's body was covered with a blue haze. The player raised his eyebrows and noticed that it was frozen. The psychic broke it into many fragments. The woman stared at him in shock. The golem stepped forward. The monster surrounded the participant of the game and attacked him. The survivor jumped up. The main character did a somersault in the air. Guichan landed on one knee. The boy narrowed his eyes and activated Festin's earrings. He pierced the enemy through with a spear. The monster turned around in terror. The tip of the spear glowed. The guy gripped the shaft with both hands. Unexpectedly, the enemy attacked him from behind. The player managed to look around and notice him. The psychic struck a powerful cutting blow. Several attacks cut the golems in half. The player decided that it was just a great weapon and wanted to thank Teresa on his return. The survivor took a fighting stance and flinched. The monster waved his hand. The main character looked to the side and thought that he did not know what was going on behind his back. Maria sent a powerful gust of wind forward. Waves of golden energy surrounded Guichan. The boy blew off the heads of the enemies. The guy smiled and thanked his friend. The girl closed her eyes and reminded her that he had taken her here for this very purpose. The monsters ran forward. The player frowned sternly and realized that there were too many of them. Suddenly, something decapitated the enemy. Chakhan jumped up and swung her mace. The girl was behind her friend's back and asked for forgiveness for being late. The psychic asked what kind of magic it was. The woman squinted slyly and replied that she had added some spells to her weapon. The participant of the game smiled confidently. The sacred fighter coquettishly knitted her eyebrows and offered to make a movie. The survivor asked what genre it would be in. The guys rushed forward and shouted that it would be an action movie with an age limit of 18+. A powerful blow sliced through the golem's body. Mikhail looked at the smooth cut and asked if the enemy really wanted to frighten him. The heroes fought shoulder to shoulder. The young man continued to strike with his sword. Veronica was shooting a bow while Maria was treating her. Clouds floated over the mountains. The warrior lowered her mace and concluded that they had destroyed all the monsters. The swordsman sheathed his weapon and was surprised that his comrade only had the second level. Ranger crossed her arms over her chest and suggested that they go to the temple when they returned. Jershel decided that it would be useful for them to level up. The protagonist put the spear on his shoulder and noticed that the glow had become colorless instead of green because there were no more enemies nearby. Guichang scratched his chin and wondered what that could mean. The knight put her hands on her belt and asked what was wrong. Chohan's eyes widened in surprise when the boy reminded her of the riddle. The guys stared at him puzzled when the guy said that he couldn't find the source of the evil. Frowning, the girl reminded her that their task was to destroy monsters, and realized that he had said that this task would be difficult. The woman closed her eyes and concluded that her friend enjoyed leveling up. The runner put his hand to his chest and explained that there would be no complaints against them if they returned. Besides, they had already leveled up enough. Maria thought about the fact that she had already received her fee. Approaching her ally, the holy fighter stated that they should not be too greedy and asked him to remember Samuel's incident. The player pointed to the sky. The warrior turned. Dark energy was oozing from the burning crescent. The psychic made a dash forward and shouted that it was a lead. The main character frowned and thought that he could not miss her. The knight clenched her fist and was indignant at his behavior. Gui-chan was standing on a tall rock. The members of the squad stopped and asked what it was. The boy stepped forward and claimed to have found a clue to the mystery. Next to the forest was a burning hill. The moonlight illuminated him. The closer the squad approached, the dimmer the glow became. The guy ran forward and thought about the fact that this was happening for the first time. The player rushed up the slope. Suddenly he stumbled. The psychic fell to the ground. The guys ran up to him. Chakhan opened her mouth wide and asked him to stop and explain. The participant of the games clenched his fist and replied that it was gone. Out of anger, the survivor slammed the hill with his fist. Mikhail's eyes widened in surprise. Veronica narrowed her eyes and asked if it was an artificial structure. The main character raised his eyebrows in amazement. The young man approached him and offered to try to dig up this mound. After a while, they found the door. The girl bent over it and assumed that it was a vault. Maria asked if the locals would fill it with earth. The woman pulled her by the ear and asked if she had too much healing magic. The runner looked around and decided that this theory had a place if this structure had been created long ago. Gui-chan threw away the spear. His green eyes lit up. There was a staircase inside. The boy thought that it was glowing yellow. The guy looked to the side and offered to go inside. The squad went downstairs. The elder walked to the door. The team went further down a long corridor. The ranger held a lantern in her hands. Ahead was a room that looked like an office. Someone assumed that someone had lived here before. The guys looked around when the sacred fighter realized what was going on here. The warrior frowned and decided that this was a place to study and that the students had to complete all the tasks in order for the doors to open. But for some reason, those who were supposed to unlock them disappeared. Jershel scratched his chin and concluded that those who had remained locked up had continued to study until they died. The man sternly knitted his eyebrows and stated that this was what gave birth to those ghosts. The members of the squad looked at each other tensely. Maria closed her eyes and thought that it was better for her to remain silent. Looking up, the player was disappointed that this was all and wondered what he saw with the 9 eyes. The archer walked over to the bookcase and noticed that there was something there. The swordsman asked her to be careful and suggested that it might be a trap. Veronica tugged at the candlestick. A secret passage opened. The ranger asked who her comrade took her for. Michael walked up to the doorway and said that everything was getting much more interesting. Opening his mouth in surprise, the psychic noticed a green glow and offered to go inside. The team walked forward along the corridor, but the young man noticed that there was nothing here. The archer lowered her gaze and denied it. A magic circle was drawn on the ground. The runner illuminated it with a flashlight and decided that the monsters were summoned here. The swordsman saw a cave ahead and concluded that the monsters were coming out through it. The protector wondered who could have done this. Chakhan swung her mace and suggested that she simply destroy the magic circle. Suddenly someone put a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. The main character frowned menacingly and wondered if the color had changed to green. Because the call was interrupted, the girl asked what happened. Gui-ching turned to his comrades and asked if there was definitely nothing else here. Veronica replied that it was just a way out and asked if they should study it. Suddenly, someone approached the squad from behind. The boy looked around and saw the elder, folding his hands behind his back. The man explained that he had come here because this time the task took longer than usual, and he was glad that everyone was alive. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked if he knew about the existence of this place. The old man knitted his eyebrows sternly and replied that there were rumors that there was a magus hiding in these mountains. The player stood in front of a magic circle. The head of the village assumed that the sorcerer summoned monsters with it, and asked the heroes to hurry up and deal with him. Mikhail approached the leader and asked if they were not going to go further. The ranger decided that it looked a little suspicious. The defender offered to find out what was wrong. With his mouth wide open, the keeper declared that they would not leave just like that, and suggested that the comrades separate. The elder gritted his teeth and said that it wasn't a good idea because they didn't know exactly where the cave led. The tank looked around and explained that they would check the entrance and return immediately. Gershel nervously narrowed his eyes when the man said it was pointless, and asked the squad not to make the villagers worry anymore. The guys approached the cave. The defender said that they needed to go. The head of the village frowned sternly and asked them to stop. The main character's eyes lit up, and he said the same thing. Gui-chan looked around and looked at the elder. The passage glowed yellow. The boy wondered if the local was somehow involved in this. The man stared sternly ahead. The guy didn't understand why he remained colorless. The archer opened her mouth wide and explained that this was just ordinary reconnaissance. The player asked her not to do it. The cave glowed red. Mikhail asked what was wrong. The psychic gritted his teeth tensely and realized that they were not allowed to go there. Pursing his lips, the participant of the games wondered what all this meant, and thought that they must eliminate the danger of red for the safety of the inhabitants. Taking a spear in his hands, the survivor offered to go there only when everyone took a combat position, and asked his comrades to quickly respond to emergencies. The young man gave a thumbs up and said that his friend now looked like a real leader. The main character turned to his ally and said that they would return soon. The old man resigned himself to the fact that earthlings do as they please. Gui-chan looked ahead and thought that he hadn't even advised them to leave here. The head of the village clutched a magic stone in his hands. The elder frowned sternly. The squad walked through the corridor. A bright flash appeared ahead. Veronica rounded her eyes in fright and called on her friends to step aside. Something flashed in the air. A black tentacle grabbed Jershel by the leg. The defender opened his mouth in horror and screamed. The monster dragged him with it. The guys ran after him. The keeper loudly asked for help. The runner looked up in amazement. Suddenly the swordsman frowned tensely. Chohan pointed her finger forward and asked where the mid-level nest came from. The boy asked what it was about. In the center of the cave was a giant flower. The girl explained that this was what gave birth to the Gorgon Medusa. In the past, standing in the office, the guy said that it was created as a weapon against parasites. Ian replied that this was just his theory. The player looked down. The man remembered that his friend had already experienced this at the tomb of the Holy Virgin. Red cards swirled in front of the cave. The psychic revealed that he thought that the magic that was in the Forest of Confrontation was meant to protect the grave. But it turned out that it was a barrier to protect the tribe from the hatred of the maiden. The main character was holding a scroll in his hands. The old man said that there are too many moments when assumptions do not coincide with reality. Gui-chan knitted his eyebrows tensely. The mage said that only himself could be trusted here. Suddenly the boy opened his eyes in fright. Tentacles crawled out of the bud. The guy realized that the teacher's hypothesis was correct. The monster's limbs rushed forward. The members of the squad took a fighting stance. They were surrounded by a protective dome. The player opened his mouth in amazement. The psychic looked at his friend and asked if she knew the strategy. Chakhun replied that with their powers, they had no choice and explained that they needed to retreat now. Mikhail looked around and said that first he had to save Jershel. The young man cut the tentacle in half. The girl walked up to him and swung her mace. The runner raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it was. The limb began to regenerate. The swordsman asked why this was happening. The woman replied that it was one of the monster's abilities. The mace lit up. The holy fighter chopped off another tentacle. It began to boil. The warrior asked why it didn't work. Maria closed her eyes and shouted that she was running out of strength. The protective barrier cracked. The main character gritted his teeth tensely. Suddenly, Gui Chang's eyes widened. The boy took an arrow out of his bag and assumed that it should work. The guy threw it at the enemy. A shell pierced the bud. Mikhail smiled and called him an excellent leader. The arrow flew forward. It pierced the flower. The monster began to squirm and scream. The defender opened his mouth in horror. The monster threw him into the air. The young man caught him. The runner closed one eye and said that everything was fine. The tentacles tried to break through the barrier. The girl asked her comrades to do at least something. Veronica looked away. The player asked her to attack the enemy with a bow. The swordsman looked to the side. The psychic explained that the two of them would distract the opponent from both sides. The keeper frowned, and the player ordered him to protect the priest. The survivor looked around and called out to his friend. Chohan asked if they were going to kill the nest and stated that a higher rank would be needed here. The girl opened her eyes wide when the main character asked what would happen if the flower attacked the village, and reminded them that they had come here not just to make money. Gui-chang sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that they should protect the village and its inhabitants. The elder was hiding around the corner. The guide lowered her head and said that she was running out of strength. The boy was holding a spear in his hands. The woman looked up and asked if she should choose an opportune moment and destroy the bud. Standing under the dome, the guy asked if she would be able to reach the enemy. The sacred fighter replied that she would try to do it. This path was not easy. The player frowned menacingly and thought that there was no excuse for his mistake, so he could only trust his own eyes. The monster glowed red. The psychic concluded that it did not have such an impenetrable level. The participant of the games jumped up from his seat and shouted that this was the right moment. The guys ran forward. The tentacle jerked forward. The survivor jumped to the side to dodge the blow. The main character cut the limb in half. Gui-chan looked at the severed tentacle and noticed that the regeneration had become much slower. The boy's eyes widened and realized that he had to slow down a little more so that the warrior could attack. Several tentacles approached him. They were chained with gold. Mary put up a cross in front of her. The guy chopped the monster's limbs into small pieces. The other tentacles moved away from him. A green liquid was oozing from them. The monster sprayed the victim with poison. The light barrier protected the player. The psychic looked away. The girl shouted that her spell was running out. Jershel put up a shield in front of his friends. Chakhun lowered her mace and said that they couldn't see anything because of the constant attacks. Suddenly the bud trembled. The girl asked what was wrong with it. The flower emitted white smoke. Suddenly, a cloud of mucus burst out of it. He landed next to the squad. Golems appeared from the puddle. The participant of the games opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to retreat. The monster released several tentacles. Maria looked up in fright. The defender saved her by repelling enemy attacks with his shield. The monster swung its tentacles. One of them hit Veronica. Mikhail looked around and called out to her. Suddenly a flower hit him on the back. Bud threw them in different directions. The cross in the girl's hands lit up. A protective barrier appeared over the ranger. The same force field appeared next to the young man. Waves of light energy swept around the priest. The keeper looked around and asked her to make the same dome for him. The guide asked what it was about. The tank frowned furiously and shouted that he had to save them and that it would be much easier if they stuck together. The instructor opened her eyes wide and agreed with him. A protective field surrounded Gershel. The main character turned his head and looked away. The assistant asked her ally to bring them as soon as possible. Gui-chang raised his hand and shouted that he needed to guard the healer. The man rushed to the side. Maria asked where he was going. Tentacles surrounded it on all sides. The girl raised the dome above her. The monster crept up to the boy. The guy raised his eyebrows and shuddered. The monsters ran in his direction. The player held out a spear in front of him, fighting off their attacks. The psychic frowned and called out to his ally. However, the defender ran to the exit. With his eyes rounded in puzzlement, the participant realized that the traitor had taken advantage of the situation and fled, and wondered why this happened during every expedition. The survivor jumped back and dodged the enemy attacks. Lowering the corners of her lips, Chakhan said that she would cover him and asked her comrade to deliver the decisive blow. A gust of wind lifted her hair into the air. Her body lit up. The girl opened her glowing eyes wide. A pillar of bright light fell on her. The main character narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Maria turned around and asked if it was a spell. Wings appeared behind the woman's back. Her hair turned white and a tiara appeared on her head. Gui-chan looked up and asked what had happened. The girl said that among the temple servants, only those who had received divine recognition could master a 4th level spell. The guide frowned and was surprised that she managed to do this. The holy fighter twisted the mace in her hand. The warrior held it forward. Waves of light energy rushed towards the flower. The knight jumped high into the air. The tentacles immediately rushed towards her. Chakhan cut them into small pieces. The edges of the monster's limbs caught fire. The monster began to wriggle and scream heartbreakingly. The boy raised his eyebrows and concluded that they could win. Frowning, the instructor replied that this was not the case, and explained that such a spell could summon divine powers to help and increase one's power, but it lasted about 30 seconds. The guy clutched the spear in his hands and decided to at least try. The assistant gave him a stern look and realized that he didn't have enough skills to win this battle because he only had the 2nd level. Maria bit her lower lip and asked her friend to cover her. The player looked around and said that he needed to help his ally. The girl put the altar on the ground and shouted that they had no time. The priest sat down on her knees and began to pray. The psychic looked away. The main character rushed to meet the ghosts. The guide bowed her head before the cross. The girl landed next to the bud. Tentacles rose into the air. They struck at once at the place where the woman stood. The Valkyrie jumped back. The holy fighter swung her mace. The tentacles rushed upward. The warrior slashed them with a powerful blow. The knight attacked the flower. His limbs fell to the ground. Chakhan ran along the wall. The girl pushed off the wall and approached the nest. The monster sprayed her with green poison. A bright light illuminated the monster. The woman was right above him. The Valkyrie swung her weapon again and screamed loudly. A powerful pillar of light struck the bud. Gui-chan smiled and realized that victory was near. The Valkyrie took to the air to deliver the decisive blow. The holy fighter frowned menacingly. Suddenly, the tiara on her head disappeared. The warrior lost her wings. The knight narrowed her eyes suspiciously. The flower threw her back. Chakhan crashed into the rock. The boy called out to her in fright. The girl bowed her head and coughed. The tentacle rushed directly towards her. A strong blow kicked up dust in the air. The guy cut the monster's limb in half to protect his girlfriend. The player opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was his turn. The psychic dodged several blows. The participant of the games gritted his teeth and realized that he could neither attack nor defend. The woman looked up and called out to her friend. A luminous cross lay on the ground. Maria summoned a magic circle in her hand. A giant hammer appeared above her head. Mjolnir struck the monster hard. Golden lightning bolts appeared in the air. A cloud of dust rose in the cave. The survivor covered his face with his hand and coughed. Such an attack flattened the bud. The protagonist frowned as the sacred fighter shouted that it was necessary to deliver the decisive blow. Waves of bright energy appeared in the air. The tentacle jerked forward. The girl shook off her dress. The priest closed her eyes and made sure that they could not have been so lucky. Gui-chan pushed her aside. The monster's limbs slammed into the rock. The guide opened her mouth wide and screamed in fear. The heroes fell to the ground. The instructor asked what happened. A few more tentacles approached them. The assistant clung to her friend and exclaimed. Several traces of blows appeared in the air. The guys frowned tensely. Suddenly they opened their eyes. Blood sprinkled the snow-white robe of the warrior. The knight trembled. Chakhan smiled and recalled that she had asked her ally to strike a decisive blow. The members of the squad opened their mouths in amazement. Tentacles pierced through the girl. She decided that this was very similar to her leader. Blood spurted from the wound as the limbs let go of the victim. The woman collapsed down. A crescent moon hung over the desert mountains. The boy took a step forward, trembling with terror. The guy slowly approached his wounded girlfriend. Maria looked around and wondered what had happened to the nest. The bud sprayed poison. The girl wondered what they should do now. One tentacle rose high up. It flew out of a hole in the ceiling. The flower was grabbed by Jershel, who was trying to escape. The soldier fell directly into the monster's mouth. Bright particles rose into the air. A heartbreaking scream was heard. The monster's body began to dissolve into thin air. It turned into a giant cloud of dust. The tentacles began to wriggle. The bud closed its petals. The flower spat out armor and weapons. The equipment fell under the priest's feet. Gritting her teeth, the guide realized that the enemy had swallowed the traitor and regenerated, and decided that she should have cast a stronger spell. The instructor looked up and thought that she shouldn't have gone here. Moonlight filtered through a hole in the ceiling. He fell on Chohan. The main character bowed his head. The assistant leaned against his back and said that he needed to leave her to die and leave here. Suddenly, Maria's eyes widened in surprise and wondered why his heart was beating so fast. The girl stepped aside and asked what had happened. A notification appeared that the vision of the future innate skill had been activated. Gui-chan's mad eyes lit up. The priest opened her mouth in shock and felt a thirst to kill. The flower continued to move its tentacles from side to side. The guide frowned furiously and asked her friend to be careful. Suddenly, the boy stopped the monster with his bare hands. The guy squeezed his limb. The monster poured poison on him. The instructor covered her chest with her hand in fright. The player was standing in a cloud of dust. The assistant raised her eyebrows in amazement. A red aura enveloped the psychic. The participant of the games grabbed the tentacle with both hands. The survivor tore it in half. A smirk appeared on his face. Maria opened her mouth wide and warned her comrade of the danger. The monster threw the main character aside. Gui-chan did a somersault and landed on his feet. A spear lay nearby. The boy took it in his hand. His red eyes lit up. The tip of the weapon was covered with blue flames. The girl's eyes widened in amazement and realized that only a warrior of the highest rank could do such a thing. The guy held out his spear in front of him. A powerful aura enveloped him. The player swung his weapon. The shockwave sliced through the tentacle above his head. The flower began to wriggle in pain again. The psychic took the spear with both hands. Bud lifted his limbs up. The monster struck a powerful blow. The tentacles turned into a vortex. The participant of the game swung his spear. The survivor cut the air with it several times. The main character came close to the enemy. A strong gust of wind hit the priest. Gui-chan continued to strike. The boy gritted his teeth angrily. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed. Thanks to lightning attacks, he managed to break through to the monster. A bright light illuminated the nest. The scraps of his body flew into the air. The guide pressed her hands to her chest and asked if it was really over. The player was standing in front of a dead flower. The psychic frowned menacingly. The participant of the games began to strike at the enemy again and again. The instructor covered her mouth with her hand in horror. The tip of the spear pierced the ground. Stained with slime, the survivor began to breathe heavily. The main character opened his eyes wide. He leaned on his spear. Gui-chan looked around and asked what had happened. Bloody parts of the monster's body lay around. The assistant raised one eyebrow and asked what these jokes were. The boy put his hand to his face and explained that he remembered how Chok-hun had died, and then his eyes suddenly turned white. Maria frowned and asked what it was all about. The guy looked at his hands and said that he could have saved his ally if he had acted a little faster. The player looked up when the girl asked why he had already sent her to the other world. The priest used healing magic on the girl. A light energy enveloped her. The psychic fell to the ground and was glad that his girlfriend was alive. The participant of the games lay on his back and squinted. The survivor stared at the ceiling. The moon shone between the clouds. The guide asked why her companion did not get up and whether she really needed to shed tears for this. The main character replied that they were not in the film and that it would not work. The instructor swung her fist and decided that one blow would not be enough. The assistant collapsed exhausted on her friend's knee. Gui-chan looked at her with a smile. Someone took a step forward. The boy immediately looked away. The elder looked down at him. The guy was stained with the blood of the monster. The man looked ahead. He walked past the hero. The old man went up to the flower and said that he knew that one day this day would come. Frowning, the player said that he would have to tell everything from the beginning, and was surprised that the 9 eyes still show a lack of color. Without turning around, the head of the village warned that this is a long story. The elder folded his hands behind his back and suggested that we go back to the village first, because it was too dirty here. Sitting next to his comrades, the psychic agreed. The light was on in the windows of the house. The man wondered where he would start. The participant of the games put his hand under the cloak. Taking out the documents, the survivor asked what about his identity, and reported that the previous teams had an average level. With a stern knitting of his eyebrows, the protagonist stated that, according to him, it was almost impossible to study the monsters since they quickly disappeared after being destroyed, and added that each time they appeared, their level increased, so that they determined the composition of the raid taking into account the complexity of the operation. The old man looked at him carefully. Gui-chan concluded that they could have foreseen what would happen next. The boy opened his mouth wide and explained that the ability to calculate forces depending on the level of monsters was not an easy task for Earthlings, but he managed to cope with it perfectly. The head of the village continued to stare at him. Suddenly, the elder closed his eyes and admitted that he was a magician. Fireballs fell to the ground. The man told how he fought parasites that caused terrible diseases in the famous kingdom of Delphinion, which belonged to the empire and controlled magic. The guy put his hands on his knees and asked what about the nest. The old man replied that he had created it himself because it was the empire's secret weapon to fight parasites. The head looked down and explained that he thought that he should work on it a little more and everything would be fine. But now it became clear that it was a complete failure. The player asked if he was using Earthlings for this. The psychic frowned sternly and concluded that his ally considered them a guarantee of saving the lives of citizens. The elder looked at him from under his brow and asked who, in his opinion, was hiding the mage of the destroyed state and helping him. The main character sternly knitted his eyebrows and wondered if the locals were his accomplices. Squinting, the man reminded them that Earthlings use paradise for fun, and asked if they couldn't take advantage of it to survive. Gui-chan opened his mouth in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The lights were on in the houses. The old man told me that there were no fortresses or troops in this place, and that this was an ordinary poor village that was under the threat of monsters and parasites. The boy's eyes widened and realized that they had destroyed what was actually protecting this village. The head rose to his feet and said that it was still a matter of time. The elder opened the box. Taking out a stone from there, the man said that this was the essence of alchemy, rudium, and explained that it could be used to control the nest. But the problem was that it became smaller and smaller the more it was used. In a flashback, the heroes met in caves, as it turned out that the nest had the ability to learn and grew every time after the battle with Earthlings. However, over the years, it becomes more and more difficult for parents to control their children. The flower was grabbed by Jershel, and the day came when the old man had to put an end to it before the control was completely loosened. Tentacles attacked the dome. Due to his inattention, this day came faster than expected. The guy raised his eyebrows and replied that he understood everything. Looking around, the head asked what he was going to do now, and said that he had no regrets and that he had nowhere to return anyway. The player looked at him sadly and decided that they were similar in this way. The psychic stretched out his hand to his ally. The participant of the games closed his eyes and asked him to calculate the reward for the mission. A smile lit up his face. The carts crossed a mountain river on a bridge. Chakhan woke up and narrowed her eyes. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes wide. The woman was lying on her friend's knee. Maria slept on the other sofa. The survivor looked down in surprise. The holy fighter jumped up from her seat and asked what had happened to the cave and the nest. Frowning, the protagonist reminded her of asking her not to drink so much, and suggested that she get a little drunk to start with when they arrive at Ramman village. The warrior opened her mouth in amazement, and asked if they had not been there yet. Gleichang shook his head. The knight lowered her head and decided that this was either a leap in time, or a prophetic dream. Chakhan clenched her fist and shouted that they needed to go back, because otherwise everyone would die. Her eyebrows knitted sternly. She told them that she had seen something in her dream and explained that they needed to return to Haramag. The boy gave her a disgruntled look and said that he was not going to go back, because they were almost there. The woman hit her thighs with her hands and was outraged that her friend did not believe her. Suddenly, the holy fighter rounded her eyes in puzzlement. The warrior noticed her whitened locks. The guy covered his mouth with his hand to hold back his laughter. The carriage staggered at the knight's loud curses. Chohan clenched her fist and asked if the elder was a traitor. The player turned to the window and denied it. The psychic imagined the image of an old man over the village and said that he just loved this place very much. The guys went outside. The main character offered to eat something delicious and celebrate. Veronica asked for forgiveness and explained that she was too tired. The members of the squad shook hands. Michael said that this expedition was very important. Gui-chan was upset about what happened to Jershel. The mercenaries left. The boy concluded that the three of them would have to celebrate. Maria waved her hand and said that she would also go to bed. The heroes were left alone. The guy closed his eyes and offered to have dinner. The girl explained that she needed to go to the temple, and then also rest. The player raised his eyebrows in amazement, and asked if she really wanted to level up. The woman twisted the curl in her hands and reminded her that she was already at the 5th level. The psychic opened his mouth in surprise. The holy fighter laughed, and stated that Hugo would be jealous of her when he found out about it. The participant of the games scratched his head and wondered if he should also go to church. The sun's rays illuminated the arch. The girl walked around the square with her head bowed. Suddenly, the priest looked away when she heard someone screaming. People were carrying wounded soldiers. The guide looked around and wondered who it was. Suddenly, the instructor rounded her eyes in fright. In front of the temple there was a garden with reservoirs. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that his 3rd level was not enough. The statue looked down and reminded him that he hadn't been able to fully comprehend the 2nd level. Gui-chan stood with a spear in his hands. The voice stated that he had managed to do a great job this time. The sculpture frowned and added that her friend forcibly erased the debt and tied the thread of fate. Torches were burning in front of the entrance to the temple. Gula explained that her ward would definitely be able to go through this thorny path. The boy went outside and was indignant that the goddess was always talking in riddles. His stomach began to boil. The guy put his hand to it and realized that he needed to have dinner. Frightened, Maria stood next to the stretcher. The player was walking down the street. Ian was covered in blood. The wounded Agnes had broken glasses. The girl wondered what had happened to them. At night, the light was on in the windows of the house. Sitting at the table, the psychic noticed that his girlfriend was late and suggested that her level had not increased at all. The main character imagined an ally drinking alcohol and decided that she could now wander around the city and grieve. Gui-chan slammed his hands on the table and wondered if he should go look for her. The boy looked down and remembered that his companion was no longer a child. Going up to the 2nd floor, the guy realized that no one would climb up to her and wanted to go to bed. In the morning, the player was lying on the bed. The psychic got up from it and decided to go eat. A participant in the games noticed that the adjacent beds were made. Walking down the street, the survivor was surprised that his girlfriend did not say anything and did not spend the night in the inn. A sign hung on the building. The bartender said that he saw Chakhan the last time they had a run-in with Maria. Sitting at the counter, the main character asked him to pour him a drink as usual. The man knitted his eyebrows tensely and wondered if the visitor was looking for anyone. Crowds of people walked the streets. Gui-chan couldn't understand where his ally had gone. Chewing meat on a stick, the boy was indignant that the girl was causing trouble, even when he was not around, and decided that he should have lunch with the priest. The sun shone on the temple of Laserius. The guy came up to him. The player looked to the side and noticed something strange. The guide stood in front of the entrance to the temple. The instructor looked around when the psychic asked what she was doing here. Raising his hand, the guard said that the place was blocked and asked the visitor to leave. The participant of the games closed his eyes wide. Salvatore turned when the survivor spotted him. The guys shook hands. The main character said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man said that this was their first meeting after the neutral zone, and added that he had already heard that his friend was active. Gui Chang scratched his head and replied that he wasn't at all. The boy looked at his companion and asked what was going on here. The assistant closed her eyes and said that it was a long story. Maria said that adults should solve their own problems, and walked away. Behind the door behind the guy, a loud scream was heard. The player opened his eyes wide and smelled blood. The psychic approached the entrance. The guard raised his hand and said that it was forbidden to go there. His companion put his hand on his shoulder and shook his head. Chakhan looked around as the door opened. The girl frowned and asked who it was. Cynthia narrowed her eyes and explained that the lion cub had come to her mother. The participant of the games entered the infirmary. The survivor knitted his eyebrows excitedly. Agnes was all in bandages. The main character immediately rushed to her. Suddenly, Guichan looked up. Ian was lying in the next bunk. A soldier helped him up. The man closed one eye and asked if his friend had been able to reveal his secret. Looking at him, the boy asked what had happened. The woman lowered her head. The manager frowned tensely. Some time ago, the heroes gathered around the table. Teresa asked them to keep everything they were about to hear a secret. The princess frowned and reported that the vermin had taken over the fortress of Taigal. The fighter turned to her and realized that this was the only stronghold of the Federation. Dylan assumed that the fact that the fairies had recently joined them must have contributed to the strengthening of the forces. The warrior raised her eyebrows and said that there had been some changes and ogres had appeared. The leader stared at her in surprise and asked if they weren't extinct. Closing his eyes, the old man replied that it was a new species that had been bred by parasites, and explained that the queen wanted to stop the mass production of mutants. The knight raised her hand and asked why. The mage said that they could be made quite easily, which meant a quick increase in military power. The archer frowned and asked if the parasites had a new ability to reproduce. Frowning, the wizard said that the problem was that the queens that gave birth to monsters were not nests, but prisoners, and added that the enemies had run production and research facilities using prisoners who were capable of being impregnated. The soldier opened her mouth in amazement. Cynthia bowed her head and realized that she was talking about females. The fighter gritted her teeth tensely and asked if the opponent was really doing such disgusting things. The shooter concluded that if everything continued like this, then the collapse of the Federation would be a matter of time. The woman smirked and explained that the unexpected changes were due to a super newcomer to Carpe Diem. Dylan raised his eyebrows in amazement and asked if he was talking about a spearman. Raising her hand, the manager told him that his enemies perceived him as an ant that could be trampled on at any time, and he turned out to be a scorpion that hides its sting, and added that the parasites wanted to send a mutant to them to prevent them from uniting. The man covered his mouth with his hand and asked if a complete invasion of human territory was inevitable. Frowning, Teresa said that the 7 states were not going to stand silently on the sidelines, and said that they had decided that each would take on one object and destroy it. The princess looked ahead and said that their territory was northeastern Haramag. The administrator waved her hand and said that the mission had successfully failed and that only 2 were left alive. The main character knitted his eyebrows in fright and asked what happened to Dylan, Hugo, and Teresa. Without turning around, Cynthia replied that they had been left alive because they could be useful. Guichan clenched his fist and shouted that they had to save them at all costs. Chakhan looked down sadly. The guard crossed his arms over his chest. Ian closed his eyes and asked how they would do it. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Turning away, the man said that even the best Haramag team had failed, and suggested that the enemies must have beefed up the guards. The old man pursed his lips and decided that the only chance of success would be if all of Haramag united their troops. The guy lowered his gaze. The mage said that he was ready to do anything for his comrades, and reminded them that paradise did not belong only to them, so they could not drag innocent citizens into this. The player clenched his fists and asked if they were just going to watch from the sidelines. The psychic frowned menacingly and asked if all earthlings really do only what is beneficial to them. Someone slapped him in the face. Chakhan stood in front of him. Her body trembled. Putting her head to her friend's chest, the girl shouted that she also wanted to save them, and said that she was ready to risk her life dozens of times if it were possible. The holy fighter began to cry. The boy tensely lowered the corners of his lips and said that it was all a pretext. The warrior raised her head and shuddered. The guy opened his mouth furiously and was indignant that they were looking for excuses. Cynthia put her hand on her friend's shoulder. The woman frowned and concluded that he needed time. Agnes opened her eyes. The doors of the infirmary were closed. The player walked out of the temple and wondered why he was in this situation every time and couldn't save anyone. The psychic opened his eyes wide and asked himself if this had happened before. The steward walked over to the bunk and asked if the ally could draw a map of the area to relay the information to the Federation. Ian replied in the affirmative and said that the kingdom of Delphinion had surpassed the Empire in the field of magical engineering. The participant of the games tensely knitted his eyebrows when he heard the name of the state. The elder of the village was sitting at the table. Suddenly he looked away. Taking the kerosene lantern in his hand, the old man did not understand who had come there at such a late hour. The mage grabbed the door handle with his fingers. On the other side appeared Guichan. Lowering the corners of his mouth in bewilderment, the head of the settlement asked where he had come from. Logs seemed to burn inside the fireplace, and someone was heard to say that it was true, and that this was the laboratory in which he worked. Pouring water into a glass, the wizard asked if the guy really thought that the empire and the laboratory were small in size, and then added that it was very stupid. The sorcerer abruptly placed a mug on the table. The main character began to pour the liquid into his mouth. Rubbing his cheek with the back of his hand, the warrior stated that no matter how strong the guards were, there must be a weak point. Focusing his gaze on the interlocutor, the protagonist suggested that this could be some kind of secret path. At the same moment, the village elder's pupils noticeably decreased in size. Folding his hands, the old man asked why he thought so, to which the old man thoughtfully pronounced the word nest and added that they probably did not carry such a huge monster through the main gate. Closing his eyes, the magician said that he liked smart guys. On the edge of the chest of drawers stood a small box. There was a black stone inside, and the head of the settlement said that when he got it, it was the size of a rock, and naturally heavier in weight. With his pupils bulging, the clairvoyant could not understand how this was possible. Looking up, the wizard stated that it was as he had said, through a secret path. A drop of sweat ran down Gui-chan's cheek as the other person clarified if it was true that he had no idea that he was leading right here. Glare of sunlight fell on the two-story building. Chakhan sat humbly on the sofa. Suddenly, a dark silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway. The main character rounded his eyes in bewilderment. The girl went to meet the guy and asked where he was carrying, to which he asked a counter-question if she had been waiting for him all night. At the same moment, the holy fighter clenched her teeth tightly in anger. Raising her fist in front of her, the lady shouted that she was already tired of waiting, because he left without saying anything, so how could she not wait? After which she added that she also wanted to save them. Rubbing her eye with her fist, the warrior noticed that he knew perfectly well what they meant to him, and suddenly he became so serious. A moment later, the protagonist pressed her head to his chest. Squinting his eyes, the clairvoyant asked her forgiveness. Chakhan started pounding her fists on his body and screaming that he was bad and that she didn't even know how she felt. Gui-chan gripped the girl's shoulder tightly with his fingers. Restraining his girlfriend with his hands, the main character again asked for forgiveness and said that he had found a solution. The girl wiped her tears with her fist and clarified where they would go when he offered to go. Raising his hand up, the warrior replied that he needed to save the others. Ian looked at the paper in front of him. The guy furrowed his brows angrily. There was a glint of light in Cynthia's eyes. The protagonist looked attentively ahead. A drop of sweat dripped down the sacred fighter's forehead. The teacher narrowed his eyes as he read. The heroes were looking at the old man, when suddenly he said that if so, then it would work. Sitting in a hospital bed, the mentor noted that it was too early to rejoice, because it was necessary to work on the formula, after which he added that this was just a small percentage of probability. The main floor manager folded her hands and suggested that this might be their only hope and they would be able to win, to which the protagonist replied that he hoped they wouldn't be late. Shifting her gaze to the side, the girl said that they were not dead yet, and there was no sign that they had returned to Earth. With alarmed rounded eyes, the clairvoyant asked her again. Turning her head, the lady explained that if they died in paradise, they would be reborn on Earth, and Ian noted that there was also a punishment, which was that all memories of paradise would be completely erased. Imagining a clock mechanism and a hangman in her mind, Cynthia said that one should not think that this was not bad, because if the memories did not return during this time, then the person would either go crazy, or simply die, or die mad. With his mouth wide open in fury, Gui-chan shouted that in that case, they didn't have time to talk. Lowering her jaw, the girl asked the newcomer to calm down, because their plan was already in action. A view of the settlement near Mount Arden opened. A guy in black clothes stood in the rain, exhaling steam. Coming closer to the house, he clarified whether it was here. An elegant pattern was engraved on the roof of the building. Lowering the corners of her lips, Cynthia thought that with the help of the materials that the main character brought, they began their rescue plan. Under the red cloth there was a magic seal, and the guy said that he had found it. Behind the heroes on the wall hung a map, and the girl said that they had assembled a team, which included those who were closely associated with the prisoners. The teacher was holding a magic staff in his hand, and it turned out that he had recovered abruptly, and had taken part in the rescue operation with Chohan. The warrior stood with his hands down, and the head floor manager noticed that he had also taken part because he had made it all up. Sitting in a hospital bed, the girl said that it was tomorrow. The protagonist scratched his temple with his finger when asked if they could stop him. The young man's eyes widened in alarm as he was advised to beware of snipers. The bullet quickly raced through the air. There was a trail of blood on the ground, and she said that it was only one bullet, and she woke up with a hole in her chest, after which she added that even the Colossus spell had no effect on this shot, and admitted that she had not felt death so close for a long time. Raising his eyebrows sadly, the clairvoyant pondered over her words. Turning her head to the side, the wounded lady asked to promise her that he would return and show how well they had learned to throw spears, to which he replied that he would certainly do so. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Behind the column stood Maria. At the same moment, the girl's eyes widened in surprise when she was called. A moment later, she threw herself into the arms of the main character and asked if he could not go, because he could die, and then added that she knew that she was crossing all boundaries, but no one even told him not to go there. Lowering his gaze, the warrior said that he wanted to save them, because he had already run away enough and made compromises. The lady tried with an effort to put her interlocutor's hand on the paper, while he said that he no longer wanted to live like this. Looking anxiously at the document, the guy did not understand what it was, and when she managed to put a seal The protagonist's pupils noticeably decreased in size, and he wondered about the confirmation of the seal. A sheet of paper with a red fingerprint next to the signature appeared, and the young man read that there was a donor, a recruit of the March recruitment at the first precinct, who promised to hand over all valuable items to the temple and to the headquarters of Carpe Diem to the priest Licuria in the event of death. Sticking her tongue out of her mouth, Maria shouted that if he didn't want to, then he didn't need to die. Turning his head towards the rays of sunlight, Guichang said that there was another reason to stay alive. Cynthia pointed her finger at the team's halt. The main character was sitting by the fire, and it turned out that the night of the start of the operation had finally come. Members of the rescuers created a small settlement in the middle of the forest. The guy was diligently looking straight ahead, when suddenly he turned to his partner. The archer took notice of him and asked him to call him Kazuki, after which he added that thanks to him, they were able to at least try, albeit a 1 in a million chance. Putting his palm forward, the warrior noticed that they looked alike, and remembered that he had said that he had a younger sister, and then added that he had one too, although he didn't get along very well, to which he replied that obedient younger sisters were only found in fairy tales. Closing his eyes, Kazuki stated that he would repay the debt regardless of whether they won or not, so he needed to survive. Grinning happily, Guichan thought about how his comrade looked cold, but in general, he seemed to be a good guy. Fires were burning in the middle of the halt, when suddenly someone shouted that everyone needed to get together. Ian stood in front of the rescue team and asked if they were ready, and then added that if there was something to say at the end, it was to speak now, to which Chehan exclaimed that it was necessary to stop wasting time talking, and it was better to move out quickly. The teacher humbly lowered his chin. Suddenly, the outline of a magic seal appeared on the floor. The wizard spread his arms wide apart. A bright light fell on the knight's armor. The tutor's eyes turned sharply white, and he decided to activate the magic circle. At the same moment, the members of the rescue team were surrounded by teleportation healers. The tent stood right under the dark night sky. A flash of light appeared inside the structure. Magical streams began to fly away from her. A moment later, the heroes teleported to the appointed place. Squinting his eyes, the old man asked them to remember everyone. Inside the magic seal were unusual symbols, and Ian explained that the circle was active for 30 minutes, and the break was 72 hours, after which he added that what happened to them did not matter if the situation was not good, because he himself would not hesitate to go back. On the shelves behind red threads were books. Suddenly, the cabinets began to move in different directions. Kazuki was the first to go through the secret door. Looking after the departing members of the rescue team, the mage advised them to be careful. Guichang turned his head towards the tutor. The players walked forward along a corridor lit by lanterns. After a while, the outline of the heroes appeared in the dark passage. At the same moment, the archer bulged his pupils in bewilderment. In front of him, the guy saw a long wooden bridge to the other side of the cave. A drop of sweat ran down the user's cheek, and he exclaimed that there was a whole city here, and asked if they could find them in this time, to which the main character replied that as agreed, they would start their search from those places where the probability is greatest. Remembering the silhouette of the village elder, the warrior stated that they had a leader. Putting his hands on their sides, Kazuki assumed that they were inside the building, and then added that they had to act quickly. Members of the rescue team began to move forward across the bridge. After a while, they crossed sides. Suddenly, the young man pointed his finger to the side. A large door appeared in the distance of the corridor. The archer pressed his back sharply against the wall. At the same second, the player put his ear to the obstacle. Turning his head towards the team, the guy said that there were too many of them. After a moment, Guichang took out a black stone. A magical glow surrounded the cobblestone, and someone could be heard asking if he remembered that it had already been said that this could be used to control the nest, since all the parasites were connected to each other. A memory of the main character sitting at the table opposite the old man appeared. The mage furrowed his brows angrily, and explained that this was why a single individual could become a whole pack of parasites at the same time. Wrapping his fingers around the magic stone, the warrior thought about placing it in the control system of the lower species. The protagonist closed his eyes and heard a voice that said that they were not their enemies, but on the contrary, allies, and that everyone needed to stop acting and stay put. Suddenly, glints of light appeared in the clairvoyant's eyes. Kazuki looked at his partner carefully. At the same moment, the archer raised his hand to the wall. Looking at his allies, the guy said that it was impossible to believe it, but everything stopped, which surprised the others. Opening the door, Kazuki announced that he was coming in. There were many monsters walking around the room. Moving forward on the floor, the young man admitted that he could not believe his eyes, and the man did not understand whether they were living mutant orcs or just under the influence of a gun, to which he received the answer that it was all together. The monster's eyes were shining brightly, when suddenly a member of the rescue team said that the feeling was not pleasant, and asked if they would suddenly attack, to which he was told to be careful not to touch them. The sorceress stood next to her allies and noticed that it took them longer than expected to reach this place. The girl threw the weapon over her shoulder, and the archer said that he, Chohan, and Reikin would be on the left, and Guichan and Yasser on the right. The protagonist furrowed his brows angrily while his partner said that it didn't matter if they found them or not, they had to return to this place in 5 minutes. Suddenly, the players began to take one step at a time. The warrior and his ally walked carefully along the floor. The man turned his head to the side and asked why there was no one here. The protagonist's back appeared, and he said that they could not just leave everything here, because they said that they needed prisoners to breed mutant orcs. Lowering the corners of his lips, the clairvoyant thought that if only they were alive. At the same moment, the young man stepped on the stone floor with his foot. The heroes had a view of a room filled with monsters, and one of them assumed that this was a dead end, and the path was again wasted, so they had to go back. Passing under the high arch, Gui-chang asked him to wait. Lifting his chin, the main character did not understand where they were looking. A human body was suspended on an iron hook. At the same moment, the warrior's eyes widened in alarm. Blood spread down the prisoner's skin, and the protagonist began to call out loudly to Hugo. There was a building with a door in the room. The ogre put a finger to his mouth and wondered if he had heard a sound. The monster turned its head back sharply when it heard a cry for this bastard to kill a man better. The orc took a confident step forward. Grabbing the girl by the hair, the undead said that the queen was generous. Squinting his eyes, the monster declared that he was not like that. Turning away from the lady, the evil spirits advised her to wait impatiently. Teresa gritted her teeth tightly in anger when she was called the Pink Princess. The man was hanging from the ceiling with his eyes closed, when suddenly they began to call him loudly. Looking straight ahead, Yasser wondered if he was alive. The magic stone in Gui-chan's hand emitted a bright glow. Stretching out his hand forward, the main character mentally told the ogres to lower him as carefully as possible. Suddenly, the monsters dispersed to different sides of the room. At the same second, one of them began to turn the winch. Two orcs raised their hands in the air, trying to touch the man's body. After a moment, the hook was empty, and blood splattered from it. Lowering his head, the warrior called his comrade again. Hugo's mouth wide open in fright and began to scream loudly. Grabbing the man's body with his hands, the protagonist tried to tell who he was, after which he added that he had come to save him. In the distance of the dark corridor, a bright flash of light appeared, and someone could be heard casting a spell. Holding out her palms in front of her, the sorceress cast magic on the man. There was an open wound on his back, and someone reported that he was hanging on a hook. Putting a finger to his lips, Kazuki suggested that they wanted to starve him out, to which the protagonist questioned what that meant. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, the archer clarified if he knew that the queen used parasites as the main force in the early days of the invasion, and then revealed that larvae are a type of parasite, so she implanted them into bodies to control later, and living organisms are very difficult to infect, so she needed corpses. But for mass production, living beings are needed, therefore, it cannot be killed. Lifting his head, Gui-chan noticed that instead it brought it to a state where it was easiest to infect. Kazuki shifted his gaze to his interlocutor, and assumed that this was the case. Looking at the girls who lowered their heads, the main character asked why these two had such faces, to which the guy replied that they saw a not very pleasant sight. Looking back, the archer said that Master Ian's suggestion that the captives were used as food was correct. A drop of sweat ran down the warrior's cheek, and he thought about Dylan and the princess. Lowering his jaw, the young man asked Chohan to take Hugo and return to the hideout, and then asked if she herself knew how important the one who returned first was. The girl put her hand on the man's neck, and her partner said that they had a lot to do, namely guarding Teacher Ian, setting up communications and setting traps to get back. The protagonist carefully watched the departing heroes. Red crosses were painted on the sleeves of the sacred fighter's clothes, and the clairvoyant asked her to be careful. The lady turned her head back and asked him to do the same. The remaining members of the rescue team continued to move forward along the corridor. Kaduzki stared at the map of the dungeon. Suddenly, the guy pointed his finger back. A metal door appeared behind him. Inside the room, there were orcs in various places. There were many tools on the table. The monsters looked down, and the archer reported that he did not see anyone moving. At the same moment, Yasser rushed forward. The man waved his arms back and forth, and his allies asked him to stop. After a moment, his pupils noticeably increased in size. On the torture table lay a man who had octopus tentacles instead of legs and arms. Leaning down, a member of the rescue team shouted that they had just begun to live normally and endured a lot of trials. The heroes put their palms to their mouths in disgust. Gui-chan looked away in confusion. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably narrowed from what he saw. In the shadows, the main character noticed a man on another table. Taking off, the warrior shouted that this was not true. At the same moment, the warrior nudged the ogre in the shoulder. Biting his lips with sadness, the protagonist muttered that this could not be. His eyes were fixed on Dylan's bloody body. Stretching out a trembling hand forward, the clairvoyant quietly called out to him. Kazuki abruptly put his hand on his partner's shoulder. White worms were crawling inside the man's body, and the guy said that it was too late. Raken came up from behind and advised them not to touch him, because otherwise there could be problems, to which the main character was outraged that she offered to leave it like this. Flipping through the pages of the magic book, the sorceress sighed heavily. Turning his head back, the warrior shouted for her to stop and wait. A moment later, the girl channeled a stream of healing magic onto the man's body. Kazuki tried to restrain the protagonist with his hand and said that there was no hope, but he would be able to recover for a while, since he was not as bad as Ali. Dylan was lying on the table with his eyes closed, and the guy assumed that he might know the whereabouts of the other three people. Suddenly, team leader Carpe Diem began to open his eyes. Looking at the ceiling, the man did not know if he was asleep. His eyes bulging in alarm, the clairvoyant called out to his comrade. The man's arms and legs were cut off when suddenly he asked what was wrong with Hugo, to which the young man shouted that he was saved, and Chakhun took him away. At the same moment, Dylan looked away. Raken's eyes widened in fright, and the band's leader, Carpe Diem, muttered that he understood everything, and that this was a rescue team of those associated with it. The sorceress closed her eyes and thanked him when he apologized for not knowing the location of the others, and Ali must be somewhere here. Suddenly, the man turned his attention to Kazuki. Looking straight ahead, the guy noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Shifting his gaze to the side, the person asked if he was a leader, and then added that it was a good thing, because with him he did not have to worry about finding a way back. Lowering the corners of his lips, the archer said that he was exaggerating, to which the archer replied that he needed to quickly figure it out and go in search of the others. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, the young man thanked Dylan for her understanding. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, Gui-chan didn't understand what he was doing. At the same moment, the sorceress grabbed his arm. At the same time, Yasser tried to hold the protagonist with his elbow. Holding his blade forward, Kazuki said that he had to kill him, and everyone knew that, to which Kazuki began to ask him not to do so. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that killing him while it was possible was all that could be done for his own sake. Reiken squeezed her eyes shut in fear as the warrior tried to contradict his comrade. Tears flowed from Yasser's eyes, and he asked her to stop it, because he himself understands what this feeling is, but they need to save the others. A shadow covered the face of the man who called out to the protagonist. With a slight grin, the leader of the band, Carpe Diem, admitted that he was very happy now, and even looked forward to it, after which he added that he thought that they might not come to the rescue, but it turned out to be a reality. With his eyes rounded in frustration, Gui-chan exclaimed that he apologized for coming so late. Lowering his eyelids, the man expressed his gratitude for coming, and then asked to convey greetings from him to those two. Closing his eyes, the main character began to shout loudly. Suddenly, the man looked away. Raising his blade hand, Kazuki thanked him for what happened 3 years ago, to which Kazuki offered to end it. Trying to escape from the hands of his partners, the warrior begged him not to do this. Looking up at the ceiling, Dylan noticed that he hadn't heard the secret the protagonist was talking about. The archer gripped the handle of the weapon tightly with his fingers. A smirk appeared on the man's face, and the clairvoyant shouted his name loudly. A memory appeared in which the main character stretched out his palm forward and said that he had learned to do this, because he had a girlfriend who loved coffee very much. In the past, the warrior would smile broadly and talk about being a great expert in making noodles. Dylan lowered his chin and remarked that he would have to take a couple of lessons from him when he returned from the expedition. Iron shackles hung on the ceiling in the room. Torches on the walls illuminated the rooms, and the man muttered that he never recognized. The blade of the weapon in Kazuki's hand glowed brightly. Closing his eyes, the leader of the Carpe Diem group spoke about the method of brewing coffee that Gui-chan had told him about. Raising his eyebrows in sadness, the main character called out to his friend. Suddenly, his head flew to the floor. Falling to the ground, the warrior began to shout loudly. The guy advised his partner not to take everything too negatively, because the state in which he was could not be called life, and Reihan, pressing the book to his body, said that even Lasuria's daughter could not save him, so liberation was impossible, so it was necessary to save at least his soul. Banging his trembling fist on the floor, the protagonist thought about what would have happened if they had come a little earlier, and if he had been a little stronger. Tears flowed from the young man's eyes, and he realized that then they could save him. Metal chains hung from the ceiling, and members of the rescue team noticed that they did not have time. Lowering his head down, Gui-chan agreed to go. Clenching his teeth tightly in anger, the main character said that they needed to save the others. Yasser put his hands on his side and apologized for wanting to return to the hideout, since he could no longer be here. When suddenly Kazuki asked Reihan's well-being, to which she replied that they had to go, because there were 3 left to save them, so there should be at least 3 of them. Furrowing his brows, the guy said that it was great, and even if they had to see a worse sight, he suggested that they not be upset about it. The warrior turned his back on his partner. The sorceress closed her lips seriously. There was a view of the spiral staircase down. Members of the rescue team descended to the lower floor one after another. Looking down, the protagonist thought that if liberation was impossible, then it was necessary to save at least his soul, and this was true, but despite this, he would like to save him if there was even the slightest hope. Kazuki stopped his comrades abruptly. There was a view of many white tents, and the heroes did not understand what it was. In the shadows, the bodies of bound men could be seen. In the process of turning into a monster, the man grabbed his head with both hands. Kazuki, stepping forward, said that it seemed to him that this was where the crossing was taking place. A team appeared from afar, and you could hear that it resembled a whole village. Reiken asked what they would do, to which the archer, holding his chin, replied that they must have separated the earthlings. Gui-chan frowned seriously and thought that nothing could be seen, and therefore there was no point in using the 9 eyes. An unusual energy swirled around the building, and one of the guys offered to inspect it and try to search the laboratory. The leader of the rescue team walked ahead of everyone. Magical power appeared. The main character, feeling her, parted his lips. Suddenly, his spear glowed brightly. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist realized that the spear was using purification magic, and then wondered if it could be due to the sweet smell in the air. The girl, covering her nose with her palm, turned to the guy, and he said that it was most likely an aphrodisiac. Dead people were lying on the ground, and at the same time the young man explained that it was impossible to endure this, being conscious, and therefore he had to use a stimulant, and someone also clarified what to do with all these people. The lady's eyes were opened, and at the same time, Kazuki said that it was too late, because the men had already been infected with parasites and had begun to turn into orcs, and after crossing with them, the women were probably infected as well, and then added that they were residents of paradise, and therefore only death would save them. Gui-chan looked thoughtfully to the side. Looking down, the main character remembered the words that they are not like that, because they do not have special powers received from the gods. The protagonist abruptly raised his gaze. Standing behind the archer, the guy wondered if the earthlings were not accomplices of the parasites, after which he noticed that they ignored reality and were only looking for adventure, to which he received the answer that he understood his train of thought. But the only way to end it was war, and how could they so easily force him to participate in the war? Parting his lips, the young man told them that paradise had given them new hope and purpose, and thought that they owed it to some extent, and then he muttered that even someone like him had a place to return to, and therefore he should continue to live here. The back of the leader of the rescue team appeared, and he clarified how many there were who thought the same way, and at the same moment added that most of them came from the ground. Raising his eyebrows, Gui-chan said that there were still some among them who had decided to take on such a dangerous task, and he cited Kazuki's sister as an example. Smiling slightly, the soldier said that she was there because of merit, although he stopped her. Then the guy kicked his foot. Approaching the entrance, the young man said that therefore now she was paying for it in full. In the darkness there were many containers of purple liquid. Kazuki took out his sword. The archer lowered it into the unusual water. Looking at the weapon, the leader of the rescue team reported that it was an aphrodisiac. In a second, the main character turned around. Noticing the rope, the protagonist wondered why it was only in that place. After a moment, Gui-chan turned his gaze towards the winch. The warrior began to turn the mechanism. The cord rose from the pink liquid. Suddenly a girl appeared. The lady was with her eyes closed. With her mouth wide open, Reiken called out her name. The guys rushed sharply. Suddenly, one of them cut the rope. Erika clenched her jaw quickly. Then the lady hit the ground. Stretching out his palms, the magician pronounced a spell. The girl's body was surrounded by bright energy. After a moment, the lady narrowed her eyes. The team sat down next to her. Through the sweat on his face, the clairvoyant realized that it was an imperial knight, and she had the same 6th level as Agnes, and was also very surprised that even such a strong warrior had been broken. Kazuki, looking at the sorceress, remarked that it was good that she was not infected, and asked to take her and leave here. The warlock could be seen walking with Eric towards the exit. The archer, parting his lips, turned to the clairvoyant and said that in the remaining time they would not be able to inspect the entire laboratory, after which he asked if he proposed to give up the search. Kneeling, the leader of the rescue group answered in the negative. The guy explained that he was saying that it was time for excitement, which made the warrior raise his eyebrows in surprise. Gui-chan, looking sideways, thought about excitement. Kazuki, sitting on his knee, noticed that it was clear that people were being dragged along the ground, and relatively recently. Turning his head, the archer added that the problem was that it was one person. Parting his lips, the leader of the rescue team said that he could only hope for good luck. Raising his eyebrows, the main character realized that this was a real azar, after which he said that if there is confidence in the absence of regrets, regardless of the result, then they will try once. The guys examined the floor. Dark footprints could be seen. The protagonist, walking behind the guy, asked him if he said that her name was Yui, and what she looked like. Smiling contentedly, the young man replied that his sister had a mole under her left eye, dark hair, small build, and also very cute. Suddenly the warrior closed his eyes. The clairvoyant turned his gaze to the side. The bound girls appeared, and then Gui-chan muttered that if Agnes had not been able to get out, she would have met the same fate. Holding a spear in his hand, the main character thought that somewhere here is a princess, and for parasites they are nothing more than cattle. Suddenly, Kazuki opened his mouth wide. The archer jerked abruptly. Approaching the cage, the leader of the rescue team clarified why it was there. A lady was sitting behind bars. The protagonist quickly shuffled his legs. Touching the prisoner's face, the guy explained that for parasites, earthlings and inhabitants of paradise are one and the same. Closing his eyes, the young man apologized to the lady. A moment later, a small drop hit the floor. Kazuki took out his sword. The warrior stretched out his hand and shouted that it was his sister. Parting his lips, the archer replied that it was too late. The sharp end of the weapon was visible, and at the same moment the leader of the rescue team remarked that he might try to stop it, but let him keep in mind that in this case there would be less time to search for the princess. The clairvoyant turned his head to the side. Suddenly there was a powerful blow. The guy covered the girl with a sweater. The clothes were covered with red stains, and then the young man said that they would meet on the ground. Lifting his leg off the ground, Kazuki suggested that he go and added that the princess must also be somewhere here. Biting his lips, Gui-chan muttered that the archer had just killed his own sister, and there was no emotion on his face. And even if she was resurrected on the ground, then no one guaranteed that everything would be fine. Looking at his partner, the main character thought that he was really amazing, and it was not for nothing that Dylan recognized him as a good warrior, and he arranged such a thing because of Dylan's death. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he needed to focus on the task and find the princess. A dark corridor was visible. Unusual babies were lying in the hay. Walking behind the leader of the rescue team, the warrior said that it was very disgusting. A human silhouette appeared. Abruptly rushing from his place, the clairvoyant asked if it was the princess. The guy ran up to him and asked if he had found her. There was a girl on the haystack, and Gui-chan said that it was a local, and they were unlucky, because time was running out. Lowering his gaze, the main character said that it was a relief. There were 2 blue stones in the palm of the young man's hand, and then he said that there was a bad connection, but at a close distance he would catch. Putting the unusual artifact in his ear, the protagonist noticed that it was time to split up to search. Parting his lips, Kazuki said that they would make one last bet. The warrior asked how long they could use it, to which the archer, raising his hand, replied that if we take into account the way back, then from this moment no more than 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Opening his mouth wide, the clairvoyant said that he would definitely find her. Looking ahead, the leader of the rescue team exclaimed that he should leave about a minute to spare. Gui-chang frowned seriously. The main character could be seen clenching his fist. The light fell on the protagonist. Through the sweat on his face, the warrior couldn't figure out where the princess was. Biting his lips, the clairvoyant thought that although she was a woman of paradise, she was still a princess, and for sure she had a slightly different attitude towards her, and he could not be sure of it, but such a possibility existed. A red glow appeared in the distance. There were monsters standing near the iron container, and at the same moment, Gui-chang muttered that the scarlet color meant access restriction. Taking an unusual object in his hand, the main character said that there must be reasons for this. The orc clenched his jaw in bewilderment, and the protagonist whispered that he should quietly open the door and look inside. The monster's expression was confused. Then the big man turned towards the entrance. The warrior asked him to nod if there was a woman inside, to which he confirmed with his head. The clairvoyant said that if there was someone else besides the woman, then let him nod, and then the monster stood still. Gui-chan appeared behind the orc, and he wondered if there was no one, and why then access was restricted. Entering the room, the main character wondered if this could be a torture room. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The girl was chained. There were small scars on her face. The warrior opened his jaw in shock. Then the guy stretched out his palm. The young man touched the princess. Suddenly, Therese pushed his hand away, shouted that she had better kill her, and added that she would never obey him. The clairvoyant reported that he had found Princess Teresa, which caused the lady's pupils to dilate sharply. Smiling slightly, Gui-chan said that he was coming back. The lady, through tears, asked if it was a dream or a hallucination, and also asked to say that it was not so. The main character replied that it was not a dream or a hallucination, but came to save her, after which the girl, lowering her gaze, asked if she could cry. Scratching his head, the protagonist noticed that she was already crying. Suddenly it seemed as if someone lifted his leg off the floor. The guys, looking sideways, could not understand where such a noise came from. An orc came into the room. The monster frowned menacingly. The monster was standing at the door, and at the same moment the warrior asked who allowed him to enter here. Holding an unusual stone between his palms, the clairvoyant whispered that he should go outside and close the door. An unusual energy swirled around the orc's head. Then the big man turned around. The monster closed the door behind him. Suddenly, another monster came into the room, and it asked what was wrong with it. The evil spirits frowned seriously, after which Gui-chang realized that he was not obeying Rudy's actions. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist wondered if it could be the ringleader. Approaching the princess, the orc asked if she was trying to seduce him and run away, to which she retorted that she could. Suddenly, the monster began to squeeze her neck. The protagonist bared his teeth angrily. Lowering his eyebrows, the monster exclaimed that he should stop talking nonsense and talk quickly, and also tell everything about the contract between the 7 deities and the royal family, because this was the only way to prove his worth to the queen, after which the girl asked for time to think. Magic particles flew in different directions. Suddenly, the undead struck the lady in the stomach. Clenching his jaw, the warrior realized that he was beating the princess. Teresa turned her head sharply. The guy looked ahead in bewilderment. With his fingers clenched into a fist, the big man said that she had had time yesterday and the day before yesterday, and she demanded more, so let her stop testing his patience. Opening her mouth wide, the girl said that she was not so perfect, and therefore she needed a lot of time to think. Approaching the door, the orc said that he would give her the last 10 minutes, and her answer must satisfy him, otherwise he would make fun for her today. The young man lowered his eyebrows thoughtfully. A moment later, the clairvoyant jumped out from under the table. Gui-chan quickly ran up to the princess. The main character broke the shackles on her arm. The links of the chain broke. Then Teresa fell to the floor. A white blanket appeared over her. Smiling, the protagonist asked to hold his spear. The warrior took the lady in his arms. The lady, blushing, said that he should go faster. Squinting, the girl called him her prince. Suddenly, a terrible orc appeared. Broken shackles were visible, and then the monster screamed loudly. Opening its mouth wide, the monster ordered to find the prisoner. At the same time, the clairvoyant quickly ran down the corridor. Dark silhouettes appeared in the distance, and the guy thought that it remained to pass here. The eyes of the undead burned red. The princess looked sideways in surprise. Clenching his jaw, the young man said that they were no longer subject to control. In the palm of the big man was a sharp knife. The end of the spear appeared. Teresa, drawing her weapon, shouted that he should run. A moment later, many monsters rushed from their place. An unusual necklace was visible. The guys demolished their opponents on their way. Then, they frowned seriously. Blood flowed from the monster's mouth. Suddenly, Gui-chan's eyes widened. Ahead of him there was a view of the locked door. Opening her jaw, the lady exclaimed that she should continue to run forward. A bright energy surrounded the lady's body. The main character clenched his jaw tightly. The protagonist and the princess shouted loudly with their mouths wide open. A black door appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The warrior could be seen sighing heavily. The guys looked at each other happily. A human silhouette appeared at the other end of the bridge. Kazuki, touching the magic earpiece, said that it was too early to stop. Then the archer fired an arrow. Creepy insects flew near the clairvoyant, and he wondered if these beetles had descended from the surface here. Suddenly the guy turned around. A huge number of orcs rushed in his direction. The young man opened his jaw sharply. Quickly shuffling his legs, Gui-chan exclaimed that he was running. Sweat was dripping down the cheek of the main character. The leader of the rescue team said that he needed to jump up, after which the protagonist pushed off the floor with his foot. The warrior flew high to the ceiling. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The clairvoyant raised his eyebrows in surprise. A second later, the guys hit the ground. Their bodies trembled with fear. A lot of monsters could be seen falling down. Then the guy brought his fist to his mouth. Kazuki ran down the hallway and said that he needed to act faster because there were 11 seconds left. Holding Teresa in his arms, Gui-chan thought that time was short, but he could do it. The protagonist's gaze was serious. A white light appeared in the distance of the passage. The protagonist quickly shuffled his legs. The warrior left a trail behind him. Players were standing near the exit. The guys looked in the direction of the guy in surprise. The girl opened her mouth wide, and at the same time there were 4 seconds left. The man turned his gaze to the side. The young man continued to run diligently. His pupils dilated dramatically, and he wondered what it was. It seemed as if a bullet was cutting through the air, and it was heard that he had to be more careful, because there was shooting. In the past, blood spilled on the ground. A bandage was put on the girl's eye, and she said that it was only one shot, but when she came to, there was already a hole in her chest. Suddenly, Gui-chan fell off his feet. His teammates opened their jaws in bewilderment. The lady, stretching out her palm, turned to the main character. The protagonist held out his hand. A magical glow appeared. Suddenly, the magic portal disappeared from space. The warrior's body shook violently. A moment later, a bright light appeared. The girl, clenching her fists, screamed loudly. Cynthia held a cigarette in her teeth. Chohan turned to Ian. Grabbing him by the clothes, the sacred fighter said that he should activate the magic circle as soon as possible. The general floor manager, looking ahead, asked Kazuki what had happened. The archer looked away. Biting her lips, the girl wondered what had really happened there, if even the cold-blooded Kazuki did not dare to say. The leader of the rescue team, with his mouth open, replied that they had tried to save him, and thanks to him, they were able to reach this place, from the very beginning to the end. The guy added that they were able to free Hugo and Eric, and also saved 3 Yui, Ibrahim and Dylan, after which the lady, frowning seriously, clarified about Teresa. The young man narrowed his eyes sharply. Looking ahead, Cynthia wondered if they hadn't found and exceeded the time they had searched. Closing his eyes, Kazuki exclaimed that she had been held captive by a supreme servant, and they were noticed, but she was eventually able to get out. Parting his lips, the floor manager asked if there was a high-level parasite there, and if they had escaped after being spotted. Opening her jaw, the girl clarified that if they escaped, then why she could not reach them. Through the sweat on his face, the archer explained that he had seen the protagonist running while carrying the princess in his arms, and then he suddenly fell. Agnes, standing behind the captain, asked him again. Squinting, the leader of the rescue team said that if he had just stumbled, then due to the speed, he would still have flown some distance by inertia. Looking ahead, the guy added that he thought he heard the sound of a gunshot right before the invasion. The guide closed his lips in bewilderment. Suddenly, it seemed as if the orcs were rebuilding the bridge. Huge beetles were flying in the air. At the end of the stairs there was a light. Suddenly the stones scattered in different directions, and the question was heard whether these rats had invented their tricks here. Lifting his leg off the ground, the monster thought that he should have sacrificed her when she was being held hostage. There were traces of blood on the floor, and then the monster exclaimed that they had definitely hit him. With their mouths wide open, the undead ordered them to find the princess by any means, as well as to comb all corners and bring her to him. Then the big man clenched his fist angrily. After a moment, the orc raised his eyebrows in surprise. The monster looked up sharply. Behind the monster was a dark wall. A split has formed in the tile. A stream of air swept through the hole. The princess, stretching out her palm, asked the protagonist to listen carefully. Opening her jaw, Teresa said that it seemed to her that they would not be able to escape. But they could not die either, so let them wake up. The girl's back appeared, and she said that it was all because of her. Gui-chan's face was visible. The warrior opened his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. The lady was lying in an embrace with a guy. Squinting, the lady asked if he had come to. The young man's shoulder was covered in blood, and he noticed that the wound was not so deep. The princess, holding a piece of clairvoyant clothes in her hand, asked what he was talking about, because there was a large hole in it. Empty flasks appeared, and then Teresa said that there were 2 bottles of healing potion, and they drank one each. Getting to his feet, Gui-chan clarified whether he was unconscious. Putting a finger to her lips, the girl said that she had given him her mouth to drink, and that she should not say that this was his first kiss. Through the sweat on her face, the main character noticed that in such a situation she can still joke. In the past, blood flowed from the protagonist's wound. The lady raised her eyebrows in surprise. The lady took the diagram in her hand and said that it was a relief, because if she hadn't found this map, they would definitely have been captured. Sitting on the floor, the princess asked what kind of place it was. Then the warrior looked up. There was a view of a small building, and at the same moment the guy replied that it was a hidden hideout. Earlier, the young man, looking ahead, inquired about this hideout. The elder of the village, closing his eyes, said that he had already said that he was very scrupulous, and that he was informing him just in case. Parting his lips, the mage explained that the real hideout was behind a bookcase in his office. But everything was not as usual. The clairvoyant's expression was confused. Crossing his arms, the wizard added that it was about the 3rd underground floor in depth, and it was not easy to get there. But everything was arranged quite firmly to withstand the blows of the enemy, after which Guichang clarified if he had worked some kind of shelter. The man, raising his palm, said that this was the only way he could deceive, and then asked that if someone found a dilapidated shelter, what would he think? Smiling, the main character asked a counter question, whether people usually notice what is happening nearby. Frowning seriously, the master asked if he thought anyone could imagine that he had made a secret hideout behind a bookcase, and at the same moment added that there was a magical portal in the secret hideout. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The sorcerer said that it was better not to use it, to which the warrior, opening his jaw, clarified why. Looking ahead, the warlock replied that he would take him to the center of the empire, and if he wanted to meet the parasite queen, he could use it. The princess, looking at the magic seal, said that it was good that it did not work by accident. The guy's pupils lit up green. Noticing the red light around the portal, the young man realized that it was a deadly poison. A green glow appeared on the ceiling, after which the clairvoyant muttered that the shelter itself, on the contrary, was safe. Biting her lips contentedly, Teresa asked what he was going to do, and whether he would live with her here for pleasure, and then die of hunger on the same day, or if he would come out despite the risk. Turning his gaze to the side, Guichang said that they would try to get out. Then the girl frowned in displeasure. Clutching the spear in her hand, the lady said that she had to decide on one thing first, and then asked that if something went wrong, what should she do, and whether she should kill him before he was captured. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the main character answered in the negative. Holding the weapon to his neck, the lady clarified that he didn't know what would happen to him if he was caught, and at the same time explained that if he died, he would be able to return to Earth, and the protagonist said that he would like to live as long as possible, and even if the heavens collapsed, there was always a loophole. Parting her lips, the princess wondered if he was definitely from the ground, because it was unusual. After a moment, the warrior smiled contentedly. Lowering his gaze, the guy thought that he just didn't want to give up this life so easily. You could see the guys climbing the stairs. There was a wall in front. A dark surface of brick appeared, after which Teresa said that it was an entrance, and it was not easy for her to enter it. The young man noticed the green color. Leaning his ear against the barrier, the clairvoyant wondered if they had stopped looking for them, and also muttered that nothing was heard. Stretching out her palm, the girl could not understand why it did not open, and then asked to push with her. The guys pushed against the wall with an effort. In a second, the surface moved. Guichang and the lady rounded their eyes in surprise. Everything around was destroyed. The main character, shaking his head, asked if an earthquake could have occurred. The lady looked down attentively. Holding an unusual stone between her fingers, the princess replied that it was thunder. The protagonist opened his mouth in bewilderment. Raising his eyebrows, the warrior asked again about thunder. Frowning seriously, the girl explained that when the explosion occurs, the sound of thunder is heard, and therefore it is called so. And this is a stone in which the power of the spirit of the earth is concentrated, and it has great explosive power. Looking sideways, the lady added that it was the secret weapon of the Alliance, but she did not understand where it came from. The hole was wide visible. The lady held out her hand. The guy went up after her. Then the guys lay down on the floor. The princess opened her mouth wide. The young man also opened his jaw in exhaustion. Dark human silhouettes appeared. Squinting, the clairvoyant apologized. With her eyes rounded in surprise, Teresa asked why. Lowering his head, Guichan said that it was all because of him, and then the girl noticed that he was saying all sorts of nonsense, and even if he bowed at his feet all his life, it would not be enough, and also clarified that he really felt guilty. Parting his lips, the main character replied that it was true. The lady raised her eyebrows in bewilderment. Looking down, the protagonist said that he had heard talk of beware of shooting, but he hadn't thought about it, and that's why it turned out this way, and then apologized again for not saving her properly. Sitting on the ground, the lady asked why he thought so, since he was an earthling, and then added that it was because of her that all this was happening to him. Opening his mouth, the warrior said that it wasn't because of her, but someone had to destroy the laboratory anyway. Raising her finger to her mouth, the princess agreed with him. Suddenly Teresa turned her gaze to the side. The girl clapped her hands sharply. Getting up, the lady explained that this was not the main thing now. The guy looked away in surprise. Stretching out her hand, the lady called him the prince and invited him to go, and also noted that they would definitely survive and return. On the first day, the guys walked on the dark ground. The young man, holding his spear, thought that no matter how much he searched, there was not a single sign of life, as if there was a dead world around, and he could not even imagine what the capital of the empire that the queen of parasites occupied looked like. Bringing her hand to her forehead, the princess said that she was still very good at finding direction. High mountains could be seen in the distance, and Teresa asked if he could see the rock. Happily clenching her fist, the lady said that at least 5 days, maximum 6, and they would cross the Arden Gorge. On the second day, a deep canyon appeared. The guys slept under the same blanket. The clairvoyant chattered his teeth from the cold. The lady looked at him sadly. Then the princess hugged the main character. Gui-chang opened his eyes. A view opened up of the protagonist and Teresa sleeping together. The night sky was visible. On the third day, the sun shone brightly. The team walked on the ground. Suddenly the lady's eyes widened in surprise. Terrible insects appeared above them. The guys sighed heavily. Suddenly, the warrior's pupils glowed green. The guy turned his head sharply. After a moment, the young man took off. A huge number of large beetles appeared. On the fourth day, the team slowly moved their legs. The clairvoyant tried to drink from his flask. A couple of drops poured out of the vessel. Gui-chan looked up sadly. On the fifth day, the red color surrounded the mountains. The main character bit his lips thoughtfully. The lady could be seen following him. Then the guys stopped inside a small cave. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a red glow. A creepy insect appeared in front of them. The warrior took out an unusual stone. The artifact released magical energy. The head of a beetle appeared. A moment later, the monster came out of the dungeon. Suddenly, the monster took off. The boy's magic object vanished into thin air. The young man clenched his fist sadly. On the seventh day, the sun warmed the backs of the travelers. The clairvoyant looked tired. The skin on the princess's lips began to crack with thirst. Suddenly, the protagonist's spear began to emit an unusual power. Gui-chan brought the sharp end of the weapon to his face. Teresa opened her jaw sharply. The lady took away the protagonist's means of protection. Through the sweat on his face, the warrior thought about water. You could see how the guy narrowed his eyes. On the eighth day, the young man was lying on the ground. The spear stood by the trunk of a tree, and then the clairvoyant wondered if it had been thrown. Standing up, Gui-chan muttered that the princess was not like that. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he needed to focus. The leaves appeared, and at the same moment a rustle was heard. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side in bewilderment. The warrior then raised his eyebrows in surprise. I could see the guy's ear. Suddenly, many monsters rushed from their place. The young man looked sharply in their direction. The undead came close to the clairvoyant. The terrible beasts opened their mouths. The protagonist's hand suddenly trembled. Closing his eyes, Gui-chan wondered if he could just die. Suddenly Teresa appeared, and she invited her prince to go with her. After a moment, the protagonist bit his lips. One of the monsters rushed from the spot. The warrior gripped his weapon tightly. The monster's pupils burned red. The evil spirits jumped right at the guy. The young man bared his teeth menacingly and muttered that he had to survive. The wolf bared his mouth. The protagonist frowned. The spear pierced the monster. His eye lit up. The young man waved his hand forward. Suddenly, despite the wound, the monster rushed forward again. The protagonist closed one eye. His strength was not enough. Something pierced the beast's temple. Screams and howls were heard in the forest. The sword pierced the beast's cheek. 2 wolves were chained to the ground. Gui-chan turned around, realizing that he had been helped. He began to fall on his back. Someone picked him up, saying that in this state he fought until he lost consciousness. Smiling, the man said that he had a rare mindset for a person. The fallen angel and his men arrived at the clearing. Inspecting the area, the fallen angel ordered to deal with the corpses, so that no trace would be left. The protagonist, who was lying on the floor, began to come to his senses. Someone brought a berry to his mouth. The guy immediately took a bite of it. The young man jumped up from his seat. A fallen angel standing aside said that he was quite a brave man. The guy opened one eye. When he saw the wings, he asked the man if he was an angel. The man's eye flashed when he said that he hadn't heard such a thing for a long time, although they had nowhere to hide now, so they had to occupy paradise. Now they were just invaders. The protagonist frowned, realizing that he was a fallen man. Teresa, looking at Gui-chan, told him not to be so hostile. Pointing to the group of the fallen, she said that they had lost their homeland and were forced to be invaders. But now they are on the side of the Union. You could say they are the virtues that saved them. The young man bowed his head and thanked him for saving him. Mikhail, whose face was hidden by a hood, said that it was not worth thanks. The fortifications of the Ardennes Gorge allowed them to go so far as to observe the situation. Teresa, raising her eyebrows, asked if this meant that their plans were not originally to destroy the laboratory. Taking the crystal in his hand, the man said that it was very important to prevent further production of mutants. But it was not their primary task. Thunder played an important role in protecting Fort Taigal. The girl, parting her lips, said that they therefore preferred to save people rather than defend the fort. Mikhail corrected her, saying that they were only saving lives. Throwing the crystal, one of the fallen said that the alliance was against it. But the people were the first to lend a helping hand, and they just decided to grab that hand, but were almost ready to give up everything when the situation became too unsafe. The man caught the crystal, saying that fortunately, those troops had disappeared into the dungeon. Teresa and the protagonist exchanged glances. The guy involuntarily remembered how he carried the girl in his arms. Teresa, smiling, said that if the assumptions were correct, it turned out that this was the first joint work of people in the Union. The young man agreed, saying that without mutual assistance, neither the shelling nor the escape would have succeeded. The fallen one, standing half-turned, said that it happened, but, as they know, at the moment the situation is not so pleasant. After the explosion of laboratories in the border zones, security was strengthened. Looking at the wound on the protagonist's shoulder, he said that even the one who wounded him was not a mere sniper. At this rate, they could all be destroyed before they even left the confrontation forest. The young man sitting on the floor was puzzled. Turning to Teresa, he asked if this mountain was close to the forest of confrontation. She replied by saying that this path led directly there. If they came out of the forest, they would be able to break away from the parasites chasing them. The guy narrowed his eyes, becoming serious. Raising his hand, he said that he had some plan. Mikhail's eyes sparkled. The protagonist frowned at him. The man in front of the young man asked if this plan only affected the two of them or everyone present. Gui-chang replied by saying that it concerned everyone. Moving his lips, he said that it was for everyone's survival. One of the fallen ones nodded at his words. She lifted her hood, saying that he wasn't lying. Mikhail, crossing his arms over his chest, asked me to tell them his plan. The group arrived at the mountain range. The fallen one, standing next to the young man, asked if he really thought that she would move. The guy replied, saying that he believed in her good intentions. The wings of the fallen one opened. A moment later, they turned into butterfly wings. Gui-chang stared at the wings in surprise. Looking at the girl next to him, he decided that they were trying not for him, but for her. Mikhail picked up Teresa in his arms, ordering his subordinates to summon the spirits. One of the angels began to sing, parting his lips. The second put his fingers together. The eyes of the third angel shone brightly. Mana swirled around a group of angels. The wind swirled under the protagonist's feet. The angels, together with the protagonist, flew up. The young man looked at the receding ground with admiration. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. The angel who was carrying him asked him not to hug him so much. The group rushed to the end of the mountain range. The fallen one, who was carrying Teresa, said that would be enough. Suddenly, they all flew up sharply. The angels were flying upwards at great speed. They stopped, having gained altitude. Moving his lips, Mikhail ordered to begin. A magic circle appeared behind the group of fallen ones. A huge sphere of compressed air formed around the group. A moment later, the group rushed forward. The protagonist squeezed his eyes shut, realizing that they had now used the power of the spirit of the air. Soon they approached the borders of the forest. The angels flew into the forest. Mikhail narrowed his eyes. A swarm of insects raised their heads. The earth trembled. A huge number of insects rushed to the group. The fallen one, moving his lips, began to recite a spell. A huge sphere formed around them. The fallen one screamed, once again using the power of the spirit of the air. Dark clouds of insects rushed towards the barrier. The creatures completely enveloped the barrier with their bodies. A faint light burst out in the darkness. The group broke through the swarm. The young man gritted his teeth, realizing that there was still a little bit left. The angels dispelled the barrier. Suddenly, the two angels behind Mikhail exploded. The protagonist, looking at their falling bodies, said that the shelling had begun. The fallen ones fell to the ground. A swarm of insects immediately approached them. The man sneered as he held the crystal in his hand. Suddenly, the crystal glowed from an overabundance of mana. A moment later, two pillars of energy rose after the explosion. The young man turned. The creature aimed its weapon at him. A moment later, the girl's wing was destroyed. Teresa involuntarily stretched out her hand to the guy. The protagonist and the angel began to fall into the forest. Gui-chang gritted his teeth. He fell head down. The girl clenched her jaw as well. She held out her hand to the guy, telling him to grab her. He let go of his spear and reached for her. The fallen one was able to regroup right in the air. Branches broke due to a collision with a couple. The trio of falling began to slow down. Teresa's mouth dropped open in shock. Broken branches hung on the trees. Many of them fell to the ground. The young man's hand was motionless. Suddenly, his finger twitched. The guy jumped up from his seat. He coughed up blood. Trembling all over, he looked at the angel, saying that he must get out of here as soon as possible. Gui-chang lifted the fallen woman onto his shoulder. Suddenly, a shell pierced his leg. The young man's eyes widened in shock. He fell to the ground. The protagonist grinned. Looking at the approaching monsters, he asked himself if this was the end. Tears flowed from his eyes. He raised his head, saying that he could not die like this. Parting his lips, he called for help. Gui-chan, lying in the clearing, shouted, asking for help. The lid of the coffin opened. The wind in the forest increased. A group of monsters surrounded the guy. He lowered his head, losing hope. The creature's eyes shone brightly. Darkness approached the head of one of them. The monster turned. His pupils narrowed as he looked around in bewilderment. The cloud of darkness approached him again. The creature looked away. After that, her pupil began to move, trying to catch the enemy. Darkness approached the monster from all sides. The monster raised its head. Suddenly, darkness completely enveloped his head. The fetters wrapped around his neck. The capillaries in his eye swelled. A moment later, the head, along with the spine, separated from the body. The monsters turned. They all grinned, looking at the new enemy. The shackles of darkness rushed to the creatures. Sickles cut through the monster. A moment later, two more monsters were cut into pieces. The bodies of the creatures crashed into the trees. They were cut into pieces and pieces. Soon, the severed pieces began to fall to the ground. Teresa ran towards the forest. Running into the forest, she began to look around, looking for the guy. When she saw the corpses chained to trees, she was amazed. The girl turned her head. Seeing the young man lying down, Teresa screamed. Suddenly, the darkness began to gather into a clot, frightening the girl. She raised her hands, saying that she would not move. A crater formed over the guy. Teresa closed one eye. A leg came out of the portal. The woman stepped onto the grass. The saint stepped forward. She placed Gui-chang's head on her lap. He opened his eyes, trembling. The Holy Virgin smiled and said that he had a hard time, But now he could rest easy. She had killed everyone who had threatened him. Memories of the battles that had taken place flashed through the young man's mind. Closing his eyes, he thanked the saint. The girl held out the bracer, saying that it would help him. A young man with a spear in his hand began to come out of the forest. Teresa ran up to him, asking what the Holy Virgin had said to him. The guy replied, saying that she asked to find her again. Gui Chang turned his attention to Mikhail, who was standing behind. Bowing his head, he asked for forgiveness, saying that his people had suffered because of him. The man smiled slightly and said not to say that, 4 of them survived. He acted just fine, they were given first aid. But it would be better to go back as soon as possible and get full treatment. Devil shots are too poisonous. The protagonist bowed and thanked the fallen man. Mikhail turned around when the guy said his name. Scratching his cheek, the young man asked if he could find out his name. The guy looked at the angel when he introduced himself. The hood fell off the angel's head when Michael said his name. Soon the angels flew away, leaving the people alone. Events take us to the city. We find ourselves in the temple of Luxuria. The duty officer looked out of the window. His eyes widened in shock. The wounded protagonist smiled at him. He collapsed, saying that he needed treatment. The priestess glowed, applying critical wound healing. The young man raised his eyelids. The priestess, standing aside, said that she could not do this. The guy turned his head. The girl, clasping her palms together, pronounced the name of the guy. The events in the temple of Luxuria continue. The bishop, bowing to the priestess, said that the hierarchy was collapsing. The leader must return. The girl, looking out the window, said that she was not going to return to the order. The old man raised his head and asked if she hadn't promised that she would return in exchange for saving that man. The priestess, without even turning, said that she had promised to return if he was rescued by the order, but that he had done it on his own, and they knew for sure what that meant. The bishop's face twisted. The girl admired the dark sky outside the window. The old man frowned. The priestess abruptly appeared in front of him. The old man looked down. Looking at the red ruby, the girl asked not to interfere anymore. She smiled as she said Soka's name. The stone suddenly became colorless. The bishop straightened up and frowned. The priestess also frowned at him. The two froze, watching each other. Suddenly, the protagonist entered the room. He began to shake his head. The young man walked past the bishop. When he embraced the priestess, she said that he was behaving like this again, although she had told him to sleep. The old man's eyes widened in shock. The guy smiled, lying on the priestess's lap. The bishop frowned, watching the sacrilege. The girl, stroking the guy's head, said that she spoiled him a little. She smiled, begging the bishop's forgiveness. Dragging Gui Chang to his room, she said that he should be lying there. A group under the command of Chohan was on their way to rescue Gui Chang. She frowned, mentally saying to wait a little while and she would save him. Kazuki lowered his gaze. The sphere for communication lit up. Everyone stopped and turned to her. The girl narrowed her eyes when Ian told them to come back, for Gui Chang had returned. Events bring us back to the temple. The protagonist was lying quietly on his bed. He opened his eyes. The young man stood up. Sitting on his bed, the guy smelled a familiar smell. Chakhan kicked the door open. Pointing to the young man, she froze. Gui Chang stared at her in surprise. Crossing her arms over her chest, Chakhan said to try to say at least something that he was staring at and silent about. The girl's face twisted as the guy asked her who she was. Raising one eyebrow, she asked if he had injured his head. The guy, stroking his neck, said that he did not remember anything. The girl screamed, saying that he was definitely sick. Her pupils dilated. She put her hands on the young man's shoulders, asking if he did not remember anything. He replied that he had a confusion in his head, so he asked for forgiveness. Chakhan turned away, saying that he shouldn't ask for forgiveness like a fool, because she was the one who should ask for forgiveness. The girl's pupils narrowed when the guy said that he was just joking. He smiled, saying that he was really just joking. Chakhan broke through the wall with a blow. Her hair tossed as she asked if he had become so bold that he could now make fun of her. The protagonist hugged the girl, saying that he was wrong. Trembling with anger, Chakhan said that he had no idea how she felt. A tear appeared in the girl's eye. The girl who entered the room said that it was too noisy. Maria, crossing her arms over her chest, asked why they were hugging here. The protagonist stopped hugging Chohan as the girls approached them. Chohan, crossing her arms over her chest, asked why she had come here. Smiling, Maria said that the guy was walking a lot of money, she had to come. Agnes, shifting her gaze, said that she had come to visit the student. Holding out a basket with a gift, she asked if he wanted fruit. Maria shuddered. She tore the cloth off her basket, saying that they actually brought the booze, so they were going to throw a party. Closing her eyes, Chakhan asked how she could give alcohol to the sick. She replied by saying that good things flew out of her head. Restraining the girl's hand, she said to let go of the basket, for she had not bought it for him. Two girls began to fight for drinks. Suddenly, Hugo burst into the room. Being delighted, he hugged the young man strongly. The guy looked away. The trio came into the room, all of them smiling. The protagonist smiled when he saw the teacher, the princess, and Kazuki. He closed his eyes. Chakhan, frowning at him, asked why he was smiling so much. Maybe he really moved his head. The priestess was standing near the entrance to the temple. She turned, asking the bishop if he wanted to say something. The old man bowed. He looked up, asking how she knew. The girl, moving her lips, said that alcohol and friends only get better over the years. His mitre is in place, only the stone has changed, and he is not one of those who easily change something. The old man closed his eyes, asking if it was just because of this. The priestess narrowed her eyes, saying that she was very sorry that the jewel had broken. Raising his eyelids, the bishop said that this stone was for listening, they would have no problem replacing it with another one. The girl and the old man stared at each other. As the priestess turned around, the old man said that cooperation could be of much more use to them. The girl, leaving, frowned, mentally telling Soha, "Do not dare to touch Gui-chan." Events take us to the headquarters of the Sinin Company. Hannah, picking up the phone, said that she would get up soon. She put the phone back in its place. Throwing her hands behind her head, she said that there was only one reason why this psychopath wanted to see her. Closing her eyes, she told herself that she should be glad to see him back, even though he had done too much. A lot of attention was already riveted on him, and now Lucuria's daughter is watching through the window. And the broken Ruby the psychopath. Standing up and frowning, the girl said that she should speed up her plans. The door to Soka's room opened. She shattered the communication sphere. A moment ago, she had watched as the priestess, frowning, told her not to interfere. The girl struck the artifact, shattering it. Smiling, so he said that this business is becoming more and more funny. The protagonist stood in front of the gate. He bowed his head. Turning around, he asked if he had to go back. As he sat and was sad, someone asked him why he was sitting so dissatisfied. Chohan, putting her hand on his shoulder, told him to straighten his shoulders, to thrust his chest forward. For everything went according to plan, 3 were freed, and the other 3 were still saved. The young man looked down and asked what had happened to Dylan. Hugo, closing his eyes, said that it was not easy, but he could do it. It was not anyone, but Dylan himself. Gui-chan nodded. Chohan, pointing at Hugo, said that they had just decided to return to Earth. Would he go with them? The guy turned to her in horror, asking what would happen to their group, if they would really break up. The girl replied, saying that they just wanted to relax after such adventures. Hugo, pointing to him, said that he too would have to leave, and Miss Foxy asked him to tell him to return to Earth as soon as he was discharged. The young man, introducing Hannah, said that she really acted like a fox. Hugo, hearing his words, said that he was surprised that he had a contract with Shernan. The couple opened their mouths when the guy said that he refused to sign a contract directly with them. This is a personal contract between him and Hannah. Hugo looked at each other and smiled, saying that the 4 were better than the 6 from heaven. Gui-chan raised his eyebrows and asked what the 6s from paradise were. Stretching out his fingers, Hugo said that there were 6 reckless people in paradise, and 4 of them were Maria, Hannah, and Agnes. Chohan, with a big smile on her face, shouted, saying that the 4th was Chinsha. Pointing to the guy, she said that there were only psychopaths around him. Hugo cautiously told Gui-chan that the most dangerous were those who did not enter when they were being talked about in front of them. Wiping away a tear, the girl asked if he would come back. The guy froze, looking at her. He lowered his gaze, saying that he should go back. Stroking the back of his head, he said that the princess had promised to invite him to her castle. Chohan, surprised, said that he could go after his return. The protagonist scratched his cheek. The girl frowned, asking if he really didn't want to go to Earth. The guy lowered his hand and looked at her. Sweating and nervous, he said that this was not so. Now the protagonist was standing in front of the portal. He stepped forward. Stepping into the portal, he said that in order to stay in paradise, you need to do even what you don't want to do. Events take us to Earth. The protagonist appeared in his room. Glancing at the phone, he decided to find out how long it was gone. The young man took the phone in his hands. He was surprised to see among the missed calls from his brother and mother. Suddenly, his phone rang again. Seeing that Hannah was calling him, the protagonist was horrified by the witch's abilities. She immediately learned about his return. The young man swiped his finger across the screen. Gui-chan put the phone to his ear. The guy abruptly pulled the phone away from him because of the curse he heard, which you cannot hear in your entire life. The sky turned yellow. Events take us to a cafe. Hannah in a white suit was sitting in a cafe. Opposite her sat an exhausted protagonist. Frowning, the girl said that she had thought a lot. Perhaps it might have seemed that she was overprotective of him. Perhaps he thought that she was interfering too much and trying to control him, so the pact was what he wanted. The young man, parting his lips, said that he no longer thought of her that way. The protagonist smiled nervously. Hannah, crossing her arms over her chest, said that from everything she had seen, he was not one to chase money or power. But why would he risk his life so much? The guy, frowning, said that it was necessary. If she needed to be saved, then he would do the same, and did not look at how exactly. Throwing up her hand, the girl asked if it had occurred to him that he had miscalculated. For what reason was he going to save her? The protagonist, parting his lips, said that it was all because of the golden law. Hannah opened her mouth and asked what he was talking about. Gui-chan raised his hand and said that in their first meeting, in exchange for an invitation, she had asked to reveal his secret to her. It was part of that secret. Adjusting her glasses, Hannah said that she was still not convinced by his words, but that she would do for a start. But she had a pact with him, so his actions affected her as well, no matter what the outcome was. The young man, parting his lips, promised not to repeat this again. Hannah adjusted her glasses again, saying that he had already broken his promise twice, and she disliked those who did not keep their promises more than gamblers. The girl glanced at the cafe sign. Grabbing the guy's hand, she told him not to disappoint her anymore. After all, he considers her a special person. She does not want to become a fox for him either. The protagonist looked at the girl's hands. He knew that he needed to treat people the way he would like them to treat him. When they give gold, it is returned to the owner again. The girl stared at the guy. Gui-chan bowed his head, saying what he would mean. After he asked what had happened to her, She was kind of excited. She herself had just said that she had to endure something terrible. The girl shuddered. Leaning back on the sofa, she said that she had met her first mistress. She slammed the table, saying that Sozi had said that she wanted a lot, so she had asked to bring him to Shernin, and she was the one who had received the golden seal and that she had also signed the contract. The protagonist, looking around nervously, told Hannah to calm down. She, clutching her head, asked if he even knew what day it was. The young man, turning his head to her, was puzzled, and now he was standing near his parents' house. He bowed his head, remembering how Hannah had scolded him for forgetting his parents' wedding day. To the side, on the road, laughter was heard. The protagonist's family was walking down the street. Suddenly, the family member stopped. His mother's eyes widened in amazement. She covered her mouth when she saw her son. The woman approached her son, asking if he was really so busy at work. If he really came because of their wedding anniversary, they should have called. At least they had dinner together. The father just walked past his son. He turned around and called his father. The man, stopping, said that he did not have such lousy sons. His wife, standing in front of her son, asked why he was saying such a thing. The man turned around abruptly, saying that the whole problem was in her. They had trusted him all this time, but she still did not understand he is not a person after this. Such behavior is not normal. The woman, throwing up her hand, said that their son had already said that he had paid all the debt, and now he had come to congratulate them. He even brought a gift, and he did not even want to listen to what had happened to him. Pointing to his son, the man said that she was again pretending to be an exemplary son, and he had warned him not to create any more situations for which he would have to apologize later. Gui-chan's mother stood in front of her husband, telling him to stop. The young man closed his eyes, listening to his father scolding him for solving everything with money like a fool. The woman was horrified, shifting her gaze to her husband's hand. The basket of roses was thrown away. The man threw the basket back with one blow. Frowning, he told his son to go away. The wife followed her husband. They swore as they entered the house. The protagonist bowed his head, listening to his parents' argument. He narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that he shouldn't have come. The brother and sisters, who were standing aside, pondered. Wosiek walked over to his younger brother. He raised his head when his brother asked him if he had come after work. When Gui-chan turned to him, Wosiek said that he had to come a little early. They were having dinner at his favorite restaurant. The young man, scratching his head, said that his father would not be able to eat normally with him. Pointing to the ice cream bag, the elder brother told Gui-chan that he should come in and eat ice cream with them. The young man, looking up at his brother, asked if he could do it. He suddenly nudged him, asking where he was going to go. Wosiek grabbed his sister. She clenched her fists and told Gui-chan that he just had to disappear and that's it, if he really cared about their family. Turning to Sung-hee, the girl called out to her. Then she trampled on the rose. Wosiek screamed as he watched the girls leave. He followed them. The protagonist looked at the rose trampled at his feet. Then he looked at the basket. The guy began to carefully clean everything. Seonghwa walked over to the young man. A shadow covered Gui-chan's eyes. Moving his lips, he told the girl to go with them. Turning his head away, he asked her to leave. The girl's eyes widened in amazement. The guy trembled when he was abandoned. He collected the roses in a basket. The young man looked at the streets of the night city. He felt terrible walking down one of these streets. The guy looked up when Hannah said that if he looked down like that, he would definitely crash into something. The girl stood in front of him with her arms crossed over her chest. Standing in the way, she said that she had come just in case, to make sure that he did not leave. It seemed that he really went to his parents. Glancing at the basket, she asked the young man if he thought he had come in vain. Covering his face with his hand, the guy said that he lived like complete garbage. Grabbing himself by the hair, he said that such a thing could no longer be forgiven. He closed his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he would admit his guilt. Hannah hugged the protagonist. Lowering her eyelids, she called him a good fellow. Gui-chan began to cry. Hannah hugged the guy for a long time, standing in the middle of the street. Suddenly, a car drove up. The girl opened her eyes. A man got out of the car. Approaching, he asked if he had come at the wrong time. Hannah replied, saying that he was just in time. Hal put his hands behind his back and said that he knew he had come late, but he had come for them on the Shernin case. He had been ordered to be as polite as possible. The girl smiled, telling the protagonist that while he was working there with all his might, something happened. She closed her eyes, saying that he should go to Shernin. The car was driving along the highway. The car was picking up speed. The protagonist glanced in the front mirror as Hal said that he had been told that he was in trouble right now due to family issues. So he wanted to arrange a meeting when he calmed down a bit, but his boss couldn't sleep because of him. The driver, holding on to the steering wheel, said that he had no choice but to come so suddenly. The protagonist involuntarily remembered how Hannah went berserk in the restaurant, and assumed that so he wanted to meet him so much. The car accelerated again. Soon we find ourselves in a spacious apartment. A girl in a brown sundress was waiting for guests. Knocking on the door, the man announced the arrival of Gui-chan. After that, the protagonist went inside. The girl turned. The guy raised his eyebrows when he recognized her. Seora, putting her hand behind her back, said that she missed him. Pointing to the girl, the young man immediately remembered how he had passed the test with Seora together. The girl closed her eyes and smiled. The light was still on in the small restaurant. The tired cook was frying the dish. He stirred the ingredients. While the waitress was carrying the dishes, Seora asked the protagonist if she had angered him by calling him at such a time. The young man, smiling nervously, said that everything was fine. He could not even imagine that it was her. The guy felt embarrassed by how close the girl sat down next to him. Taking the chopsticks in his hand, he said that he thought that someone else had summoned him. The girl, looking at the dishes in front of her, said that she had just called him from behind the plow. Squinting, Seora said that she needed to get straight to the point. He should go to her department. Gui-chan shifted his gaze to her. Parting her lips, she said that she had heard about him from Hannah. Maybe he would be hired by Shernan. Because of Soha, let everything be set up. But once he was there, he would be part of the company. It was inevitable for everyone. Then he would end up in the department that Sohi was in charge of. Moving his lips, the guy asked if it was bad. Seora frowned and said that she would start pestering him, coming up with all sorts of excuses. She was one of those who could find at least 100 reasons. The girl stared at him in surprise as he asked if it would be the same with her. Seora narrowed her eyes. She squeezed her dress. Bowing her head, the girl said that this would not happen to her. Frowning, Seora mentally said that she would help Gui-chan this time. Hannah's car was hurtling along the highway. The girl's hair was tousled in the wind. Sneering, the girl said that Seora was simply the best. Stroking her cheek, she said that no matter how you look at it, working in her department is much better than that of Soha. You can consider it a reward for the help that he gave Seora in paradise. Suddenly, she pressed the gas pedal to the end. The protagonist's face twisted at the speed. Speeding up the car, the girl said that today everything was at her expense. Gui-chan's body was sweating. He lifted the barbell. The girl stared at him in amazement and admiration. The guy frowned, straining his body. Suddenly, a message came to his phone. The young man put down the barbell. Picking up the phone, he saw that Seora was asking him what he was doing. He sent a message saying that he was doing sports, although he was on the ground, but training should not be abandoned. The protagonist, entering the library, took a book. Seora sent a message again, saying that his magical spearman name was as beautiful as his. The young man walked over to the counter. The protagonist sent a message, asking what class she had, like she said that she was a level 2 berserker, a warrior of light. The girl replied, saying that this was not the case. Books on acupuncture, philosophy, and the magic spearman class were placed on the table. Gui-chan opened one of the books and began to study it. The girl watched him with tenderness. Seora asked the guy if he had found what he was looking for. He sent a message, saying that unlike other javelin-throwing materials, it was not easy to find, but in the end, he found something. The guy closed the book. He smiled, saying that there was also such a thing as controlling internal energy on Earth. Looking at the sky, Gui-chan said that it was time for him to go back. Hannah, holding the phone in her hand, said that it was better for him to say, "I'm coming in," instead of coming back. Closing her eyes, she said that he was there more than she thought. Looking at the phone in his hand, the protagonist said that he had been here for more than 10 days. Standing in the middle of the room with his bag, he said that there had been no call from his relatives after that day. The guy abruptly tore the talisman. Chuckling, he said that now he would only have training. Events take us to Haramag. We find ourselves near one of the multi-story buildings. The protagonist, meditating, said that 2 new skills were not discovered at the second level: magical javelin throwing and controlling internal energy. While the second skill is more related to the use of magical powers, therefore, most likely, training will be more focused on magical exercises. The guy, controlling the aura around him, directed it from the upper Dantian to the Damsong point, from the Gumi point on the chest to Sungwon, and then from Damsung to Gumi. The aura around the guy was moving all the time, all the dots were open, and the book said that in a normal state, it should be closed in at least one place. Agnes once held out her hand and said that she would give him advice. He should buy Psyche's Tears with this coupon. Tears of Psyche was an ancient magical elixir that removed harmful substances from the body and increased manic circulation. The young man smiled and thanked Agnes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt an increase in magic power. Soon the sun began to rise. Agnes, walking beside the guy, said that this skill didn't have such an effect. After she asked if his magic power increased when he used internal energy management, the guy replied by saying that it had been like that for about 3 or 4 days, and today it had stopped. Looking into the distance, the girl said that it was the effect of the elixir. The young man, hearing her, said that he did not take the elixir. Parting his lips, he said that he had once eaten a dulse when he was being chased. Agnes turned and said that dulse was the most tasteless fruit in paradise, and no normal person would put it in his mouth unless he was threatened with death. At about the 4th level, a person can once again raise control over the internal energy, which is like a lump accumulating in the body. Just as it was with the transition of magic control to internal energy management, the control of internal energy will pass into soul control, the creation of a projection similar to the solar system. Agnes, walking forward, said that it would be great if he could master these techniques alone, but he had to take into account that starting with the soul control technique, his feats points would also change, and since the game was programmed with God's blessing, knowing how to use it properly was also a talent. The guy smiled and asked if it was based on the fact that he had mastered the basic skills himself. The girl grinned, saying that everything was just like that. The couple stopped abruptly in the middle of the street. The letter was pinned to the door. Events take us to the Haramiga Palace. The young man was standing in the middle of the throne room. He narrowed his eyes. Directly in front of him sat the king. Next to the king stood his daughter, Teresa. Fritsch, who sat on the throne, carefully examined the guest. The man, looking at the youth below, asked if this was the Earthman. The guy got down on one knee. He bowed his head in greeting the king. Fritz raised his hand, saying that he shouldn't do that. Putting his hand on the armrest, he said that the earth is a place where the people are the master of the state, and the king serves the people like heaven. He respects their culture. As he stood up, the young man said that the king's mercy was great. Closing his eyes, Fritz said to consider him some kind of village elder, and to feel moderately free. Parting his lips, the man said that first he should express gratitude for all his merits. Gui-chan, stroking the back of his head, said that he was exaggerating. The king stood. Taking his daughter by the hand, he said that he could not allow his guest to starve. Various viands were served on the royal table. The young man raised his fork. Taking a knife in his hand, he decided to take up the steak. The king smiled as he raised his glass. Gui-chan smiled nervously. Teresa, watching them, also smiled. She gently wiped her lips. Then she raised her hand. The waitress, understanding her, immediately brought dessert. The king, throwing up his hand, said that he did not seem to like the food. The protagonist, waving his hands, said that everything was wonderful. Fritz, moving his lips, said that it was also the duty of the inviter to relieve the tension from the guests. The earthlings seemed to have favorite topics for conversation, after which he asked if he knew that the earthlings were at war with Aramag. The young man, turning his head, said that if he meant the uprising, he had heard about it. However, the leader of the uprising did not come to him, but some strangers. The king, dressed in armor, introduced himself. One of the guys, touching his belly, introduced himself as the king of the navel. The second guy, closing his eyes, introduced himself as a princess. Moving his lips, he called Teresa a pinda. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock. Teresa turned away, saying that it shocked her so much that she still remembers everything. Gritting her teeth, she said that they had become angry and wondered why they reacted so much to the names their parents had given them. Lowering his head, the king said that at that time he understood what they thought of this world. For the earthlings, it was entertainment, no more and no less. They all laughed. The guy, turning his head, asked if they had just let everyone go. The man parted his lips and said that he was angry, but he just laughed with them and hushed up the matter. He couldn't succumb to such an obvious provocation, but through this, he knew that there was a traitor in the palace. The young man, frowning, asked how he guessed. Teresa, smiling, said that the inner circle who knew, even about Gui-chan's eyes, had widened due to the supposed secrets. Fritz, who was sitting on the sidelines, said that all the earthlings he had met so far had at least giggled while listening to this story. As unusual, the protagonist replied by saying that it didn't sound funny. The king, moving his lips, said that he wanted to defuse the situation, but it seemed that he had made it even more tense. In general, he was not going to imprison him and punish him, he just wanted to thank him for his merits. The maid bowed as the king ordered her to bring the gift. She soon brought a cart. The man, looking at the guests, said that the royal family of Haramaga is always fair. Picking up the canvas, the maid showed the gold bars. The protagonist's eyebrows rose without permission. A man sitting on the side asked if he really didn't like the reward. The guy replied, saying that it wasn't. Gui-chan narrowed his eyes. He remembered how the saint had told him that there was no fortress wall or warriors in that place, just a poor village with many different monsters and parasites. The girl, standing with her back to him, asked if he would come again. The boy closed his eyes and told the king that he had to tell him something. Fritz shuddered and, surprised, gave permission to speak. The guy, raising his eyelids, said that he had just said that he always behaved fairly. He had people who deserved to be rewarded like no one else for their participation in the operation. Fritz played with his beard as he listened to his guest's story. Throwing up his hand, the guy said that without their help, this operation would not have taken place. The man chuckled. Moving his lips, he asked if he was offering to use the money to help the villagers move to the city. The young man, looking intently at the king, said that he had heard that the capacity of the castle was limited, but he was still asking for a favor. Glancing at the ingots, the king said that with such means, he could use his power, but being an earthling, why was he helping them? The guy, turning away, said that he was just following the law. The king's pupils dilated. Introducing the scales, the guy said that this law is called the Golden Rule. Closing his eyes, the guy said that those people had treated him in the best possible way. If he didn't do to someone as much as he received, he wouldn't be able to count on such treatment next time. Fritz opened his mouth and said that people still have limits, even when it comes to a ghost. The protagonist frowned, thinking about the limit. The king, who sat at the head, asked if he planned to change his mind. The guy, turning his head, said that he would not change him. Teresa smiled. The king winked at his daughter. Placing the cup on the table, he said that he would allow the villagers to move to the city and provide them with everything they needed materially and spiritually, in addition to allowing them to participate in mourning the souls of the dead. Gui-chan smiled. After that, the king, looking at the guy, said that the kingdom is fair in reward and punishment, so he will still have a reward. He can choose something insignificant, such as one of the royal weapons. The guy scratched his head. Rising from his chair, the king said that he could take his time, but that he had to go away to make an estimate. Teresa, putting her hand to her chest, asked her father to sit a little longer. The old man, squinting, said that although she was his daughter, she was too cunning. Stroking the bridge of his nose, he said that he would let her go into the vault if she did not touch the treasury, for he had a headache thinking of the day he had given her sister in marriage. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder. Looking down at him, he said that he liked their meeting. The conversation turned out to be quite interesting. It was a useful time. The king turned his back on the boy and thanked him for saving his daughter. Gui-chan's pupils dilated. He shook his head, saying that his words were a great mercy to him. Fritz trembled, saying to stop. The guy smiled awkwardly. The maid opened the door for the king. Teresa looked after her father. She sighed and smiled. Putting her fingers together, she said that now they should continue their conversation about the reward. The guy asked if they would go to the vault. The girl, closing her eyes, said that he should not be in such a hurry. They should enjoy dessert and talk. The young man lowered his head and thought. Clenching his fists, he said that he wanted to try dessert. Teresa, putting her hand to her chest, said that this dessert was made by her parents personally. There is no such thing anywhere else in the world. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Teresa narrowed her eyes, saying that he should look forward to it. Events take us to the protagonist's house. Sitting in his chair, he licked his lips, remembering yesterday's dessert. Teresa led him into her bedroom. Afterwards, she showed a huge cake, asking what he was expecting. The young man, looking at the mace, said that he had done the right thing by coming here. Looking at the weapon, he said that it was for Chohan. She would soon reach the highest level. Taking the cross in his hand, the guy said that these would sometimes have to be used with the help of the power of Marius. The guy raised his eyebrows. Looking at the equipment, he remembered how Teresa had told him to hide everything on the way out. The young man involuntarily remembered the bracer given to him. He opened his bag. Putting on the bracer, he realized that it could serve as a shield. The guy took a spear in his hand. He stood up, saying that he could use it if necessary. The young man lunged. He turned around with his spear. Gui Chang waved his weapon. The axe was striving for him. Mana enveloped the bracer. The protagonist has created an energy shield. The young man looked at the shield, saying that with this size, he could protect his entire upper body. The shield was shattered. The guy sighed. Examining the bracer, he said that he had received it undeservedly. Like the bottomless bag with a belt, it was obtained just like that. Glancing at the throwing spears, he said that he needed to become stronger to repay. As Fritz had promised, the royal family's case had been settled, and a letter had arrived stating that the king had already received the elders' consent to move, so there was a festive atmosphere in the village. The shell, hitting the wall, bounced. Another dagger fell at the protagonist's feet. He wiped away the sweat. Looking at the target in front of him, the guy tried to understand what the problem was. For several days he had not been able to cope not only with a magic spear, but even with a simple one. He began to fall, saying that he did not understand anything. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that one theory would not get you far. The guy closed his eyes. Agnes looked up at the sky. As she walked down the street, people around ran screaming. In Haramiga, the name Agnes is the embodiment of horror, and the reason why this city began to be called criminal. Once a man's head was served on the table. The legends that circulate about her are too terrible, as if she personally, having killed dozens of people, decorated the Christmas tree with their entrails. The girl stopped. An old man came up to her. Agnes's eyes widened at the sight of him. The man hit the ground with his cane. He smiled. The girl bowed, saying that she did not think that she would meet him there. Maldong, smiling, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Agnes, opposite him, said that he still addressed her as you. And the old man, grinning, said that he had already spoken of it several times. The girl, smiling, said that she just missed those times. It seemed as if only yesterday he trained her, and she shed tears for any reason. Maldong, closing his eyes, said that he did not remember her crying. The Agnes he knew was a good student who did not need much training. The interlocutors froze, looking at each other. The girl, after thinking, asked if he wanted to return. The old man opposite said that today he was only here because of Dylan. Agnes looked away, saying that she understood everything. The man, becoming serious, asked why she was there. She replied, saying that she needed to meet someone. The man, raising his cane, asked who it could be. Definitely not Chohan or Hugo, maybe Dylan? The old man frowned when the girl said that there was another person. The protagonist threw a spear. The projectile flew past the target and crashed into the wall. Another throwing spear fell at his feet. The guy, drenched in sweat, breathed heavily. A man with a cane walked up to the alley. The old man took off his hat. He smiled. Maldong looked away. He saw a young man throwing a javelin. Approaching, the old man mentally said that the guy was most likely playing the game of hit the target. His foot came across one of the books. He picked up the book. The man frowned heavily, calling the guy an idiot. The protagonist threw another projectile. After that, he wiped his sweat from his eyes. His eyes widened as he heard the old man shouting to him. Maldong, pointing to his hand, told him to turn his hand a little, about half clockwise. Frowning, the old man shouted, telling him to turn his arm all the way. The young man stood up. The man closed the book. Turning around, Maldong told the guy to continue standing like this. The young man, looking after the man, tried to understand who he was. Suddenly, the old man came out with 2 hammers in his hand. The protagonist's face twisted with fear. His hand holding the hammer was trembling. Maldong, going around him on all sides, corrected his stance, saying that he needed to create a force of rotation, as if he were pulling the tip of his left leg. The guy, hearing the full explanation, parted his lips, expressing his understanding. Suddenly, the old man grabbed his arm. Maldong, frowning, told him to try to throw it. The guy closed his eyes. His foot whirled. The energy was transferred through the body. The old man let go of the guy's hand. At this moment, all the energy gathered in his hand. The young man threw a hammer. He hit the wall. The old man, adjusting his suit, said that he was trying to apply a range technique to a target that was too close, His goal did not match the fighting style. Naturally, nothing worked. The protagonist turned. Looking at Moldong, he couldn't help but guess that it was fate. The god statue frowned as she said that from now on, he would appoint her Chohan as a 5th level knight. The girl, clenching her fists, was happy. She smiled. With a kick to open the door, the girl announced her arrival. Picking up her bag, she told Guchan to get out. The girl tilted her head and froze. She covered her ears because of the loud sound from the collision. The protagonist, holding a hammer in his hand, asked the old man if he was okay. The man holding the shield shouted, saying that he didn't need to worry. Chakhan frowned. Guichang swung for a shot. The girl, running up to the guy, asked if there was an enemy in front of him. The old man, lowering his shield, recognized the newcomer. The girl's face twisted with anger and shock. Soon the whole group entered the house. The guy, standing next to the old man, said that he would bring something cool. The guy went to the door and said he would be back soon. Maldong, kneading his shoulder, said that it was painful. Chohan, hearing him, said that he himself shouted at him to throw faster. He replied, saying that he did not know that a guy with the 2nd level could be so strong. The girl sighed, saying that he was no longer young, and he would not die for long. The old man struck her with his cane. Chohan, clutching her head, said that she was just worried. He immediately grabbed the stick. Maldong, narrowing his eyes, said that she would rather pray for his death. The girl closed her eyes, saying that it would be of no use anyway. They had already tried to pray with Maria. The old man, bowing his head, said that a flower pot had once fallen on his head, and that his legs often got tangled. Hitting his granddaughter with his cane, he said that now he understood whose hands it was. The girl, holding her head, said that they would not do it just like that. He drove them like some rats. The grandfather objected, saying that it was all because they were not as smart and diligent as Dylan. Malden shuddered and shouted Dylan's name. The girl turned away. Looking down, Grandpa said that he had heard about him briefly. Of course, they had done something. The girl, frowning, said that he should have come a little earlier. He didn't even know how Dylan wanted to see him. Malden turned his head to his granddaughter. He put his hands on the cane, saying that they had not only foiled the parasite's plans, but had also saved Dylan by actually doing a great job. Lying down on the sofa, Chakhan said that they didn't try very hard. He did everything himself. After fixing her hair, she said that she was talking about Guichan, whom he had just trained, and why did he suddenly decide to train him? It seemed that he had already retired. Malden put his hand behind his back, saying that the guy had asked him to do so, and he wanted to keep himself busy until they came. Putting his hands on his cane again, he said that now everything was problematic. He could entrust Dylan with business, but since he was no longer there, the disappearance of the group was only a matter of time. Chohan closed her eyes, saying that he was underestimating them. She had also raised the level. The old man, frowning, asked where the world was going, since even such people began to be given high ranks. He inhaled, saying that there was nothing she could do. She would take on the role of leader. It would be better anyway since she had a high rank. The girl narrowed her eyes. Her grandfather was right, but for some reason his words made her angry. Closing her eyes, Chakhan said that she would think about it, and that he should not get involved in this matter anymore, especially since now she was not alone. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. He said that she was like a stupid child, and now it was clear from her that she had seen a lot in paradise. The granddaughter, who was sitting in the chair, said that he needed to see whoever he needed to see and quietly go back. The man agreed, asking when Hugo would come. Chakhan stretched out her finger, angrily saying that he should first sort it out properly, because they were tormented after he left. Everyone, seeing them, asked when the old man would return from retirement. Malden smiled. Hugo returned from Earth 5 days later with a bottle of sake in his hands. Entering the office, he saw the tired trio. During this time this office was visited by too many people. Ian was the first to come. Kaduzki and the group visited the office. Even Cynthia and Agnes visited the office. Once even a carriage with the king came. Guichan managed to find out a little about the old man who was standing in the middle of the road. It turned out that he had come from the same area alone. Hugo spread his arms to his sides, saying that they had finally had happy times. The protagonist, who was sitting on the sidelines, said that the old man must be a great man. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, said that Malden should not be underestimated. His value cannot be determined by the criteria of paradise. Hugo chuckled when the guy asked him what he meant. He thought for a moment, stroking his beard. Pointing to his palm, Hugo said that in the beginning, there were only 4 classes: archer, mage, priest, and warrior. No one had told them that they could only grow as a warrior. Standing up, he said that everyone has some peculiarities, but not necessarily that they all have to be related to the battle. He rubbed his beard again and thought. He pointed to the guy, saying that there was, for example, Hannah, who signed a contract with him. Introducing her as an archer, Hugo said that she was an archer in the beginning, but then leveled up in a different way. Remembering her current appearance, he said that it was difficult to tell from her that she was an archer now. Smiling, the man said that if Hannah is one of the famous brokers, then grandfather is the best trainer in heaven. Even Lysiria's daughter, who is quite famous, is inferior to their old man. The projectile flew into the air. The protagonist mastered the skill of the aura class. The young man shifted his gaze to the side, remembering the skill he had learned. Stretching out his finger, Hugo said that Malden was very strict in training. Sometimes he mocked so much that he even wanted to kill, but if they could stand it. Suddenly, both of them turned their heads when they heard a scream. Chohan, crossing her arms over her chest, said that the old man had just returned to Earth. He could not be restrained because of his greed. The girl, closing her eyes and stepping into the dojo, said that it was necessary to quietly send him back. He was already quickly attaching to people. Seeing Hugo want to object, Chohan screamed, saying that he shouldn't disappoint her again. The two shrouded themselves in an aura, barely getting into a fight. The man stepped aside. Chokhan sighed and closed her eyes. The protagonist, who was sitting on the sidelines, was watching her. The girl began to do abdominal exercises. She shuddered when he asked why he couldn't. Chokhan stopped, saying that her grandfather had been in paradise for too long. She threw up her hands, saying that it wasn't so easy. She had been here for 10 years by local standards. It would be impossible to endure, unless there was a special attachment to this world. The protagonist looked at the girl's back as she said that anyone would applaud, but not all people are so grateful. Chohan, raising her head, said that the old man's disciples, in whom he had put his whole heart, began to fight with each other for profit, united and staged a rebellion. Then many inhabitants died. The girl stood up. As she was leaving, she told the boy to think carefully about how he would feel if he were in Malden's place. The young man bowed his head. He looked down at his hands. An aura enveloped his hand. The guy created a weapon. Looking at the spear, he expressed his regret. Meanwhile, the old man was walking along the road. The goddess said that the hero not only thwarted their plans, but also dealt a strong blow. The parasite queen had no choice but to stop her actions. The hero had bought quite a lot of time. The guy listened carefully to the statue as he plunged into the flow of fate. It knew that it was destined to become a strong defense. Gui-chan looked at Gula and asked her to be specific, otherwise she was always beating around the bush. The goddess looked at him. Hanan, she said that unlocking the secrets of heaven affected the laws of causality, and they were always true. Even if the scales could be tilted to one side for a while, in the end, everything would fall into place. That was the law of causality. The warrior wondered if he could achieve something, then the opponent would have a similar result. Moreover, it was likely that everything he had worked for could return to the starting point. Gui-chan nodded. Gula couldn't help but say that there was no way out. She had to be patient and focus on her growth. In the name of Gula, from that time on, the hero was appointed a magical spearman of the 3rd level. Now she expected great feats from him. The guy clenched his fists. It was all too much. He didn't like the name of his class. He thought about the fact that this goddess didn't understand names. A sensitive person would have seen how Gula shuddered. From such audacity, she brought a storm to the temple. Meanwhile, Maldon was resting at the hotel. He straightened his tie. A suit lay beside him, and he was thinking about the person about whom all the latest rumors had been circulating. The man put on a suit. There was a knock on the door. An old man entered the room and asked if there was an Earthman named Guchan here. The master looked at him and told him that the young man had gone out for a while, and he could wait here. Fragrant tea was poured. The guest drank it with pleasure. Maldong said that he had brought this tea from Earth. It was called nectar, and if he liked it, he could wrap it up with him. A smile appeared on his face. Judging by the fact that the gentleman called the hero an Earthling, he himself, therefore, an inhabitant of paradise, he wondered why he wanted to see the hero. The man frowned. The version was confirmed. He was a resident of paradise. And it may look strange that a resident of paradise came to an Earthling. He looked at the interlocutor in surprise, who said that it made no difference who was from where. Maldong calmly closed his eyes and explained that there was nothing strange in coming to someone on business, and he was quite right. The gentleman bowed, at which moment a spearman entered the room, and the guest introduced himself as the elder of a small village called Raman. Gui-chang opened his eyes wide. The man turned around with a smile. He had come on behalf of the entire village to express gratitude. He got up from his chair. They had not seen each other for a long time. The warrior shook hands with the old man, who asked if the young man had become a fool during this time. Maldong put his hands under his armpits and watched. The master heard that the guy had received the gold and asked to use it for the sake of their village. Did he know how worried the elder was? Gui-chan wrinkled his neck in embarrassment. It was not easy for the king to make this decision either. He had no choice but to tell him that he owed him, and besides, he did not like to be in debt. Such was his character. The old man smiled and noticed that he covered his debt very generously. Then the guy looked at the master. I pointed to it and wanted to introduce it. Maldong got up and leaned on his cane, introducing himself as a simple old man from the village. The elder looked at him in amazement and asked, is he by any chance not the same martial arts teacher from Haramiga? The men shook hands once more. The elder introduced himself as Arbor. He was well aware of how much the master had done for paradise. He pointed to the young man with a smile and remarked that he did not seem to be like the others. He thanked the teacher once more, and thanks to him, many people in the village of Ramman were saved. After saying that the master had an amazing student, and was even envied, the teacher's eyes widened. He took out an unknown paper. Arbor handed it to the young man and explained that it was a map showing the shelters inside the mountain. The master frowned, not understanding why he was talking about that rocky mountain. The elder smiled and explained that there was nothing special there. There were some tools and books scattered inside. The hero just needed to bring them to him. It looked easy, and the reward would be the items and potions that were in these hideouts. If he didn't want anything, he could get money. Gui-chan smiled and agreed to make an arrangement. He was a famous magus, so it was unlikely that there were any simple items there. The old man went outside and said goodbye. The disciple looked at the teacher, who asked what this elder was doing. He was a hermit and at one time was quite a famous wizard in the Delphinian kingdom. The master smiled and noted that he was an important person. Then he laughed. The old man laughed at him. It was clear that he would cope. But why call this a task? He slapped the young man on the shoulder. He looked at him in surprise and heard a thank you. Mao Dong was smiling. The door immediately opened. The old man shivered. A friend came to him and invited him for a drink. Night fell. The lamp illuminated the tavern sign. The sorcerer smiled and asked him to think again, because his strength was still needed in Haramiga. The master put the mug on the table and asked if he was tired. His friend smiled and asked if he didn't know why he was not lagging behind him. The old man looked into the mug and said that he saw that he still had hope, that Mao Dong he knew how to cut off at once, but his visits to paradise showed that he still had some hope here. He did not believe that the unification of prisoners, the rebellion and the murder of innocent inhabitants of paradise was his fault. The old man frowned. He understood that it was not his fault, but he thought that there was a mistake in what he had done. He could not just use force. He never doubted his business and did not regret the skills he had spent decades on, as he did then. He looked away. He had no reason to stay in paradise anymore. Suddenly he froze. His friend was talking about his student. He smiled, because he believed that the changes had already begun. The hero was able to accomplish those things that seemed impossible. When it turns out once or twice, it can still be taken as luck, but after the third time it is no longer there. He said that the hero has a special power. Mao Dong raised his hand and admitted that his student was special. However, no one knew what would happen in the future. He took a sip and asked who could be responsible for him. What if he would also change later? The master froze again, because he heard that this was why he was needed. The old people went out into the open sky. Mao Dong handed the drunkard over to a servant and told him to throw him away somewhere in the street. Then he straightened his hat and went back home. The old man walked leisurely. The words of his friend sounded in his head. They had both already failed, especially since they had aged a lot. He did not ask him to do anything or interfere in any way. But if the dream that they both had was still alive, but in words everything was easy. A house appeared ahead. Gui-chan was sitting in the training hall. He looked thoughtfully at the low performance and learned new types of techniques. I didn't understand anything and decided that I would just train. He froze. The teacher entered the hall and said that he wanted to ask him something. He twisted his face and asked why the guy had come to heaven. Here the spearman froze in embarrassment. He looked down and explained what he liked here. The old man looked at him sternly and asked him not to be abstract, and told him to say concretely, money or fame, at worst, some kind of benefit or freedom, some of this. The young man straightened his hair and said that this was the place where he should be, and that was where his life began again. The master was silent. The disciple looked at him questioningly. If Rai disappeared, he would be really sad, he suggested, and the hero agreed. Mao Dong turned around in displeasure and called the guy an idiot. The disciple scratched his face in embarrassment, not understanding what he had done wrong. The old man stomped loudly in the corridor. He began to go down to the lower floors, thinking that his student was really excellent, because he knows that he still has hope. The hat with the suit fell to the floor. There were iron lockers in front. The master put on his usual clothes and corrected himself that he had just got them. After a while, he saw how his friends were happy that the hero was staying here. Chohan couldn't believe her ears. She asked, "Is it really true?" Mao Dong looked at her. He didn't say he wasn't retiring, but he was the one who created the team, whether they like it or not. But it's obvious that at this rate the team will soon fall apart, and he can't pass by. The girl fell on the sofa to her friends. She looked at the hero and promised that he would surely regret his decision. The master sat down at the table, and since they had touched on the subject, he would say something else. How many times had he told them to learn how to assess the situation correctly? What was the point if they raised their level? After all, they could not do anything else but fight. But Chohan was only embarrassed by what he had told them about raising her level. The comrades looked at their friend in surprise. She smiled contentedly and began to boast that she had been the first to get up. Gui-chan looked at her and asked how she did it. Chakhan held up 2 fingers, smiled mischievously and said, "Knight of the Temple." It sounded cool, and someone had a stupid name like a magical spearman. The hero decided that next time he would definitely choose Lyciria as his goddess. Then he came to his senses. He got up and ran, asking the girl to wait a little. She looked in surprise at what he handed her. His comrade was holding a huge mace in his hands. It was called Steel Spike, and was made of a single meteorite. Chakhan silently accepted such a gift. Lightning pierced her body. A shiver went through her entire body. Hugo sat on the sidelines, frustrated. Chakhan handed the hero sandbags for training. Word of Muldong's return spread in a short time, and Haramiga's communities and teams immediately wanted to meet him as soon as they heard the rumors. Kazuki bowed and said that this was the will of the head. The old man looked at him in surprise. He knew that the Federation would be the first to try to contact him when they heard the news. The Japanese Business Federation. Yuki was the head of a large Japanese business federation. Like the Triad, they had great influence in Paradise, including one of the best Haramiga teams, Umitsubame. The archer looked at the floor. He congratulated the master on his return and, if possible, the leader of their federation expressed a desire to support their team. She wanted to send them one capable archer, and he could be used as they wanted. He relayed Madam's question as to whether only one person could have the honor of adopting his method of acupuncture. Mao Dong looked at him sternly and said that he refused. He leaned on his cane. Kazuki must have guessed it himself. But he didn't plan to deal with needles anymore. He asked if that was all she asked her to pass on to him. The archer looked at the floor and said that in anticipation of his refusal, they had prepared other proposals. If only he would allow them, their leader would like to meet him in person. The master raised his hand. He told Yuki that if she mentioned the needles again in his presence, he would break off all relations with them. The hero looked at the teacher uncomprehendingly. He became interested in what technique was being discussed. The teacher hugged the cane. He didn't quite understand Yuki. After all, she probably knew what kind of character he had. She had sent Kazuki to him on purpose. She knew that he didn't like all this, and so she made him come. He struck his chest. He raised his head. Now he, as the leader of Yumitsubama, wants to clarify his position. He suggested that the heroes team in connection with the upcoming banquet. The warriors looked at each other. Chakhan forgot that it was time for the banquet. The old man folded his hands. If you think about it, it was about the same time of year. It seemed that even after that disaster, a banquet was planned. The archer replied that it was unbelievable, but there were already those who had begun to act. Gui-chang boredly watched the conversation about the intricacies of the event. He noted how many unknown things he had heard. The master looked at Kazuki and asked why he was suddenly proposing to merge. He had heard that Yumitsubama, that is, the Federation, already owned 2 gates. He replied that the state of affairs of his organization was not the best lately. The head of the Federation had selected half of his team, excluding him, to create an elite group and send them to the banquet. Maldong looked at him in surprise and asked if the guy had some kind of conflict with his mistress. He looked sadly at the floor and revealed that Yuki had ordered him not to participate in the rescue organization, but he disobeyed. The teacher closed his eyes and pondered. He noted that since hierarchy was something of a credo for the mistress, it was not surprising that she did not like his disobedience. He asked what the conditions would be if he agreed. He received an assignment from a person who is in a similar position to him and who has a gate. He was the middle leader in the triad. His name was Haiying. Gui-chang turned around with interest. Maldong heard that the triad had lost its leading role due to internal squabbles in Sicily. The young man looked at him intently and told him that the triad's leadership wanted to resolve the internal conflict and regain their former glory, so they put Haiying in the forefront to reunite their forces. The old man rubbed his hands, realizing that the archer wanted to go to the banquet to prove his abilities. He said that he needed to think about it, and he would give him his answer soon. Kazuki bowed and said that he would go. A new day came. Hugo clenched his fist and said that such a chance comes once every 2 years. It will certainly come. Jianga looked at him with displeasure and objected that they had a lot of their own business. They had better look for an archer. While the hero was thinking, the friends began to destroy everything around. The teacher looked at him attentively and asked for his opinion. The guy thought for a moment and said that if you look only from the point of view of their team, then participating in the banquet will be beneficial. He believed that at the moment the value of their team has greatly lost ground. They lost the team symbol. Maldong thought about it. It was true, however. If you think like that, isn't finding new blood the primary task now? It was also important, but not everyone is suitable for them. He didn't think that they had a blood type similar to the first blood type. Rather, they had a negative Rh factor. Would they even be able to find someone who wanted to be part of their difficult team? The teacher asked if the hero really wanted to say that at the moment their team is the one that no one wants to go to. He explained that there is a need to ask such a question. As he understood, the banquet is an event in which the whole paradise is interested. He decided that it would be a good idea to take such a chance to prove his worth. Maldong looked at the student with satisfaction, noticing that he understood people. He called out to Chohan, who was strangling Hugo. He smiled and told them to go to Yumitsubama. The teacher left the table, put his hand on Gekana's shoulder, and announced that they would take part in the banquet. There were still 6 weeks left, but the master had such a temper that they immediately began to prepare. The old man began to show everything on the blackboard. Thus they began their thorough preparation. But suddenly they are already shouting at the hero, asking if the banquet is really a joke for him. The teacher poked at him with a stick and shouted that everyone else had been to the banquet twice, but had never made it to the 3rd level, and if the guy wanted to participate in the banquet, he would have to go there as an archer if he focused on training with the magic spear. The hero could not stand it and said no. Everyone looked at him dumbfounded. Gui-chan lowered his gaze and said that the old man meant him to stand behind and throw spears with mana, and if things went wrong, he would just run away. But what was the big deal? The horrors of the past ran through his head. Then he begged for help and save him. He was so desperate, he looked so pathetic. He shook his head and said that he was not training to run away later. Maldong looked at the student indignantly. The young man turned away and gloomily asked him to participate as a warrior. He asked to change the teacher's decision. He struck with his cane, grinned and said that the impudent boy could do nothing, but wanted a lot. He gritted his teeth. He struck the cane again and shouted that if the boy did not understand in words, then he should make sure that he felt everything on his own skin. He told Hugo to pack his things. The guy looked at him uncomprehendingly. The teacher shouted that they were going to a high rocky mountain. He pointed his cane forward and warned that all this was only because the hero himself wanted to. He said that if he cried in the middle of the way, he would immediately kick him out, and if he did not keep up with the training, he would expel him, and if he did, but did not meet his expectations, then there could be no question of any participation in the banquet. Gui-chan froze with his hands behind his back. He thought for a moment. He smiled confidently and shouted that he understood everything. The coachman drove the horses into the mountains. Gui-chan looked out the window with anticipation. The teacher sat opposite and watched. His entire team, along with Kazuki, sat across from him. Rumbling, the cart climbed higher and higher. The coachman looked ahead in surprise. He stopped the transport. Everyone began to unload. The archer turned around and asked the hero why this girl had come here. Agnes in a tracksuit examined the beauty. After the failure of the first operation, she felt a lack of ability. The guys were watching her. Kazuki clarified that he was asking how she found out that they were going to train. All this was told to her by the hero, because the girl sometimes helps him with training. The new friend looked at him and asked how she helped him train if he didn't even belong to Sicily. The guy smiled embarrassedly and said that she taught him in the neutral zone. The archer pondered. The master turned to the others and asked what they were doing there. The detachment equipped itself and went forward. Hugo tearfully walked the wagon. Kazuki pointed to the right path from memory. The squad moved deep into the forest. Mandog climbed onto the student's backpack. After a while, he got off. There was a huge cave right in the rock. The old man looked at her and noticed that Muto had hidden her quite well. The archer turned and asked him to wait. He sat down on the ground and reported that there were cave ettins here. He pointed to a pile of footprints on the floor. He looked ahead and clarified that there was a whole pack here. There were 8 of them in the cave. But he did not feel any movement. Without hesitation, he reached for the arrow. He pulled it on and looked deep into the cave. Mandog knocked the arrow off the bow and asked him to wait. The teacher looked at the disciple and told him to name the 4 decisive factors of chi. The hero calmly looked at him and told the amount or strength of the flow, the speed of the flow, the control and the power of imagination. The master picked up a pebble from the ground. He threw it forward. Everything in the cave trembled. Mandog snatched the spear from his apprentice's hands and told him to get ready. The sounds began to get closer. Gui-chan covered himself with chi. He was ordered to strike as soon as they jumped out of there. An energy blade appeared in his hand. Sinister creatures showed their faces from the darkness. Hugo frowned at them and noted that they were coming. Gui-chan swung and threw a spear of mana at the monsters. Agnes looked at him in surprise and noted his ideal position. The 2-headed orcs ran to attack. The thrown spear pierced the stomach of the first creature. His friend looked at how he fell. And while he was watching, the hero pierced him with a second throw. Hugo turned away enviously. Subsequent monsters did not have time to escape further than their relatives. The master smiled and ordered to stop. He threw a spear to the guy and told him to deal with the others alone without using earrings. The hero clenched his weapon tightly. And with a shout, he rushed to attack. Monsters began to surround him. Maldong turned to the archer and asked how he felt. He frowned ahead and said, well, because the hero has both penetrating and destructive power, this is quite enough, but he also has a splash effect. The old man looked at the student and agreed that such abilities would work perfectly at the banquet. The fight continued. The old man asked how Kazuki was now. His eyes widened, the teacher referring to the young man's fighting style. The archer folded his hands on his chest. The master ordered to speak, based on personal criteria. The guy thought about it. The old man asked if he also thought that the hero was amazing. At this moment, Gui-chan was blocking the dagger's quick attacks with his spear, but as a warrior, he was simply terrifying. He can use the spear as he just demonstrated. He decided that the hero would reach the second stage if the team protected him. Gui-chan continued the fight with difficulty. The teacher remarked that he was quite perceptive and not stupid in appearance. He jumped and swung his spear. He shouted. The master noted that if he was so stubborn, then he had something in his soul. The monsters were torn apart by wide swings. The warrior landed after jumping along with the falling corpses. He sneered, noting that the magic spear wasn't that bad. Mandog looked at him intently and explained that the hero himself must realize. Time passed. The corpses were dragged outside. Inside, the cave was equipped for a cozy stay. Hidden potion vaults have been revealed. The team began to study the contents of the flasks. Mandog winked at them and told them not to touch anything, because all the trophies here belonged to the hero who took on this task and coped with it. Gui-chan looked at the teacher in embarrassment. The trio of friends stood next to him and only rubbed their hands. The sunset of the first day came. Agnes practiced blows with a log. Kazuki was shooting at targets. Hugo was meditating. Gui-chan, trembling all over, tried to work with the spear. The master stopped it. The guy fell to the ground. Covered in sweat, he looked forward, breathing heavily. Had he really passed his first training? He turned to the master and asked if the training had come to an end. The master angrily asked him what he was carrying and told him to get up. He stepped aside and looked up, noting that this was just what he needed. With his cane, he pointed to the mountain. Gui-chan looked at her dumbfounded. He needed to climb back and forth 50 times without using earrings. The teacher looked at the young man seriously. He believed that he would prove his stubbornness in action. The guy nodded seriously, and he began his route. The sun had set behind the mountains, and a loud exclamation was heard. The main character approached the slope and realized that it was not just running. Gui-chan narrowed his eyes and began to breathe heavily. The boy looked to the side and realized that he did not know what and when he could attack him. The guy jumped off the ground. The player began to climb up the rock. He climbed to the top and gritted his teeth. The psychic approached the huge stone. Sweat dripped from his face in streams. The participant of the game staggered and thought that he still had 45 times left. Maldong frowned and asked why his friend had stopped and would not run any further. The man leaned on his cane and asked him not to stand still, because he would not be able to cope with such a speed until morning. The survivor knitted his eyebrows in frustration. The old man shouted that if he didn't like something, he could pack his things and leave. The main character turned away and left. The master looked after him and sighed. At night, stars appeared in the sky, and ragged breathing was heard. A tired Gui-chan narrowed his eyes and thought that he had to prove his abilities so as not to be known as a liar. The boy gritted his teeth stiffly. There was a cave ahead. The guy fell to the ground right next to her. The player spread his arms and closed his eyes. In the morning, someone poured water on him. Holding the bucket in his hands, the mentor said that he thought that his friend had died, and asked how long he was going to lie here, because the sun had long since risen. The psychic raised his head and asked what was going on. The sun's rays illuminated the forest. The weights and the spear fell to the ground. The participant of the games bowed his head. Maldong asked him to perform the exercise 10,000 more times. The survivor covered his mouth with his hand. The man ordered him to run 100 laps back and forth after training. The fourth day came. The main character was training with a spear in the forest. Gui-chan cut the air with it. Agnes came out of the cave and approached her ally. Frowning, the girl asked why her friend was trying so hard for him, and noticed that it was not at all like him. Watching the boys training, the old man replied that he himself guessed about his terrible internal and physical state, as well as poor fighting technique. The woman assumed that their friend was in disharmony with himself. The exhausted guy lowered his weapon. The grandfather explained that his abilities were at the normal level, and his inner mood was completely disturbed, and added that he had a huge potential that such a weak body simply could not withstand. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. The teacher said that before talking about disharmony, you first need to correct each of these elements. The player leaned on a rock. The psychic put his head to it and began to suffocate. The mentor hit him on the back of the head with a stick. Maldong opened his mouth wide and asked who had allowed him to stop. The main character put his hand to his neck and went on. On the fifth day, Gui-chan fell on all fours and vomited. Kazuki sat on the stump and looked at him. The boy rose to his feet. The archer asked him to know the measure. The guy continued training. The shooter explained that he had only the third level, and told that none of those who participated in the banquet for the first time had ever reached the end. The player looked sternly to the side. The young man asked him not to worry and said that the old man just wanted him to figure things out for himself. The ranger closed his eyes and assumed that his grandfather would swear. Suddenly, the point of a spear approached his throat. The fighter crossed his arms over his chest and asked if his friend really wanted to fight. The psychic opened his mouth wide and asked his friend not to touch him. Frowning, Kazuki said that he did not understand him, and asked what was wrong with a spearman throwing spears. Suddenly, a bundle of energy rushed past him. Holding the weapon in front of him, the protagonist threatened to throw it, and asked what would happen if the magic spear did not work. The young man sternly knitted his eyebrows and reminded them that it was no coincidence that they worked in a team, so they could be trusted with such moments. Gui-chan smirked and said that there were a lot of inaccuracies at the banquet. The archer looked at him from under his brow, and the boy asked if his companion was sure of his words. The boy closed his eyes and asked what was wrong with preparing for unexpected situations. The spear fell to the ground. The guy ran away. Maldong approached the ally and asked where his apprentice was. The ranger replied that he had gone for a run. Getting to his feet, the shooter said that his emotions were already at the limit, and suggested that today could be a critical moment. The man smiled and was surprised that his friend was holding on for so long. There was a long path in the forest. The player opened his mouth wide and wondered what circle it was. The psychic rolled his eyes and decided that he had already run 40 laps. A shadow hung over the ground. The main character thought that he should lie down. A lot of memories flashed through his mind when Gui-chan wanted to calm down. The boy's eyes widened. The guy lifted his head and shouted loudly, deciding that he had to overcome it. The old man looked to the side when he heard someone's footsteps. The player walked forward, bowed his head. The teacher looked around in surprise. The psychic pursed his lips and trembled. The mentor gritted his teeth and wondered what was going on. Maldong opened his mouth furiously and ordered him to get up at once. The participant of the games took a step forward. The man asked if his friend would give up when he was almost at the goal. The survivor collapsed to the ground. Standing next to him, the old man said that it was the first time he had seen such a person, and asked why he was trying for a banquet. The main character shed tears and talked about how he almost died in the neutral zone, because he did not think about training at all. The teacher leaned over to him and understood what he needed. The waiter fell to the ground. The mentor concluded that it was all about competence. Turning around, Maldong asked the student to drink a bottle of water before starting the training and explained that it would be more difficult from tomorrow. Looking around, the man said that the most important thing was that he managed to hold out for another day, and warned that he would pack his things and leave if his comrade hesitated even a little. The old man turned away. Gui-chan rose from the ground. Blue notifications have appeared around it. The boy looked at the system window and read that he had formed willpower, and patience had developed into self-control. 1 month later, the carriage was driving along a mountain path. Chakhan looked out the window. The girl put her hand to her chest and was glad that she managed to free herself from training as a deputy leader. The woman looked at the mountains. Hugo looked back when he heard her voice. The holy fighter got out of the carriage and declared that the Messiah had appeared who would pull them out of this pit. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said that she could have come earlier. The warrior reminded her that this mountain was full of dangers and demons. The heroes went down the road. The thug concluded that his ally cared only about herself in the first place. The knight decided that, Judging by his words, the training was not so hard. The guys went further. Chakhan noticed the dead tree and realized that her grandfather had once again arranged strange training. Master frowned and saw that they had come. The girl approached him and asked if he wouldn't even look at her. The mentor replied that it was already clear from her voice that she was fine. Closing her eyes, the woman asked him not to even think about starting to train her, and stated that she needed to go back because she had a lot of things to do. Maldong crossed his arms over his chest and nodded to the side. The holy fighter's eyes widened in surprise. The main character chopped down trees with a spear. The warrior asked if his grandfather had already begun to teach him this. A huge log rushed forward. Gui-chang closed his eyes and felt him. The boy jumped to the side and dodged the blow. The guy clutched the weapon in his hands. The player hit the air several times. Another log flew past him. The psychic ducked and dodged him. The knight opened her mouth in amazement and asked how long this had been going on. The participant of the games rushed around the training ground. The man replied that this was the 100th time. The logs approached the survivor from both sides. One of them flew forward at great speed. It crashed into the shoulder of the main character. Gui-chang fell to the ground. Smiling, the old man said that he had managed to dodge more than 300 times, and added that this was a record. The boy scratched behind his ear and said that it was all thanks to him. The teacher looked to the side as Chohan was surprised that her friend had managed to achieve such a result during the first practice. The mentor turned around and asked how she was doing. The girl replied that she had another big business. Maldong frowned and asked her to tell her everything. The woman ran away and shouted that she would explain everything on the way, because the cabman must already be worried. The man frowned and concluded that his granddaughter was afraid that she would be forced to train. The holy fighter approached the carriage and called her friends. The guy walked behind everyone else. Suddenly a shiver struck him. The player looked around and remembered that the old man wanted to make him run until he was exhausted until they came back. Standing in front of him in the cave, the teacher said that his friend had crossed the threshold and could try to check if his level had changed. The psychic was walking along the road. The mentor decided that it would be a good idea to try to reach the 3rd level at the banquet. The carriage drove forward. People passed through the gate. The warrior told about how several hundred residents of Ramman had moved into the city. Maldong realized that they had to do it right away because the village was too close to the border. The knight raised her index finger and added that it had been officially announced in the temple of Lasirius that it was the decision of the king of Haramag. Sitting in the carriage, Chakhan explained that it had ended with a promise to secure the passage and help with all expenses, and stated that within a few days Lasiria's daughter had arrived in Haramag. Lowering his gaze, the man decided that this was to be expected, and remembered that this person had saved paradise in crisis situations several times. The girl smiled and asked if her comrades knew that a new building had been built in front of their headquarters. Hugo crossed his arms over his chest and said that something had definitely changed there. Throwing up her hand, the woman said that the owner of this building was the daughter of Lasirius, and stated that she herself had seen herself tinkering with the flower bed in the morning. His eyebrows knitted sternly. The old man asked what she needed in Haramag and assumed that it was actually big news. The sacred fighter closed her eyes and concluded that they could be proud to be neighbors of such a person. Leaning on his cane, the teacher asked if there was any news from Kazuki, and remembered how the young man had left when he received a message during training. Throwing back her hair, the warrior realized that it was not so easy to find the priest, and decided that someone had interfered in his affairs. The mentor stared at the floor and assumed that it was a Japanese business federation. The carriage drove up to the gate, and Maldong suggested that we return home first, and then think about it. The sun was shining over the city. On the street was the headquarters of the Carpe Diem Guild. The main character was taking a shower. Gui-chang wiped his hair with a towel and went into the room. The boy fell on the bed and sighed heavily. With his mouth wide open, the guy thought that there was still a week left before the entrance appeared, and realized that he needed to find new armor and materials about the banquet. Suddenly the player raised his head. Hannah put her feet on the table and was surprised that her friend started calling her first. The psychic scratched his head and grinned. A disgruntled exclamation was heard even outside the house, when the girl suggested that her friend had either forgotten about the banquet or was not going to participate in it at all. The sun's rays illuminated the library. The participant of the games was sitting at the table. He had a book in his hands. It had the inscription Banquet Report. The ship sailed on the sea. The history of the banquet began from the moment it was discovered. The survivor opened the book. The blue energy swirled in the darkness. The entrance to the banquet had different forms. After 10 people entered the gate, their functions would automatically turn off, and people would enter an unknown place. The person was holding a burning sphere in his hands. In the first 2 stages, the squad had to reach its destination safely. In the second stage, it was possible to receive the intermediate reward of contradictory desire, and the ultimate goal was to board the ship. The book was sealed. The third stage had different criteria and ways of entry, so that little was known about its tasks. The reason that the participants could not divulge this information was because of the oath they had taken. Smoke appeared in the darkness. It was only known that the third stage took place inside the ghost ship, which indicates the beginning of the banquet, and as a final reward, it was possible to receive a matching wish. The main character lowered his gaze and decided that it was not surprising that it could make him lose his head. On the page of the book, the rounds were described. Under the title Round 4, it was said that there was a real disaster in which the survivors killed each other indiscriminately, then no one returned. In a flashback, Maldong clasped his hands together and told about this disaster. Gui-chang understood what he was talking about. The boy fell on the bed and wondered what secret was hidden in this banquet. The lights went out in the room. The guy concluded that it didn't matter now. The player opened his eyes when someone shouted that he had received a package. New equipment lay on the floor. Hugo pointed to the armor and assumed that it was worth several hundred silver coins. Chohan decided that the fox had some intentions towards their friend. Scratching his cheek, the psychic remembered how Hannah had congratulated him on reaching the 3rd level and wondered why she had sent so many gifts. Someone approached the guys when they were looking at the uniforms. The old man raised his eyebrows and reported that Kazuki had contacted him. The roof of the house glittered in the sun. The participant of the games asked if he had managed to find the priest. Approaching the window, the teacher replied in the negative and assumed that Suji had intervened. The guys were sitting at the table. The mentor suggested that they wait first and said that the archer had the last remedy. The man pointed his finger at his friend and asked if they should ask Maria for help. The main character rounded his eyes and imagined her. Maldong looked around and said that she was quite kind and capable. Gui-chang scratched his chin and said he would talk to her, but warned her that he could not guarantee a positive response. Suddenly, the boy raised his eyebrows in shock and asked if the old man had just called her kind. Someone's loud sneeze rang out over the temple. The girl scratched her nose and complained of the terrible cold. The sunset sky turned orange. The guy was walking along the street of the city. The guide closed her eyes and asked him to leave her alone. The player handed her a bag of coins. Remembering how the instructor began to dance, the psychic decided that 80 coins were enough to stop being considered a demon, and was glad that he did not have to get the artifact he received from the king. A participant in the games noticed someone on the other side of the street. Kazuki looked to the side when he heard his voice. The survivor waved to his friend and ran up to him. The main character opened his mouth wide and shouted that he had found a priest. The young man smiled and said the same thing. The heroes stared at each other and asked what it meant. 2 hours before the banquet, clouds floated over the houses. Sakamoto smiled and introduced himself. Gui-chang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Striker shook his hand and called him the hottest of the 3 new stars and the warrior who had rejected Xingyang's offer and the path of the mage. The soldier showed 2 fingers and said that he loved kimchi and bulgogi very much, knew almost all famous Korean athletes, and even cheered for them. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that he loved sashimi. The soldier stared at him in amazement. The guy raised his hands in front of him. A member of the squad concluded that they could become friends. Sakamoto peeked over the player's shoulder. Chakun scratched behind her ear. The young man said that he had not seen his comrades for a long time. Striker approached them. The psychic realized that they knew each other well. The girl frowned and called out to her friend. A man in a robe was standing next to Kazuki. A woman asked who it was. The soldier closed his eyes and replied that he did not know her. The sacred fighter asked if he had invited her here. Closing his eyes, the archer explained that he had personal circumstances, and said that he could vouch for her abilities, and they did not need to know the rest. With her mouth wide open, the warrior asked what it was all about, and said that whoever came to their team should at least show his face. Pointing at the stranger, the knight suggested that she forget about her image as a fanatic of a dark cult, and take off her hood, and explained that such tricks do not work in Haramag. The ranger asked her to watch her words. Chehan frowned and asked if he really thought she would have to entrust her life to someone whose face she had never seen. The girl gritted her teeth angrily. Someone asked her to stop. Frowning, Maldong explained that a banquet was a different matter from a military campaign, and agreed with his ally's words. The shooter looked down tensely. The soldier lowered the corners of his lips and told him that Yunhee had introduced him to this man. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Maria raised her eyebrows in puzzlement. Kazuki explained that she could be trusted, and asked his friends to understand that he had personal circumstances why he couldn't reveal her identity. The protagonist stared at him in amazement, and remembered that Yunhee was the healer who saved him when they got out of the lab. Closing his eyes, the old man wished to at least hear her voice and asked the stranger to name her level. The guys looked at each other in silence. The priest bowed her head. The mage raised her hand and spread her fingers. The woman's eyes turned white with shock. The holy fighter made an indecent gesture and shouted that she also had fingers. The archer shook his head in disappointment. The teacher grabbed his granddaughter and dragged her with him. Gui-chan smiled and introduced himself to her. The sorceress tilted her head, the boy assuming that she did not understand his words. The sun was shining in the sky. The guy offered to move on to the meeting, so the preparation for the banquet was completed. The heroes worked out in the gym. On the eve of the event they held a light workout on the advice of Maldong. In the morning, a bright light lit up the city. Standing at the door, the old man asked his comrades to be careful. The members of the detachment were in full combat readiness. The guys went forward along the road. The banquet began. From afar, a lot of carriages appeared. Gui-chan turned around and wondered who it was and when they had come here. Sakamoto raised his hand and exclaimed that he was there. Approaching the boys, the striker said that they needed to go faster, and then added that they would go with him, and Maria and Hugo in the next carriage, so that each carriage would have 1 archer and 1 priest. Inside the cart sat a guy in a white robe. Opening the door, the main character greeted him. The mysterious young man nodded his head. Smiling slightly, the protagonist muttered that it looked like he had a bit of mannerism after all. A moment later, the soldier patted his hand on the cart. There was a view of the high walls, and it was heard that the coachman should move forward. A huge number of carriages took off. The horses quickly moved their hooves. Sakamoto, lifting the corners of his lips, noticed that a lot of dung flies had gathered here. The chariots continued their movement, and then someone clarified what was happening. Stretching out his hand, the striker replied that there were only 5 unoccupied entrances, and if you quickly counted, it would be 50 people, and at the same moment the warrior thought that was true, because there were 10 people for each entrance. Smirking, the fighter explained that the problem was that there were still individuals, teams, and other organizations that did not have their own entrance, and there were more than 50 of them, and in such a situation, teams similar to Kazuki's appeared, and also asked if there were only 7 members in their team, after which he added, which means that there are 3 free places. The clairvoyant, turning his gaze to the side, asked if it turned out that all these people were aiming for 3 places. Closing his eyes, Sakamoto replied that he didn't think they were playing with rock and paper scissors, and then remarked that the protagonists didn't have to worry, because they weren't stupid either, and they wouldn't just fight with a team like them. Introducing the girl with the mace, the striker said that they had a cold-blooded killer, the maiden Chohan, and as soon as they approached, this mace would immediately smash their heads. Lowering his head thoughtfully, Gui-chan muttered that it was true that there were 3 top rankers and 3 with a 4th level, and besides, they had representatives of each class, which made their team quite balanced, and if something went wrong, then he could too. Stretching out his index finger, the fighter clarified whether it was his first time at the banquet, to which he received a positive answer. Biting his lips, the guy said that then he could get a severe shock, and therefore let him prepare for the worst. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that as soon as they entered there, he would meet all kinds of people. Chohan, her mouth wide open, asked him to stop talking. The young man, leaning his head on his fist, said that she cared for him very much. Carriages rushed quickly across the sand. Kazuki, looking ahead, said that they would walk from here. You could see the guys following the archer. The protagonist looked sharply to the side. Through the sweat on his face, the warrior thought that there were fewer of them, and when the man left, there was a drain, and now it was about half. A multitude of swordsmen marched forward, and at the same time, the clairvoyant wondered if it was all because of the remaining 3 places. Gui-chan then closed his eyes. After a while, the sun shone brightly. The girl looked tired. Suddenly, Maria fell off her feet. The team continued to walk through the desert. The leader of the rescue team looked ahead in surprise. A view of the oasis opened up, and at the same moment Kazuki exclaimed that they were there. Hugo, frowning seriously, asked what was the matter, and where the way out was, and whether it was really here. A lady was sitting on the back of the main character. Seeing his reflection in the water, the protagonist muttered that he had read that the entrance could take on different shapes and sizes. Stretching out his index finger, the archer said to hurry, and Sakamoto asked if he suggested diving. Suddenly, human silhouettes appeared, and it was heard that there was nothing good below. The leader of the rescue group, parting his lips, clarified whether he was from the same team. In a second, the guy grabbed the cross. A magical barrier appeared over the oasis. Opening her jaw, Maria was surprised by such a powerful pendant without any spell. Kazuki, lowering his eyebrows, said that he needed to move forward. Turning around, Chohan exclaimed that the protagonist's path was faster. Gui-chan abruptly turned his gaze to the side. The guys suddenly jumped into the water, and one of them shouted that he would go first, and they would meet at an unknown place. Strong waves reached the sacred fighter. The girl, rushing from her place, called them bastards. A powerful splash appeared. Kazuki, looking ahead, noticed that they would get wet anyway, so let them go faster. The guys went under the water with their heads, and then the main character thought that it did not look so deep. But judging by the fact that they all disappeared, then this is really the entrance. Suddenly, the mysterious young man put his hand on him. The warrior turned and asked if he would go, and wondered if he could go there together. Then the guys went into the pond, and the clairvoyant muttered that he felt like he was a little child playing in the water. A second later, a huge number of fighters rushed from the place. Gui-chan turned his gaze to the side. Suddenly, bursts of blood appeared. There were air bubbles under the water. A magic portal appeared. A moment later, the main character flew out of it. Several fragments rushed down, and at the same time a scream was heard. Squinting, the protagonist asked where he was, and also noticed that the bottom was very soft. The soldier sat on top of Marius, and she called for help. Scratching his head, the clairvoyant clarified whether she was fine, to which he received a counter question whether it looked like that. Closing his eyes, Gui-chan asked where they were. The girl replied that she did not know why the main character raised his eyebrows in confusion. The archer, crossing her arms, noticed that apparently they were from the same team and went in together. Looking around the room, the main character could not understand where the others were, after which the lady said that apparently only a part of them had entered. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist thought that they had entered in front of him, and then he asked what had happened, and his acquaintance asked if she would leave her alone. Suddenly, a magic portal appeared. A second later, someone fell on the girl. The clairvoyant rounded his eyes in surprise. Then the knight appeared, and the warrior muttered that it could not be. The swordswoman clenched her jaw in pain. The shooter's expression was serious, and at the same moment, Gui-chan wondered if the banquet rules had changed. The lady opened her jaw and shouted sharply. Scratching his head, the knight apologized to her. After imagining the magic circle, the protagonist said that those who entered the same entrance were in the same place, and this rule had been in effect unchanged during the previous 4 banquets. A magic projectile appeared in the palm of his hand. The protagonist threw it forward and explained that during the training, Even the impeccable old man had no doubts about anything and focused only on throwing the javelin. The man opened his mouth wide, after which the warrior added that it was all only because of this rule, which had no exceptions, because they were supposed to compete in a team. But this absolute rule no longer exists. Lowering his eyebrows, the clairvoyant decided that he needed to concentrate. The eyes of the main character lit up green, and he realized that in this situation, the most important thing is to stay alive, and first you need to survive in order to get out of here and meet your comrades, and then he will think about what to do next. Noticing the unusual energy, Gui-chan wondered if it was the golden color or the law. Frowning, the protagonist muttered that there was always a good reason for cause and effect, and also wondered if that meant that depending on how they acted, they could gain more than just survive. An hour later, a magical portal appeared. Armed girls appeared, and then the warrior reported that 2 more people had joined them in this mysterious place. The clairvoyant crossed his arms in bewilderment. Marius's expression was serious. The knight closed his eyes happily. The archer lowered the corners of her lips. The lady looked down thoughtfully. I could see how the lady stuck out her tongue. The swordswoman turned her gaze to the side, and at the same moment, Gui-chan muttered that there were only women here, and wondered why the men didn't come in. Sweat was dripping down the cheek of the main character. Suddenly, a wounded man appeared, who said that he had entered. A second later, the man opened his jaw in pain and screamed. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist asked if he was okay. Then the girl grabbed him by the clothes. Lowering her eyebrows, the clairvoyant's partner explained that it was too late, because in addition to the fact that it was necessary to heal his wounds, the poison had already seeped into the organs. The warrior, lying on the floor, asked for help and added that he needed to find a cure and go back, after which the lady said that there was help to send him in peace. The big man's eyes lit up red, and then he turned to his mother. The girl went up to him, asked him what he was saying, and whether he was calling for his mother, and also objected that some fool had been lucky enough to come here, and then wondered if it would be better to die here than there. Putting her finger to her tongue, the lady said that she did not know who this man was, but he was a loser, and if he was to be killed, then it should be done beautifully. And then she added that he had smeared poison all over his body, and now he could not take anything. Looking ahead, Gui-chan wondered if she wanted to clean the corpse in such a situation. Inside the room you could see the guys. The main character looked up in surprise. A lot of stones began to fall down. Suddenly a wooden door appeared. The swordswoman, her mouth wide open, exclaimed that a door had appeared there. The archer ran to the entrance, and noticed that it was possible to leave when 8 men had gathered. Raising his eyebrows, the shooter said that since the door appeared then most likely no one else would enter, and also added that their meeting was fate, and asked everyone to briefly tell about themselves. The lady put her hand on her chest. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that she could not get up. Closing her eyes contentedly, the archer began to call out her name. Turning around, the gunner turned to the man in gray armor. Suddenly, the warrior stuck out his tongue and laughed loudly. Stretching her neck, the fighter rudely asked if this was a neutral zone for her, or if she was going out with her classmates at the university. Waving her hand, the girl said that they should do what they wanted, and they could even make a campfire or dance with the 5 of them, but this did not concern her. Blushing sharply, the lady exclaimed that she simply had no words, and then clarified how it was possible to behave so rudely. Through the sweat on her face, the swordswoman offered to go. A second later, the guys moved towards the passage. The archer turned her head in bewilderment. A moment later, the shooter took off. Maria, looking ahead, said that she didn't quite like it, but first she had to follow them, and if everything went badly, then the 2 of them would simply not take part, and then Gui-chan asked if she was suggesting that she should refuse. Biting her lips, his partner asked him to do as she said, because her intuition had never failed her before. Then the main character and his colleague entered a new room. Players appeared from afar. Opening his mouth, the protagonist muttered that it turned out that all the rooms were connected. The swordswoman could be seen moving her legs. The girl pushed one of the doors aside. Suddenly, a spear flew in her direction. Gripping his weapon tightly, the warrior realized that it was dangerous. Suddenly, magical traces of the blow appeared. The knight broke the shell into 2 pieces. Human remains lay on the floor. Looking ahead, the guy thought that she was very fast. Suddenly, a huge number of evil spirits appeared. The lady raised her sword abruptly. Then the fighter rushed from the spot. An unusual energy surrounded the girl's hand. The swordswoman demolished her enemies in her path. A bright force hovered in the air. A moment later, the warrior laid down his weapons. Through the sweat on his face, Gui-chan muttered that she had a terribly fast sword. The bully, keeping his hands at his sides, noticed that she was still in shape. Grinning, the player asked what her name was, and also added that she thought she had heard a couple of times. After a moment, the girl turned her gaze to the side. The user sighed heavily. Holding the back of her head, the lady said that there was still something ahead. A wooden door appeared, after which the soldier said that there was one standing right in front of the door. Suddenly, the warrior's sword burned brightly. The knight stuck his weapon in the barricade. Deep cracks appeared. After a second, the swordsman left a wide hole in the door. Green eyes were visible. The girl asked if she was right, and then the main character, looking at the player, thought that it was amazing. Rushing from the spot, the protagonist realized that he had to help her. Raising the corners of her lips, the lady said that the only man decided to help, and also called the guy a good man. A moment later, the warrior's head appeared. The young man bit his lips in bewilderment. The knight, looking sideways, said that it would be better if he did not interfere. His eyes widened in surprise, and the clairvoyant muttered that he could not read her expression. The swordswoman's gaze was stern, and at the same time, Gui-chan wondered what she had to experience since there was no emotion left on her face. Parting her lips, the girl explained that she understood him, but she would not allow anyone to stand behind her. The protagonist's spear appeared. His earring shone brightly, and he replied that he would not interfere. Smiling, the protagonist asked to trust him once. The lady lowered her eyebrows thoughtfully. Then the warrior turned to the door, and the boy couldn't tell if she had allowed it. Writing something down in a notebook, the bully noticed that there were just 2 people waiting behind the door, and 8 more were running inside. Suddenly the knight stretched out his hand. The terrible monsters quickly moved their legs. The guys were demolished on their way by the enemy. The player parted his lips in bewilderment. The young man furiously opened his jaw, and at the same time, the user wondered if this high-ranking idiot was also a high-ranking idiot. Frowning in confusion, the girl thought that there must be those who have a high level of magical powers at the 4th level. The clairvoyant's body was surrounded by blue energy. Gui-chan brandished his spear. The knight walked towards the entrance to another room. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist wondered if she could admit him, because he continued to cover for her. A wooden door appeared, and at the same time the lady announced that there were 3 people at the entrance, and 5 more near them. Frowning seriously, the protagonist revealed that thanks to the girl's accurate information that looked like a snake, the attack continued without much emotion. The warriors quickly coped with the enemies. The guy continued to swing his spear, after which he explained that the problem was that there was no end to them. An unusual force swirled in the air, and then the young man added that he did not know what she was thinking, but the expression on her face spoke of a desire to move forward. Lowering his eyebrows, the clairvoyant wondered if she could get out of here faster, and how much they had already walked. The player, bringing a pencil to his mouth, was at a loss. A team could be seen from afar, and then the user noticed that there were no doors ahead. Crossing his arms, the soldier asked where they would go, namely to the right or to the left. Suddenly someone stepped on the button. A huge trap appeared on the side of Marius. A huge number of arrows appeared. In seconds the shells quickly rushed down. The partner of the main character created a protective shell. Ammunition fell to the floor. The girl frowned in bewilderment. The trap was empty. A slight haze appeared. Shaking her head, the lady muttered that everything had happened too quickly, and did not have time to think about the leading group. Maria looked in the direction of the thick fog. Magic rings were visible, and then Gui-chan asked his partner if she was okay. The girl rounded her eyes in surprise. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. The lady wiped the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, the swordswoman put her palms on the guy. The young man turned his gaze to the side. Frowning menacingly, the warrior clarified who she was. The archer opened her jaw and asked what she had said, and whether it was too rude. The knight objected that she almost died because of some idiot, and also asked how else she could express herself, after which the archer exclaimed what she was talking about, because they did not even move. Raising the corners of his lips, the fighter said that not only was she behaving stupidly, but she was also impudent. With her mouth wide open, the girl replied that she was doing what she pleased, and then thanked her for clearing the way, and then added that they had helped her. Grinning, the knight called her amusing, and asked if he had asked me to follow her, and if it was so that they had followed them from the beginning. Placing her hand on her chest, the lady said that she understood that she was quite strong, but they were not weaklings either, and at the same moment she heard that it was true, and they could act together, but she did not think about it. The warrior, looking ahead, explained that if she really wanted to help, then she had to follow, not lagging behind, like her and him, and like this little one. The archer frowned maliciously and remarked that she could have told her level or class from the start, as well as shared information. Standing in front of her interlocutor, the swordswoman asked if she could not do anything if she was not told, after which she added that she looked like an archer of about the 3rd level, and it seemed to her that she could already guess that she was an archer from her equipment alone. The shooter's body shook sharply, and at the same time the fighter said that he was breaking through with great difficulty, and this was the first time that she was also reprimanded for this. Sadly lowering her gaze, the girl apologized and explained that she had not thought. Raising his hand, the knight said that it was good that she had quickly admitted that she was wrong, but that she was already disgusted, and then asked what to do now. Looking at the bully, the warrior asked how many doors she had punched, to which she countered with the question of how she could know, and at the same moment the lady said that she was aware that she was drawing a map. Licking his finger, the player said that he pretended that he did not care, and she thought about it, after which she called the number 40. Looking at the archer, the fighter said that this was excellent, and since there was a gap in the levels, let him break through 20 more doors, and it didn't matter which way he went, but let him just open the doors and clear everything there, as they had done before. The shooter's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that he should not hope for help, but act on his own. Grinning, the swordswoman asked if she would like to, and then said that she could wash her hands of it then, but in return, let him not follow her again. Parting her lips, the girl replied that if she broke through 20 doors, she would tell about herself, and they would work as a team. After a moment, the lady turned her gaze to the side. The sacred maiden appeared, and then the archer realized that she was flying by. The player could be seen with his eyes closed, and the shooter thought that only she and the warrior with the shield remained. Through the sweat on her face, the girl muttered that the warrior and the archer could unite, and at the same moment asked if she would help her. After shaking hands, Sophia revealed that she was a third-level covering swordswoman and also gave her name, after which Lara introduced herself and added that she was a third-level ranger. Frowning seriously, Gui-chan whispered that since this was the case, then he could only support the two of them. Suddenly, the warrior rushed from her place, and the main character explained that, however, reality is not always beautiful. Monsters struck the shield. The archer dodged the attacks, and then the protagonist added that reducing the attack speed was the second issue, and it wasn't long before they got lost. Sweat was dripping down the shooter's cheek, and at the same time, the guy said that she was more focused on combat skills, and therefore the ability to find a path practically did not develop. Closing her eyes contentedly, the ranger asked the sacred maiden if she could make a protective dome before opening the door, to which she apologized and said that her spells were restricted. The bully, holding her hands at her sides, asked why she was so slow, and as soon as she decided to participate in the banquet at all with such abilities, and also noticed that it seemed that her whole team was like that. Suddenly the knight put his hand on Lara's shoulder. Sophia, smiling, offered to go. The girl looked happily to the side. After a moment, the archer grabbed the door handle. The creepy skeleton opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, the warrior was wounded, causing her to scream loudly. The shooter abruptly closed the passage. Opening his jaw, the ranger asked if she was okay. Mary, healing the shield bearer's hand, asked him not to move. Lara looked thoughtfully ahead, and at the same time the question was heard whether it was easy. The warrior twisted her hair and asked what to do, for they hadn't opened half of the doors, only 8, but if she asked her properly, she might help her. Sweat ran down the girl's cheek, and she asked the knight again. The swordswoman called to her with her index finger. Raising the corners of his lips, the soldier said that he should crawl towards her. Looking ahead, the lady added that she should do it diligently. Standing in front of the players, the knight said that he should crawl here herself. The warrior's expression was serious. Frowning angrily, Gui-chan wondered if she liked it, and what to do, since he didn't want to stay here. Hearing the laughter, the main character turned his gaze to the side. Noticing the priestess sitting on the floor, the protagonist wondered if she was laughing in such a situation. The sacred virgin covered her mouth with her palms. Then the healer waved her hand. Biting his lips, the guy muttered that he hadn't noticed, but now she didn't look the same as when they first met. Closing her eyes contentedly, the girl said that she thought they had misunderstood, and then added that she had laughed, but it was not a mockery of them or of the sight. Opening his mouth, the young man asked him to ask why she was laughing. Raising her eyebrows, the lady replied that she simply did not think that at this age she would be able to see such role-playing games. Bringing her index finger to her lips, the priestess noticed that they were behaving as usual, and at the same moment she added that this was not a virtual or fictional role, so they behaved like in real life. The sacred maiden said that this could not be called an ordinary role-playing game, which caused the clairvoyant's pupils to constrict. The healer averted her gaze. At the same time, Mary was healing the shield-bearer's wound, and it was heard that it was likely that this situation was deliberate, and conflict was inevitable. Through the sweat on his face, Gui-chan thought that this was the fourth dimension and didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl suggested what would happen if she were a selfless person, when suddenly the main character looked at her dubiously, and she said that, by the way, she was very kind. Looking at the protagonist's partner, the lady said that she was very mercantile, and he wondered how she found out. Lara's gaze was confused, after which the priestess said that she appreciates relationships in which people help each other. The knight could be seen grinning, and then the sacred maiden added that this man was thinking only of himself. Sophia lifted the corners of her lips, and the healer said that she could be called quiet. The bully's smile appeared, and then the girl noticed that she looked rather smelly. The guy asked her again, to which the lady, covering her nose, replied that she stinked, and if she behaved like this, she would die early. The young man's eyes lit up green abruptly, and he wondered if he could check. A system notification appeared near the player, which said that her feature is a stench, and she has an arrogant and malicious heart. Looking at the artificial intelligence screens, the clairvoyant muttered that the others were also exactly as she had said. The priestess, looking at him, said that he should think for himself that there were people who were like water and oil, and therefore there could be no conflict. Lowering his gaze in surprise, Gui-chan wondered if it meant that the people here were not gathered by chance, but by someone's will. Holding his chin, the main character reflected on himself. Sitting on the floor, the sacred maiden asked if he had ever heard the words that in a company of 5 people, one would definitely be the garbage, after which the protagonist clarified that he was really the garbage. Closing her eyes, the healer hoped that it would turn out to be a treasure. Through the sweat on his face, the guy asked if this was the opposite of garbage. Smiling slightly, the lady replied positively, and added that only then would an interesting situation arise. Spreading her hands in different directions, the priestess explained that if he turned out to be a talented scum, it would be terrible, but if it was the other way around, it would be the only exception here, and maybe they would be able to find out the intentions of the person who created such a situation. Frowning seriously, the young man realized that this was the will of the person who arranged the banquet. Lifting the corners of her lips, the girl added that she was therefore very curious about something. The clairvoyant, looking ahead, listened attentively to see if he was the leader who guided everyone, restored broken relationships, and smoothed out conflicts. Lars' expression was serious. Sophia smiled happily. The lady looked down sadly, and it was said that this was the role that went to him, who was among the 6. The knight looked away. The bully lowered his eyebrows angrily. The partner of the main character appeared. Sweat was dripping down Gui-chan's cheek, and he reported that there were definitely abilities, but the role had not yet been determined. Biting his lips, the protagonist noticed that the answer had long been decided with the help of 9 eyes, namely the one who leads. Introducing the scary man, the guy added that this is the one who has power. The mysterious man's eyes burned purple. A formidable archer was visible, and then the young man told about an outstanding storyteller, fame or reputation, and about virtue or charisma. The lady's face was in shadow, and then the clairvoyant explained that all this was united by faith. Closing his eyes, Gui-chan wondered if he could handle it. The elder of the village appeared, and at the same moment the main character said that the times were such that it was pointless to think about good and evil in the face of death, and the just, evil, sacred maidens like angels, and witches like demons, confronted with one heart, but despite this, not holding out even for 5 years, they lost and died. In the past, the protagonist sat unconscious on the ground, and he thought about defeat and destruction, after which he realized that this is an unknown tingling feeling that is beyond memory. Frowning seriously, the guy decided to give it a try. Maria, sighing heavily, announced that she had finished the healing, and to prevent shock, it would be better to drink a healing potion, if there was any, to which Sophia thanked her. Rahi, looking ahead, asked if it was possible to finish and get up, and asked to stop procrastinating, and then asked if he thought waiting was very annoying. The shield-bearer, through the sweat on his face, apologized and said that he would recover now. The bully, wiping away her tears, remarked that it would be better to crawl once in her place, and then the swordswoman asked if she was a realist, after which she received a counter-question, whether it was praise. Lara, clenching her jaw, wondered where such bastards came from, and at the same moment muttered that humans were not machines, and they needed time to calm down. The warrior walked towards the door. A broken shield lay on the floor. The girl, raising her eyebrows, said that it was better than nothing. The archer's body could be seen shaking. The gunner's back appeared, and it was heard that they should throw away the shield, because in this state it would only get in the way. With his mouth wide open, the ranger asked if they were deliberately worsening the atmosphere, as if someone did not know. Suddenly, Gui-chan, approaching her, called her a young man and added that now he would be in front. With her eyes widened, Lara realized that the situation had changed. The knight, parting his lips, said that she thought he was a realist, but turned out to be quite emotional, after which the bully clarified whether the prince had finally appeared on a white horse. The main character moved towards the swordswoman. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he had one request, and then asked if they could look after the keeper. Frowning in bewilderment, the warrior countered with the question of whether he wanted her to protect the priestess. Looking at the girl, the guy asked to look after the tail, and then she clarified whether he was asking her, to which she received the answer that the traps could appear again, and therefore asked her to look after the situation from behind. Blushing sharply, the lady noticed that their prince turned out to be quite voracious, because he wanted to bite off a piece there, and also added that this was not surprising, because he was alone surrounded by ladies. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that perhaps it was gluttony, because this world did not turn the way they wanted, and at the same moment he added that it was better to call it gluttony, and wanted to see if he could fit everyone into his cup, after which he said that it seemed that they had misunderstood something. Holding a spear in his hand, the clairvoyant said that he was worried that there might be a time limit in the first stage. The knight frowned seriously. The player bit his lips in bewilderment. The swordswoman opened her mouth and wondered how she could know. Looking forward, Gui-chan said that considering the first and second stages of past banquets, there were only 2 time-limited stages, and then muttered that it was 25% probability, and such a figure couldn't be ignored at a banquet where everything was very inaccurate. The main character added that even if there are no restrictions here, there is nothing wrong with clearing this stage as quickly as possible, and then it will be possible to look around in advance at the second stage, and then asked if they would help, which caused the warrior's pupils to narrow sharply. Smiling, the fighter answered positively and clarified what to do. Standing in front of the protagonist, the girl said that she really wanted everything to be peaceful, but she had the feeling that she had been betrayed, and he remarked that he would then like to calm her down, and at the same moment the lady asked if he was only talking about it. The guy, through the sweat on his face, asked how many doors would suit her, and also thought that he wanted to make a straight face, but something was worried. Noticing the knight's confident gaze, the young man could not understand how she could keep it on a motionless face. The swordswoman stretched out her palm, after which the clairvoyant agreed with the number 40. Sophia parted her lips and asked if that would really be enough. After a moment, Gui-chan frowned seriously. The shield-bearer took hold of the doorknob. Then the warrior tried to unlock it. Suddenly, a terrible skeleton appeared. Sweat ran sharply down the cheek of the covering swordswoman. An unusual force shattered the body of the evil spirits. Holding a spear in his hand, the main character said that this was the first one. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist added that it was necessary to resume the attack. A magic projectile appeared near the palm of the guy's hand. A lot of monsters rushed from the spot. A bright arrow pierced the monster. The cartridge reached the second enemy. Parting her lips, the girl muttered that this was a great technique. The young man ran towards the enemy. Opening his jaw, the clairvoyant shouted loudly. Gui-chan drew his weapon. Looking ahead, the main character said that the next door was needed, which made the lady very surprised. Sophia quickly shuffled her arms and legs. Creepy creatures were visible, and at the same time, the protagonist explained that they quickly attacked. Magic arrows collided with monsters. With their mouths wide open, the monsters screamed. The guy rushed to meet them, and at the same moment he said that on the one hand, it was the result of training on a huge rock. The undead were surrounded by bright energy. The young man quickly jumped in different directions. Smiling, the clairvoyant thanked his partner. Magic seals appeared near Maria's palms, and Guichang added that on the other hand, it was possible thanks to her support throughout the battle. The girl, lifting the corners of her lips, thought that when it was all over, he would surely thank her with another money bag. The shield bearer could be seen waving his arms, after which the main character said that in this way they overcame 40 doors without a break, and at some point their number reached a 3-digit figure. Suddenly the door opened. Biting his lips, the protagonist whispered that he thought it was the 120th. Turning around, the warrior said that it was empty. The boy's magic projectile vanished into thin air. Then the young man went into the room. A clairvoyant and Sophia appeared from afar. As he inspected the walls, Guichang muttered that there were no doors in front or on the right. Holding his chin, the main character remembered that in the 40th room there was only the right door, and then he wondered if there was a reason for such a difference in the number of doors. Maria, looking ahead, offered to rest and have a snack here. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that he was fine, and he could work a little more, and his partner objected that she was not okay. The guy abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Frowning angrily, the girl asked what he was staring at, and how many doors they had already opened, and at the same moment she said that if he said even another word, he would be the last freak. Crossing his arms, the knight noticed that it felt like she was saying that on purpose, and also called him small. The lady's pupils suddenly narrowed, and she said that if she called her little again, she would hit her on the head. Raising her palm, the swordswoman said that she was very formidable, after which she clarified if she could have anger control problems, and added that if there were, she could help her fix it. With a heavy sigh, Mary asked what she was saying, for she did not look any stronger than Agnes. Clenching his jaw, the warrior asked again about the instructor. The fighter then began to draw his sword. Abruptly closing his eyes, Guichang asked to stop. Stretching out his arms, the main character announced that they would take a break. His partner could be seen nibbling on food. The knight's expression was serious. At the same time, the protagonist was sitting next to his comrade. The guy looked ahead carefully. A wooden door appeared, and the young man noticed that for the first time the choice of direction was gone. Examining the empty walls, the clairvoyant muttered that when the front and right walls are closed, it feels as if he is looking into a corner. Parting his lips, Guichang thought about the corner. The main character turned his gaze to the side when he heard the girl ask to let her go. Taking the bully's hand, Lara asked to show her, to which she asked what was wrong with her, and if she could hit her head. Quickly running up to them, the protagonist clarified what had happened. Opening his jaw, the player replied that this idiot suddenly wanted her to show her her card, and was still quiet, and then the prince came, took pity on her, and she decided that she could do anything, and then the archer explained that she just wanted to help, and therefore asked to show her the map, because it was not difficult. The lady placed the notebook under her clothes and offered to take it. The shooter's pupils turned sharply white, and she wondered if he was joking. The lady, grinning, asked if she had decided to look at someone else's map, but she could not take it herself. The ranger asked if she liked to mock people, to which the bully, raising the corners of her lips, replied that she liked it so much that she could die. The clairvoyant's gaze was confused, and he wondered if it was worth separating them. Suddenly, the knight slammed his foot on the floor. Stretching out her thumb, the swordwoman offered to talk elsewhere. Guichang looked at her in surprise. Suddenly, an unusual aura appeared. The warrior quickly rushed around the room. Rounding his eyes, the main character muttered that no matter how much he looked at him, he was still a frightening sword. Crossing his arms, the fighter asked what he was worth, after which he said that he should sit down. The protagonist looked around. A second later, the guy sat down next to the girl. Lowering her head, the lady asked if he was often told that it took him a long time to get it, to which she was told that she had told him to sit down. Then the knight closed his eyes. Parting her lips, the swordswoman said that she thought that there seemed to be truth in his words. After all, this was still the first stage, and it would be better to pass it as soon as possible. Turning his gaze to the side, the warrior suggested that only 3 of them go further, namely the young man, she and the bully, and also added that she could take Maria with her, and although she was infuriating, she was doing well. Frowning, the clairvoyant asked if she was proposing to leave the others here. The fighter, looking at him, replied that if he didn't like it, he could take another priestess, and although she was useless now, it wouldn't hurt just in case. And then Guichang noticed that if he thought like that, then so would Lala and Sophia, and she said that he himself knew that these 2 were of no use. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she realized that he was capable, and therefore agreed to help him, and if he acted at full strength, then they would cope faster, and let him not think too much about it. Through the sweat on his face, the main character was surprised by her character, and did not understand how to convince her, because he could not say that he saw the golden law. The protagonist asked if she knew that this banquet was different from the previous ones, after which the lady, turning her head, said that it was because they got here separately from their team, and also clarified what was wrong with it. Parting his lips, the young man asked if it didn't seem too easy for the first stage, and then explained that they had passed 160 doors and had never met a serious opponent yet, and they were all the same. Looking sideways, the knight replied that since the teams were separated, the difficulty level was lower, and then he asked if such a thing was possible. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said that everything was too close. In the past, A huge monster attacked people, and the young man said that if you look at the recordings of past banquets, the first and second stages encouraged the cooperation of the participants, and it was possible to pass them only if all the team members joined forces, and then added that if the difficulty level dropped drastically, that it was not even necessary to combine the efforts of the team. It means that there is some kind of condition or trap. Leaning her back against the wall, the girl in knightly armor clarified if he thought that they would fall into a trap if they abandoned one of them, to which she received the answer that there was no need to go all together to the end, but asked to be patient at least the first stage, and added that she understood what he meant, but in fact it sounds like this, as if this explanation was invented. Shifting her gaze to the side, the sword woman said that it was all true, but she hated it when someone tried to pass for free. The players paid attention to the doorway, when suddenly a joyful shout was heard from it. Smiling broadly, the lady shouted that she understood. Lara ran into the room to the team. The archer sighed heavily from fatigue. The knight did not understand what she understood there, what was yelling, and the girl stretched out her palm and replied that she did not know, because she took the card and suddenly turned into a madwoman. Looking at her ally, the swordswoman asked her to tell her what she understood there. Squinting her eyes, the ranger exclaimed that she understood where they were now, and another diagram of the first stage, after which she added that she had looked at the path they had taken here and realized what the structure was like. Standing behind the warrior who wanted to hear a detailed story, Gui-chan wondered if she had passed through all those many rooms. After all, although they had cleared them, it was still dangerous. Raising 4 fingers up, the shooter said that there was a high probability that the first stage was rectangular, and when they left the first room, they were only moving forward, and asked if they were trying to calculate the length of the structure, and then added that first they had broken through 40 rooms, then there was no door in front, which meant that it could be assumed that these rooms were one of the sides of the rectangle. Putting her hand to her chin, the bully clarified whether this was true, and noted that in this case the room when they began to move to the left could be considered the starting point. Turning his head back, the user asked how many doors their prince had opened, to which he replied that he had opened 120, and after 120, there was no more door on the right, and there was no front door inside the room again. Lowering her chin, the lady asked if this meant that if the building was considered a rectangle, they were now in the upper left corner, to which Lara replied that there was a high probability of such an outcome. Furrowing her brows, the knight said that she remembered that there were 3 doors in the room where they changed direction. Raising one eyebrow, the girl confirmed her words and added that there was definitely a door on the right, so it turns out that the right side was not closed. It seemed as if the archer passed through the opening. Ranger held a notebook in her hand. The shooter looked straight ahead and said that she also found this moment doubtful, so she checked the right door of the 40th room again, and there was only one door to the right of the entrance, and then added that it turned out that this room was the upper right corner. Holding his spear tightly in his fingers, Guchan remarked that if his partner was right, then there were 122 horizontal rooms and 40 vertical rooms, which meant that 122 was the length and 40 was the width, to which Lara replied that everything was correct, and except for the first room through which they got here, then this was the correct answer. I could see how a sheet of paper was torn out of a notebook. In the diagram, the players marked the current location, and Sophia said that it was like playing with a snake. Putting her hands on her side, the girl clarified whether it was her. Squinting her eyes, the warrior said that as a child she often played it on an e-book, and explained that it was a game where you had to control a snake that ate the lumps of food that appeared. Turning her head to the side, the shield bearer wondered where in the remaining rooms there might be an exit to the second stage, to which the bully asked how she could know this. Drawing a diagram of the labyrinth on paper, the covering sword woman said that in this case, it would be necessary to open each one in check, and it would be most effective to move towards the center like a wriggling snake. Folding her hands, the lady was indignant that they had to reel in circles, to which the interlocutor replied that she would have to do so if there was no exit on the way, but this was the surest way. Lara looked at Guchan in bewilderment. The protagonist admitted that he felt like he knew where they needed to go, and she had really done a great job, but there could still be monsters there, to which she embarrassedly put her hand to her neck and replied that they actually had to check again before changing direction, and said that she was very worried and felt wrong, that only 3 of the team put themselves in danger. Lara bulged her pupils in bewilderment when the knight said that this was unknown, because she had not yet seen the other 39 rooms. Her mouth wide open in anger, the archer said that she could thank her for her efforts. Grinning, the swordswoman said that the interlocutor had no conscience, because she opened one room and decided that she could do anything. Putting his palm to his head, Gui-chan realized that this would never end. Reaching for the hilt of the sword with her fingers, the player said that she would go with her. The girl pointed her finger at her face and clarified whether it was her. Furrowing her brows angrily, the fighter explained that they needed to check 80 rooms, so they would tear them apart. Smiling, the main character said that this is great, and in this case they will change later. Lowering the corners of his lips, the warrior thought that this was far from ideal, but now it would be enough. Suddenly, it seemed as if the protagonist was breaking through the monsters. The team of players approached the next passage. Shifting his gaze to the side, the clairvoyant assumed that this was the central room. Spreading her palms apart, the bully noticed that it turned out that they could just come to the center and end it. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist explained that this was not entirely true, because there was no certainty that the entrance to the next stage was in the middle, so it was possible that in order for the entrance to appear, it was necessary to open all the rooms, to which the lady asked if this meant that there might not be an entrance ahead, and received the answer that in this case, it was necessary to go through 39 rooms on the right. Grabbing his head with both hands, the user began to scream loudly. Running up to each member of the team, the girl shouted that she expected a lot from the banquet, and here it was, and she did not understand whether it always happens that they kill each other and betray each other. Sticking her tongue out of her mouth, the player asked if it was true that it would be much more interesting if you added complexity. The protagonist's pupils narrowed noticeably, and he said in his mind that it seemed to him that this was not quite right. Suddenly, the bully ran forward. A bright white light could be seen outside the door. Going inside, the lady expressed her displeasure. Waving her arms from side to side, the user did not understand why the doors were not visible. Gui-chan looked around the room and wondered if there were any other doors than the one through which they entered. Maria looked at her ally and stated that this meant that the exit was not in the center, to which Sophia apologized for making everyone circle just like that. Suddenly, the warrior gritted her teeth in frustration. Bending his arm at the elbow, the protagonist said that there was nothing they could do, so they would have to check the remaining 39 rooms. Closing his lips, the warrior did not understand what kind of vibration it was. Raising her head, Lara remembered that the same thing had happened in the first room through which they had come here. A gray concrete wall appeared, and the players shouted that the door was gone. The protagonist furrowed his brows in displeasure. The knight instantly tilted her head forward. Sophia abruptly wrapped her fingers around the hilt of the blade. Mary quickly took out the sacred cross. Standing in a circle, the heroes thought that they had done everything in their power. A torrent of magic swept over the team, and Gui-chan thought that if the 9 eyes were not lying, then this space was a real golden dragon. The main character's eyes began to emit a bright glow, and he realized that all that remained was to accept the result. The warrior tightly wrapped his fingers around the spear. Suddenly, the hair on his head flew up. The guy lifted his chin in bewilderment. On both sides, air streams seeped into the room. The heroes spread their arms to the sides to keep their balance. At the same moment, a clear blue sky appeared above their heads. Lowering her head, the girl asked what was going on, and whether they were rising. A moment later, the players were floating in the air on a huge platform. A piece of concrete floor enveloped the protective barrier. Bulging his pupils, Gui-chan didn't understand what was happening. Leaning forward slightly, Lara said that she knew so, and then added that the banquet could be considered a legacy of the Empire. Adjusting her hair with her hand, the archer wondered if the protagonist thought so, and then added that the creation of such a scene was possible only in an empire that had reached the pinnacle of magical engineering. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist suggested in his mind that there was some truth in this. Suddenly, the clairvoyant noticed a green surface. Hovering in the air, the main character was surprised by the size of this huge rock. Players floated in the air on a huge platform. The girl put her hand to her forehead and wondered what they were doing there, and whether they were going up the stairs. It seemed as if users were stepping up the stairs below. Lowering his gaze, Gui-chan asked if there were any people there, because he couldn't see anything. Lowering her jaw, the bully said that there were 4 people near the rock, when suddenly she noticed that they were fighting monsters. Lowering the corners of his lips, the main character wondered if this was the second stage. The knight asked if there was anyone else in sight, to which the partner began to turn her head from side to side and asked to wait. Gritting her teeth in alarm, the lady asked if she had seen him appear suddenly. Lara looked away and muttered what she saw. Folding her hands in displeasure, the swordswoman told them to describe everything they saw, to which she was told that there were 2 on this side, and they were at the very beginning of the mountain. It seemed as if an orc with large knives jumped out to meet the people, and the rude woman said that they were climbing the stairs, when suddenly a monster appeared, and it appeared as if out of thin air. With her eyes rounded in bewilderment, the warrior was interested in 2 people. Turning her head in the direction of her interlocutor, the archer said that they were fighting. Furrowing her brows, the knight suggested that it was quite possible that this mountain was the first stage. The clairvoyant looked at his partner, lowering the corners of his lips. Turning back, the girl asked what she was talking about, and if it was over, to which she replied that there could be a demo version inside the building, and now the main scene begins. Raising her hand, the bully asked her to wait, and then asked if this meant that those people below had left the building before them and were continuing the first stage. The swordwoman replied that it was true, but only if her assumptions were correct, when suddenly the lady put her finger to a lock of hair and clarified why they were there, if so. The tip of a tall tower appeared, and the warrior said that it seemed to her that depending on the location, the beginning of the stage was determined, for example, 2 starting at the 2nd steel, and 4 at the 4th. As the platform approached a cliff on the cliff, one of the players was heard remarking that they would most likely need to stop at the 7th. Pointing her finger forward, Lara began to count the towers. Lowering her jaw, the archer declared that they had already passed it. With her mouth wide open in rage, the knight did not know what to do now. Behind the girl's back was her long hair, and she explained that the man had died through no fault of theirs. A memory appeared of a man lying on the floor poisoned, and the healer reported that he had entered in a dying state. The sacred maiden rounded her eyes and said that it was impossible to heal him, so this death must have counted. Putting her palms to her face, the ranger was indignant that this could not be, and that it turned out that they knew everything about them. Putting her hands on her side, the girl admitted that she thought that she was mute, although it turned out that she could speak, to which she replied that it was very rude, and she was mocked. Suddenly, the bully exhaled steam heavily from her mouth. With a crash to the floor, the lady said that they would soon find out. After a short amount of time, the platform landed. Turning his gaze to the side, Gui-chang reported that they were there, to which his partner was surprised that it happened so quickly. The team quickly walked past the Selma Stella. Pointing to the descent, Lara assumed that this was the top, since the stairs ended. Raising his foot from the ground, the player did not understand whether they were in the first place. The girl furrowed her brows angrily and said that it wasn't so, and that they came second. Her eyes widened. Maria wondered if this man was the one they had met before. Behind the user was a man in a white cape, and his comrade noticed that this team was lucky, because they consisted of 1 man and 6 women. Smiling, the guy with long hair asked if Gui-chan was happy, to which he thought about what kind of joy he could talk about, because he almost died among women. Raising his palms, the player admitted that it was very surprising for him that there were only 7 of them, and they immediately went up to the platform. Closing his eyes, the main character greeted the mysterious stranger. Holding his spear tightly in his fingers, the clairvoyant inquired about when she had arrived here, to which he received no answer, and wondered that it did not seem that she was ignoring him. Suddenly, the player grabbed the strings on the guy's red cloak. The protagonist lifted his chin in alarm and thought that there was nothing wrong with that. Suddenly, the young man shifted his gaze to the side. A view of clouds in a clear sky opened up, and the protagonist assumed in his mind that Chakan and Hugo were not there yet, but they were probably fighting now, and it was not clear if there was a way to help them from here. Raising his finger, the user explained that from the moment they were at the top, they could no longer interfere with what was happening on the stairs, after which he added that they themselves tried in various ways, but it was impossible to descend or attack again at a long distance, and moreover, even the connection did not work. Stretching out his hand to the side, the long-haired guy said that this man was saying that the top of the mountain and the stairs were separated, and Lara was asking if they were stuck here, when suddenly someone said that all that remained was to wait. The player took step by step up the stairs. In the forest clearing, Gui-chang noticed a team of users passing by. Closing his lips, the main character realized that other teams had begun to rise. Turning her head back, the girl said goodbye to everyone. The warrior bowed and thanked for her help, and Lara said that she would go, because her team had come. Closing his eyes, the clairvoyant thought that for some reason his soul became lighter, and that girl with the headband left, and did not even say anything. Suddenly, a man in knightly armor approached him from the side. Bending her arm at the elbow, the lady asked what his name was. Lowering his chin, the guy introduced himself. Looking straight ahead, the warrior asked if he had come from Haramiga. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the protagonist gave a positive answer. Closing her eyes, the swordswoman realized who it was, and then asked a question about how his grandfather was doing, to which he asked her again. Putting her hand on her side, the girl noticed that in general everything was not bad. Grinning evilly, the player admitted that she didn't really like bringing some jerks here, but when she looked down from above, her mood improved a little. Gui-chang raised his eyebrows in surprise and suggested in his mind that she might be a sadist, namely someone who was more suited to a whip than a sword. A memory of how the knight fought with opponents appeared, and the main character remembered that she definitely has exactly the top-level abilities that his grandfather told him about. Suddenly, his eyes lit up brightly, and he realized that the 9 eyes didn't show color, so he thought there was nothing wrong with making friends with her, when he suddenly asked what her name was. Putting her fingers to her hair, the lady was indignant that he was so unceremoniously asking the girl her name, after which she introduced herself, to which he remarked that it was a beautiful name. Rahi stood next to the interlocutor, and said that her name was exactly that, to which he clarified her surname, and received an answer that he also did not give his, but thought that she was finding fault over strange trifles. A smile appeared on the knight's face, and she said that it would not be easy for him to get her phone number, since he had already begun to complain. Waving goodbye, the swordswoman advised him to use all his talents. Pursing his lips, Gui-chang thought that he already knew this. The girl's cloak fluttered in the wind, and the main character said in the mslaya that they would see the colorless Miss Rocky again. An endless blue sky could be seen above the players. Chakan opened her mouth wide in exhaustion. Lowering her jaw, the lady confessed that she thought she was going to die. Throwing the mace over her shoulder, the holy warrior shouted that these idiots only knew how to talk, and that they were nothing, and then added that she had endured so many times not to finish them off herself. Suddenly, the guy turned back. Hugo put his hand to his face and muttered that 4 people had entered with him, but 2 had died, and had been injured in the laboratory. At the same moment, the barbarian collapsed to the ground with a crash. After a while, the man woke up and jumped on Maria, and it turned out that all the members of Carpe Diem had passed the first stage. Behind a large mountain I could see the rising sun. Kazuki stared intently ahead and noticed that this was where he was. Wrapping his hand around the spear, Gui-chang asked when he had come and if anything had happened since he had a strange expression on his face, to which he replied that he had come an hour ago and that he had learned something here, after which he added that he had to sweat because he was unlucky with the crew. Lowering his chin, the guy asked if he had seen Sakamoto by chance. His eyes widened in alarm, and he asked if he had come out again. Lowering his eyebrows, the archer said that as far as he understood, there were 40 stairs, and if there were 8 people for each building, then a maximum of 320 people could participate, and then added that at the moment, 36 teams had climbed, which made a total of 288 people, but if you count the remaining, it still didn't add up, after all. Only 165 people rose. A drop of sweat was dripping down the protagonist's cheek, and he wondered if this could mean that in the first stage, about half of them either died or did not pass. Looking down, the shooter noticed that there were still 4 teams left, so he hoped they were on the list of those who didn't make it. The man dragged a bloody braid down the stairs. In the shadows there was a crowd of people who said that he had risen alone. The player lowered his jaw wearily, and the others noticed that he looked terrible, and just like some kind of demon. The stranger's face was not visible in the shadows. At the same moment, the young man slid his foot on the ground. The stone at the top of the steel was enveloped in magical streams. Each of the towers lit up, forming a circle. A moment later, the crystal at the top released an energy beam. Another steel directed the stream of light downwards. People watched a bright flash in the sky. A blue aura spread in the air, and no one understood what it was. A magic portal appeared, when suddenly all the players were very surprised by this. Turning his gaze towards the magical passage, Kazuki stated that the first stage was over. The crowd of players quietly moved forward. Gui-chan walked out of the portal. Suddenly, the main character lowered the corners of his lips. Above the users, an endless blue sky with clouds could be seen. Behind a large hourglass, 2 holes were dug in the ground. Turning his head from side to side, the warrior was surprised by the large number of people. Turning back, the protagonist noticed the comrades and realized that he felt relieved that this time they had not separated. Cunningly bringing his hands to his chest, the clairvoyant decided that he needed to scare her. At the same moment, the young man began to take quiet steps forward. Sharply putting his palms in front of his face, the main character shouted loudly. While the warrior scratched his head, Maria asked him to stand still. Looking back, the manager noticed that there was something strange here. Drops of sweat dripped down the faces of several men. Clutching their heads with both hands, they exclaimed that it was possible to go mad, and that these were idiotic conditions. With his eyes rounded in surprise, the protagonist did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the guy wanted to get information, when suddenly blue holograms automatically appeared around him, one of which said that there was a square of victims on the left, a square of unfulfilled hopes on the right, and something else. At the same moment, Gui-chan put his palm to his head and thought about the words he saw. It seemed as if small grains of sand were pouring onto the golden tray. The players turned their heads sharply towards the clock. Frowning angrily, the main character realized that it had already begun, and that he had the feeling that he was being pushed in the back to do something. Users were standing around a warrior who thought it was a game of mindfulness, and they were talking about how it had already been reduced by a 10th and suggested that it might be a 10-minute challenge, so they should probably go there as soon as possible. Putting her palm out to the side, the girl exclaimed that everyone needed to go inside, because it was said that a minimum of 6 people could enter, and the maximum number was not specified. The man looked away in confusion and tried to object. The man with the mustache lowered his jaw and wondered why everyone should come in if only 6 could do it, because it would be better if 6 went to the square of victims. With her mouth wide open in anger, the lady did not understand how he would manage to choose this number of players, after which she added that there was also a condition about the same level of difficulty, but it was not said what level it would be, the 1st or the 100th, so they would find out when they went inside, but if there were no volunteers, then they would have to go all together. Turning his head to the side, the man said nothing. Walking through the clearing, the player began to speak. She clenched her teeth tightly in anger when someone said they wouldn't go. Pointing her finger back, the girl asked if they could see the clock there, and then shouted that they needed to hurry. The big man put his hands on his side and clarified why they should go in if there was no reason to do so, after which he added that the 3 of them had planned to reach only the 2nd stage from the very beginning. With a wink of one eye, the fighter said that they would return immediately after they received the unfulfilled hope, so the rest should figure it out on their own, and unite those who are interested. Suddenly he turned his head back when asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, because he was flaunting stupidity. Crossing her arms, Rahi noticed that he had seen a condition that said that when entering through a red portal, the player would enter either heaven or the 3rd stage. Gui-chan was confused when he saw the girl he had previously knew. Taking a step forward on the grass, the knight wondered how such an idiot was able to pass the 1st stage, which he was very indignant about. Furrowing his brows angrily, the big man told her to close her mouth. At the same moment, the swordswoman wrapped her fingers around his mouth. Raising his hand up, the guy began to scream in pain. Lowering her jaw, the warrior was indignant at his insults. The player was approached from behind by his allies, who shouted that the fool should take his hands off and not dare to touch their boss's face. The lady's pupils noticeably increased in size. A moment later, bright traces of powerful blows appeared in the air. It seemed as if the pieces of the boys' swords crashed to the ground. Putting her hand forward, Rahi stated that their hands would be next. The user bulged his pupils in fright from lack of air and tried to scream. Lifting her foot from the grass, the lady explained that if they wanted to show off their skills, they had to do it quietly. Otherwise they were too arrogant in the open, and it was annoying. The swordswoman lifted the young man off the ground and told them to go in first and wait there obediently. Shifting his gaze to the side, the big man began to moo loudly. Grinning maliciously, the girl noticed that he was good at making dog sounds. Lowering the corners of his lips, Gui-chan thought about the fact that no one interfered because they didn't want to get from her, or they felt the same way, although it seemed to him that this situation was deliberately caused. The players abruptly turned their heads back when someone said they had to stop it. A lady in glasses appeared announcing it, and the people exclaimed that it was Evangeline, who was a great discoverer and of the highest rank. Putting her hand on her side, the girl asked Rahi to let him go, because her team wanted to go first, after which she added that they would not just go there. Looking ahead, the Great Discoverer announced that 12 people from their team would go there, and asked 2 people behind her to be allowed to go to the Square of Unfulfilled Hopes. Lifting her chin, the swordswoman clarified what would happen if they got to the 3rd stage. The holder of the highest rank gritted her teeth and explained that only 10 people could go to the 3rd stage, but nothing was said about the order of the queue, and then noticed that it wasn't even 6 people, so there was no need to pay attention to 2 or 4 more. After all, they volunteered themselves. Shifting her gaze to the side, the soldier said thoughtfully that she had imperceptibly become 2 more. Evangeline lowered the corners of her lips in confusion. Holding the big man by the mouth, Rocky clarified whether he understood everything, after which she added that this is exactly what is called impudent behavior. At the same moment, the swordswoman threw the enemy to the ground. The hourglass had half used up the grains of sand, and the player knew it was the right time. Holding his spear tightly with his fingers, Gui Chang thought that such transactions were only possible at first, when there was still little information available, when suddenly the Great Discoverer wondered if anyone else wanted to go with them. Some users in the crowd raised their hands, and it turned out that 10 more people joined them on the same terms. The man resolutely jumped into the pit, and it was said that one squad under the command of the holder of the highest rank went to the Square of Victims. The hole in the ground closed, and someone said that a few seconds had passed, but no one else had followed, and the doors had slammed shut, probably because the system had assumed that the entrance had been completed. The metal bolt of the other hole began to open, and it became clear that the Square of Unfulfilled Hopes opened up after that. 3 people approached a tunnel in the ground, and it was said that the promised number of participants disappeared under the watchful gaze. Standing in the crowd of players, the protagonist mused that nothing should happen to the 20 participants, given that there are high-level warriors. Flaming streams of magic appeared on the surface of the metal lid, and the young man thought about the golden dragon. After a while, the door to the tunnel almost completely opened. There was a view of the dark space behind the iron bars, and everyone began to wonder what it was opening up. Nothing could be seen in the dark hole, and no one understood what was going on, and why nothing came out. Suddenly, the guy pointed his finger forward and shouted loudly. The player flew high into the clouds with great speed. At the same second, his body began to fall down. The girl's head rolled on the ground. The young man took a step forward in the direction of his blonde hair. Gui Chang rounded his eyes in alarm. Evangeline's bloody head lay in the grass. Suddenly, the participants noticed how the hourglass began to turn over. Grains of sand fell on the golden tray, and it became clear that the 2nd stage had begun according to the worst-case scenario. From the falling sand behind the glass, it was clear that the countdown had begun, and the participants shouted that there was a corpse. The decapitated bodies lay on the ground, and the players screamed that there was another corpse on the other side, and that they were all dead, even though there were high-ranking players there. Gui-chan didn't understand what had happened, while Kazuki put his knee on the ground and explained that it was the work of the Devourer. Looking at Evangeline's bloodied face, the protagonist asked him again. A huge green beast appeared, and the guy said that it was a rather strong monster that was especially obsessed with living flesh, after which he added that judging by the way the body was disfigured, it was most likely him. Leaning forward, the archer noticed that for such a monster, and the limit of only 6 people, this was a real trap. The heroes turned back when someone asked what would happen if it was a lich. Raising his head, the young man explained that the lich also hunts for living flesh, but the probability is low. Lowering her chin, Rahi said thoughtfully that his words made sense. Suddenly, the players looked away in disbelief when they heard a loud scream. The girl held the blade in her hands and said that they were definitely high-ranking players, and she did not dare to dream of such a thing because of the high price, and then noticed that they had the right equipment. The knight lowered her eyelids in displeasure. Folding her hands, the warrior asked if the devourer would appear again, to which the archer replied that this was true, but a monster of a similar level could appear. Looking carefully into the eyes of the interlocutor, the swordswoman asked if he would go inside. Kazuki lowered his chin and stated that they should all go. Her teeth were visible through the fighter's parted lips, and she said that it was great, after which she asked them to prepare. At the same moment, the girl in knightly armor began to walk away. Gui-chan abruptly shifted his gaze to the palm on his shoulder. Approaching the ear of the main character, the guy told him to listen carefully, and then added that very soon all the remaining participants would go to the victim square, and he should not go first in any case, so he should squeeze in the middle, and also not dare to lag behind his companions either inside or outside. A drop of sweat ran down the warrior's cheek, and he agreed with his comrade. Turning his back on the protagonist, the archer said that it was excellent, and decided to go after him, and asked the others to bring the rest of their crews. Suddenly, the clairvoyant turned his head to the side. The grains of sand in the clock were almost halfway gone, and the main character wondered if there would be enough time to persuade all the participants. Holding a powerful sledgehammer forward, the player told the others to quickly go inside if they wanted to go in alive and not with a hole in their heads. Frightened users ran to the cliff into the tunnel, and it turned out that, strange as it may seem, they did not have to persuade for a long time. Rahi was pulling the bully's hair on the ground, who was screaming loudly and begging to be let go because she didn't want to go to the 3rd stage, and Gui-chan said that this was because most of them were strong warriors who used methods of coercion, although there were also those who tried to object. The swordswoman stretched her fingers forward, and the clairvoyant noticed that nothing could help against her strength. The participants lined up before descending into the tunnel, and the protagonist reported that most of the strong had suppressed the minority. Behind the guys back in line were his comrades. Chakhun held the weapon in her hand, and it turned out that this was how they began the path to the next stage. The protagonist's legs passed through a magical portal. After a while, the young man landed on his knee. At the same moment, the warrior opened his eyes. In front of him there was a view of high stone walls with metal bars. Raising his head, the player thought about what it feels like he has entered an ancient Roman arena. The man with the mustache lowered his jaw and muttered that it was opening. A cloud of dust spread across the ground. Looking back, Kazuki advised everyone to stick together. The players abruptly grabbed their weapons. A loud roar was heard from the narrow passage, and suddenly a silhouette appeared. The lion's eyes began to glow brightly. With their mouths wide open in fright, the guys shouted that they were lionaries. At the same moment, the two monsters swung their paws at the participants. There were traces of their claws in the air. Turning back, the guys shouted that reinforcements were needed here. 3 knights with shields stood behind the others. The warrior resolutely lowered his chin. Ominous monsters ran out of all the doors at the crowd of users, causing them to start screaming. While the young men were saying that they wouldn't be able to deal with the lionaire and calling for the healer and high-ranking warriors for help, Guichang gritted his teeth and thought that this was real chaos since they didn't have an initial plan, so the panic began. Suddenly, the protagonist shifted his gaze back when he was told not to relax. The archer furrowed his brows angrily and declared that he was approaching. Opening its mouth wide in rage, the monster began to roar loudly. A moment later, the undead struck a crushing blow with its paw. Pulling back the bowstring, the guy fired shots. The shells pierced the bodies of some enemies. Raising the magic spear above his head, the warrior prepared to attack. At the same moment, drops of blood spilled out of the opponent's bodies. The protagonist sharply drew attention to a bright flash behind his back. Before the monster attacked, the magic barrier around the clairvoyant's body was overjoyed. Mary gripped the sacred cross tightly in her hand. The white-robed man parted his lips slightly and began to whisper a spell. The sorcerer raised both hands sharply to the ceiling. Using the skill of mass curse, the wizard tied the bodies of the lionaries with a bright thread. With her mouth wide open in rage, Chakhun shouted that she needed to crush them now. The grains of sand in the clock flowed into the lower part, and the players were heard saying that everything had stopped, so they could breathe easy, after which it was assumed that the condition of the first battle was to stop the hourglass, and it was said that out of the total number of participants, 12 people died, and 130 people remained. The heroes sat on the grass and discussed the fact that they almost died, because there were as many as 4 bosses of the lionaries, and although it was not so difficult, considering that they outweighed in strength, still 12 people died due to the initial confusion. Kazuki lowered his head down, and Guichang said that it was a great relief that their team was unharmed. Rounding his eyes in surprise, the main character asked if something had happened. Putting his fingers to his chin, the guy suggested that he could worry in vain, but there are always a few selfish people. The participant lowered his chin and began to count those present, when suddenly he noticed that 2 were missing. Users began to look at each other with an evil look. Gritting her teeth tightly, Rahi muttered that they were bastards when the system reported that out of the total number of dead there were 12 and 2 fugitives, so 128 remained. The guy looked at the wounded bodies on the grass and did not understand how this could happen. The soldier lowered his jaw in exhaustion. The girl behind him pressed her head to her knees and cried loudly. Sitting on the grass, Indivaya said that it was all because of her. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek from confusion, and he wondered how this could have happened. The swordswoman clenched her teeth furiously and said that they were bastards. The participants stood in a circle, and it turned out that immediately after the end of the battle, those who wanted to focus on the second stage gathered and held a meeting in the victim's square, and in order to prevent the appearance of new fugitives, it was necessary to introduce rules. A member of the minority faction clenched his hand into a fist and asked if they offered to go there, and if it was too much. Looking down, the young man explained that since the fugitives had appeared, the best way would be to enter together, and then added that the battle was not that difficult. Lowering his chin, the player was indignant at his words, and then exclaimed that he pretended not to know him in battle. The back of the soldier appeared, and he said that this was not the case, because his guys were there, so he could not pay attention to them, to which they cried out that they did not have such a strong rear as they had, because most of them fought every man for himself. The man with the mustache furrowed his brows angrily when he heard that someone was disgusted to look at this knot. Putting her hand on her side, Rocky clarified who was to blame for the fact that he came here, although he could not take care of himself. Raising his hands, the player explained that this is why he says that he wants to go back. Clutching the hilt of her weapon with her fingers, the knight declared that they needed to be told many times that they could not return. Dropping his hands, the fighter sighed heavily and agreed to do so. Looking at the interlocutor, the user asked if it was true that they were afraid that there would be no places left in the third stage if they entered the square of unfulfilled hopes, after which he added that in this case, they would not go to the square of victims instead and would go to the square of unfulfilled hopes last. The swordswoman looked up, and at the same time she was asked if they were going to sit and do nothing while they worked here, and besides, no one could know if they would sneak into the square of unfulfilled hopes while they cleared the place. Turning his head to the side, the man with the mustache remarked that if she was so disturbed, he could assign a warden to them, to which she said that it would take 20 people to keep an eye on everyone, and asked if he was suggesting that he should do so when everyone counted. Lowering his chin, the player asked if there were any better suggestions. The girl furrowed her brows angrily and asked if he thought they lacked strength, and because of this, they were stuck here, to which the interlocutor agreed to try. Suddenly, the guy spread his arms wide to the sides and exclaimed that they should stop, because it is good to defend a point of view, but it is better not to be rude to each other. Closing his eyes, the user admitted that he believes that it is necessary to act together, and not to put pressure on others with your strength, and asked a question about what if misfortune happens again, as at the fourth banquet, because even a worm will wriggle when stepped on. Imagining this man driving young players into the tunnel, Gui-chan thought that he performed the most when the minority was oppressed. Kazuki looked ahead and assumed that they were both on edge, and suggested that they rest and calm down for a while, and Hugo remarked that this was true, since they had been coming here without rest since the very first stage. Rahi turned away from her interlocutor. The main character followed the members of his team. The guy in knightly armor waved goodbye to them. Squeezing his eyes shut, the user said that he had a conversation. Turning his head in his direction, the warrior remained silent, and Chak-hun offered his comrades food. On a dark night, a view of a halt with tents opened up. The moon illuminated the archer sitting on the hill. Suddenly, the young man turned back when someone said that if you look from here, it feels like you've come to a festival. Putting his hands on his feet, the shooter said that it was a tragedy up close, and a comedy from afar, after which he asked how he felt for the first banquet. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and replied that from the very beginning he did not expect anything funny, but still, when he personally experienced, he felt a little sad. Lowering his eyelids, the young man admitted that he did not know who had called it a banquet, but he did have unusual inclinations. A drop of sweat ran down Gui-chan's cheek, and he turned to his interlocutor. Kazuki looked at his comrade in bewilderment. In the past, the main character pointed the tip of a spear right at the guy's face, and now he said that he was late asking for forgiveness for what happened. Closing his lips, Gui-chan explained that he was not himself at the time and missed the moment to apologize. Smiling broadly, Kazuki began to laugh loudly. Suddenly, the pupils of the main character noticeably decreased in size. Turning his head in the direction of the interlocutor, the archer said that he liked it, on the contrary, and thought that it was his true character, because he showed himself without any masks, after which he clarified whether that image of a man was close to the real him. The warrior sadly lowered the corners of his lips and thought about his words when he exclaimed that he could not in his right mind agree to the old man's training. There were many white tents on the ground, when suddenly a loud shout was heard. Looking straight ahead, the guy didn't understand what it was. The heroes approached the crowd of participants from behind. Looking down, the gunner asked what had happened here. The bespectacled player turned his head back sharply. The wounded bodies of people were lying on the grass, and he said that someone had done something wrong, because corpses began to appear from the pit. Putting his fingers to his chin, the knight suggested that someone was forcibly trying to send them to the square of victims. The user took a confident step forward. Bowing, the young man said that 6 were not visible, including the gray-haired one. With his mouth wide open, the player exclaimed that he had seen him trying to ingratiate himself with them, so they must have conspired. The member of the minority faction put his finger forward and was indignant that they had abandoned these people and fled, so as soon as the chance arose, they would sacrifice them as they had planned from the beginning. The man in sunglasses lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment, and did not understand what he was talking about. The strikers raised their fists and shouted that the only way for them to survive was to unite, and offered to put their tents in one place and protect each other, and it was said that out of 128 people, 116 remained. Pursing his lips, Gui-chan thought that it would be even better, because if they united, then no one would dare to touch them. The two camps were separated by a black fence, and it turned out that this incident proved that there was another way to get out of the second stage by sacrificing the weak by the strong. But the minority forces united and fought back sharply, so that the two camps came into confrontation with each other. Suddenly, streams of pink magic spread through the air. The participants dragged the body of their partner to a dark tunnel. The lone soldier hung unconscious above the ground, and the others said that if this big man woke up, it would be difficult for them to deal with him. But someone asked not to worry, because he had seen how badly he was wounded by a lioness in that battle, and besides, he was stupefied, so he would not be able to collect his thoughts immediately. Squinting his eyes, the old man exclaimed that he had to throw him off as soon as possible before anyone noticed. The guys dragged the warrior's body across the grass. At the same moment, Indivaya opened her eyes. The sacred maiden's gaze was fixed on the strongest player. After a moment, the healer's eyes noticeably increased in size. Hanging on the villain's shoulder, the lady began to shout that they had put him to sleep. The young man quickly decided to cover her mouth with his palm. Drops of sweat from anxiety ran down the priestess's face. Suddenly, the man crashed into a long tunnel. The villain struck Indivaya sharply in the stomach with his fist. From the applied force, the girl fell to the ground. Turning his head to the side, the member of the minority faction noticed that the others were becoming suspicious, to which his ally replied that there was no need to be afraid, because once they threw that fool here, they would be able to get out of here. At the same moment, blood splashes flew from the old man's head in different directions. The player looked sharply to the side. The big man held his weapon tightly in his hand. Lying on the ground, the sacred virgin quietly called to her brother. Gritting his teeth in rage, the lone warrior called them damn scum. Suddenly, the members of the minority faction began to run away from him. The tip of the scythe shone brightly. Inflicting a circular blow, the guy wounded each opponent. His eyes emitted a red glow. At the same second, the fighter lowered his head down. Bulging his pupils in bewilderment, Gui-chan did not understand what was happening there again. There were wounded bodies in the grass, and there was a question about what was going on, and why they were fighting among themselves, after which someone explained that they were all equally important, and the presence of power did not matter. A moment later, the main character turned his head to the side when he heard crying. The clairvoyant noticed that the girl with the headband pressed her head to her knees. Running closer, the protagonist wondered what was wrong with her, and if something had happened. Indivisa's face was not visible behind her hair, and she said that today her brother tried to save her and was badly injured, and those people decided to throw them into a pit. The sacred virgin noticed her brother falling. The young man's eyes reflected bright glints of light. Blood was flowing from the old man's nose, and the main character remembered that this person was the leader of a minor faction. Closing his eyes, the warrior did not understand how it happened, and why it happened. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist realized that not all the strong must necessarily be evil, and not all the weak must be good, although he realized this only after the death of many people. Putting her palms together, the girl clarified whether everything would be all right with her brother. Tears welled up in the priestess's eyes, and she muttered that it was all her fault because he was trying to protect her. Recalling how the guy fought with the lioness, the lady said that if not for this, then this would not have happened to him. Raising his eyebrows happily, Gui-chan asked her not to worry, because he would soon recover and a high-ranking priest would cure him. The main character pushed the fabric passage into the tent. Looking down, the warrior thought that he couldn't do anything again, and if even the tall rankers couldn't just intervene, then what could he do with the third level? Pressing his hands to his legs, the protagonist realized that he could not just stand and watch, because this would happen again and again, when suddenly Kazuki asked if he was being treated. A bright glow could be seen near the holes in the ground, and the clairvoyant turned to the golden dragon and said in his mind that as long as the golden rules shown in the second stage, the result did not depend on his behavior. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man remembered what he had already experienced during the first stage, how it all happened, and he could not just move on like this. Suddenly, Gui-chan turned to the archer, to which the archer turned his head in his direction and responded, but he did not understand what he was thinking, that he did not even answer. A torch could be seen behind the guy's back, and the main character asked what he was going to do. Squinting his eyes, the shooter admitted that he did not even know, but thought that first it was worth convening another meeting, to which he was asked if there would be any result. The warrior looked forward. With his pupils bulging, the player asked if his friend had any ideas, and he thought that his expression was quite anxious. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist said that good ideas had already run out, to which the interlocutor noted that this was true, and did not understand what method of solution would suit this situation. Kazuki put his finger to his chin, when suddenly the clairvoyant announced that there was only one left. Furrowing his brows angrily, the young man explained that this was the appropriate way. A torch stood near the white tent. The shadows of people were reflected on the walls of the room, and the archer asked if they needed to unite, and then added that it was unusual, because he thought he would say that they should go ahead. Sitting on the floor, the guy said that he didn't think that the other teams didn't unite because they didn't know about it, and the same with him, after which he added that even if they united, then when attacking the front line, players of at least the 4th or 5th level should perform. Lowering his head, Kazuki noted that if he did it, then each of the teams would have to refuse one of the conditions, but it was clear that many would not like to be on equal terms, and those who were more would begin to appear. Looking at the interlocutor, Gui-chan said that he also took this into account, and even if he could not be 100% sure, they should try. The silhouette of the main character was enveloped in a golden glow, and he asked for help. The guy lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Tilting his head down, the archer realized that this was the look he had seen earlier on the rocky mountain, and then assumed that his comrade was really determined. Folding his hands, the young man explained that next time he would have to think carefully before teaming up with Carpe Diem, because every time he was around, he felt as if he was walking on the very edge. Grinning, the shooter agreed to try once and play the game. There was a view of a large clearing where the participants made halts. The man took a confident step towards the fence. A memory appeared in which Kazuki lowered his head in alarm. The main character closed his lips and thought that first it was necessary to persuade those who were in the minority, because they were now in a dead end, so it was necessary to win their trust. The warrior watched the players who were sitting at breakfast. Looking straight ahead, the member of the minor faction clarified what was going on. Biting his lips, the protagonist realized that they were not happy with him, as expected, and then began to speak uncertainly. Holding the bucket in her hands, Lara noticed the prince. Putting his palms in front of him, the clairvoyant asked not to call him that, to which she asked for forgiveness and explained that she had simply said it without thinking. Gui-chan admitted that he did not think that she was in this camp, but that she believed that she was with her comrades, to which the girl looked down and said that when she got to the second stage, she did not find her allies. Scratching his head, the main character apologized for asking this question in vain. Looking at the interlocutor, the ranger replied that there was nothing wrong with it, because they could simply not pass, after which she clarified how he ended up here. The lady's pupils bulged in alarm as the warrior announced that he had come to offer something. Turning her head to the side, Lara agreed to come to his camp in such a case. Putting his fist to his mouth, the protagonist objected to what he would say here. Standing behind the fence, The clairvoyant explained that he would not hide anything from them, after which he said that he needed their help, so he asked them to participate together in clearing the area of the victims. The players lowered their jaws in bewilderment, and said that they knew it and that it was to be expected, and he probably didn't take them seriously. Gui-chan looked at the interlocutor in fright when she said that she knew that they had no right to choose. Lara turned her back on him and explained that she understood what he wanted to tell them, and that it was basically true. A drop of sweat was dripping down the ranger's cheek, and she wondered if they could trust them. Biting his lips, the main character remained silent. The boy's pupils noticeably decreased in size when the warrior stated that he was not asking them to trust him. The two knights turned their heads sharply in his direction. Putting his fingers to his chest, the protagonist admitted that he just wanted them to give him a chance. Clenching his jaw, the clairvoyant swore by his name, and asked for a chance to gain their trust. The participants surrounded Kazuki, who initiated a meeting attended by 110 people. Spreading his palms to the sides, the guy reported information to the players. Suddenly, Rahi stepped up from the side and asked if he could get to the point already. The archer looked away in confusion. The young man began to closely observe the members of his team who were sitting on the ground. Lowering her jaw, Chohan advised Gui-chan not to be afraid, because he had comrades behind him. With a thumbs up, Hugo echoed the girl's words. Getting up from his seat, the main character thought about what he needed to try. Users looked ahead and did not understand who else he was. Turning back, Rahi told the man to close his mouth, to which the man was indignant, and then noticed her and muttered that he should know who he was. Putting a finger to her chin, the warrior said thoughtfully that this was a kind of person from her amiga. The warrior took one step at a time forward, and people were surprised that he was a member of the Carpe Diem group. Suddenly, the protagonist slammed his spear on the ground. Lowering his jaw, the clairvoyant reported that 32 people who did not want to participate in the cleansing of the victim area agreed to go with them, after which he added that this was why he would like to assemble new teams of 110 people, and since there were only 7 doors in the victim square, they would be divided into 7 teams. Sitting next to the participants, Rahi thought about the fact that there would be 15 or 16 people in one team, and this was enough for one door, when suddenly she clarified what to do with the square of unfulfilled hopes. Gripping the weapon tightly with his fingers, Gui-chan explained that they would send 6 people there after each cleanup, and then added that the more they cleared, the fewer participants there were. Looking away, the main character said that for this it is necessary to find a way to replenish strength, so everyone needs to get to the square of unfulfilled hopes. Rahi paid attention to the warrior and did not understand what this had to do with their forces. 3 types of magical weapons appeared, and the protagonist said that it would be necessary to receive a reward there and return back. Clenching his hand into a fist, the clairvoyant noticed that if at least some of them could get good weapons, potion, spell books, then they would be able to replenish their strength. Furrowing her brows angrily, the swordswoman wondered if there was a guarantee that they would be able to return, to which she received the answer that these 6 would be chosen by the team leaders, after which she resented the fact that a maximum of 6 people could enter there, and if they had 7 teams, it would be impossible to select people. Gui-chan lowered his chin and explained that it would not be necessary to choose by commands, but by a certain principle, so that there were 4 from the majority camp and 2 from the minority camp, only they should not be related. Stretching his palm forward, the protagonist said that in this case, those 4 who have a similar skill level will be able to restrain each other, and if someone changes their mind, they will still have to return from behind the team that was stuck in the second stage, and then added that the other 2 will watch over them so that they do not do anything. Suddenly, the warrior turned his head back when someone said that he was listening to him, and was speechless. Folding her hands, the girl asked if he was doing everything as he wanted. Passing by the protagonist, the bully admitted that she did not understand at all why they suddenly changed their minds, because they did not agree to any, and now they gave in to the prince. Squinting her eyes, the player noticed that they were not some kind of bedbugs, which Lara was not happy with. Putting her hand on the clairvoyant's shoulder, the lady did not understand what kind of association it was, because he was simply asking them to protect these bastards, after which she added that to be honest, then each team would have to take on 5 or 6 more people, and she herself did not intend to volunteer. Lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, the guy asked what she wanted to say by this. Sticking her tongue out of her mouth, the girl noticed that he was very smart. With a smirk, the bully declared that they should give them all 32 unfulfilled hopes they would receive. With his pupils bulging in alarm, Gui-chan didn't understand what this meant. The participants behind the protagonist smiled broadly, and the girl replied that everything was correct, because they would have to sweat, so this was a fair price for the fact that they would take on the attack, but they were not obliged to share the reward. Glancing at Lara, the warrior realized that he could not allow this to happen. Putting his palm out in front of him, the protagonist shouted that this was not allowed, and that they would attack all together, so they would not be able to give hope. The clairvoyant lowered the corners of his lips when he heard loud laughter. The player put her hand to her hair. Licking her lips with her tongue, the bully said that this freak thought so. Suddenly, the main character narrowed his eyes. Smirking, the lady did not understand what he was staring at. Wrapping his fingers around the spear, the warrior explained that 78 people and 32 people were dependent on each other, and if either side left the game, they would not be able to carry out the operation. Frowning, the player admitted that she did not even know if this was really the case. With alarmed rounded eyes, the protagonist realized that this was not the case. Putting her hands on her side, the fighter said that tomorrow morning they would find out. A drop of sweat ran down Lyra's cheek. Indivaya covered her mouth with her fist in confusion. Looking up, Gui-chan thought that she had said it after all. But if one understood why everyone had been summoned, then one should not say such a thing even as a joke, especially in front of a minority group that had been gathered with great difficulty. Looking at the girl who laughs and smiles loudly, the main character did not understand whether she really thought so, or whether she knew everything, but said so on purpose. It was a memory of the bully sticking her tongue out of her mouth and asking if it was always the case to kill and betray each other, and if it wouldn't be much more interesting if you added hardcore. With a sly grin, the player wondered if he was scared, to which he realized that both were possible. Adjusting her glasses with her fingers, Hannah said that even if he did nothing, there would be those who would be dissatisfied with him, and when he became famous, there would be ill-wishers, and there would even be those who would hate him, after which she added that it would not only be this, because there would be many who would try to use him for their own purposes, and the fighter realized that, as the manager said, not everything in the world is so simple and clear. There was a view of an hourglass in the middle of the clearing, and the protagonist thought that despite this, he thought it was worth it to try to lead them at least once, and when you give one thing, it does not necessarily have to return to him, and when you take two, you do not necessarily have to return the same amount. The sacred virgin rounded her eyes enthusiastically, and the clairvoyant said that there were people who gratefully responded to help. The bloodied face of a member of the minor faction appeared, and Gui-chan noticed that there were also those who were using their power. Rahi turned her head back, and the main character realized that there are those who understand the words of others. The bully scratched his ear with his finger, and the fighter reported that there were those who did not try to listen even out of the corner of their ears. But if everything in the world could be exchanged in equal quantities, then he would turn golden. Putting her hand to her forehead, the girl asked what he would do, and whether the prince was very angry. Stretching out her hand, the player said that she had overreacted, and asked him not to get angry, offering to shake hands with him, and he thought that he had no desire to act as an angel of justice. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips while the interlocutor said that it was easy, and if he made a decision by tomorrow, he could do as he wanted, after which she clarified whether he was listening to her, while he thought that he was not going to become strong in front of the strong and weak in front of the weak. Lowering her fingers, the girl did not understand whether the interlocutor was ignoring her, until he realized that the method was quite simple. Waving goodbye, the player said that there were no emotions here, so she was bored, and therefore wanted to go. Furrowing his brows angrily, Gui-chan decided that if this world wasn't the golden law, then it would become the golden rule itself, when suddenly the system announced that the chaotic mind was changing to the golden rule. Tightly grasping the spear with his fingers, the main character told her to sit down. The bully began to walk away. Suddenly, she turned her head back. Squinting his eyes, the warrior said that he had not finished yet, so she needed to sit down. With a sly grin, the lady did not know what was wrong with his gaze, or whether he wanted to hit her. The user bit her lip, and the interlocutor said that he would not repeat it for the third time, and again told her to sit down. Squinting her eyes, the girl said that she wanted to close her eyes. But this idiot seemed to be completely crazy, after which she asked who he was to tell her. The protagonist sharply hit the interlocutor in the face with his fist. The guys jumped up from the ground and were indignant at the behavior of this freak. Chakhun slung a huge mace over her shoulder. The spectacled player lowered the corners of his lips. Kazuki furrowed his brows in disbelief. Drops of sweat ran down the faces of the young men. Rubbing her chin with her hand, the bully assumed that the prince had found many friends, and finally showed his true colors. Smirking, the player said that he would do whatever he wanted, because there was nothing difficult about it. Leaning forward, the lady asked what she had to do. The user licked her lip with her tongue and clarified whether it was true that people like her, who were in the minority, should be ready for such a thing in order to survive, and then asked the question of whether he was not enough, and whether he was satisfied. The girl's pupils noticeably narrowed with anger when the interlocutor said that it was not bad, and she could try again. Looking straight ahead, Gui-chan repeated that he was telling her to make dog sounds, after which he added that since she was going to do it, she should do it properly, and suggested that she defecate in this position with one leg raised. Opening her mouth wide with anger, the girl began to be indignant, and the main character noticed that she herself began to behave like a dog, and he only offered to make the sounds characteristic of this animal. Standing in a fighting stance, the player assumed that he was very mistaken, because they did all this not because they are afraid of her, but because they are afraid for those who stand behind him. The warrior closed his eyes contentedly. Frowning angrily, the bully said that he could laugh as much as he wanted, but when he returned to heaven, the situation could change dramatically. Folding his hands, the protagonist admitted that he did not even know, but he could certainly cope with it alone. Putting her hand to the muscles on her shoulder, the lady noticed that he had pride, and thought that he had fallen for her trick. At the same second, the user began to jump from side to side. Putting his fist forward, the player offered him to fight once without commands. The clairvoyant calmly lowered the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Gui-chan threw the weapon on the ground. The main character abruptly began to shake his palms. A moment later, the warrior took a fighting stance. Pushing off the ground with her feet, the girl asked to look at him, after which she assumed that he knew a lot of movements. With her mouth wide open in anger, the user prepared to attack. Suddenly, her head fell backwards. The pupils of the bully have noticeably decreased in size. The earrings on the fighter's ears began to emit a bright glow. At the same second, with a blow of his hand, the guy threw his opponent aside. A bloody wound appeared on the lady's eye, and she begged to wait. The protagonist held his fist near his head. The player clenched her teeth tightly in pain. Suddenly, her opponent rested her knee on the ground. Her face was swollen from the blows, and she didn't understand how she could be inferior to a warrior of the same level. Reaching for the hilt of the blade with her fingers, the girl realized that this could not be. At the same second, Gui-chang abruptly took off. Swinging his leg, the main character knocked the weapon out of the enemy's hand. Raising his leg up, the fighter shouted that if 32 people became victims, then 30 of the 78 would be out of the game. A moment later, the protagonist struck a crushing blow to the bully's head. Stretching out his foot, the clairvoyant cried out that in this case, the remaining 48 would have to fight. The lady's cheek flattened from the powerful blow. Suddenly, blood flowed from her nose. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the main character clarified whether they would find out tomorrow morning. His mouth wide open with rage, the warrior did not understand what nonsense she was saying. The girl collapsed to the ground with a crash. Lying in the grass, the wounded heroine sighed heavily. Taking a step forward, Gui-chang told his opponent to stand up. The user decided to open her eyes a little. Suddenly, the main character grabbed her by the hair, which caused her to start screaming loudly. The lady's bloody face appeared, and she muttered that she was wrong, begged for forgiveness, and begged him not to kill her, because she promised to do as she was told. With his chin down, the warrior didn't understand why she only changed her mind when she got it, when it would have been nice to just listen to him when he offered to solve it with words, and then added that he hadn't suggested that she fight until she lost her pulse alone, and that was all for the sake of everyone involved, and she knew that too. There was a gleam of light in the bully's eyes, and she began to beg for mercy. At the same second, the protagonist threw his opponent to the ground. The lady was resting her hands on the grass, and the clairvoyant noticed that the yellow had changed to colorless, and that the color of danger had changed for the first time. Lowering the corners of his lips, the guy assumed that he knew the reason for this. Furrowing his brows, Gui-chang stated that he had another condition. People gathered around the main character. The girl was sitting on the ground in front of him. Gui-chang knitted his eyebrows sternly. The beaten woman trembled with fear. Hugo sat down next to the soldier. The boy announced that the team would consist of Audrey and these 32 people. Chak-hun looked to the side when his comrade called out to her. The guy looked away and asked her for help. The holy fighter placed the mace on her shoulder and promised to be patient until the end of the banquet. The warrior raised one eyebrow in displeasure. The rude woman narrowed her eyes sadly. Furiously opening her mouth, the knight asked why she was sitting idle, and asked her not to stare like that. The participant of the games slammed the mace on the ground and ordered her subordinate to close her eyes if she did not want to die. The survivor leaned over to her and stated that she would personally watch over her until the banquet was over. The man scratched his chin and concluded that the psychopath would recognize the psychopath from afar. Standing in front of a crowd of people, the player asked if they had any other suggestions. Someone raised his hand. The psychic was surprised that she had a different opinion. Rahi crossed her arms over her chest and asked what his last name was. The main character scratched his head and asked if he didn't say that. The girl replied that the leader only gave his name. A spear lay in front of him. Gui-chang explained that this was his surname. The heroes stared at him impatiently. The soldiers watched intensely what was happening. Kazuki crossed his arms over his chest. The boy frowned and gave his full name. People divided into groups. The strong majority formed squads of 12 people, and the rest formed teams of 5 people, after which the leaders chose 6 who would go to the square of unfulfilled hopes. The thug put the axe on his shoulder and declared that he was always lucky when it came to choosing. Chak-hun decided that she didn't want to be the first. The swordswoman was standing at the bunker. It was decided that she would be the leader of the expedition. Next to the underground passages there was a giant hourglass. Everything was ready. Standing in line, the guy thought about the fact that clearing the square should cost minimal casualties and that everyone should return safe and sound, and realized that otherwise they would not be able to clear the second stage due to the lack of people. The player imagined terrible monsters and realized that in the worst case, the hourglass will be activated, and then the irreparable will happen. The psychic came to the edge of the cliff. The main character frowned and concluded that the dice had already been rolled. Gui-chang jumped up from his seat and decided that all he could do was believe. People found themselves in a room similar to an arena. They decided that they needed to hurry and get to the right place before the monsters appeared. The boy approached the squad and noticed that this was very different from the first attack because everyone was strictly in order. Kazuki assumed that it was all because of the rule. The young man looked around and apologized for underestimating the commander. The guy replied that everything was fine. Besides, they did not have any results yet. Chehan put her hand on his shoulder and asked if her friend was worried. The player replied that he wasn't. The heroes looked ahead when someone shouted that the door had opened. The archer raised his hand to his mouth and ordered the archers to open fire. The soldiers fired several arrows forward. They headed straight for the opening gate. Suddenly, the shells froze in the air. The captain frowned and realized that they had failed. The huge monster slammed its foot into the ground. Kazuki narrowed his eyes tensely. The orc came into the light. The young man gritted his teeth and told him that this race had become extinct 10 years ago because of parasites. The monsters entered the arena with weapons in their hands. They were followed by the champion with an eye patch. Then a spellcaster appeared with a staff in his hands. The shooter knitted his eyebrows and realized that he had to be killed first. The archer turned away. Looking at the ally, the captain stated that she should go to the champion and explained that a high ranker was needed to fight him, because he was an elite warrior who guarded the Lord and had incredible strength. The main character cast a stern glance at his girlfriend and asked her for a favor. Chakhon agreed. The girl looked around and asked her companion to come with her. The woman grabbed her by the hair and reminded her that she had promised to look after her until the very end of the banquet. The ranger scratched the back of her head and said that they just didn't know what to do. Guichang raised his spear and said that it was too early for gratitude. The shaman pointed his staff forward. His eyes lit up. The spellcaster waved his staff from side to side. Its shaft hit the ground. A powerful energy appeared around the orc. His brethren bared their fangs furiously and roared. The champion spread his arms and let out a battle cry. The monster rushed forward. The boy pointed his spear at him. The monster deflected the blow with its shield. The guy opened his eyes wide and noticed that the enemy had dropped his weapon. The player intercepted the spear. The psychic cut the opponent's body lengthwise. Several arrows flew at him from the side. The protective barrier deflected them. The spearman rushed to attack. The main character looked around. The golden threads immobilized the orcs. Guichang frowned and realized that someone was using the movement stop magic. The boy struck a powerful blow. Drops of blood soared in the air in front of his face. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. The guy wondered what it was. The champion put the axe forward. A smirk shone on his face. The blade of the axe sparkled in the light. The monster was enveloped in a red aura. The player knitted his eyebrows together and felt the mere sight of him make his whole body cringe. The monster continued to hold the weapon in front of him. Suddenly it jumped up from its seat. The psychic looked ahead in surprise. The orc came close to him. His red eyes lit up. The champion struck a crushing blow, but missed. The main character jumped into the air. Guichang gritted his teeth and thought about how his enemy was too fast and strong. The monster smiled resolutely. The axe was right in front of the boy. The guy raised his hands in front of him. The weapon crashed into the barrier in front of him. The player landed on his feet. The monster swung his axe. The psychic opened his mouth in amazement. The enemy made a dash towards him. The participant of the games raised the spear and held back the blow. Blood spurted from his mouth. Something approached him from the side. The defensive barrier repelled the attack. The orc frowned in displeasure. The priest raised his hands in the air and recited the incantation. The champion looked to the side and noticed him. The survivor jumped back. The monster gave him a menacing look. Trembling, the protagonist suggested that he shouldn't have sent Chakhon there, and wondered where Kazuki was. The monster twisted the axes in his hands. Guichang asked himself how he could fight it alone. The orc raised one weapon. Then he picked up the second one. The champion threw them forward. The boy's eyes widened. The shield saved him from the blow. The guy slowly raised his head. The monster ran straight towards him. A strong blow threw the player back. The psychic opened his mouth in horror. Suddenly, a bright aura enveloped him. Kazuki leaned over him and asked if everything was okay. Some time ago, the young man was able to decapitate the spellcaster thanks to the fact that his comrade attracted the attention of the champion. So the situation improved a lot in their direction. The participant of the games looked to the side and asked what was happening now. Several soldiers fought the orc. The archer handed his friend his spear. The gunner frowned and asked if he could go any further. The survivor trembled in fear and wondered if he would have to fight that monster again. The priest put her hand to her chest. The ranger raised his eyebrows and explained that his ally had every right to be eliminated from the game if he was struggling. The main character lowered his head and called out to him. Guichang took up his weapon and thought that he had dragged 110 people into this matter. Frowning resolutely, the boy declared that he must finish off the enemy at one blow, and realized that he needed to thank all these people for their trust in him. Kazuki nodded confidently. The fighters fought the monster. The young man assumed that his friend was going to use the best technique to win immediately. The guy confirmed this and asked if they could arrange an opportune moment for the decisive blow. The archer took an arrow from his quiver and replied that they had only one try. A purple aura enveloped the tip, and the shooter explained that he had no more ammunition left. The arrow flew forward. The champion fell to his knees and bowed his head. The shell fell down. The orc jumped back and dodged the attack. Suddenly, the arrow changed its trajectory and rushed towards him. At that moment, the ranger approached the opponent from behind. A projectile pierced the monster's leg. Kazuki swung his sword. A smile appeared on his face. The monster looked around furiously. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and wondered how this was possible. The player made a dash forward. The archer opened his mouth wide and asked him not to do this, because the enemy had guessed their plan. The orc landed on his feet. The champion rushed forward. The main character put a spear in front of him. The monster dodged and swung his axe. Guichang looked at its blade in horror and realized that this was the end. The boy closed his eyes. In a flashback, the illuminated teacher said that the real training was a battle. The axe approached the guy. The player resolutely knitted his eyebrows. The psychic dodged the blow at the last moment. The monster's eyes widened in shock. The participant of the games continued to dodge all his attacks. Watching him from the sidelines, the surprised shooter wondered if his comrade was using his intuition. The orc delivered a powerful cutting blow, but missed. The survivor noticed that the enemy had opened up to stab in the neck. Shrouded in a blue aura, the protagonist decided that it was more like a full-body technique than a leg technique. His eyes sparkled. The champion looked down at him, puzzled. Guichang made a sharp dash forward. The boy opened his mouth furiously and screamed. The monster grinned angrily and stuck out its tongue. His severed head fell to the ground. The monsters looked tensely ahead. The soldiers opened their mouths in amazement. The guy was covered with sweat and began to breathe heavily. Kazuki grabbed his arm. The young man picked it up and announced that the Carpe Diem member had defeated the champion orc. Chohan looked around and wondered how it could have happened so quickly. The heroes began to rejoice, while some monsters decided to hide. The archer smiled. The player stared at him intensely. People returned to the camp. The psychic scratched his chin thoughtfully. The girl approached him and asked why the others were still missing. The main character replied that they were delayed, and asked where the priests were. Maria showed the wounded man a potion and asked if he had heard of a new miracle drug called Balmosu. Gui-chan looked down and decided that they should thank the healers because everyone would have died without their protective domes. The woman asked if he was okay and stated that her comrade was rumored to have fought the champion orc almost to the death. The boy scratched his head and said that the priest had healed him during the fight, so everything was fine. The sacred fighter was annoyed that her friend was constantly talking about it. The guys shuddered when a crash was heard. The second detachment returned from the battlefield and looked drooping. The heroes approached their ally. The archer asked what had happened to them. The warrior was surprised that even such a cheerful man looked gloomy. Hugo was holding a bundle in his hands. The guy assumed that it was a reward. Some time ago, the team was in a dungeon. The corridor that led to the reward was quite long, and there were many rooms. The man gritted his teeth and told them that it was very difficult to find the right room and that they separated, trying to keep an eye on each other, but still almost died. The knight asked what they managed to find. The thug clutched the bundle and asked her not to ask questions, because it was already hard for him. Chakhan smiled and wanted to know what was there. The player rounded his eyes in surprise. The girl stated that this weapon was more like a toothpick. Rahi turned away and left, despite the fact that the crew members tried to shout to her. The swordswoman frowned menacingly and looked around. The commander cast a stern glance at her ally and asked what he wanted. The captain raised one eyebrow and asked what had happened. The psychic pointed down and asked if it was possible to see what reward she got. The axe was enveloped in a blue aura. The main character smiled and offered him and Hugo to exchange awards. The leader opened her mouth in displeasure and asked what this meant. The man was holding a short sword in his hands. Rahi knitted her eyebrows. The thug stared at her in amazement. The girl rounded her eyes in shock and asked how her comrade had come up with such a thing. Gui-chan was amazed that they hadn't checked it right away. The heroes took the weapon that suited them best. The other members of the squad looked around in surprise. They approached each other and showed great interest in their award. The soldiers scratched their heads and asked who would go next. A smile lit up the boy's face. The swordswoman destroyed the monsters in one dash. This only accelerated the process of clearing the victim area. The commander jumped and swung her blade. On the second attempt, the operation under her leadership was much easier. The captain sliced through the air with her sword. His blade was covered in blood. The guy thought that these were not always pure and simple intentions. A strong blow cut through the orc's helmet. That day they managed to clear the dungeon 4 times. The next day the team went through it about 6 times. A fire was burning on the ground, and half of the 20 agreed attacks were carried out in just 2 days. Sitting by the fire, Kazuki said that he could not even imagine something like this. Looking away, the young man stated that it had never occurred to him to exchange objects, and asked how his friend had come up with the idea. Looking down, the player explained that this challenge is called a banquet for a reason and that it should be a fun event, and suggested that unfulfilled hopes were given to them so that they would socialize and grow closer to each other. The archer knitted his eyebrows sadly. The psychic smiled and asked what he came across. The shooter asked the same question. The main character put his hands on his hips and replied that he got the competence. The ranger asked if hope should not be unfulfilled. Clouds were floating in the sky. Gui-chung said that he gave it to another person anyway. Kazuki said that it was hard to believe. The young man looked up and reminded that the second stage would end tomorrow. The boy looked at him in surprise. Then the guy fixed his gaze on the sky and confirmed it. The next day, the monster collapsed to the ground. The orc fell on his back. The player frowned and thought that the remaining 4 clears ended pretty quickly. There was an hourglass on the field. The second stage came to an end. The activation of the square of unfulfilled hopes began. Looking around, the archer asked the others to gather their belongings and said that they would meet at the portal. The psychic confidently knitted his eyebrows and agreed. In the center of the room was a red gate. The shooter approached them and explained that they would either go to the 3rd stage or where it all began, and that it depended on pure luck. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. The ranger asked them not to worry and stated that those who could not make it to the 3rd stage would wait for the others outside. Kazuki entered the portal. Gui-chang followed him with his gaze and mentally wished him good luck. The young man disappeared into the burning gates. Waves appeared in the darkness. The water was beating against the ship. The ship with torn sails sailed on the sea. Bubbles appeared under the water. The archer swam to the surface. The sun's rays illuminated the palm trees. The shooter looked at the island and realized that this was his 3rd return to paradise. Sakamoto smiled broadly and was glad to see him. The ranger's eyes widened in surprise. The fighter came to the ground and asked if he had managed to survive. The man replied that he thought he would die here while waiting for his friends. Kazuki looked back when he heard someone's ragged breathing. Hugo, Maria, and Chakhan came out of the water. Stryker waved at them and said that they had done a good job. The thug was surprised that he was alive. Walking along the beach, the girl noticed that their leader was not there. The young man looked down and assumed that he had managed to go further. The boy ended up in a warehouse. There was a bunk bed in the corner. The guy concluded that this was definitely not an oasis. The ocean was visible outside the window. The player realized that it was some kind of cabin. The psychic frowned and thought that he was inside a huge ship that signals the beginning of the banquet. The main character smiled confidently and realized that this was the third stage. Holding a spear in his hands, Gui-chan was surprised that he had managed to get here on the first try, and noticed that there was nothing special about it. The boy went to the door and wanted to go outside to look for information about the attack. Suddenly, an inscription appeared on it. The guy raised his eyebrows and noticed her. Scorched letters emitted smoke. The player assumed that synchronization had begun. Suddenly the inscription shook. In its place, familiar symbols appeared. The psychic opened his eyes wide. At the same moment the door lit up. The participant of the game cast a long shadow. In the next instant, the glow disappeared. The survivor dropped his hands. The main character bowed his head. He took a step forward. Gui-chan walked past pallets of boxes. The boy narrowed his eyes tensely. The guy stopped. The player looked sharply ahead. Looking around, the psychic wondered what had happened and thought about the fact that he had just been in the cabin. The participant of the games looked away. The survivor walked to the door and decided that he had to open it. In the empty room there was a table laid. The spearman entered the next room. Blue notifications have appeared around it. The main character clutched his head and wondered if this was really the condition for victory. Other rooms also opened, and people came out. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind Gui-chan. The members of the squad rounded their eyes in fright and asked what was going on. At the same moment, the doors of the cabins disappeared. Someone went to the boy and said that it was now a panicked room. The guy frowned and wondered who it was. The stranger straightened his hair and said that it was impossible to escape from the third stage. Rahi knitted her eyebrows. The other members of the team looked around suspiciously. The priest approached the player. Her face was hidden under a hood. Looking around, the man offered to sit down and decided that they should at least taste the cooked dishes out of politeness. The heroes sat down at the table. The wine filled the glass. The warrior picked him up and was indignant that they had almost died of boredom while they waited for their comrade to come out of the cabin. The girl cut the meat and explained that someone had increased the resistance of the barrier and that they had to try hard to get out. The fighter wiped his mouth with his hand and asked how the second stage ended. The woman closed her eyes and replied that it was no longer her business and that she just needed to go through it. Smirking, the stranger concluded that they were all in the same position and asked if everyone else was on the same level as the one who had to make a sacrifice to go further. The commander wiped her mouth with a napkin. Looking at her, the protagonist noticed that she spoke as if she had passed the stage with the help of innocent victims, and wondered if his ally wanted to mislead this person. Clapping his hands, the man understood why the furnishings were so cheap and asked those who came later not to be offended. The captain looked ahead and asked where the other three who had been with him were. The warrior closed his eyes and replied that he did not know what had become of them. Looking to the side, the fighter suggested that they forget about it, because it was no longer so important, and said that there was no difference between them anyway. Looking the other way, the knight reminded them that they needed to survive in this room, and decided that they should unite. Rahi frowned and assumed that he must have seen the words on the wall before he came out here. The stranger closed his eyes and said that the word wolf was written on his door. Gui-chan knitted his eyebrows tensely. The man smirked and invited everyone to take turns saying their word. The girl poked the meat with a knife and understood why it was talking about that white scoundrel. The warrior stared at her puzzled and asked what he was talking about. The boy's eyes widened and remembered that in the third round, only one person survived, who killed everyone who did not manage to escape. The woman squinted slyly and concluded that now the situation here is a little different. The soldier shuddered in surprise. Suddenly, a knife flew in his direction. It pierced the knight's throat. The rest of the heroes immediately jumped up from the table. The commander smirked and said that the third stage was quite funny. The stranger clutched his neck and coughed. The old man gritted his teeth angrily. The thug jumped forward and swung his axe. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. The tip of the sword approached his throat. Holding the blade in front of her, the captain asked him to sit quietly if he did not want to die. Rahi looked away and asked if the others knew the game of Mafia or Tabula the Wolf. The wounded man trembled. The girl decided that the third stage was very similar to these games. The woman took out a blade and asked if the warrior understood why she had struck him. The commander took a step forward. Bending over to the fighter, the captain invited him to think about it himself, and reminded him of how he called himself a wolf. Grabbing him by the throat, the swordswoman realized that it was a lie and explained that he actually had a sheep ridden on him, that is, a civilian in the mafia. Squinting, Rahi assumed that it was a rat that needed to be the only one left alive, and called herself a hyena. The knight's eyes were bloodshot. The girl explained that she had to kill them all, judging by the conditions of the second stage. The woman took a knife out of the stranger's neck and said that this way she would be able to get into the wolf team. The main character rounded his eyes in surprise. The dead man fell face down into the plate. After wiping the blood, the commander asked if the others would remain silent, and said that they needed to contact the wolf as soon as possible. The soldier frowned menacingly and asked what it meant. The members of the squad squinted tensely. The captain turned her head and explained that they should address him and make it clear that they were not enemies, but one team. Taking out the kuzurigama, the warrior said that he didn't understand a word and assumed that they just needed to kill the bad guys. The heroes shuddered in fright. The old man's eyes widened and asked him to stop. The sickle immediately struck him in the stomach and threw him back. The young man looked away in horror, An arrow pierced his throat. Smoke was coming from the crossbow, and Rahi was surprised that she had trained her ally for only a few days. Holding the weapon in front of her, Audrey stated that she could turn everything upside down here with her powers. The corpses of the squad members fell to the ground. The rude woman said that it would be cool. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and denied this, explaining that the end of the third stage was already predetermined. The priest summoned shields around the protagonist. The woman asked how they could win if these people had already united in the wolf team. The commander looked at the dead soldier. 2 other corpses lay nearby. The guys shuddered when the captain realized that this was not the end of the stage. The heroes opened their mouths wide and shouted that they would fight to the end. Rahi smiled and asked them to name their words. The members of the squad looked at each other in fright. Gui-chan was still sitting at the table. His green eyes lit up. A system window appeared in front of him, and the boy realized that these were thoughts about the future. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The guy thought that this could not be. The guys looked around when some noise was heard. Audrey leaned over and smelled the obvious smell of blood. The rude woman smirked and asked who they had killed. The stranger did not understand what they were talking about. The bully put her hand to her chin and decided that they had come here as soon as they got to the third stage. The man confirmed it. The warrior pursed his lips as the girl deduced that they had come here last. The soldier smiled and said that she was also the last to enter. The woman squinted slyly and said that she had lied. The commander waved her hand and said the same thing. Frowning, Audrey explained that they had not left the square of unfulfilled hopes at once, and assumed that there was a reason for that. The fighter opened her mouth in shock and shouted that she had no evidence anyway. Looking at her from under her brow, the rude woman decided that she should search her, and asked what would happen if she found 3 unfulfilled hopes. The knight broke out in a cold sweat. The heroes turned around when some noise was heard again. The man turned his head tensely. The main character grabbed his spear and trembled. A blue aura enveloped him. Gui-chan got to his feet and walked towards the other members of the team. The tip of the spear touched the floor. The guys shook with horror. They stepped back and pressed themselves against the wall. The boy's shadow loomed over them. The guy raised his weapon and called them scoundrels. In a flashback, the girl tried to run away. The guys chased her. The archer sat down on her knees and began to pray. The warrior swung his sword. The fighter killed his ally and took the potion in his hands. Gritting his teeth, the player asked why they committed the murder and thought about how these people had not only ruined the entire banquet, but also killed the man who begged to be allowed to live. The psychic swung his spear and asked why they had killed Lara. The main character frowned menacingly and loudly repeated his question. The heroes rounded their eyes in fright and said that he misunderstood everything. The spear soared into the air. The members of the squad began to beg for mercy. The knight covered his head with his hands and shouted that they had killed not the girl, but the young man. Gui-chan stopped and asked what it meant. The woman covered her friend's mouth with her hand. The stranger pouted her lips and sighed heavily. Suddenly she spat out a poisonous needle. The protective barrier saved the boy from this attack. A lot of shields appeared around him. Rahi twisted a strand of hair and realized that her words meant a lot. A bright aura enveloped the priest. The guy closed his eyes. The guys shed tears and begged for mercy. The player immediately cut them into pieces. Blood sprinkled his face. The psychic realized that there were only 5 of them left. The severed head soared into the air above him. Frowning, the main character was surprised that he was so calm in his soul, and assumed that this was due to the system of the game. Blood dripping from the tip of the spear, Gui-chan thought about the fact that he clearly felt himself cutting flesh and cutting bones, so it didn't feel like a game. The healer put her hands to her chest. The participants of the game stood on different sides of the table. The game was not over yet. Audrey frowned in displeasure and asked what was wrong. Rahi smiled and reminded her that it was her team. The boy's eyes lit up. The guy turned his head and looked at the man. The stranger narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The player knitted his eyebrows tensely. At the same moment, a system window opened in front of him. During the first stage, the warrior took out a scythe. He killed all his comrades with one blow. The soldier stood in front of the corpses and smiled. The psychic looked away contemptuously. The main character came to the table and asked why he alone managed to survive the first stage. The knight frowned and replied that he had a reason for killing. Gui-chan opened his mouth wide and asked how this was possible. The participant of the game bowed his head and explained that those people had united against him and another member of the team, and that he had to respond. The boy's eyes widened and asked what had happened when they went upstairs. Standing in front of him, the man replied that his friend had died at the hands of a monster, and asked if he could be responsible for someone who did not have the strength to defend himself. The guy decided that this seemed to be true. The player remembered how the young man shouted that they did not kill the girl, and suggested that the vision was inaccurate this time as well. The stranger gave him a stern look and asked if he wasn't going to kill him. The psychic realized that he was not allowed to make hasty decisions. In a flashback, Indivaya put her hand to her chest and said that her brother had tried to save her and had been injured. The main character gritted his teeth and trembled with anger. The spear fell to the floor. Everyone shuddered in surprise when Gui-chan bowed his head and stated that he was tired of all this. The boy frowned menacingly. The guy clenched his fists and shouted that he would be done there. Suddenly, the room in which the heroes were disappeared. The members of the squad collapsed to the floor. A portal appeared under the ceiling. The voice was outraged by the behavior of the participant. The deity raised his hand and asked if the survivor was really walking forward so well, but decided to drop everything at the end. A ghostly hand covered the player. His body was covered in lightning. The psychic narrowed his eyes when the man claimed to have helped him and asked why he had made such a choice. In the past, the protagonist found himself in the same room with Maria in the first stage. It was very similar to providing minimal security. In the second stage, the priest protected him with barriers and looked more like a personal guard. Looking up, Gui-chan thought about what it looked like someone's plan and decided that it was like a stab in the back. The portal above his head lit up. The voice said that he was even offended, and explained that he had even allowed Lyceria's daughter to protect him. Red energy enveloped the boy. The god told him that they were summoning earthlings to save this world, which was on the verge of destruction. The gates began to shine, and it turned out that at first everything was fine and the participants were focused on destroying the parasites. But so they wanted a profit and staged a riot, making the inhabitants of paradise their slaves. A whirlwind swirled under the ceiling, a voice explaining that their primary goal was to save those who failed to climb to the top and cultivate courageous and capable players, and asked if their ordeal was really that difficult. The psychic frowned and understood why the death toll began to rise sharply after the third banquet. The man wondered if the survivors really thought that they would silently watch their behavior. Skeletons and lions appeared in the memory. The main character realized that in the first and second stages, those who resisted the will of paradise were selected. God frowned and declared that in paradise there is no need for those who maintain chaos and disorder. Gui-chan pursed his lips and decided that the third stage was in for a verdict. The word wolf was written on the door. According to the terms of the third stage, the user had to decide the fate of 8 people, with the exception of the priest. The warrior's body rose into the air. The boy realized that he was the executioner of the 5th banquet. The voice said that there was only one person left to kill for this horrible banquet to finally end. The guy looked up and replied that he was not going to do it. The supreme being raised his eyebrows in amazement. Frowning, the girl said that she had developed an interest in this man, and decided to listen to him. Observers gathered at the portal. The woman explained that this participant adheres to neutrality, and wants to lead both the good and the bad, so she looks even more special. Blue energy swirled around the player. The man said that it was not like him at all. A ghostly hook grabbed the psychic by the throat. The main character turned away and tried to escape. There were corpses lying on the floor. The god concluded that the survivor would not kill them if he actually remained neutral. Gui-chan replied that they had ruined the entire banquet that had been created with such difficulty. The soldier bowed his head. The boy said that he, on the contrary, was faithful to the banquet. The guy squinted tensely, the voice suggesting that at first he simply did not like the night, and then the participant helped him, and the player gave up. The psychic frowned and told me that his present was different from his visions of the future because it had already changed because of him. Grinning, the supreme being was amazed at his cleverness, and stated that the girl had not killed Lara, but someone else. The shackles around the survivor's neck were gone. The man explained that every person is born with a star of unique destiny whose movement almost never changes, and that woman only killed someone because the star that had deviated from its path was trying to return to its original orbit. The spear soared into the air. The god said that this person was actually a ghost who had a destroyer aura and would kill several thousand people in the future. The main character took the weapon in his hand. The supreme being warned him that among these victims could be his comrades. Gui-chan grabbed the flagpole. The man asked if his words did not sound convincing. The boy narrowed his eyes contemptuously. The knight was unconscious. The god opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was a destroyer. The killer was standing on a mountain of corpses. The guy thought about the fact that each outcome has its own reason, even for the murder of several thousand people. The player threw a spear and realized that if the reason changed, then the result would also change. Laughter came from the burning portal. The psychic closed one eye and wondered what made them laugh. A bubble appeared around him. The supreme being said that there was almost no difference between temper and courage, and decided that the participants simply did not understand what he was talking about. The council members widened their eyes when someone ordered them to be silent. Gullah looked ahead and declared that she would no longer allow them to use their child. The man frowned and asked if she really wanted to save the destroyer. The girl turned her head and reminded him that they themselves gave him the right to finish this stage, so he made a choice of his own free will. God pursed his lips in displeasure. Raising his eyebrows, the supreme being agreed to retreat and added that they should give him something since the banquet was over. The woman looked away. The main character covered his chest with his hands. The villain offered to look at his desire. The man held out his hand. Gullah explained that the survivor was not yet ready to accept it because he did not have a high enough level. A powerful gust of wind hit the Gui-chan. The god decided that his colleague was protecting him too much, and concluded that they should respect both his choice and his wishes. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if it was necessary. The supreme being smiled and stated that there were many reasons for this. A bright light lit up the boy's face. Raising his hand over him, the scoundrel wondered if he could bear the weight of his own words, and said that he was very curious to know it. The guy gritted his teeth and frowned tensely. A giant eye opened above his head. The player opened his mouth wide. The system unlocked new skills of innate ability. The man asked him to never forget about the choice he made today. The knight approached the throne. A flash flashed in the sky. The woman watched as a new star was born. The guard shrugged as he stood aside. The goddess frowned sternly and asked him to prepare for battle. A huge army headed for the fortress.